Chapter 1. The Weight of Human Connection. The world of the Jianghu is not merely a realm of conflict, it is a tapestry woven from the threads of human relationships and social intricacies. The political sphere is no different at times. The debt of gratitude owed to an individual may demand a significant price in return. On a Sunday, Chen Bo found himself summoned to the office by his cousin. Yi Yushan, the director of the Finance Bureau of Nangang City, held a modest position but wielded considerable influence. It was Yi Yushan who orchestrated Chen Bo's post-military employment, and the Chen family had always expressed profound gratitude towards this distant cousin. "Brother, are you working even on the weekend?" Chen Bo arrived early, having waited for quite some time at the entrance of the Finance Bureau. "You're here. Let's head inside for some tea. I suppose you've been waiting a while?" "Not all, I just arrived." As it was the weekend, the floor was deserted, leaving only the two of them. Once inside, Yi Yushan subtly inquired, "Chen Bo, if I recall correctly, it's been 2 years since your discharge. Have you found a girlfriend yet?" With a wry smile, Chen Bo replied, "Brother, you know better than anyone. My work is akin to that of the inmates. I merely observe them operating sewing machines. There's hardly any opportunity to interact with women. Most of the marriages within our unit are internal. Without a house or a car, I wonder when my turn will come." Chen Bo served as a prison guard, a position arranged by his cousin. Initially, he felt content with the job, enjoying a decent salary and benefits. Yet the lack of freedom rendered it similar to the lives of the incarcerated difficult to engage with girls. Upon hearing this, Yi Yushan's eyes brightened, and he welcomed Chen Bo warmly to sit and enjoy tea. Since entering his cousin's lavish office, Chen Bo had been keenly observing Yi Yushan's expressions, acutely aware that since securing this job, he had attempted to leverage his cousin's stature to ascend the social ladder. However, thereafter, Yi Yushan seemed to avoid him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, consistently denying him opportunities to meet. Even when Chen Bo wished to bring gifts to Yi Yushan's home, he was met with refusals from Yi Yushan's wife. Thus, when Yi Yushan so eagerly summoned him to his office, it seemed implausible that there was no significant matter at hand. Yet, Chen Bo refrained from asking questions, opting instead to discern what his influential cousin truly sought. Yi Yushan engaged in light conversation, inquiring about Chen Bo's family circumstances before opening a safe and producing a bulging brown paper envelope, which he placed before Chen Bo. "Brother, what is this?" "Dear brother, within this envelope lies 100,000 yuan. I find myself in a predicament and wish to enlist your assistance." Chen Bo did not verify the contents of the envelope, but he pondered the gravity of Yi Yushan's troubles. Surely this could not entail illicit activities. Hesitating, he remained silent, understanding that his presence here could present an opportunity, one that could potentially liberate him from the confines of the prison. The caveat being, of course, that this endeavor should not lead him back to the very prison he sought to escape. Initially, Yi Yushan appeared somewhat hesitant, noticing Chen Bo's silence, and thus he circled around the topic before ultimately revealing the predicament he faced, leaving Chen Bo utterly astonished. Why Yi Yushan had taken a mistress outside of his marriage, and inadvertently, one seed had fallen uncollected, taking root and flourishing. Consequently, the landowner was displeased and demanded a divorce. Otherwise, he threatened to create a scene at Ye's workplace, leading to a mutually destructive outcome where no one would emerge unscathed. After considerable effort, Yi Yushan managed to placate the woman. The extent of his concessions was unknown to Chen Bo, but the request Yi Yushan made of him was indeed beyond his imagination. "Brother, this seems inappropriate. Will she even agree? I have discussed it with her. She desires to find someone to marry, to ensure the child is born within a lawful and proper context, providing a semblance of accountability to her family. I am currently in a critical phase of vying for the position of deputy mayor. Divorce is out of the question. Just 1 year once the child is born, you could divorce her. What do you think?" Yi Yushan's casual tone suggested that the matter was trivial, but Chen Bo pondered that while it might be simple for Yi Yushan, it was a significant complication for him. His first marriage would be forfeited, and any subsequent union would be labeled as a second marriage. "Brother, this is indeed quite sudden. I am not prepared for this. Could you allow me some time to think it over?" Chen Bo sought to evade this contentious issue, the underlying message of his request being a polite refusal. However, Yi Yushan, a seasoned figure in the bureaucratic realm, was not one to be easily thwarted. He offered Chen Bo a cigarette, igniting one for himself and taking a deep drag before speaking. Brother, your position is something I have worked hard to secure for you. We are family, and family must support one another. Besides, you are currently without a girlfriend. This arrangement is merely a formal marriage. I assure you, you will encounter no complications. I understand, brother, but I have truly not considered this. I would like to consult my parents first, if you don't mind. Chen Bo wished to extricate himself from this precarious situation, reluctant to become ensnared in a debt of gratitude when he sensed Yi Yushan was already beginning to collect favors. Yi Yushan seemed to read his thoughts and extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray filled with water, the hiss of steam echoing his current predicament. As he leaned to rise, Yi Yushan spoke again. You mentioned your sister has just graduated and is yet to find employment, correct? How fortuitous our department currently seeks such talent. Thus, tomorrow, let your sister come to the Finance Bureau. I will request additional positions from the Personnel Office next year, ensuring she secures a formal role. Assist me in this matter, and I promise you will not suffer any loss. With that, Yi Yushan slid a file containing 100,000 yuan across the table towards Chen Bo. Chapter 2. You owe me. Having indulged in the fruits of raising another's child, Chen Bo certainly never anticipated that such a predicament would one day befall him. Observing Chen Bo's hesitation, Yi Yushan ultimately uttered his final, stern words. Chen Bo, after this matter, we shall owe nothing to each other. Do not hold on to the favor of me finding you a job, nor should you think of any obligation regarding your sister's employment. Let us consider this the end of our dealings. What say you? The gravity of his words was palpable, implying that the debt of gratitude Chen Bo owed him demanded immediate repayment. Without Yi Yushan, his professional prospects would be bleak. All that he currently possessed was a gift from Yi Yushan. Chen Bo comprehended the underlying message. While he could refuse his distant cousin on the grounds of his own employment, the repayment of favors could manifest in myriad forms. Yet this particular form was unattainable for him. However, the stakes were raised with the involvement of his sister's job. Ever since graduation, she had scoured the job market in vain, facing relentless setbacks, and her attempts to secure a position in public service had borne no fruit. Chen Bo's willingness to concede stemmed from his faith in Yi Yushan's capabilities. If he promised to help, he would deliver. Thus, for the sake of his sister's future, he found himself swayed. After all, it was merely a matter of obtaining a marriage certificate with a stranger. Living apart would render it inconsequential, and it hardly constituted infidelity. A minute later, Chen Bo turned to Yi Yushan and said, Brother, I am willing to assist you, but regarding my sister's employment. Yi Yushan's heart leapt with joy. He promptly rose and strode to his desk, retrieving paper and a pen to hand to Chen Bo. Write down your sister's name, ID number, and phone number. I will arrange it immediately. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Chen Bo witnessed the sheer potency of authority at play. An ordinary university graduate often faced a choice of becoming an office drone or returning home to rely on family. He vividly recalled his sister's relentless job search and her struggles to prepare for exams, ultimately yielding nothing. Yi Yushan snapped a photo of the paper containing his sister's information and sent it to his office director. To demonstrate his sincerity and influence, Yi Yushan placed the call on speakerphone, allowing Chen Bo to observe and listen. The office director did not inquire about the details when it came to the director's directives. He simply responded with a resounding, yes, yes, yes. Chen Bo watched in disbelief as Yi Yushan arranged a job for his sister, left astounded by the realization that power indeed holds extraordinary value. It was no wonder so many vied to ascend the ranks. Power meant one could procure nearly anything one desired. Perhaps there were still certain desires beyond the reach of power, but that could only stem from one reason: insufficient power or a position that was not elevated enough. Later that evening, Yi Yushan escorted him to an upscale restaurant. Albeit without seating him at the same table, he was relegated to waiting from a distance. At 8 o'clock, a statuesque woman, clad in a long trench coat, entered. Although she wore no heels, her height must have been around 175 centimeters, and as she walked, her hands instinctively rested upon her abdomen. Due to the distance, Chen Bo could not discern the details clearly until she approached the location of Yi Yushan. It was then that Chen Bo realized, unsurprisingly, this was to be his future bride. Yi Yushan had brought him here tonight specifically for this meeting. For Chen Bo, the woman's appearance was of little consequence, as he would not be living with her. However, it was imperative that she conduct her assessment. If she were too unattractive or unpresentable, it would be unacceptable. Thus, This evening served as the moment for her evaluation, and he was the subject of scrutiny. Indeed. After a brief conversation with the woman, Yi Yushan gestured for Chen Bo to join them. The woman, without turning, remained oblivious until Chen Bo settled beside her. Upon finally lifting her gaze to meet his, she appeared startled, but her expression softened considerably, indicating her satisfaction with his appearance. Having endured trials of fire and blood, Chen Bo exuded a robust masculinity in his every gesture. Coupled with his role as a prison guard, his demeanor was serious and commanding. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, he was certainly among the more distinguished men present, prompting the woman to merely glance at him before falling silent. Chen Bo had anticipated an introduction from Yi Yushan, yet to his astonishment, Yi Yushan, having seen him seated, simply nodded and said, "I'll take my leave now. You two chat. Brother, feel free to call or text me if you need anything." Stunned, Chen Bo found himself at a loss for words. As they sat facing each other, with Yi Yushan gone, the woman finally dared to scrutinize Chen Bo closely, her examination meticulous. "Does this meet your expectations?" Chen Bo inquired with a smile. "Mr. Chun, this is no laughing matter," she replied. "You have been briefed on my circumstances, and I did not expect anyone to take on such a responsibility. Do you believe you can commit fully? There is much ahead. You will not only need to move in with me, but also assist in my care, attending prenatal checkups and the birth itself, where your signature will be required. This is not merely a matter of obtaining a marriage certificate." Chen Bo was taken aback. It seemed Yi Yushan had deceived him. Their prior discussions had not included such extensive obligations. Would he also be required to help raise the child? Just as he opened his mouth to respond, his phone rang. It was his sister calling. Embarrassed, he smiled and stepped outside the dining area. "Hello, what is up, Xiaoyan? Brother, I just received a call from the director of the finance bureau in Nankang City, asking me to report tomorrow. Did you arrange this? Mom said our cousin is the director. Did you reach out to him? I'm so thrilled. It feels like a dream to work at the finance bureau. Was it you? Please tell me it was you who set this up." Chen Bo was momentarily speechless, listening to his sister's exuberance over the phone. He glanced back at the woman waiting in the restaurant and understood that he had no path of retreat. "Yes, go ahead and try it out," Chen Bo replied. 10 minutes later, Chen Bo returned before the woman, smiling as he introduced himself. "Allow me to formally present myself. I am Chen Bo, currently serving as a prison officer. You mentioned the possibility of my caring for you at home, but I fear that may pose a challenge, as I must attend to my duties. The prison is situated 50 kilometers away, making frequent trips rather inconvenient. Perhaps you could consider hiring a caregiver instead. Therefore, rest assured, Yi Yushan will arrange for your work to be transferred back to the city. Should you wish to go anywhere, it would be best to inform him promptly. I intend to obtain the marriage certificate next Monday, and today is Saturday." Chen Bo was left utterly astonished, while the woman, not sparing him a glance, rose and placed a business card on the table before gracefully departing. Chapter 3. Aggressive Lu Hanyan, the manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, was left with only her phone number. Chen Bo glanced at the business card in his hand, which exuded a faint fragrance that wafted to his nostrils. As he stood to leave, he callously tore the card into pieces and discarded it into the trash bin, a scene that Lu Hanyan observed clearly from within her car. She waited until Chen Bo had departed before she drove away. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the Southport Grand Hotel, a man with a grave expression sat in a chair, gazing down upon the entirety of Southport City. He was the owner of the hotel. The sound of the door opening signaled Lu Hanyan's entrance. "Have we settled everything?" the man inquired, turning to face her. Upon entering, Lu Hanyan kicked off her shoes, appearing as though she regarded the place as her own home. "Yes, we have. The person he found is his cousin. The rationale is that this individual is easy to control. He owes him a favor, and he has just arranged for that man's sister to join the finance bureau, so there should be no issues. My current concern, however, is not this, but the child. We cannot ascertain whether this child is Yi Yushan's. If it is not his, you are well aware of the consequences," Lu Hanyan replied, her countenance darkening. The man remained silent, still overlooking the city. After a prolonged pause, the sound of the shower from the bathroom broke the stillness. He stood and approached the bathroom door, observing Lu Hanyan's faint silhouette behind the glass wall. He swallowed hard, but ultimately refrained from further action, returning to his previous seat. When Lu Hanyan emerged again, she resembled a water lily. Her face illuminated by a healthy flush, her bare feet gliding silently over the carpet. Yet the man sensed her arrival, for even before she appeared, her fragrance had preceded her. "Regardless of uncertainties, you must bear the child. Before he harbors any doubts, marry him. Keep a close watch on that young man. Do not let anything go awry, the man declared, rising to his feet. Do not forget your promise. I will help you keep old Yi in check. You must fulfill your end of the bargain. Otherwise, do not blame me for revealing this matter to him, Lu Hanyan retorted, her expression stern. Hearing her words, the man approached her, a cold smile gracing his lips as he reached out to grip her face. He showed no sign of compassion. The pressure of his grip caused her pain, yet she endured, knowing that displaying her suffering would only provoke him further. I have told you what to do. Simply obey my instructions without negotiation. You are unworthy of conditions. If you accomplish this task, I will ensure you receive what is due. Fail in this endeavor, and we shall have no escape, he sneered, giving her face a sharp twist before releasing her, causing Lu Hanyan to nearly stumble. Regarding Lu Hanyan's demands, Chen Bo felt compelled to inform Yi Yushan. It was Saturday, and registering on Monday seemed rather rushed. However, when Yi Yushan received Chen Bo's call, he exhibited an unexpected calmness. Follow her instructions precisely. Do as she asks without seeking my approval at every turn, Yi Yushan stated. How could I seek your permission? After all, she is your woman. I must ensure you are informed of the current status. Am I to assume you wish to pass this hot potato on to me? I refuse to take on this burden. If it all goes awry, it shall be a mere fade of acceptance. Do not expect me to be ensnared alongside you in this pitfall. Just after ending a call, Chen Bo's phone rang. It was Lu Hanyan. Although her contact card had been shredded, his memory, honed through military training, remained sharp. Miss Lu, what instructions do you have? Chen Bo inquired, maintaining a respectful yet assertive demeanor. Where are you now? At Yi Yushan's residence? No, I am wandering on the street. I haven't eaten all day. Seeking a place to dine. Is there something you need? Our collaboration seems yet to commence. Does it not begin with the registration on Monday? Chen Bo questioned. Is that so? I haven't eaten either. Come to the Southport Grand Hotel. It shall be my treat. Since we are to register on Monday, we ought to take this opportunity to become acquainted. Otherwise, how shall we introduce each other to our families? Oh, I almost forgot to mention after the registration. I will host a family banquet, and you are expected to attend. Chen Bo felt perplexed, increasingly sensing that this arrangement was destined to collapse upon him. In the opulent private room of the Southport Grand Hotel, Chen Bo sat alone, waiting in vain. Though this was Lu Hanyan's territory, she displayed little awareness of the situation. The dishes were served, yet she had not made an appearance. Lu Hanyan observed Chen Bo through the surveillance monitor. While a waiter quietly reported, "We have suggested several times that he need not wait for you, yet he insists on dining together. Thus he remains untouched." Initially, he glanced at the table, but now he scarcely acknowledges what is before him. This trivial test of Chen Bo's character was indeed a miscalculation on her part. A soldier understands the importance of discipline and decorum. Lu Hanyan initially intended to assess his qualities through these means, yet she now found herself somewhat disappointed. When Lu Hanyan finally appeared at the door of the private room, Chen Bo merely shifted his body slightly, remaining seated without greeting her. You asked me to wait here, and I am doing so, which is a show of respect. Even if I have come to take over, it is not out of deference to you. Therefore, do not expect me to serve you dutifully, nor should you anticipate my attentiveness, for the crops in your field do not belong to me. Apologies. But I am quite busy today. Understood, you carry on with your affairs. It is truly unnecessary for us to share a meal together. Please send me details of your domestic circumstances, perhaps photographs. I assure you there will be no missteps. As for my situation, you need not hold any expectations. I do not intend to disclose anything to them. Since this is a transaction, let us keep it straightforward. You should safeguard your original capital. And as for the prospect of deriving substantial interest from me, that seems rather unrealistic. I have no intentions of seeking any benefits from you either. We shall engage in our respective roles, maintaining the necessary accounts. What do you think? You mentioned cohabitation, yet I find it. You deem it futile. If it aligns with my perspective, then it is sufficient. Should you choose not to engage, I can readily contact Yi Yushan. He could either find someone else for me, or consider divorce to marry me. What do you think he would choose? Lu Hanyan fixed a penetrating gaze upon Chen Bo, inquiring. Chapter 4. Under the eaves your work, as well as your sister's, has all been arranged by Yi Yushan, and I am fully aware of this. If you are unwilling to accept it and choose to oppose me, I can readily contact Yi Yushan and urge him to find another solution. In the coming months, I will be preparing for childbirth, and I should at least maintain a cheerful disposition. Given your demeanor, how could I possibly feel good? Lu Hanyin firmly declared, immediately dialing Yi Yushan's number. Yet, before she could articulate her intentions, Chen Bo capitulated. Fine, you call the shots. Whatever you say goes, okay? Chen Bo replied helplessly, though a surge of frustration welled up within him, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Society is stratified, and so too is destiny. In that moment, Chen Bo felt his dignity trampled by the woman before him. The harsh reality is that only you truly care about your own dignity. Lu Hanyin was quite pleased with her recent performance. She slowly approached Chen Bo, pulled out a chair, and sat down, placing them nearly face to face. The fact that Yi Yushan has sought you out indicates his trust in you. Thus, you are assisting him, and consequently, aiding me as well. Both he and I are grateful for your help. Once again, I assure you, we will not let you suffer any losses. This is merely a performance, Lu Hanyin stated with utmost sincerity. Chen Bo gazed at the exquisitely made-up woman before him, and instead of envisioning any indecent thoughts, his mind conjured an image of his cousin's balding head and greasy face, prompting him to furrow his brow. Lu Hanyin misinterpreted his expression as doubt regarding her words. Her delicate nostrils flared with disdain, clearly believing that Chen Bo's earlier demeanor signified rebellion and distrust towards her. Ms. Lu, I am simply curious. You are strikingly beautiful, arguably one of the most outstanding women I have encountered. What could you possibly see in my cousin? He is significantly older than you, is he not? Chen Bo inquired. Lu Hanyin was taken aback by his question, slowly rising to her feet. Ultimately, she chose a position several meters away from him, picked up a pair of chopsticks in an attempt to eat, only to set them down again. She then walked towards the door, stating, You may dine as you wish. Your accommodations have been arranged. Chen Bo watched the door close before turning back to his meal. Within arm's reach was a bottle of flying Matai, yet he refrained from even glancing at it. In such circumstances, he must maintain absolute clarity. Any alcohol could lead him to lose control. After finishing his meal, Chen Bo reported his situation to his cousin. Everything is fine. Just follow her directives. We would never harm you. You are doing me a tremendous favor. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises to you. I only hope this matter concludes smoothly. Alas, brother, if I can overcome this hurdle, I will remember you for a lifetime. Yi Yushan spoke with deep emotion over the phone. Chen Bo is the kind of person who respects others in proportion to the respect he receives. Thus, although he had accepted this favor from Yi Yushan, which was intended to secure a good job for his sister, to claim that he was entirely willing would be disingenuous. Nonetheless, if Yi Yushan were to humbly beseech him, he would feel it unnecessary, yet he could empathize with Yi Yushan's plight. All right, brother, I understand. We will discuss this later. I will keep you updated on any developments, Chen Bo remarked. After concluding the call, Chen Bo stood up and stretched his body, surveying the luxurious suite that Lu Hanyin had arranged for him. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, realizing that wealth certainly has its advantages. This was his first experience staying in such an upscale hotel suite. Meanwhile, Yi Yushan sat silently on the sofa after his call, facing his wife, Zhu Wenjun. At that moment, Zhu Wenjun's expression was as frosty as ice, glaring at her husband, the director of the finance bureau, a man who commanded absolute authority within the department and was courted by many in Nankang City, yet he now appeared utterly devoid of any temper. Is everything arranged? She inquired coldly. Yes, it's all set. Rest assured, there will be no issues. Lu Hanyin trusts it, and so does Chen Bo. Once they obtain their marriage certificate and wed, everything will proceed smoothly, Yi Yushan replied, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yi Yushan, we are husband and wife. We share both glory and misfortune. If it weren't for your bid for the vice mayor position at this critical juncture, I would ensure you suffer greatly. Do you recall what you promised me when we married? Zhu Wenjun questioned with a frigid demeanor. Dear, you must believe me, it was not intentional. I only dined with her once, and I cannot explain how we ended up together that morning. I have always felt this was a trap. However, the evidence is in her possession, and I am too afraid to provoke her. This situation. Yi Yushan, are you deceiving me? Just once and you fell into her snare? Why have you not shown me such prowess? For years, I have desired a child, yet you seem incapable of that. I assure you, she must not bear this child. If you dare allow her to give birth, we will have a reckoning. Have you forgotten who facilitated your rise to the vice mayor's office, you shameless man? Zhu Wenjun seethed, nearly raising her hand to strike him. Yes, I understand. Let us just hold off for now. Once the vice mayor situation is resolved, you can do as you please. I will comply with whatever you decide, all right? Yi Yushan hastily acquiesced, aligning himself with his wife. In the hotel room, Chunbo checked the time and realized it was getting late. He called home, where his sister remained immersed in the joy of her job search. After a brief conversation, Chunbo felt utterly exhausted, so he laid down on the grand bed. The bed felt enormous and plush, with every reachable surface yielding soft comfort, more elastic and soothing than genuine cotton, enveloping him in a warmth akin to jade. In the dimness, he heard a barely perceptible sigh. Years of military training heightened his alertness, and he opened his eyes wide in an instant. He recalled his location, yet he soon realized he was not alone in this room. In fact, he was not the sole occupant of the grand bed. The woman beside him was in her 20s, possessing a beauty that only the most exquisite of maidens could claim. Her skin was as fair as snow, smooth as jade, and her figure was tall and graceful, captivating in every sense. At this moment, she wore only a set of deep crimson lace lingerie, lying gracefully on her side at the edge of the bed. Could it be that what he had just touched was? From Chunbo's vantage point, he could perfectly see her profile. Her flawless silhouette, enchanting legs, and delicate feet were all laid bare before him. Chapter 5. Concealed Motives. How did you end up here? Chunbo's mind buzzed, and he instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. Exhausted from the previous night, he suddenly realized he might have been manipulated. As he replayed the events of last night in his mind, his gaze fell upon the bottled water he had consumed upon entering. Lu Hanyan maintained her smile, clad in nothing but lingerie that was provocatively sheer. What baffled Chunbo further was the fact that she had the audacity to answer the door in her nightwear. With a loud bang, the door closed, prompting Chunbo to slap his own face. This was no dream. This woman was indeed real. Half an hour later, the telephone in the room rang, and a woman's voice, Lu Hanyan, echoed through. Come to the dining room. I need to discuss something with you. Chunbo quickly composed himself and made his way to the dining area, where a serene atmosphere enveloped the small restaurant. Lu Hanyan had already begun her meal, while Chunbo sat across from her, seething with indignation. He refused to let the matter slide without confrontation, ignoring the neatly arranged cutlery before him. Lu, what do you mean by last night's events? I just examined the bottled water in the room, and each cap has a minuscule pinhole. Did you have someone drug me? Must you go to such lengths? We are about to be nominally married. Do you find amusement in digging this pit for me? Upon hearing his words, Lu Hanyan showed no signs of discomfort, as if Chunbo had indeed not wronged her. Just as he was about to regain some semblance of dignity regarding last night's incident, Lu Hanyan pulled out her phone, tapped a few times, and presented it to him. The screen displayed a video of himself and her. Lu, what is the meaning of this? Chunbo's face darkened as he inquired. Nothing much. Merely a safeguard. Yi Yushan trusts you, but I do not. Therefore, you better think carefully about what you will say to him. If you disregard my advice, this video will be sent to Yi Yushan. Consider the consequences. He has no intention of allowing you to play act, she stated, retrieving her phone. Chunbo was left speechless. What on earth was happening? Lu Hanyan was indeed capable of anything. Think carefully and prepare your household registration book. Tomorrow morning, I will be waiting for you at the Civil Affairs Bureau on Chunjiang Road. Buy yourself something decent to wear. My family will also be attending. So don't embarrass me, Lu Hanyan concluded before turning to leave. Watching the astute woman vanish through the doorway, Chunbo rubbed his chin. He had a habit of plucking his beard when anxious, using the pain to quell his rising frustration. On his way to buy clothes, the more he pondered, the more he felt that this matter could not simply be brushed aside. If he allowed it to pass without challenge, he would truly become their marionette. Caught between Yi Yushan's emotional manipulation and Lu Hanyan's video blackmail, what hope remained for him? Originally, he had envisioned a well-orchestrated plan, intending to serve merely as a mascot according to Yi Yushan's arrangements. He would appear at the appropriate moments and remain distant during others, ensuring that the entanglements between Lu Hanyan and Yi Yushan did not implicate him. Once the time was right, he would withdraw entirely, securing a sum of 100,000 yuan and his sister's job for a mere year, an expense he was willing to bear. However, circumstances took an unexpected turn. Lu Hanyan had indeed overstepped her bounds. Although he remained uncertain of her true intentions, it was evident that she sought to have him align with her, to heed her commands. Otherwise, she threatened to present a video to Yi Yushan, showcasing that the individual he had recruited was romantically involved with her cousin. This maneuver would serve a dual purpose, humiliating Yi Yushan while simultaneously using him as a weapon against Chunbo. The ruthlessness of this woman was undeniable. It appeared that both parties were guarded against one another, each harboring ulterior motives. After purchasing his attire, Chenbo entered a car parked by the roadside, which promptly set off towards the outskirts. "Bro, what's with your sudden urgency? Why the rush to get married, and with whom?" the driver inquired, glancing back at Chenbo. "It's a long story. Has your father been busy lately?" Chenbo responded with a smile. "Ah, busy indeed, aimlessly so. What's the matter, bro? You summoned me in such haste. Spit it out quickly." "My workplace is swamped. I only managed to take an hour off. There are numerous cases piling up, and even when acting, I must be present at the office, or my father would have my head." "Enough of that. I know your ways well. During your military service, you were the laziest of them all. Are you suddenly diligent now? I need you to look into someone. The manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, Lu Hanyan. Have you heard of her?" Chenbo asked. "Oh, her? I know her well. She's quite the socialite in Southport City. What do you need to know about her?" The driver, halted at a red light, turned to face Chenbo once more. Chapter 6. Haining, where do you get all this nonsense? I asked you to investigate, and you should just do it. Can't you handle such a trivial matter? Chenbo said, visibly displeased. "All right, Captain, please don't be angry. I will look into it for you. By this time tomorrow, I will surely provide you with a comprehensive report on her background, all right?" Haining replied. Haining and Chenbo had served together in the military, with Chenbo holding the rank of captain while they both were enlisted and later discharged. At that time, Haining had offered to speak to his father to arrange a job for Chenbo, but Chenbo had declined the offer. He did not wish to owe Haining any favors, as such debts can be burdensome and difficult to repay, a lifetime of obligation. However, he did not anticipate that, despite not owing Haining, he was, in fact, indebted to his distant cousin Yi Yushan, and the time had come to repay that debt. It was frustrating to consider doing so in this manner. Had Lu Hanyan not schemed against him the previous night, he might have feigned ignorance and simply settled the matter. However, now that Lu Hanyan had crossed the line, he was not one to remain passive. Before getting out of the car, Haining pondered for a moment and said, "Bogo, there is something I'm unsure if I should mention. Speak freely. We have nothing to hide from one another. We've shared meals and faced gunfire together. Although we've yet to indulge in any unsavory activities, our bond is solid," Chenbo responded, giving Haining a light slap on the back. "Indeed, you are right, brother. It's this Lu Hanyan who is quite a prominent figure in the city. If you truly have feelings for her, I advise you to reconsider. I've heard there are complexities behind her persona. Be cautious not to tread on dangerous ground, as it could lead to unpleasant consequences. My greatest fear is that you might end up in prison, and that would be far worse than being a prison guard," Haining warned. Chenbo nodded and said, "Enough of this chatter. Help me find out what makes her so formidable and impressive." That night, Chenbo hardly managed to close his eyes. The next morning at Yi Yushan's home, he rose early to prepare breakfast. The couple sat across from one another at the table. Zhu Wenjun took a sip of water, but she had not touched the food, lacking any appetite. As her thoughts drifted back to Lu Hanyan, "Did they go to register this morning?" Zhu Wenjun inquired. "Yes, don't worry, everything is fine. Once you finish breakfast, you should head to work. You have a surgery today, don't you?" Yi Yushan attempted to divert his wife's attention. Zhu Wenjun was a skilled surgeon, and her expertise had significantly contributed to Yi Yushan's rise to the position of director of the Finance Bureau, now on the path to becoming deputy mayor. This was all thanks to her, as she had once saved the wife of the secretary of the municipal committee from the brink of death twice with her surgical skills. Thus, their relationship was both that of doctor and patient, and also good friends. It could be said that without Zhu Wenjun, there would be no Yi Yushan as we know him today. Right now, I'm not concerned about Lu Hanyan. My worry lies with Chenbo. Can we truly rely on your cousin? Knowing full well that the child is not his own, he still dares to proceed. If it were merely a secret marriage, it could be justified. However, Lu Hanyan still intends to hold a wedding. Once the news reaches his family, if he cannot withstand the pressure and divulges the truth to his kin, it would essentially mean he has disclosed it to everyone. Are you certain he can endure this? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Yi Yushan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of concern, yet he found himself with no avenue for retreat. He must first silence Lu Hanyan. Therefore, despite his wife's suspicions, he resolved to adhere to his decision. Early Monday morning, Chenbo reached out to his sister, requesting her to bring the household registration booklet from their hometown, as the entire family was listed under the same document and there were no suspicions among them. Chenbo had no prior experience with obtaining a marriage certificate. He was entirely reliant on Lu Hanyan's arrangements. A multitude of guests had gathered at Lu Hanyan's home, and Chunbo felt akin to a puppet, being led around by Lu Hanyan to greet everyone. She felt helpless, as she had never before introduced a man to her family, and now, having married, she was compelled to introduce Chunbo repeatedly. He complied, addressing the numerous aunts and uncles with enthusiasm. Zhu Wenjun's car was parked at the Civil Affairs Bureau, patiently awaiting Lu Hanyan and the others to emerge. When a group surrounded Chunbo and Lu Hanyan as they exited, Zhu Wenjun stepped forward. Lu Hanyan spotted Zhu Wenjun first, her expression shifting dramatically as she gradually halted her steps. As rivals, they were familiar with one another, at least in Lu Hanyan's records. She recognized the woman before her as Yi Yushan's wife. In contrast, Chunbo had no acquaintance with his sister-in-law, as Yi Yushan had arranged for him a job. But Zhu Wenjun had never allowed him entry into the community, let alone a meeting. Congratulations. May I have a word with you? Zhu Wenjun asked with a cold smile. Do we know each other? Lu Hanyan feigned a smile in response. Zhu Wenjun stepped closer and whispered, if you do not wish for me to slap your face right now, come over and speak with me properly. It would be unwise for anyone if this escalates. Upon hearing this, Chunbo suddenly realized that this was indeed Yi Yushan's wife. Shocked, he instinctively thought to call Yi Yushan, but before he could retrieve his phone, Zhu Wenjun coldly stated, Chunbo, you come too. Let's have a chat together. Chunbo could only think of 4 words. This is a disaster. Lu Hanyan likely shared the same sentiment. They exchanged glances, then turned to observe Zhu Wenjun walking away. Lu Hanyan softly said, if she strikes me, you better intervene. I will make a run for it. Why should I? Chunbo blurted out. Lu Hanyan, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming surge of anger, nearly hurling the marriage certificate at Chunbo's face. The 3 of them stepped away from their surrounding friends and family, standing awkwardly in a corner of the Civil Affairs Bureau's courtyard. Zhu Wenjun was the first to stabilize her stance, yet her gaze fixated on Lu Hanyan's abdomen, her eyes seemingly sharp as knives. Instinctively, Lu Hanyan covered her belly with her hand. How many months along are you? Zhu Wenjun asked with a mocking smile. Lu Hanyan's expression stiffened, and she remained silent. Zhu Wenjun turned to Chunbo and asked with a cold smile, how does it feel to unexpectedly become a father? This child surely isn't yours, is it? Chapter 7. The wedding in theory. Chunbo was unfamiliar with his sister-in-law, Zhu Wenjun, and thus had no reason to establish any rapport. It was also presumed that Zhu Wenjun was unaware that the child within Lu Hanyan was Yi Yushan's. Yet, how could she have so accurately tracked down the Civil Affairs Bureau to confront them? The conclusion seems likely. Yi Yushan may have succumbed to pressure, and Zhu Wenjun was privy to all the details. Another possibility is that Zhu Wenjun was attempting to extort them. Perhaps her knowledge was limited, uncertain, and she had not caught Yi Yushan and Lu Hanyan in the act. Consequently, her visit could merely be an attempt to deceive. Having promised Yi Yushan, they could only grit their teeth and endure the situation. Which relative are you? Chunbo inquired, casting a questioning glance at Lu Hanyan. His feigned ignorance not only infuriated Zhu Wenjun, but also left Lu Hanyan astounded. You are quite the actor. She is your sister-in-law, and you truly do not recognize her? Chunbo, continue your charade. Your cousin Yi Yushan has already clarified everything. He knelt before me last night, pleading for forgiveness. Lu Hanyan, the child in your womb belongs to Yi Yushan, does it not? Are you truly considering bringing this child into the world? Zhu Wenjun's voice escalated, capturing the attention of many. Hey, what are you saying? You are here spouting nonsense. We do not know you. Keep talking and see if I don't strike you. Get lost immediately. If you have evidence, report it to the authorities. Don't chatter here recklessly. I warn you, if you slander my wife again, we will not let this go. We are leaving. Chunbo resolutely pulled Lu Hanyan away. Zhu Wenjun was left speechless. Lu Hanyan was also bewildered. When Zhu Wenjun uttered those words, she nearly faltered, but was saved by Chunbo's swift intervention as he ushered her away. To her surprise, Zhu Wenjun did not pursue them further. Once in the car, Lu Hanyan took the wheel while Chunbo immediately called Yi Yushan, demanding to know what he meant by this, questioning whether he had abandoned all sense at home. To ensure Lu Hanyan could hear every word, Chunbo activated the speakerphone. Yi Yushan, of course, denied having confessed everything to his wife. Lu Hanyan interjected, Yi Yushan, listen carefully. If there is a next time, we will sever ties completely. I am in a very fragile emotional state. If this continues, what will happen if I miscarry? This child is yours. By the way, I went for a prenatal checkup, and the doctor said it's a boy. Do you care about your son's fate at all? Really? Yi Yushan asked. momentarily stunned by the news on the other end of the line, his voice filled with surprise. Of course, if you don't believe me, go ask the hospital. Had it not been for Chunbo today, your wife would have been in dire straits. Will you even care then? As Lu Hanyan spoke, tears began to flow. After pouring her heart out over the phone, she hung up, and her expression instantly brightened. Her ability to change moods was unparalleled. In truth, all of this was well within the couple's control. Zhu Wenjun went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to confront Chunbo and Lu Hanyan, a fact known to Yi Yushan. The intent, of course, was to test Chunbo's resilience under pressure. In the event that Zhu Wenjun initiated contact, it was crucial to ascertain whether Chunbo would continue to protect Lu Hanyan. Should he falter, it would necessitate finding someone else. For such a failure would imply that Chunbo was not trustworthy. With Yi Yushan on the verge of ascending to the position of deputy mayor, scrutiny around him had intensified. While the situation was not as dire as the scandals often fabricated in foreign elections, any hint of impropriety could lead to severe repercussions, especially in the form of formal complaints, which could be fatal. If anyone were to discover the relationship between Lu Hanyan and Yi Yushan, and subsequently coerce Chunbo into revealing the truth, the implications would be dire. Even if it were ultimately proven to be inconsequential, the damage would be irreparable. Therefore, both Yi Yushan and Zhu Wenjun understood the necessity of leaving no room for error. By having Chunbo silence Lu Hanyan, they could legitimize the child she bore with a lawful husband. Thus, even if suspicions arose regarding Lu Hanyan's connection to Yi Yushan, the existence of a legitimate spouse and child would render any further inquiries futile. Chunbo remained pivotal until the deputy mayor's appointment was settled. He was tasked with reassuring Lu Hanyan while simultaneously enduring the various hidden threats surrounding him. Zhu Wenjun's caution was thoroughly justified. She remarked to Yi Yushan during a phone call on their way back to the hospital, "I caught them off guard." Chunbo managed adequately. "You must fulfill your promise to him without delay. We need him to understand that we honor our commitments." "I am aware. Everything has been arranged." His sister commenced her position today, and I will fulfill other promises in due course, Yi Yushan replied, his thoughts momentarily drifting. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Wenjun suddenly spoke again. "Old Yi, I suggest you make an introduction and transfer him to your unit. It shouldn't be difficult since there are positions available. I am quite uneasy with him in prison. It feels too distant and inconvenient to communicate from there. I prefer having him close at hand." Yi Yushan hesitated, wanting to mention that Lu Hanyan had made a similar request. However, he swallowed his words, acknowledging that this was also Lu Hanyan's desire would surely jeopardize his plans. He was acutely aware that his wife would never align herself with Lu Hanyan, not even in the most compromising of circumstances. "I will consider how to arrange this. I have a meeting to attend now. We shall discuss it later," Yi Yushan concluded hastily before ending the call. Upon returning to the hotel, both lunchtime and evening were filled with banquets, predominantly attended by members of the Lu family. Chunbo's appearance was quite commendable, if one were to draw a comparison. He bore a striking resemblance to Mr. E from Lust, Caution. Therefore, when he donned the suit he had specifically purchased and presented himself before Lu Hanyan's relatives and friends, the Lu family appeared to be quite satisfied. The only source of their dissatisfaction was the absence of Chunbo's family. They wondered if it was indicative of a disdain for the Lu family. Lu Hanyan's explanation was particularly scathing. She asserted that her marriage to Chunbo was opposed by his family, who believed he was unworthy of her and that their future together would be fraught with unhappiness. They insisted on finding him a village girl instead. However, Chunbo was unwavering in his affection for her, leading to a rift with his family. Chunbo listened in astonishment to Lu Hanyan's justification, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap her. What audacity! How could she possess such confidence? "I have only just realized that your face is thicker than your backside, and yet you dare to utter such shameless words?" Chunbo whispered in Lu Hanyan's ear. Chapter 8. An overwhelming amount of information. Lu Hanyan, upon hearing his words, was nearly compelled to slap him across the face but managed to restrain herself. She cast a glance back at him, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Chunbo, wearing a smile, exited the banquet hall. He had received a message from Gao Ning, requesting a meeting to discuss some findings regarding Lu Hanyan. Since he was to marry this woman and spend a year with her, he felt it imperative to thoroughly understand her. Merely filming videos would be trivial, and one could never tell when one might unwittingly dig a grave for oneself. "Brother Bo, when did you become entangled with her? This woman, to say the least, is the dream of every man in Nansong City. Frankly speaking, she is not someone you can reach." Here are the materials concerning her. Take a look for yourself. Don't say I didn't warn you. Exercise caution, Gao Ning remarked. Qinbo said nothing further, taking the dossier before departing. Just before he left, he added, Gao Ning, if you have no pressing matters, refrain from traveling for work. I am getting married and shall need you as my best man. Of course. Should I invite the brothers from neighboring cities to celebrate and assist? Gao Ning inquired. That won't be necessary. Your presence alone suffices, Qinbo replied. Upon returning to his hotel room, Qinbo locked the door and promptly examined the materials regarding Lu Hanyan. To his dismay, the moment he began reading, he was drenched in cold sweat. It was undeniable that Gao Ning had spoken the truth. This woman was indeed capable of stirring up considerable trouble. Notably, one name appeared with alarming frequency, Kinjungda. This surname was exceedingly rare in Nansong City, yet this name resonated throughout the region. The Southern Port Grand Hotel was constructed by Kinjungda's Gui Lu Group, yet the documents revealed that Lu Hanyan possessed a 30% stake in the hotel. Additionally, Qinbo discovered the name Yi Yushan within the materials, rumored to be closely associated with Lu Hanyan. Certainly, the dossier listed numerous officials from Nansong City who had dealings with Lu Hanyan, but the Gui Lu Group instilled a sense of apprehension in Qinbo. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door. Hastily, Qinbo concealed the documents, shoving them under the bed. What is it? Upon opening the door, he found Lu Hanyan standing before him. Ignoring him, Lu Hanyan entered directly, surveying the room's arrangement. Turning to Qinbo, she queried, Are you certain you don't want your family to attend the wedding? This weekend, I've instructed the hotel to make the necessary preparations. I wish to expedite this matter. The longer it is delayed, the more inconvenient it becomes for me. Qinbo nodded, responding, It matters not whether they attend. In a year's time, we shall part ways, rendering such arrangements unnecessary. Lu Hanyan approached Qinbo, standing uncomfortably close, gazing up at his face. Qinbo frowned and glanced down at her, suddenly exclaiming, You can't possibly have developed feelings for me, have you? We have an agreement. When the time comes, we shall divorce, and you cannot back out. Lu Hanyan disdainfully rolled her eyes and retorted, If your family discovers this, you will have to manage it yourself. Otherwise, I will seek out Yi Yushan to settle the score. Do not assume that merely placing you with me resolves everything. After Lu Hanyan departed, Qinbo continued to sift through the materials. The Gui Lu Group is renowned in Nangang City, and its proprietor is equally well known within the community. The group's remarkable growth to its current stature is intricately linked to Kinjungda's past prowess in the streets. He is now a representative in the Municipal People's Congress and a member of the Political Consultative Conference, undoubtedly a figure of capital influence. Should Qinbo inquire about the relationship between Lu Hanyan and Kinjungda, she would undoubtedly remain reticent. Such questions would yield no fruitful answers. Adhering to his principle of avoiding unnecessary complications, Qinbo opted for silence. Initially, he believed that, although distasteful, the situation would not prove overly troublesome. He assumed Yi Yushan would keep the matter under wraps. However, it now appeared that he had underestimated the complications, which seemed to befall him one after another. Early in the morning, Qinbo contemplated returning to the prison for work, as his leave had come to an end. Yet, he received a phone call from Zhu Wenjun. With Lu Hanyan absent, he obediently addressed her as sister-in-law. She responded with delight and suggested they have lunch together. Qinbo expressed his obligation to return to work, but Zhu Wenjun insisted that she wanted to discuss a work-related matter with him, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Anxious, Qinbo arrived early at the designated restaurant. Zhu Wenjun appeared significantly more attractive than the previous day. It was evident that she had made a deliberate effort to enhance her appearance. When a woman invests time in her appearance, the results can be remarkable, regardless of her natural attributes. In this case, Zhu Wenjun's foundation was already quite commendable. At that moment, she was pouring tea for herself, and her graceful movements indicated that such elegance could only be honed through leisure and practice. With her fair complexion, striking beauty, long legs, and captivating aura, she possessed an exceptional sense of style. As Qinbo approached briskly, Zhu Wenjun sensed his presence, turned to face him, smiled, and rose to shake his hand. He was momentarily taken aback. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the dismissive attitude she had displayed a year and a half prior. And it was worlds apart from her behavior the previous day. Qinbo felt it prudent to proceed with caution. Qinbo, your sister is now employed at the Finance Bureau. Congratulations. Your brother mentioned that she merely needs to complete a formal assessment next year to secure her position, she said. This arrangement was orchestrated by your cousin, So do extend your gratitude to both your sister-in-law and cousin, Chenbo replied earnestly. Zhu Wenjun delicately grasped the lid of the teapot, her fingers grazing it, as if waiting for the tea to cool. However, each subtle movement seemed to strike a chord within Chenbo's heart. About that troublesome matter with the young woman, I apologize for the distress it caused you. You have rendered us significant assistance this time. Therefore, both your sister's employment and your own will be properly arranged. I have spoken with your cousin regarding transferring you to the Finance Bureau, where you will work closely alongside him, facilitating your future promotions, Zhu Wenjun stated. Her words left Chenbo utterly astounded. The weight of her revelations was overwhelming, and he found himself momentarily incapable of processing the magnitude of the information. Zhu Wenjun observed Chenbo's expression, smiled gently, and remarked, "In truth, I am well aware of the affair between Lu Hanyan and your cousin. I also know that the child is not yours. Your cousin has made that abundantly clear to me. There is no need for you to conceal the truth from me. I have chosen to swallow my pride solely for the sake of your cousin's career. Otherwise, I would have made this matter public long ago." These words rendered Chenbo at a loss for words. If what Zhu Wenjun said was indeed true, then she was no ordinary woman. It is, after all, a consequence of my own actions. Your cousin's recent promotion was largely due to my efforts on his behalf. If he were to encounter trouble at this juncture, it would be akin to striking my own face. Thus, upon learning of his affair with Lu Hanyan, I have had to endure in silence, left with no alternative. As Zhu Wenjun spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Chenbo offered her a tissue, and she suddenly fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes sharp and piercing. Chapter 9. This is a bit much, Chenbo. To speak honestly, you and your brother's relationship with our family is acknowledged. We are indeed relatives, albeit distant ones. Your brother could assist you with your work, but he is not obligated to do so, correct? My dear sister-in-law, the kindness your cousin has shown us remains etched in our hearts. Chenbo's words were deliberately vague, as he refrained from elaborating further, uncertain of the depths of Zhu Wenjun's intentions or the reason for her visit. Could it truly be as simple as inquiring about the identity of that child? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenjun eagerly awaited Chenbo's continuation, yet he fell silent. She understood that he harbored reservations, indicating that Yi Yushan had indeed chosen the right person. He would not easily divulge the underlying truths to others. Thus, in Chenbo's presence, Zhu Wenjun dialed Yi Yushan's number, activating the speakerphone and positioning it before Chenbo. "Darling, what's the matter? I have a meeting soon." "Nothing urgent. I came to find Chenbo, but he refuses to say anything. Perhaps you could speak with him?" Zhu Wenjun replied nonchalantly. She then gestured to Chenbo, indicating that he was free to speak. "Brother, it's me, Chenbo. I'm dining with my sister-in-law at a restaurant. I'm aware your sister-in-law came to see you. In truth, she knows everything. There is no need for concealment. Just speak openly and heed your sister-in-law's advice. I must prepare for my meeting. We'll discuss this later." With that, Yi Yushan hung up. Chenbo appeared somewhat bewildered as he watched Zhu Wenjun reclaim her phone. "Sister-in-law, I don't quite understand. My brother said you know everything about the child in Lu Hanyan's womb. I'm fully aware, including the altercations with Lu Hanyan, the push for a divorce, and the need to stabilize Lu Hanyan first to ensure the child is born. I orchestrated your involvement as well. What is there left for you to conceal from me?" Zhu Wenjun asked with a smile. Chenbo was momentarily taken aback. He raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, feeling both amused and exasperated. "Goodness. It seems I am the only one ensnared in this web of deceptions. Chenbo, we are relatives, and you have no ties to Lu Hanyan. That woman is more complex than she appears. I inquired with your brother, and he revealed that they had only shared a drink once, which resulted in an inebriated encounter. When he awoke, they found themselves in bed together. Frankly, he was ensnared by Lu Hanyan's machinations," Zhu Wenjun stated. Chenbo's expression shifted upon hearing this. The narrative struck a familiar chord. He nearly divulged that he too had fallen victim to Lu Hanyan's schemes, but the words caught in his throat. Would Zhu Wenjun still believe him if he confessed? She sensed that he was on the verge of speaking yet, when prompted, his countenance only grew more troubled, and he remained silent. His fists clenched tightly, indicating that Lu Hanyan was indeed formidable. "I came to seek your assistance. This would benefit both us and you," Zhu Wenjun declared. "What is it?" Chenbo expressed his concerns, increasingly feeling that the situation was undeniably peculiar. One misstep could ensnare him in a trap. "I need your assistance in finding a way to terminate the child that Lu Hanyan carries. This child must not be born. I know her too well. She intends to use this child to deeply bind herself to your brother. Once the child is born, my marriage to your brother will be irrevocably compromised. Aside from the power he wields, what else could possibly captivate Lu Hanyan? Your brother is acutely aware that marrying her would render him her puppet, sealing his fate for a lifetime, Zhu Wenjun articulated. In truth, Chun Bo grasped this logic without needing Zhu Wenjun's explanation, especially after learning about Lu Hanyan's background, which clarified her intentions to firmly entrap Yi Yushan. Thus, Zhu Wenjun's concerns were entirely justified. Yet, the child was undeniably Yi Yushan's, and his excitement upon learning it was a boy seemed genuine. How much did Yi Yushan know about the task Zhu Wenjun was assigning him? Rest assured, your brother is perceptive. He understands Lu Hanyan's schemes and will acquiesce to this. If you doubt it, you may ask him later, Zhu Wenjun assured. Chun Bo contemplated the complexity of the situation. Initially, he was told to feign marriage with Lu Hanyan, merely appearing at crucial moments. However, now he was being asked to eliminate the child she bore, a task that had escalated in difficulty significantly. Just as Chun Bo was grappling with this dilemma, Zhu Wenjun raised the stakes further. Chun, have you ever had a girlfriend? Zhu Wenjun inquired, taking a sip of her tea. Chun Bo was momentarily taken aback. I dated someone, but we parted ways when it became apparent we were incompatible. And what do you think of Lu Hanyan? Zhu Wenjun asked, straightforward and to the point. Sister-in-law, in what regard do you mean? Chun Bo responded. Well, let us discuss her appearance. Is she not pleasing to the eye? Zhu Wenjun probed. Chun Bo seemed to grasp her insinuation. Suddenly, he looked at Zhu Wenjun, realizing her line of questioning was peculiar. She is passable. That is good to hear. As a woman, I must admit I envy Lu Hanyan's beauty. She is indeed captivating, or else she wouldn't have enchanted so many men. However, in my eyes, she is no different from a mere courtesan. Therefore, while you take care of her child, you can engage in the pretense as if it were genuine without developing any feelings. Just regard her as a courtesan. After all, she essentially is. Zhu Wenjun's voice trailed off, her teeth audibly grinding, revealing her deep-seated animosity towards Lu Hanyan. Chun Bo smacked his lips, replying, Sister-in-law, this seems excessive. When I discussed this with my brother, such conditions were not stipulated. Zhu Wenjun smiled, glancing around the empty second floor before placing a business card on the table and sliding it towards Chun Bo. I have previously stated that Lu Hanyan cannot offer you anything, whereas your brother and I can provide you with employment and business opportunities. A medical equipment merchant has approached me several times, yet I have been too occupied to delve into these matters. If you have the time, consider appointing someone to establish a company on your behalf. We could collaborate. What do you think? Zhu Wenjun looked at Chun Bo, her expression brimming with anticipation. Sister-in-law, I fear I cannot do that. I am quite busy with my work at the prison. I have already discussed with your brother the possibility of transferring you to the finance bureau. You could work alongside him, which would undoubtedly afford you ample free time. Zhu Wenjun's smile was perfectly calibrated, seemingly accounting for every conceivable point of rejection from Chun Bo, rendering his options completely obstructed or, perhaps, meticulously orchestrated. Chapter 10. The Guelu Group. Chun Bo found himself in a perplexing situation. A donkey, having been tethered to a grinding mill, has little choice but to continue its monotonous path. Yet, if this donkey were released, it might not necessarily choose to roam freely in every direction. Sister-in-law, if my brother learns of the two matters you've mentioned today, he might very well take my life. Please, spare me. As for the child, I will have your brother discuss it with you. However, regarding the matter of feigned pretense becoming reality, weigh your options carefully. I assure you, should you proceed, the benefits I offer you will extend far beyond what you might expect, stated Zhu Wenjun. It must be noted that Zhu Wenjun possessed a remarkable eloquence and a commanding presence, standing at the moral high ground, making it exceedingly difficult for Chun Bo to refuse. Furthermore, their familial bond added to the complexity of the situation. Who else would one assist, if not kin? Since reviewing the materials provided by Gao Ning, Chun Bo had realized just how influential Lu Hanyan was, a woman of considerable standing in both the political and business spheres of Nanguang City. Gao Ning had also suggested that Lu Hanyan might very well be the object of desire for every man in Nanguang. Previously, he had never entertained such thoughts, believing her to be Yi Yushan's woman, and considering himself merely a helper, someone who would come and go without lingering. However, with Zhu Wenjun presenting this new request, Chun Bo found himself somewhat distracted. This little vixen has undoubtedly been with countless men, so you need not feel any psychological burden. As I mentioned, consider her merely as a woman of easy virtue. This is my personal request, and the medical equipment supplier is also my personal favor. You may handle it as you see fit, Zhu Wenjun remarked. Chunbo felt his throat grow dry at her words and instinctively lifted his teacup for a sip. Although they were ostensibly discussing how to manipulate Lu Hanyan, the nature of their conversation was decidedly adult. Thus, when Chunbo heard Zhu Wenjun instructing him on how to proceed, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the small area of exposed skin at her collar. However, the vividness of her descriptions was far too enticing, leading Chunbo's attention astray. Noticing the misalignment in his gaze, Zhu Wenjun quickly coughed, jolting Chunbo from his reverie. Sister-in-law, this task seems insurmountable. Moreover, Lu Hanyan is quite guarded against me. I have no opportunity, Chunbo lamented. She is a woman, and you are a man. If you truly desire it, no task is beyond your reach. Furthermore, I can procure some medication from the hospital for you. At the opportune moment, you can administer it when she is least vigilant. Chunbo, the child is already over 4 months along. If you delay further, your chances will diminish, and the task will become even more complex. Your time is limited. The wedding is this weekend, presenting you with the best opportunity amid the ensuing chaos, Zhu Wenjun advised. You want me to act during the wedding? Chunbo furrowed his brow in disbelief. Precisely. More specifically, on the wedding night, when her guard will be at its lowest. It will then be up to you. I will provide you with the medication tomorrow. Chunbo, I cannot guarantee success, but if it does succeed, it will alter the fates of many, including your own, Zhu Wenjun stated with grave sincerity. Zhu Wenjun's ability to manipulate thoughts is truly remarkable. When departing, Zhu Wenjun left first, followed by Chunbo, who exited through the back door after a while. Upon encountering Yi Yushan once more, Chunbo realized that much of what Zhu Wenjun had asserted was indeed factual. Everything was firmly within Zhu Wenjun's control. Brother, is that child truly to be discarded? Chunbo inquired. Yi Yushan appeared tormented, tossing a cigarette to Chunbo before lighting one for himself. As he inhaled deeply, the smoke enveloped him, and it was only after some time that his expression became discernible. What a pity, it's a boy. You might not know, but I am in my second marriage with your sister-in-law. My ex-wife took our daughter to America. I have always yearned for a son. Alas, this time it is truly unfortunate, Yi Yushan lamented. Chunbo cast a glance his way and replied, Brother, whether boy or girl is uncertain. Who hasn't he accompanied her to the hospital? Isn't it entirely up to her to say as she pleases? Yi Yushan, upon hearing this, looked at Chunbo in astonishment, glanced towards the office door, and leaned closer to suggest, You are now registered. Accompany her to the hospital to confirm whether it is a boy or a girl. What do you say? Chunbo hesitated. There is no time left. The weekend is just around the corner, and Lu Hanyan has been preoccupied with the wedding preparations, which seem quite elaborate. How can we go for a prenatal checkup at this juncture? Furthermore, my sister-in-law mentioned that any actions during the wedding period would be problematic. Yi Yushan fell silent. Chunbo continued, Brother, if it truly is a boy, will that suffice? Would my sister-in-law be content? Hearing this, Yi Yushan fell back onto the sofa in despair, silent, which left Chunbo feeling awkward. Moreover, he refrained from mentioning Zhu Wenjun's intention to turn their charade into reality. Had he done so, Yi Yushan would likely have exploded. Honestly, I understand her perspective. I am currently pursuing the vice mayor's position. If all goes well, I can continue advancing. She is in business. And isn't it all about short-term and long-term gains? Therefore, I am acutely aware of Lu Hanyan's thoughts. Yet, at times, being enmeshed in the situation makes it exceedingly difficult to extricate oneself, Yi Yushan remarked, gazing at the ceiling in resignation. Feeling perhaps that he had shared too much with Chunbo, Yi Yushan abruptly ceased speaking. Chunbo awaited his final decision. Let us proceed as your sister-in-law suggested. Alas, I initially thought this matter could be postponed, but I have come to realize that many underlying issues are not as I envisioned. Ultimately, I find myself powerless, Yi Yushan said, sitting up with a forlorn expression. After pondering for a moment, Chunbo finally ventured to ask, Brother, is there a connection between Lu Hanyan and Kenjingda? Upon hearing this, Yi Yushan's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, not because he wished to continue the conversation, but out of sheer astonishment. He regarded Chunbo as if he were witnessing a ghost. Yi Yushan had not anticipated that Chunbo would uncover Kenjingda's involvement in such a short span of time. This revelation was precisely why he had resolved to take action against Lu Hanyan, a conclusion drawn by his wife. Did your sister-in-law inform you? Yi Yushan inquired. Chunbo shook his head and remarked, I had someone investigate Lu Hanyan's background. After all, I will be entangled with this individual for more than a year. It is essential to understand who they are. Upon completing the investigation, I found this person to be exceedingly complex, which sent a chill down my spine. I am aware of Qian Jingde. There are several individuals incarcerated alongside him, and naturally, there are also his adversaries. Consequently, I discovered that Lu Hanyan is a shareholder of the Nanguang Grand Hotel, along with the Guilu Group. What an extraordinary coincidence. Chapter 11. Indeed, professional behind this facade lies a multitude of untold stories, particularly those that must remain concealed from Chen Bo. Thus, although Yi Yushan was taken aback, he composed himself and refrained from responding to Chen Bo's inquiries. Noticing Yi Yushan's silence, Chen Bo did not press further. One must know how to read the room. Brother, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Chen Bo stated. Yi Yushan nodded, not even offering to see him off. However, Chen Bo sought a definitive answer. Despite the numerous discussions he had with Zhu Wenjun, some matters required Yi Yushan's explicit confirmation. Brother, shall we proceed as sister-in-law suggested? Chen Bo pressed on. Yi Yushan lifted his gaze to meet Chen Bo's, nodding gravely in acquiescence, yet he did not articulate his agreement. Chen Bo, take some time in the next couple of days to return to your unit and handle your paperwork. I'll arrange a position for you at the Finance Bureau. It's best you don't remain in prison. Once you return, we can discuss matters more conveniently, Yi Yushan advised. Are you truly transferring me back? What of Lu Hanyan? Won't she seek me out every day? I had initially intended to remain in prison indefinitely, but if I'm to stay in the city, how will I manage her pursuit? Chen Bo implored Yi Yushan for guidance, hoping to avoid being held accountable for any ensuing complications. We'll address that later. For now, focus on your paperwork, Yi Yushan replied. After Chen Bo departed, Yi Yushan reclined on the sofa, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Reflecting on the tangled history he shared with Qian Jingde. Although he had long been aware of the intricate dynamics, he had not anticipated that Qian Jingde would so willingly leverage Lu Hanyan against him, ensnaring him without his awareness. The mere thought of his entanglement with Lu Hanyan filled Yi Yushan with self-reproach. He currently found himself caught between two worlds, at home. His partner was fervently pushing him towards a political career and had been instrumental in his progress, utilizing her medical profession. She mingled seamlessly with the affluent wives of officials in Nanguang City. Whenever these women had urgent matters requiring hospital assistance, a simple call to Zhu Wenjun would result in her abandoning her patients to provide aid, especially now, as he neared the acquisition of the vice mayor position. Thanks to Zhu Wenjun's relentless visits to the city party secretary, he realized that, without her influence, he might have only reached the status of a finance bureau director in his lifetime. Lu Hanyan's intention to bind him with a child was less a desire of her own and more a strategy orchestrated by Qian Jingde to ensure he remained tethered to their vehicle. Once the child was born, he feared he would become nothing more than a pawn in Qian Jingde's game. At that very moment, Lu Hanyan sat in her office, cradling a tablet for a video call. Qian Jingde occupied a nearby seat, his cigarette burning down to mere embers, indifferent to Lu Hanyan's pregnancy as he smoked casually. The person on the other end of the call was a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old. Lu Hanyan fought back tears, forcing a smile as she endeavored to amuse the child. Yet, the girl was preoccupied with her toys, only calling out mommy when she felt joyous. Lu Hanyan beamed, covering her mouth in fear of betraying her emotions. Yet time always slips away so swiftly. The little girl across the way is preparing for sleep. Her video abruptly interrupted by the nanny. Lu Hanyan, unable to contain her sorrow, covers her mouth and begins to weep once more. A tissue is offered to her. I beg you, after my marriage, may I please visit Japan? I long to see the child. Lu Hanyan gazes up at Qian Jingde, beseeching him. Not yet. He replies, I have already stated that once you give birth to the child, and when Yi Yushan is thoroughly ensnared by your charms, I shall return the child to you. You may choose to raise him in secrecy within the country or abroad. However, the crucial factor is Yi Yushan's disposition. That is of utmost importance. Lu Hanyan realizes that her pleas are futile, as she has implored him countless times before, and another request would yield the same outcome. She wipes away her tears and, looking intently at Qian Jingde, questions him. How can you be so certain that this child is his? Do not forget the actions you have taken. Therefore, it remains uncertain whose child this truly is. If he is not his, how will you resolve this matter? Qian Jingde nods thoughtfully, casting his gaze out the floor-to-ceiling windows. From this vantage point, He feels as though the entirety of Nangguang City lies beneath his feet. With the wedding only days away, you should undergo a paternity test before the child is born. If he is not his, then he is mine. I shall arrange a suitable place for you to raise the child. Of course, this charade must continue until he perceives something amiss. Qin asserts. This intricate performance leaves each party believing themselves to be more astute than the other. Complying with Qin directive, Lu Hanyin adds an amniocentesis to her prenatal examination. The wedding day arrives as anticipated, and Chun Bo's role reaches its peak. The night before the wedding, Chun Bo receives a call from Zhu Wenjun, summoning him to her home, where Yi Yushan is also present. Chun Bo, have a seat. Thank you for your efforts. This is your first marriage, is it not? Quite the hassle, I presume? Zhu Wenjun observes Chun Bo, finding him more agreeable than before. Indeed, my first. Brother, sister-in-law, is there something you wish to discuss? Chun Bo cleverly feigns ignorance. In truth, this is not mere pretense, but a means to compel the couple to clarify their issues, as the stakes are exceedingly high. He must remain vigilant against the possibility of their turning against him, denying all, and shifting the blame entirely upon him, leaving him to bear the consequences alone. Thus, prior to entering, he activates the recording function on his smartwatch, discreetly wearing it on his ankle, while a metallic timepiece adorns his wrist, concealing the habitual nature of his watch wearing. An explanation must be in place. Zhu Wenjun glances at Yi Yushan before turning to retrieve a white pill bottle from her side, placing it on the table before them. Tomorrow night, administer this medication to her. Within less than 24 hours, the child will become a stillborn. Therefore, your task for tomorrow evening is to ensure she ingests this potion, accompanied by a little alcohol, so that the child's demise can be attributed to her consumption of liquor, leaving no suspicion upon you. As a physician, Zhu Wenjun indeed exhibits remarkable professionalism when discussing her field of expertise. However, Zhu Wenjun's demeanor alone is insufficient. Yi Yushan must also contribute to the conversation. Thus, Chun Bo reached for the vial, turning to Yi Yushan, and inquired, Brother, is this plan feasible? Chapter 12. The rescuer Yi Yushan initially wished to remain silent, yet upon being questioned by Chun Bo, he realized silence was no longer an option. He nodded and replied, Let us proceed as your sister-in-law suggests. Chun Bo then inquired of Zhu Wenjun, Sister-in-law, will this medicine have any side effects? I need to be aware, as we must avoid any disastrous outcomes, especially concerning a life. Chun Bo's concerns were entirely valid, and his inquiries fell well within the realm of reason. Consequently, Zhu Wenjun could not evade answering. This was no trivial matter. It was medication intended for ingestion, specifically for a pregnant woman, and if anything were to go awry, the repercussions for Chun Bo would be dire. Therefore, it was imperative for Chun Bo to have a clear understanding of any potential side effects of the medicine and the immediate protocols for emergency response, with the utmost priority being to prevent any loss of life. Rest assured, this medicine is colorless and tasteless, posing no risk to Lu Hanyin herself. Even regarding the fetus, its effects would not manifest immediately. Thus, I suggest allowing her to consume a bit of alcohol. Should anything occur, it would likely be attributed to the alcohol. Zhu Wenjun explained. Chun Bo remained unconvinced. He needed to ascertain the origin and name of the medicine, so that in the event of an unforeseen incident, he could inform the medical professionals of what Lu Hanyin had ingested. There must be a clear distinction between personal favors and self-preservation. He could not afford to jeopardize himself. This medicine was given to me by a friend, brought back from abroad. That merchant dealing in medical supplies. Zhu Wenjun nodded in acknowledgement. Chun Bo felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. This meant the medicine was not available domestically, and he did not even know its name. A knot formed on his forehead. Zhu Wenjun, concerned he might reconsider, reminded him that the wedding ceremony was imminent, and they were on the verge of consummating their union. Once this night passed, everything would settle. They could not afford any missteps at this critical juncture. Chun Bo, I assure you, this medicine will not cause any trouble for the adult, and it will be expelled from the body swiftly. Even if she were to undergo a blood test, nothing would be revealed. Do you still doubt me? I am, after all, a doctor, Zhu Wenjun asserted with unwavering conviction. Chun Bo gazed into her eyes, which sparkled with hope. At that moment, Yi Yushan spoke up. Chun Bo, since I sought you out, we are now bound together. We would never betray you. Put your mind at ease. If anything were to go wrong, do you think we could flee? Indeed, we would not engage in actions that harm others without benefit to ourselves, Zhu Wenjun added. Regardless of the circumstances, Chun Bo found himself unable to retreat. He had no choice but to forge ahead resolutely. Upon returning to the hotel, he was promptly summoned to Lu Hanyan's office. By then, Lu Hanyan had fully regained her demeanor as a formidable woman, though her abdomen had begun to show a slight prominence, and her expression conveyed evident displeasure. "What does Yi Yushan want with you?" Lu Hanyan asked. Shenbo was taken aback and immediately questioned, "Have you sent someone to follow me? I feared you might flee. Our wedding is tomorrow, and I have numerous matters to discuss with you. I cannot afford any complications. If I don't seek you out, who else should I turn to? Now, please tell me, what did he want from you?" Lu Hanyan inquired. Shenbo walked straight over and sat on the sofa, saying, "He, like you, is also afraid that I might run away, so he promised me a little favor to let me work at the finance bureau. I understand your intentions. You want to keep an eye on me, right? You're worried I might cause trouble and ruin your plans. Is it really necessary?" Although Lu Hanyan did not believe Shenbo's words, she couldn't fathom why Yi Yushan was looking for him. "Is your wife at home?" Lu Hanyan inquired. "Yes, she is. I think it's best if you exercise caution in the future. When you go out, consider bringing a bodyguard. With your condition, if someone were to push you down, it could lead to a tragedy. One life lost could mean 2 lives taken. Who would take responsibility then? By the way, I just had a thought. Do you think it's necessary?" Shenbo seemed to have suddenly recalled something significant, expressing surprise. "What is it?" "We have obtained our marriage certificate. Tomorrow is our wedding ceremony. Legally and customarily, we are a legitimate couple. If something were to happen to you, how would the inheritance be divided? Wouldn't I be entitled to a share? Therefore, you should draft a will. If you were to pass away, your assets would have no bearing on me. Otherwise, I could stand to gain a great deal." Shenbo's words were strikingly bold, discussing their impending marriage with such levity. If Shenbo hadn't been quick on his feet, Lu Hanyan would have hurled her phone at him. The so-called wedding ceremony was merely a formality for him, so he invited Gao Ning to the hotel for tea. Gao Ning was aware of his impending marriage and had agreed to be his best man, but upon arriving at the hotel, he was stunned to discover the identity of Shenbo's bride. "Brother, what is going on? Why did you choose her? Don't you know she is quite notorious in our city?" Gao Ning swallowed the rest of his words, mindful of his brother's pride. "Oh, I merely made a mistake that any man might make. A few months ago, while visiting the city, I met her at a bar, and we ended up drinking together. She claims the child in her womb is mine. What else could I do but marry her? I can't let the child grow up without a father, can I?" Shenbo spoke with a tone of gravitas, as though he were taking responsibility. Gao Ning was taken aback, then quietly asked, "Brother, how are you so sure the child is yours? She is quite well known around here. As your younger brother, I just want to ensure you're not being taken advantage of. This unexpected fatherhood should be approached with caution." Shenbo nodded in agreement. "Yes, you have a point. However, if the child isn't mine, she can't hide that forever. Once the baby is born, I will have a paternity test done. We'll see the results then. If she dares to deceive me, I won't be an easy target to manipulate, right?" Gao Ning wished to inquire why he didn't act on it sooner but refrained. Realizing that his brother was not one to be easily taken advantage of, perhaps he was overthinking the situation, so he chose not to press further. "Gao Ning, I recall you have a sister. What is she up to at home?" Shenbo asked. Gao Ning glanced towards the door and whispered, "Boss, what do you mean by that? You're getting married at dawn, and you're asking me about my sister now?" Shenbo was filled with frustration and wished he could kick him out of his way, but he maintained his composure and said, "I have a friend who works in a hospital and is eager to establish a company that supplies medical equipment. Initially, I intended for my sister to take on this venture, but she is solely focused on pursuing a career in civil service and has little interest in this field. Therefore, I wanted to inquire if your sister might be interested. Chapter 13, isn't it mine? If such a fortunate opportunity truly exists, why not? Shall I call her over now so we can discuss it?" Gao Ning inquired eagerly. Shenbo shot him a glance, remarking that it was the dead of night, with merely 4 or 5 hours until dawn, thus there was no need to rush. Gao Ning had spent the night with Shenbo, during which Shenbo made a trip to the top floor to visit Lu Hanyan's room. Although Lu Hanyan possessed her own residence, she had chosen to arrange their marital abode in a hotel for convenience, meaning they would spend their wedding night there. The presidential suite was adorned festively, a display intended for her family, while Shenbo was merely summoned for the occasion. After her family departed, Shenbo intended to leave as well, but was halted by Lu Hanyan. "What do you think? Is the arrangement satisfactory? Do you like it?" Lu Hanyan asked provocatively. Shenbo glanced at the night skyline of Nankong City and replied, "It's acceptable, but whether I like it or not is of no consequence to me. I'm not residing here, you are. It's merely too spacious. If something were to occur, would you be able to summon assistance promptly? I mean, in the event that there is any movement from the child you carry. Lu Hanyin felt an overwhelming urge to sew his mouth shut, although they had no genuine connection. Legally and nominally, they were still bound as a couple. Moreover, her disdain for Yi Yushan and Conjuncto was profound. Having a handsome young man as her partner was a small consolation. After a few days of acclimatization, she felt an increasing desire to engage him in conversation. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed at the nighttime vista of Nankong City. Through the reflection in the glass, she observed Chunbo's every movement. Please, sit down. No one is around at the moment. I've been quite curious about why you agreed to Yi Yushan, Lu Hanyin prompted. Curious? Did he not explain it to you? Chunbo queried. Without turning her head, Lu Hanyin retorted, do you truly believe I would trust his words? To be frank, we are merely utilizing one another. Who would genuinely believe the words of another? It's all a performance, one fade in person and another behind the scenes. Would you deceive me? Chunbo moved to sit in another chair, replying calmly, upon my discharge, I struggled to find employment. Yi Yushan is my cousin, and my family approached him, offering gifts. I passed the examination, and he arranged for me to work as a prison guard for 2 years. Thus, when he sought your hand, this favor had to be repaid. If it were merely this favor, I would certainly have declined. There are countless ways to repay a favor, and this is the most absurd. My sister just graduated and was jobless. Yi Yushan arranged for her to join the finance bureau, and she just started a few days ago. Therefore, I had no choice. If it were just me, I would rather forfeit the prison job than become a scapegoat. Upon finishing, Chunbo cast a glance at Lu Hanyin's abdomen. She nodded and, with a sudden smile, remarked, the results from yesterday's examination were excellent. Chunbo shrugged, thinking to himself that it hardly mattered to him whether it was good or bad. Yet, a wave of unease washed over him. After all, yesterday's examination results had been exceedingly positive. What if he were to administer the medicine? How could there suddenly be a miscarriage? The mere thought of it left Chunbo feeling unsettled. At the wedding, Gao Ning stood beside Chunbo, who was holding a bouquet as he listened to the officiant's incessant chatter. Countless eyes in the audience were fixated on him, and Chunbo could only hope that none of them recognized him. I told you, her aura is formidable. Just look at the guests here, prominent figures from both political and business realms. My sister-in-law is no ordinary woman. Brother, I'm starting to worry whether you can handle her. Gao Ning whispered beside him. Chunbo mused that he was well aware of her challenging nature. However, he had no intention of trying to control her. After all, she was not his horse to ride, and he could not dictate the number of lashes. Instead, he could only serve her cautiously until she was stabled. Whether she would kick or when she would foal was not his concern. His sole responsibility was to ensure the foal was delivered safely. As for the matter of control, it was up to whoever wished to take that on. Yi Yushan and his wife were quite clear in their intentions. If the foal was lost, he could divorce and regain his freedom. For them, the loss of a child would lift the alarm. During the ring exchange, Lu Hanyin gazed at Chunbo with deep affection, momentarily convincing him of its authenticity. It must be said, Lu Hanyin was a rare beauty, even in her pregnancy. She exuded charm and grace. However, once he recalled her connection to his cousin, Chunbo's interest waned entirely. You ought to show a bit of grace. The photographer is capturing every moment. Who are you frowning for? Lu Hanyin squeezed his hand gently, offering a quiet reminder. Chunbo snapped back to reality. They were still in the spotlight, and he promptly donned a facade of commercial cheerfulness. Bored, he glanced down and unexpectedly spotted Yi Yushan and his wife. To his astonishment, Zhou Wenjin smiled and gestured at him, leaving Chunbo speechless. Yi Yushan's expression, however, was far less favorable. After all, he should have been the groom standing there. Yet here he was, reduced to a mere puppet. At last, the day's wedding concluded, but Lu Hanyin's family lingered, having booked a room at the hotel. Even late into the night, they had yet to retire. Chunbo remained until the last guest departed, and just as he was about to leave, he remembered his task. He sank onto the sofa, tearing off his tie and slipping off his uncomfortable shoes, casting a glance at Lu Hanyin. Should I leave now, or wait until tomorrow? He inquired. My family is still here. If you go down now and encounter them, what will you say? Perhaps it's best to wait a bit. Or, you could sleep on the sofa. I trust you are not the type to impose on a pregnant woman, Lu Hanyin replied, though her words dripped with a tone of disdainful provocation. Undoubtedly, during the wedding ceremony today, as she gazed at the dashing young man standing before her. Placing a ring upon her finger, She fervently wished that this moment were genuine. Alas, it was not. Chen Bo, longing for what he could not attain, politely acquiesced without further hesitation. When Lu Hanyan emerged from her ablutions, a bottle of red wine rested upon the coffee table, and Chen Bo was indulging in solitary libations. "Would you care for a drink?" he inquired. "I am pregnant. How could I possibly consume alcohol?" Lu Hanyan replied with a frown. Chen Bo bluntly remarked, "It's not mine. Whether the child is wise or foolish, what concern is it of mine?" Chapter 14. A twist of fate. When Chen Bo extended a wine glass towards her, Lu Hanyan hesitated momentarily before accepting it. When a woman harbors no affection for a man, the child in question becomes a mere formality. The two glasses clinked together, producing a melodious sound. Chen Bo took a sip and found it quite delightful, thus downing the entire glass. This was red wine, meant to be savored. One could hardly claim ignorance of wine etiquette when drinking in such a manner. Yet, he had unwittingly opened a bottle of such expensive vintage. "Do you have any idea how much this bottle costs?" Lu Hanyan inquired after taking a sip herself. Chen Bo shook his head, admitting, "I know little of this. I simply enjoy the taste." "Enjoyable indeed. This bottle is worth a staggering 11,000, Lu Hanyan remarked, unable to chastise the unsophisticated Chen Bo. After all, tonight marked their wedding night, and excessive noise would reflect poorly on them. Although Chen Bo was taken aback by the price, he merely registered his astonishment silently before pouring himself another full glass, which he again consumed in one gulp. Casting a glance at Lu Hanyan, he declared, "I think I'll retire for the night. I'm quite fatigued. The charade can conclude here. Tomorrow, I shall return to my own room. I feel uneasy sleeping beside you." In response to Chen Bo's teasing, Lu Hanyan remained silent, her expression unreadable. Her thoughts drifted to her daughter, the one taken to Japan by Qin Jingde, and to that man who had captured her heart 5 years ago, only to meet an untimely demise, leaving no trace behind. She surmised that as Qin Jingde's most trusted accountant, a Harvard graduate privy to numerous secrets of the Guolu Group, he would never have been allowed to leave the country alive. Between her child and the handsome man, Lu Hanyan had chosen her daughter, still in her womb at the time. From that moment, her daughter became her greatest vulnerability. Lu Hanyan had become a mere plaything to Qin Jingde, a dagger poised to strike when necessary, and now that dagger was aimed at Yushan. Tilting her head back, she drained her glass. While Chen Bo on the sofa had already succumbed to deep slumber, Lu Hanyan cast a brief glance at him before retreating to the bedroom. Chen Bo, gazing at the now empty wine glass on the table, silently prayed, "Child, please do not hold this against me. I had no choice. Otherwise, I would never stoop to such heinous acts. Blame your unreliable parents instead. They are hardly paragons of virtue." Chen Bo dared not sleep. Keenly attuned to the sounds emanating from the bedroom, fearing that Zhu Wenjun might lead him into a predicament. After all, this was medication for an abortion. Should anything go awry, it would result in a tragedy. Thus, he remained vigilant, ready to call a hospital at the first sign of trouble. Yet, as he listened intently, he was astonished to find the bedroom remarkably quiet. Was this foreign medication truly so miraculous? However, his relief was short-lived, for before long, he heard considerable commotion from the bedroom. This was a presidential suite, designed for exceptional soundproofing, yet the noise filtering through was unmistakably loud. Prior to this moment, the bedroom was not devoid of sound. However, due to her physical discomfort, Lu Hanyan found herself perplexed and unconcerned. Yet, whether it was the effect of the alcohol, the recollection of that man, or the fact that this was her true wedding night, she soon felt a warmth enveloping her body. As a woman with experience, she was well aware of the cause. Thus, she approached the situation with caution, first visiting the restroom to wash her face. Using a cold towel to wipe her visage and neck, the areas most intolerably heated, yet to no avail. Lying in bed, she could not even hope for a peaceful slumber. It was a struggle to refrain from thoughts of the young man outside her door. In her subconscious, a voice incessantly reminded her that tonight marked her wedding night, and that man was her husband, her legitimate spouse. It would be entirely natural for something to occur this evening. However, another voice cautioned her that he was merely her nominal husband, and should this reach the ears of Qin Jingde, the consequences could be dire. She might be deprived of seeing her daughter for an extended period, thus she must not seek to indulge with that man. One voice represented her will, while the other embodied her physical desires. At that moment, her consciousness was devoid of any room for pondering the origins of her predicament. Her mind was consumed by an internal struggle. Occasionally, she contemplated abandoning all restraint, thinking, Why not seek him out? Yet, her rationality urged her against such folly, warning that if Qin Jingde found out, there would be no room for reprieve. The sound she had just made was a result of her opening the door. But reason pulled her back, causing her to slam the door shut. Thus, she found herself at an impasse, while the effects of the medication seemed to intensify. Desire enveloped her like a thick fog, obscuring any sense of boundaries. She felt as though her body would ignite. "Are you all right?" came the voice of Chunbo from outside the door. This sound, while initially manageable, pierced through her resolve like a soul-snatching force, prompting her to leap up and fling the door open, embracing Chunbo. "Damn it. This is not right. This is an abortion pill." As Chunbo grappled with Lu Hanyan's fervent advances, he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and the underlying disarray. While extricating himself from her relentless grasp, he made his way to the bedroom, turning on the cold water tap of the bathtub. When the water filled halfway, he scooped Lu Hanyan up and cast her into the cold water. As she was plunged into the icy depths, Lu Hanyan jolted awake, her senses sharpened. Though she attempted to rise, Chunbo held her head down, forcing her deeper into the frigid water. In her current state, merely taking a cold shower would not suffice. She needed to immerse herself entirely to achieve a profound chill that would cut through her turmoil. Indeed, after a few presses and a series of coughs followed by sips of water, Lu Hanyan's fiery discomfort gradually subsided. As she remained submerged in the cold water, gazing at her almost unclothed form, she suddenly let out a startled cry. Chunbo stepped out to fetch some clothing, closing the bedroom door behind him. The room was soundproof, allowing her to express herself freely without the fear of being overheard. "What are you doing here?" Lu Hanyan, upon regaining her composure, began to turn the tables. Chapter 15. The chaos was overwhelming. Before dawn, Chunbo was unceremoniously expelled. Lu Hanyan felt utterly humiliated at the thought of her recent actions. Not only had she approached him, but he had also forcibly submerged her in the frigid water. What on earth was that about? Thus, after finally extricating herself from the bathtub and regaining her composure, Lu Hanyan promptly ejected Chunbo from her home. Having had a restless night, it wasn't until 9 in the morning that the shrill ringing of his phone roused Chunbo from his slumber. "Hello, who is this?" he mumbled, still bleary-eyed and oblivious to the caller's identity. "Up this late? You must have had quite a night," came the indifferent voice of Zhu Wenjun on the other end. Startled awake, Chunbo immediately recalled his growing suspicions regarding the dubious abortion pill he had taken, and with Zhu Wenjun's cryptic hints, he became convinced that there was something amiss with the so-called medication she had provided. "Sister-in-law, was there something wrong with that pill last night?" Chunbo inquired. "Really? What seems to be the problem? How did your night go? Are you still recovering from it?" A friend mentioned that the effects of that pill are quite potent. Even if one is aware, it's nearly impossible to resist. "So, I take it you succeeded last night," Zhu Wenjun whispered, glancing towards the office door. Chunbo remained noncommittal, merely stating, "Sister-in-law, your aim was to terminate her pregnancy, but it seems futile. Is that what you meant by taking action? Did she suspect anything?" Zhu Wenjun pressed. "No, I was rather cunning about it. She attributed it to the alcohol," Chunbo replied, continuing the conversation to discern his astute cousin-in-law's true intentions. Before last night, Chunbo had been entirely convinced that Zhu Wenjun's objective was to eliminate Lu Hanyan's child, thus liberating her husband from any ties to Lu Hanyan and alleviating the fears of her threats. Without the child, Lu Hanyan's words would amount to nothing. Yet now, he found himself increasingly puzzled by her motives. Then it settled. "By the way, I've arranged to meet with that medical supplies person for lunch today. You should join us," Zhu Wenjun said casually. "Don't I have to go to work?" Chunbo asked. "I'll handle it with your brother. Just come and meet this individual. They've been pressing me for a while, and I can't keep stalling. If I do, they might take their business elsewhere," Zhu Wenjun replied. When Chunbo got up, he realized he hadn't seen Lu Hanyan, likely due to the events of the previous night. She probably wouldn't reach out to him anytime soon. Their relationship had always been a facade for others. Without an audience, there was no need to remain on stage. At noon, Chunbo arrived punctually at the restaurant where Zhu Wenjun had made the reservation, finding her alone, sipping tea and scrolling through her phone. "Still not here?" he asked as he took a seat. "They'll be here shortly. So how was last night? Quite the spectacle, wasn't it? I told you not to be polite. Just treat her like a plaything. A woman like that is just that sort of person, engaging in disgraceful acts without shame. So why bother with niceties?" As soon as Zhu Wenjun spoke, her words dripped with malice. Chunbo did not intend to defend Lu Hanyan. He had merely witnessed another facet of her character the previous night. Perhaps it was because he and Lu Hanyan were currently under the same roof that he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing Zhu Wenjun's harsh words. However, he kept this displeasure to himself, refraining from any response. Sister-in-law, you haven't given me an abortion pill, have you? It appears to be something else entirely. Chen Bo insinuated subtly, his meaning unmistakable. Indeed, I believe you have contributed so much to our family. Both your brother and I are quite grateful to you. Just last night, I mentioned to your brother that it is fortunate to have you as a relative. Who else would assist us in such a manner? Zhu Wenjun replied with a smile. Therefore, consider last night's events as my reward for you. As for the child, let us refrain from making any decisions for now. Refrain? What does that imply? Chen Bo was taken aback, wondering if his cousin had managed to persuade Zhu Wenjun to allow the child to be born. Zhu Wenjun sipped her tea in silence. Chen Bo inquired softly, do you intend to keep the child? Is it because it is a boy? Zhu Wenjun paused, astonished. Who informed you that we wish to keep this child? If I desired a child, would I not bear one myself rather than have that wretched woman carry it? Realizing his blunder, Chen Bo promptly fell silent, mindful that revealing the contents of Yi Yushan's conversation with Lu Hanyan could lead to further complications. Well, Zhu Wenjun hesitated before continuing. Ever since that wretched woman threatened your brother with her pregnancy, I consulted a colleague in obstetrics. Thus, I am aware of every examination she undergoes. She recently had a pregnancy checkup and, surprisingly, included a paternity test. I pondered. If she were truly certain that the child is your brother's, why would she need a paternity test? Moreover, the individual accompanying her for the test was not your brother, but someone else. Can you guess who? Chen Bo was taken aback and shook his head. Although a pseudonym was used, I retrieved the obstetric surveillance footage and discovered it was Qin Zhengda, the owner of the Guilu Group. Consider this. If Lu Hanyan's pregnancy were unrelated to him, would such a prominent businessman accompany her for a paternity test? This led me to conclude that your brother should also undergo a paternity test regarding the child in Lu Hanyan's womb. If it is indeed your brother's, I will devise a plan. If not, then we have a 50-50 chance of either being true or false, Zhu Wenjun articulated. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo covered his head with his hands, overwhelmed by the chaotic entanglement he found himself in. Yet, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Sister-in-law, what if the child is not his? Can I immediately initiate divorce proceedings and go our separate ways? Chen Bo queried. That will depend on your choices at that time. If you choose to stay and play around, so be it. After all, Lu Hanyan possesses considerable wealth. Why not seize the opportunity to gain as much as you can? You have already been intimate, and I can procure more of that medication for you. Just a few uses, and Lu Hanyan will surely comply with your wishes. Zhu Wenjun suggested. With a smile that seemed to dance upon her lips, Zhu Wenjun inquired playfully. As Chen Bo gazed at her enchanting smile, an unsettling chill crept down his spine. This woman was undeniably astute in her calculations. What if she turned her cunning against him? What then would be his course of action? In truth, I would argue that the most favorable outcome would be if the child were not his brother's. Then he could truly indulge in life as pleasures without a care. After all, one must seize the moment, savor the delights, and revel fully in life. For that is what one truly owes oneself, is it not? Zhu Wenjun asked with a penetrating gaze. Chapter 16. Shui Shanshan, sister-in-law, I am merely here to assist you. We can discuss these matters later. If that child is not my brother's, what shall we do next? Chen Bo inquired. We will address it when the time comes. I have yet to formulate a plan. That little wretch. If the paternity test reveals that he is not your brother's, I shall deal with her accordingly, Zhu Wenjun replied, her tone resolute. As Chen Bo was about to pose another question, Zhu Wenjun seemed to spot a familiar face and stood up, waving. Chen Bo turned to see a tall woman approaching, someone he did not recognize, and waited for Zhu Wenjun to make the introduction. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, possessing the beauty that only the most exquisite of women can claim. Her complexion was as fair as snow, smooth and radiant like fine jade, and her figure was tall and graceful, undeniably captivating. From the moment the woman laid eyes on Zhu Wenjun, Chen Bo sensed her pace quicken considerably. The sound of her high heels striking the ground conveyed her eagerness to engage with Zhu Wenjun. Dr. Zhu, it's about time you decided to see me. If you made me wait any longer, my hair would turn white, the woman exclaimed, her voice melodious and sweet, a stark contrast to her professional attire. Her words expressed both dissatisfaction and an air of vulnerability. You are well aware of the demands of my profession. By the way, let me introduce you to a handsome gentleman. This is my brother, Chen Bo. This is Ms. Shui. You two should get acquainted. Zhu Wenjun said, presenting Chen Bo to Ms. Shui. Ms. Shui understood the purpose of their meeting and, before even taking a seat, produced her business card, extending it to Chen Bo with both hands. After they were seated, Chen Bo examined the card. Taikang Pharmaceutical, Sales Manager Shui Shanshan, followed by a string of numbers. Dr. Zhu, have you been busy with surgeries lately? Though seated across from a man of decent appearance, Ms. Shui was acutely aware that her primary focus today was on Dr. Zhu. Indeed, I have not had a single day without surgery. My back feels as if it might collapse under the strain, Zhu Wenjun replied, demonstrating her fatigue by adjusting her posture. Just as Zhu Wenjun concluded her statement, Ms. Shui snapped her fingers and, with a casual demeanor, remarked, Dr. Zhu, what a coincidence. I have been practicing massage techniques on my mother lately. Allow me to give you a massage. You are a doctor, after all, and can surely provide guidance on my technique. Without hesitation, she set her phone and bag aside and moved to massage Zhu Wenjun's lower back. Taken aback by Ms. Shui's boldness, Zhu Wenjun felt compelled to acquiesce, turning slightly to allow her a few tentative attempts. Observing the interaction between the two, Chen Bo couldn't help but muse about the competitive nature of the pharmaceutical industry. It seemed that one must now also master the art of massage. This led him to wonder aloud, Ms. Shui, did you previously work in massage therapy? My brother was a soldier, laden with injuries. Ms. Shui's technique is commendable. Care to give it a try? Zhu Wenjun quipped, her tone teasing. Chen Bo waved his hand dismissively, stating, no thanks, my back is just fine. Shui Shanshan, ever quick to seize the moment, stood up and turned to offer Chen Bo a massage, only to be gently declined by him. Junjia, look, President Chen is shy. I shall attend to you instead, she said, returning to her original seat. As the three indulged in their meal and conversation, Shui Shanshan learned that Chen Bo was not merely there to enjoy the feast, but would be her primary liaison in the future. In other words, Chen Bo would become Zhu Wenjun's right-hand man and spokesperson, meaning that for any matters requiring attention, she would need to consult him. Sometimes, I cannot take calls for hours during surgery. If you have urgent matters and cannot reach me, you should contact him. He has recently transferred to the Finance Bureau and is not overly busy, so please keep in touch, Zhu Wenjun advised. After hearing Zhu Wenjun's introduction, Shui Shanshan's attitude towards Chen Bo shifted dramatically, transitioning her focus from Zhu Wenjun to him. Chen Bo, listening to their business discussions, began to grasp the situation. The serum currently used by the hospital was priced at 3 times that of Taikang Pharmaceuticals. However, they could offer it at 2/3 of the competitor's price, thus saving patients a considerable sum while supplying the hospital at 1/3 of the price. Moreover, Shui Shanshan had established connections with most pharmacies surrounding the hospital, all of which had their representatives. Whenever these pharmacies received orders from Zhu Wenjun's department, they could offer prices that were an additional 20% lower than those of the hospital, leading to a significant profit-sharing arrangement. Had Chen Bo not accompanied Zhu Wenjun to meet Shui Shanshan, he might never have uncovered such intricacies, thus elucidating why. Despite multiple rounds of centralized procurement, drug prices in hospitals remained exorbitantly high. Additionally, some medications gradually disappeared, often re-emerging under new names and packaging, maintaining inflated prices in the most sordid of environments, the hospital. The three enjoyed a lively discussion, and after the meal, Shui Shanshan departed, leaving Zhu Wenjun and Chen Bo to continue their tea. How do you feel? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Well, it seems that for people like you, making money is extraordinarily simple. The so-called policies from above and countermeasures from below are indeed remarkable, Chen Bo replied with a smile. If you were not involved, learning of these matters would surely provoke your ire. Now that you are part of it, do you feel fortunate? I have spoken with your brother. I assure you, you will not be treated unfairly. Have you considered who might represent this company? Zhu Wenjun asked. I've begun to look. A sister of a comrade of mine has opened a beauty salon. I'm not sure how well it's doing, but during a wedding a few days ago, I mentioned it to my comrade, and he said it would be fine, Chen Bo responded. Oh, that sounds promising. Reliability is key. What does your comrade's family do? Zhu Wenjun inquired, clearly interested. She had successfully propelled Yi Yushan from a budget section chief to the position of City Finance Bureau Director. Showcasing her extraordinary capabilities, she was a real-life Claire. My comrade's name is Gao Ning. His father's name is Gao Xingyan. Chen Bo hesitated before speaking. He distinctly sensed Zhu Wenjun's body tense at the mention of that name, prompting her to ask, is he the Gao Xingyan from the Discipline Inspection Commission? Otherwise, during the demobilization, my comrade once told me to have his father reach out and greet me, as I was his squad leader. If I were to neglect this favor, I would forever remain beneath him in stature. Thus, I sought the assistance of my brother and went to the prison, Shinbo remarked with a smile. Outside the restaurant, Shui Shanshan drove away. After starting the car, she made a phone call. Mr. Liu, everything has been arranged, but the person she suggested truly surprised me. You must be curious about who Zhu Wenjun wants to connect with me. Chapter 17. Who is Kanjingda? Lu Hanyin furrowed her brow and inquired. Your husband. Shinbo. I cannot be mistaken. Although I only caught a glimpse of him from a distance at the wedding, it was indeed him. This person also named Shinbo. Shui Shanshan remarked. Wenjun truly doesn't let good fortune flow to outsiders. Fine, I understand now. President Liu, I feel it necessary to caution you. Wenjun is not a trustworthy individual. How can you allow your brother-in-law to grow so close to her? Although they share a sister-in-law and younger brother relationship, one cannot predict what Wenjun is capable of. Their rapport appears quite amiable. I suggest you exercise caution. Shui Shanshan felt compelled to offer this warning for Lu Hanyin's sake. Lu Hanyin said nothing in response, merely stating that she was occupied before ending the call. The nature of her marriage with Chun Bo was known to no more than 5 individuals. Thus, to many outsiders, this union, while seemingly sinister, harbored mysteries that remained largely unknown. Even Shui Shanshan, being close to Lu Hanyin, was unaware of the deeper truths. After hanging up, Lu Hanyin recalled the events of the previous night and called Chun Bo, instructing him to return immediately. Frowning, Chun Bo answered the call. She's urging me to come back, he said to Wenjun, who adopted the demeanor of an experienced confidant, seemingly understanding Lu Hanyin's insistence. Then return. Women are all like this. Once they have tasted the first bite, they find it hard to crave anything else. Brother, indulge yourself. In a few days, the truth will reveal itself. So, seize these days and enjoy. Such a woman is not easily found. Just remember, when the time comes to confront the truth, do not be disheartened, Wenjun said with a smile. Chun Bo felt his face grow warm from her words, and the two subsequently departed from the restaurant. Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Hanyin's secretary awaited him in the lobby. Spotting Chun Bo, she quickly approached and whispered, President Liu is furious and waiting for you upstairs. Where have you been? I went out to dine with a friend. What is the matter? Chun Bo inquired nonchalantly, since discovering that the medication was not an abortifacient. His mood had lightened considerably. As long as no lives were at stake, he could only proceed step by step. Presently, he found himself firmly entangled in the affairs of Wenjun and her husband, contemplating the consequences of extricating himself from this precarious situation. One was his own career. Another was his sister's career. And now Wenjun had involved him in her new pharmaceutical venture, leaving him ensnared. Chun Bo ascended the stairs and entered Lu Hanyin's office, which, unlike the suite above, exuded a distinctly business-like atmosphere. When he entered, someone was presenting a work report to Lu Hanyin, who did not even glance in his direction. As if he were invisible, Chun Bo patiently waited for an hour until she completed her tasks. What instructions does President Liu have? He inquired with a smile. Pack your things and come home with me. My mother will be staying with us to take care of me before I give birth, Lu Hanyin stated. Chun Bo paused for a moment and asked, It's great that your mother will be taking care of you, but doesn't that mean I have no role to play? I'm quite comfortable in a hotel, and if you think I'm wasting the room, I can switch to another one. Chun Bo, are you not understanding me? Lu Hanyin retorted. Chun Bo was well aware that she intended to pull him back to her home. It was illogical for a son-in-law to be absent while his mother-in-law resided there. The thought of it made Chun Bo feel overwhelmed, as if he were stepping into a pitfall with every move he made. Lu, I comprehend your words. However, I believe this conflicts slightly with our previous agreement. What do you think? Chun Bo inquired. Lu Hanyin glanced toward the doorway, then approached Chun Bo in her high heels, lowering her voice as she asked, I haven't yet addressed what happened last night. After you made me drink, I sensed something was amiss. Tell me, what transpired last night? You have the audacity to drug me, yet lack the courage to follow through. Were you hoping to witness my disgrace, or was there another intention? Chun Bo, let me make this clear. Do not attempt to outsmart me. No one is more foolish than another. If you dare to harm me, I will not hesitate to take action. Do you believe me? This was the first time Chun Bo had witnessed Lu Hanyin's fierce demeanor. Perhaps it was due to her recalling the events of the previous night, or perhaps she was genuinely unsettled, lacking any evidence to support her suspicions. It was your room. Your wine. Even the water I drank came from your space. And now you question my integrity? This seems somewhat unreasonable. Before Chun Bo could finish his sentence, Lu Hanyin slapped his face, startling him. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and he instinctively grasped her wrist. Lu, I believe we should uphold our agreement. As for your home, I can certainly visit occasionally, but living there with you daily is out of the question. I am quite popular, after all. What if your mother takes a liking to me and urges for a second child after you give birth? Will you and I be responsible for that? Chunbo jested. Let go of me. Lu Hanyin was taken aback by Chunbo's resistance, especially since he held her wrist firmly. She hesitated to move, fearing it might disturb her pregnancy. You are with child. Do not let anger consume you. Let us adhere to our original terms without imposing new conditions midway, Chunbo suggested. And what if I insist on adding conditions? Feel free to voice your requests. But it is non-negotiable that you spend a few days at my home each month. My mother is already quite displeased with your family. And if you do not show more initiative, I fear she will eventually seek you out at your hometown, Lu Hanyin warned, startling Chunbo goodness. If my prospective mother-in-law truly follows the trail back to my hometown, things will become quite entertaining. Therefore, it seems I must acquiesce to Lu Hanyin's demands and stay at her home for the time being. How about this? Let us each make a concession. I can stay at your home for a few days symbolically, while you promptly send your mother away and hire a reliable nanny. It would be tedious to have her constantly overseeing your pregnancy, Chunbo proposed. As soon as Chunbo finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. The newcomer entered without knocking, and Chunbo immediately recognized him as Kinjingda. For a moment, all three were taken aback, with Lu Hanyin feeling particularly incensed. Who might this be? Chunbo feigned ignorance and inquired. Kinjingda, a seasoned veteran adept in both the underworld and legitimate circles, smiled and replied, I have an appointment with General Manager Lu to discuss a project. Have you concluded your discussion? Chapter 18. Implicit meanings. Chunbo was oblivious to the exact relationship between the two individuals before him. Yet he was well aware that this hotel held a significant portion of shares belonging to the Gui Lu Group. Turning to Lu Hanyin, he remarked, Let us postpone the discussion about moving back home. I must attend to some formalities at the prison, and it may be several days before I return. With that, he did not wait for Lu Hanyin to respond and turned away, passing by Kinjingda without so much as a glance. Upon hearing the door slam shut behind him, Kinjingda continued onward, while Lu Hanyin sank into a chair, her silence profound. What did he mean by moving back home? To his home? Kinjingda inquired. My mother is aware of my pregnancy and insists on living with me to take care of me. Chunbo and I have only just married, and with my pregnancy. How can I explain to my mother if he does not reside with us? Lu Hanyin's reasoning was indeed compelling, leaving even Kinjingda at a loss for words. Chunbo had no choice but to stay at the hotel, as he truly had nowhere else to go. However, since Zhuo Wenjun had entrusted him with the task of establishing a new company, he could not afford to procrastinate. Thus he reached out to Gao Ning. Gao Ning soon arrived to pick him up. Is your sister busy at the moment? Chunbo inquired. Let us visit her beauty salon and see if she has time for us. Due to my father's influence, my sister has attracted numerous wives from various departments in our city to purchase beauty cards from her, generating a substantial income. This is her covert exploitation of my father's power. He has cautioned her several times, yet she remains unrepentant. Given my father's position, who would dare refuse her when she invites them to buy cards? Gao Ning lamented. Are you implying that your sister is effectively collecting protection fees? Chunbo questioned. Gao Ning shot him a look, cautioning, please refrain from voicing such thoughts. In truth, her beauty salon operates quite legitimately, and while purchasing a card allows for service, it is rather expensive. Just be mindful of your words. My sister can be quite volatile. Understood. By the way, what is your opinion of Kinjingda? Chunbo asked. Kinjingda? He is a prominent figure in our city, often referred to by the moniker Minister of Underground Organizations. It is no wonder, as of now, the Gui Lu Group remains the largest private enterprise in our city. Consider the fact that they have achieved such success in Nangang. It is no small feat. Gao Ning sighed. Are you suggesting he is more formidable than your father? Chunbo probed. Gao Ning chuckled lightly. Well, power in hand possesses a charm that surpasses wealth. However, power is ever elusive, just as money can be. Yet, the endurance of money tends to outlast that of power. Would you not agree? Gao Ning. I never anticipated you would possess such philosophical insight, Chunbo replied with a smile, gazing out the window. Gao Ning was not only his comrade in arms, but also the most reliable ally he could currently access. It was difficult to ascertain whether the opportunity presented by Yi Yushan was a boon or a bane. Observing the many lifeless inmates at the prison, Mechanically repeating their mundane routines, Bo could not help but reflect. Was he not, in some sense, akin to them? After the initial thrill wore off, he found that his motivation to improve had dissipated. The prison, a true reflection of the human condition, was where he received daily reports from fellow inmates, all driven by a singular purpose: to manipulate the system for reduced sentences and an early release. And what of him? If he were to labor here for a lifetime, even with a revolving door of inmates, his chances of ever leaving were slim. Thus, Yi Yushan presented him with an opportunity to escape, a singular chance to inhale the fresh air of freedom. The momentary resistance he felt vanished when Yi Yushan proposed his transfer to the Finance Bureau. He resolved to cling tightly to Yi Yushan's support, vowing never to return, but to remain outside and work earnestly. When Yi Yushan's phone call obliterated his sister's years of hard work, Bo experienced the allure of power up close for the first time. This situation unfolded before him, and because he occupied that particular position, his subordinates had no choice but to execute the orders issued from above, regardless of their morality. As for Lu Hanyan, she could do as she pleased. Her choice of whom to bear children with was her affair, and it had no bearing on him. Upon encountering Gao Ning's sister, a woman leveraging her father's connections to extort protection money, Bo's perception of power and its corruptive influence was thoroughly shattered. "Ah, handsome fellow, come in. Gao Ning has spoken of you countless times, but I never had the pleasure of meeting you until now," Gao Anqi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. She was clearly a businesswoman, exuding confidence and forthrightness in her speech. "Hello, Sister Anqi. Gao Ning has mentioned you many times. All the brothers in our class know he has a capable and beautiful sister," Bo replied with courtesy. "Is that so? This little rascal can be so flattering," Gao Anqi remarked, playfully smacking Gao Ning with a force that only an elder sister could muster. She then set aside her responsibilities and led the two of them to the tea room upstairs. "Sis, I'll step out for a moment. You two chat. I need to find someone to give me a massage. My shoulders have been aching from all the overtime lately," Gao Ning said, a grimace on his face. "Get lost. And don't cause any trouble. Everyone here is respectable. Don't bring your nonsense," Gao Anqi warned, fully aware of her brother's intentions. Gao Ning, familiar with the place, departed without hesitation, leaving Bo and Gao Anqi alone in the tea room. Gao Anqi smiled and said, "I heard from Gao Ning that you just got married. I never expected that the thorny rose of Nankong City would end up in your hands. I must say, I admire your courage. I heard your family disapproved?" Bo felt a surge of irritation at her words, contemplating how to reprimand Gao Ning for his loose tongue to prevent further gossip. "It's manageable. Every family has its own struggles," he replied with a smile. Indeed, Lu Hanyan possesses commendable qualities. Although she is accompanied by a child, her attributes are still quite impressive. Presently residing in our hometown, widows raising 2 children often find suitors with relative ease. It goes without saying that with Lu Hanyan's outstanding qualities, the situation is even more favorable. As a comrade of Gao Ning, who consistently regards you as an elder brother, I hope you will not take offense at my words. Being a stepmother can be quite challenging, while being a stepfather tends to be somewhat more manageable, considering that men typically have fewer responsibilities. Wouldn't you agree? Gao Anqi's remarks left Bo in a state of perplexity. Chapter 19 Farewell. Initially, Bo perceived Gao Anqi as merely forthright in her speech. However, upon deeper contemplation, he began to sense a disquieting dissonance. The matter of Lu Hanyan's pregnancy was already known to but a few, and the knowledge that the child was not hers even fewer. How, then, did she come by this information? As he pondered, her mention of the concept of a stepfather further convinced Bo that they were not on the same wavelength. "Sister Anqi, I do not comprehend what you mean regarding stepfathers and stepmothers. It is all rather nebulous. Surely, you cannot be unaware? Lu Hanyan had a daughter before, a charming little girl whom I have seen. Gao Ning mentioned that his former class leader married Lu Hanyan, and I wondered how he could choose someone with a child. Thus, you genuinely do not know?" Gao Anqi inquired, noticing the shift in Bo's expression. Indeed, Bo was oblivious to this revelation. Cursed be the situation, as he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. This group seemed to perpetually alter the script, presenting a new act at every turn. Upon learning of Lu Hanyan's daughter, he was torn between elation and indignation. Should he feign prior knowledge or admit to his limited acquaintance with Lu Hanyan? Darn it. This narrative was one he could no longer perform. Perhaps it was time to pass the role to another. "I do not know. She has never mentioned such matters. Our acquaintance has been brief, having met only a few months ago when she informed me of her pregnancy," claiming the child was mine. I thought, if the child is indeed mine, then marriage would follow, but I had no inkling she had another child. Although Chen Bo was irate, he recognized that now was not the time to overturn the table. The performance must continue. However, since Gao Anqi possessed such insight into Lu Hanyan, why not seize the opportunity to learn more about her? Though he had no intention of pursuing a relationship, acquiring knowledge could help him avoid future pitfalls. Observing Chen Bo's genuine fury, which seemed authentic rather than feigned, and given that he was a comrade of her brother, Gao Anqi found herself instinctively aligned with Chen Bo's perspective. Thus, she recounted all she knew about Lu Hanyan, allowing Chen Bo a comprehensive understanding of the woman in question. Chen Bo, call me sister, or as a comrade of Gao Ning, I have shared everything I know. When you return, do not harbor anger toward her. Such feelings are detrimental to the child. Those incidents are part of her past. Consider them unknown. Moving forward positively is essential. One must look ahead, right? Heed my counsel. Will you? Noticing Chen Bo's considerable agitation, Gao Anqi sought to mend the situation, urging him to temper his ire and reflect on Lu Hanyan's virtues. Chen Bo smiled faintly, feigning a semblance of calm, and then shared details regarding his aspirations to start a company. I am still within the system, so establishing a business is not feasible. I will rely on you, sister, to navigate the necessary procedures. At the hospital, my cousin Zhu Wenjun can assist. She is quite adept in that environment, including nearby pharmacies. We should be able to secure agreements. My cousin Yi Yushan works in the finance bureau, and over time, I hope to establish connections with all the hospitals in the city, Chen Bo articulated. This business is quite lucrative. When one falls ill, they simply take medicine or receive an injection, and there are no prices to negotiate. One must comply and pay willingly. There is no more profitable endeavor than this. All right, I understand. I shall consult a financial company and commence registration tomorrow, Gao Anqi remarked nonchalantly. Upon exiting Gao Anqi's presence, Gao Ning was sound asleep in the massage room, and Chen Bo did not wait for him, but directly took a vehicle back to the prison to handle administrative matters. By the time he arrived at the prison, the day was waning. With nowhere else to go and needing to confer with superiors about the paperwork tomorrow, he voluntarily requested to work overtime, substituting for someone else to allow them to return home a day earlier. After all, he was about to leave the institution he had served for 2 years, and leaving a favorable impression was paramount. Yet, Chen Bo bore no trace of joy. It was as if the matter were entirely unrelated to him. At all times, discretion is the key to survival. In this place, which starkly reveals the darker facets of humanity, Chen Bo felt as if he were being suffocated. There exists a saying that no place is darker than the prison of the heart, except perhaps the secluded chambers of a royal palace. That evening, Chen Bo summoned an inmate he had tended to more than others. Officer Chen, it's been several days since I last saw you. Are you on leave? An elderly man with a slightly hunched back entered, wearing a simple pair of glasses, appearing relatively sprightly. Before this elder, Chen Bo displayed no airs. As soon as the elder entered, he rose, poured tea from the tray, and presented it to him. Thank you, this is exquisite tea. It has been ages since I have savored such a fragrance, the elder remarked, inhaling deeply with delight. Do take a sip, Chen Bo gestured, slightly lifting his hand. The elder, lifting the teacup, despite being in prison, could not shake the decades-old habit of savoring tea with great finesse. Old Bai, I am changing jobs. It may be difficult for us to meet in the future, Chen Bo suddenly stated. Old Bai, deeply relishing the aroma of the tea, initially dismissed the comment. After a moment, he inquired, you are no longer working in the prison? Indeed, I have leveraged some connections to transfer to the Municipal Finance Bureau. I have returned merely to handle some paperwork, and I shall depart tomorrow, Chen Bo explained. That is commendable. You are still young. Spending too long in this place, among individuals like us, can instill a sense of despondency, detrimental to one's physical and mental well-being. Old Bai responded with a smile, surprisingly open-minded. In truth, those who find themselves here must cultivate a sense of openness, as time is abundant, and one must engage their mind. Otherwise, enduring the days becomes unbearable. This so-called openness is the ability to disregard matters beyond one's control. Chen Bo had taken great care of him over the years, having been here for over a decade. Chen Bo had treated him with the utmost kindness, often fulfilling his requests. For instance, when on leave, Chen Bo would bring back several books, providing a means to pass the time. Old Bai, having spent decades within the system, surely you possess some wisdom to impart. Tonight, share your insights with me, lest I return to accompany you here, Bo asked, half seriously, half jokingly. Before Lao Bai arrived here, he served as the secretary to the top official of Donghai province. Due to an unfortunate turn of events, he ended up in this place. There are numerous speculations surrounding his arrival, yet how many of these are merely superficial? Upon hearing this, Lao Bai fixed his gaze on Bo for a considerable time before inquiring, "Young man, I knew your presence here was not without purpose. Pray tell, who sent you? What is it that you wish to learn from me? I have disclosed all that is appropriate. Should I divulge what is not, the consequences would be dire." Lao Bai made a gesture across his throat, startling Bo. "What do you mean, Lao Bai? No one sent me here. I merely wished to pay you a visit and bid you farewell. Why are you taking this in such a direction? All right, you may leave. Consider my words unspoken." Bo replied, somewhat irked. Chapter 20. By Yongyan, Old Bai's excessive reaction left Bo both amused and exasperated. He decided to escort him back to the detention center. "Are you not sent by them to test me?" Old Bai inquired as he glanced back on their way. "You are overthinking it. You are already confined here. Even if monumental matters arise, they belong to the past, and they are no longer of any concern to me. What purpose would it serve to test you? Your fate has already been sealed," Bo replied nonchalantly. "Enough, the tea is still not finished. Let us return and enjoy another cup." "I have yet to quench my thirst," Old Bai insisted, refusing to budge, yearning for more tea. Bo, understanding the situation, recognized that this might be one of their final encounters. Such fine tea would not be readily available again. Previously, Bo was aware that Old Bai had fallen from the esteemed position of the provincial party secretary, which led him to extend special consideration towards him, unlike the harsher treatment others received. Given Old Bai's age, Bo felt it was only fitting to offer him care. Having spent a lifetime within the system, Old Bai had mastered the art of reading subtle cues. While he did not overtly employ his political flattery on Bo, each meeting left Bo feeling exalted, almost as if he were floating. Although he often left with the sense of having been outsmarted, he would invariably find himself ensnared by Old Bai's captivating discourse upon their next encounter. Through several interactions, Bo concluded that Old Bai was a master of creating an inviting atmosphere in unfamiliar settings. Not only Bo, but many in his detention center also benefited from his attentiveness, as Old Bai's ability to connect with people subtly revealed itself. "You mentioned visiting the finance bureau in Nangwang City?" Old Bai asked. "Indeed, my cousin Yushan is the director there. It should be manageable to navigate his department." Bo responded. Old Bai shook his head and remarked, "The finance bureau is significant, yet if you aspire to ascend, you must not linger there. It is too insular. The government is primarily occupied with the two offices and the finance bureau, but the latter merely serves as the leader's treasury rather than a profit-generating entity. Over time, you will come to understand that seeking opportunities in other departments is essential. The two offices may be busy, yet they offer more prospects. No matter how adept you are at manipulating the finances in the bureau, the higher-ups will remain oblivious." Bo chuckled. "At present, I have no choice. I must adhere to my cousin's arrangements. True, when one is not in control of their circumstances, they must wait. When the opportunity arises, it is imperative to seize it without hesitation, closely following the steps of the prominent leaders. You must dedicate half your focus to your work and the other half, or even more, to the higher-ups. Otherwise, you will miss your chances," Old Bai advised. In light of the fine tea and Bo's prolonged care, Old Bai, for the first time, shared a personal experience with an outsider, leaving Bo in awe. Old Bai's full name is Bai Yongyan. When he served as the deputy county magistrate, he learned one day that the father of the city's party secretary had passed away. He wished to pay his respects, perceiving it as an opportunity. However, when he inquired with the county magistrate, the latter feigned ignorance, as he was reluctant to take him along, asserting that only the heads of departments attended such condolences. Nevertheless, Bai Yongyan was determined not to miss this rare opportunity, for after all, occurrences of bereavement in the families of high-ranking officials are not an everyday affair. Thus, he borrowed a vehicle and drove over 100 kilometers to pay his respects. Upon arrival, as he had anticipated, the attendees were indeed the heads of various county and municipal departments, and he found himself the lowest ranked among them. After bowing in tribute, the dignitaries were ushered to a nearby courtyard for tea and respite, leaving Bai Yongyan feeling too bashful to join them, particularly as the county magistrate he had previously consulted was among those seated. After offering his condolences, he exchanged a handshake with the municipal secretary, uttering a brief expression of sympathy before taking his place at the entrance, observing the rows of floral wreaths. Only an elderly gentleman was writing the condolence banners per the ceremonial list, while the secretary's aides scurried about assisting him. At that moment, the municipal secretary had only a vague recollection of Bai Yongyan. After all, in a prefectural city, there were numerous deputy county magistrates, and he had only met the secretary once before. With a bold demeanor, Bai Yongyan approached the aide to help affix the banners to the wreaths. The aide insisted that as a guest, he need not partake in such labor, yet Bai Yongyan argued that with so many people present, the secretary must surely be exhausted, and it would be better for the aide to remain by the secretary's side. He assured the aide that he could competently handle the repetitive task of attaching the banners. The aide, acknowledging the logic in his reasoning, assigned the task to Bai Yongyan. As the number of attendees swelled, Bai Yongyan spent the entire day affixing banners. After the official guests had paid their respects and departed, he chose to stay on, assisting with various responsibilities throughout the following days until the funeral concluded. During those 3 days, Bai Yongyan busied himself at the funeral site, with the secretary taking note of his diligence. Yet he never once approached the secretary to engage in conversation, merely focusing on his own tasks. Upon his departure, the secretary shook his hand, expressing gratitude for his intense efforts over the past 3 days. Bai Yongyan simply replied, "Secretary, during such a time of mourning, the greatest burden lies with you. Please take care of yourself." Having said this, he left without making any demands. Nonetheless, Bai Yongyan felt a palpable acceleration in his career trajectory following the secretary's family tragedy. He had always been a diligent and earnest worker, but being seen by leadership made a significant difference. In a system where everyone bears equal burdens, the distinguishing factor often lies in the opportunities to catch the attention of those in power. Chen Bo concurred wholeheartedly with Bai Yongyan's sentiments. Thus, on the following day, he chose to remain and engaged in conversation with Bai Yongyan throughout the night. During this time, Lu Hanyan attempted to call him, but was unable to reach him. It wasn't until all his formalities were completed on his return journey that he received a call from Zhu Wenjun. "Sister-in-law, I've finalized everything and am on my way back," Chen Bo announced. "Return to me, for I have inquired with the obstetrics and gynecology department. The paternity test conducted by that wretched woman has yielded results that align perfectly with the sample she provided. Would you not consider this a remarkable turn of events?" The excitement in Zhu Wenjun's voice was palpable. "What do you mean?" Chen Bo asked, momentarily taken aback. "This implies that the child within Lu Hanyan is not your brother's. Surely, this is fortuitous news for you." Zhu Wenjun continued over the phone. "We must discuss this further upon your return. I believe we cannot let this opportunity slip through our fingers without taking action." At that moment, Chen Bo found himself utterly bewildered, and just then, Lu Hanyan's call came through. Chapter 21 Confrontation Sister-in-law. Lu Hanyan's call came through. Chen Bo remarked, "All right, you should take her call first and see what she has to say, then come back to our home," said Zhu Wenjun. After Chen Bo ended the call with Zhu Wenjun, Lu Hanyan's call also disconnected, prompting him to dial back. "Who were you just calling?" Lu Hanyan asked, her tone tinged with irritation. Chen Bo chuckled lightly and replied, "Are you perhaps too immersed in your role? Given our relationship, do you really have the right to question whom I call? Now what is it? Speak quickly. You need to come back. I have something to discuss with you. Have you sorted out the work matters?" Lu Hanyan inquired, feigning concern. "Almost done. We can talk when you return," Chen Bo stated before hanging up. After Lu Hanyan ended the call, she turned to Kanjungda across the table. They had originally intended to stage a grand performance, but now it seemed the platform they had just constructed was on the verge of collapsing. "What do we do now? What if Yi Yushan finds out?" Lu Hanyan asked. "It's unlikely. What are the odds that he would know just as you've reached a conclusion?" Kanjungda replied. "Let us delay it as long as we can." Continuing, Kanjungda added, "No one knows about this matter. You must keep Chen Bo calm. As long as he doesn't cause a stir, Yi Yushan will remain oblivious. Even if a paternity test is required, it will likely occur after the child is born." Kanjungda exuded confidence, believing others to be fools. Yet he overlooked the fact that, although Yi Yushan appeared brutish, he possessed a formidable wife. After all, how else could Yi Yushan have risen so swiftly? At times, a wife's social connections can serve as an invaluable shortcut. First, one must have a wife adept at networking. Second, she must possess some skills, charm, or perhaps wealth. In essence, she must have something to offer. Upon returning to Nansong City, Chen Bo went directly to Yi Yushan's residence. He reasoned that since the child was not Yi Yushan's, there was no longer a necessity for his marriage to Lu Hanyan, prompting him to consider a swift divorce. "Come in, sit down." "Oh, after all these years, I have never felt as joyful as I do today." "Chenbo, would you say this is a case of light at the end of the tunnel?" Zhu Wenjun welcomed Chenbo inside. To Chenbo's surprise, Yi Yushan was not home. "Is my brother not back yet?" Chenbo asked. "He said he was in a meeting and would join us for dinner later at home." "Please, make yourself comfortable. I'll prepare the meal," Zhu Wenjun cheerfully replied. Observing the bustling Zhu Wenjun in the kitchen, Chenbo leaned against the doorframe and asked, "Sister-in-law, since Lu Hanyan's child isn't my brother's, am I free to pursue a divorce with her? After all, this marriage holds little significance, and I wish to sever all ties." Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenjun smiled, holding a stalk of celery, and as she plucked off the leaves, she queried, "What's this? Are you no longer interested in continuing the charade? The child is not your brother's, so there is even less reason for you to consider her feelings. If you need medication, I can provide it at any time. Chenbo, although the child is not your brother's, I have been unable to rid myself of this lingering resentment. As a public servant, I cannot resort to the vulgarity of public outbursts. Therefore, could you help your sister-in-law relieve this pent-up frustration?" Chenbo was taken aback and replied, "Sister-in-law, I cannot engage in such behavior. Who suggested I create a scene? I merely meant that you should endure for a little longer. Enjoy your time with her. For every day you amuse her, my irritation dissipates for that day. Once you have had your fill of entertainment, tell her that you have known all along that this child is not Yi Yushan's. The only reason you kept it from her was for your amusement." Zhu Wenjun spoke with a piercing gaze. "Goodness, that's a cruel blow." Chenbo was not one to be manipulated. Now that he was aware of Lu Hanyan's child not being related to Yi Yushan, how could he continue this marriage? Besides, his interactions with Lu Hanyan were minimal, allowing him to withdraw at any moment. Given Lu Hanyan's complicated background, the longer he remained entangled with her, the greater the risk of trouble. Thus, it was wiser to extricate himself sooner rather than later. Chenbo shook his head and stated, "I have no interest in her. When my brother returns, we will discuss how to proceed. I wish to clarify things with her and end the marriage swiftly." Zhu Wenjun, observing Chenbo's resolute expression, realized that if he was unwilling to cooperate, many subsequent matters could not continue. With a quiet sigh, she nodded in agreement. Feeling a weight lifted from his heart upon Zhu Wenjun's assent, Chenbo relaxed. Just then, the front desk secretary announced the arrival of Mr. Yi, who wished to see her. Lu Hanyan's heart raced, as she had only just received the results and informed Qin Jingde. Although Qin Jingde was busy, upon learning that Lu Hanyan was carrying his child, he had personally come to offer reassurance. Now, however, Yi Yushan had also arrived. After quickly tidying her appearance and touching up her makeup, she stood at the elevator door, patiently awaiting Yi Yushan's arrival. In front of Yi Yushan, she embodied the image of a pitiable, aspiring entrepreneur, a persona that had once captivated him to the point of distraction. Whatever Lu Hanyan desired, Yi Yushan would grant without hesitation. Despite the tumultuous experiences of pregnancy and coercive marriage, the matter had now been settled, and Lu Hanyan had returned to her former self. As Yi Yushan emerged from the elevator and beheld Lu Hanyan's beaming smile, he would typically have felt his heart soften. However, after the ordeal of pregnancy and coercion, coupled with the revelation that the child was not his, he felt deceived and betrayed. His anger simmered just beneath the surface, almost overwhelming him. "How fortunate you are to have time to visit me today, without any pretense." Lu Hanyan smiled as she approached and linked her arm with Yi Yushan's, the two of them leaning into one another as they entered the general manager's office. Yi Yushan remained silent. Upon entering the office, Lu Hanyan closed the door and cast a glance at Yi Yushan, her beautiful eyes brimming with springtime affection. Regardless of his purpose for being there, Lu Hanyan was determined to keep him close and cater to his needs. Yi Yushan wore a cheerful expression, radiating vitality, which gradually eased Lu Hanyan's suspicions. Little did she know, Yi Yushan's joy stemmed not from the sight of his beloved, but rather from the realization that the child was not his own. He had come to confront Lu Hanyan. Indeed, upon failing to return home, Yi Yushan had diverted to Lu Hanyan's place to settle the score, and one could only wonder how Zhu Wenjun would react to his impatience. Chapter 22. Understanding. Yi Yushan sat on the sofa with a smile as Lu Hanyan approached and stood before him. Just as she was about to straddle his lap and act coy, he raised his hand to stop her. "What's the matter? Have we become so estranged after just a few days apart?" Lu Hanyan teased playfully. Yi Yushan lifted his gaze to her face. A fleeting desire to slap her crossed his mind, Yet he restrained himself. It was merely a thought. Despite the child not being his, he and this woman had shared countless intimate moments. He then focused on Lu Hanyan's belly and, after a moment, gently placed his hand on it, caressing softly. Lu Hanyan smiled, intertwining her fingers with his. It seemed that every mother instinctively did this, even with their most trusted husbands. When another's hand touched their belly through fabric, it wasn't merely a caress, it was a tender gesture towards their child. Fearing that the touch might be too rough, they often used their own hands as a protective barrier, guiding the other's hand to stroke gently. As Yi Yushan continued to caress, he chuckled and said, "Ah, it's only been a short while, yet this child has startled me quite a bit. Now, I can finally relax." Lu Hanyan responded, "Your cousin is a decent man, but I'm at a loss on how to explain this to my mother. We just got married. How could I not bring him home? Could you perhaps speak on his behalf?" Yi Yushan paused at her words, shifting slightly to face her, and inquired, "What does the child's father say about this? Is he allowing you to continue living with Chenbo? That can't be right. You really want to push me to hand you over to Chenbo?" Lu Hanyan, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, now appeared somewhat distressed. "What do you mean by that? Wasn't he Chenbo your choice? Can't you manage him?" She challenged. "I can manage Chenbo, but I am not the father of this child. You cannot expect my cousin to bear this burden. He would never agree. I know him well enough. He married you purely out of respect for me in a moment of crisis. Now that the child isn't mine, how could he swallow this indignation?" Yi Yushan laid bare his thoughts. Lu Hanyan was silent for a while before asking, "Yi Yushan, are you planning to turn your back on me? Aren't you afraid I might cause a scene?" "I am afraid. If the child were mine, I would be terrified. I would kneel and beg for your forgiveness. But you conducted a paternity test, and the child isn't mine. I am genuinely curious. Who is the father? While you were involved with me, who else were you sharing your bed with?" Yi Yushan's words were harsh, completely disregarding Lu Hanyan's condition. It was no surprise, as Lu Hanyan had relentlessly pressured him, nearly driving him to madness. If it weren't for Chun Bo's promise to assist him, he would likely be facing either a divorce from Zhu Wenjun or exposure of the scandal. He might lose not only his position as deputy mayor, but potentially his entire career. Now, finally releasing his pent-up frustration, he looked at Lu Hanyan's poor performance with disdain, feeling an overwhelming sense of disgust. Originally, Lu Hanyan intended to fight back, but upon hearing the mention of the paternity test, her spirit crumbled instantly. "Indeed, I had forgotten that your wife works at the hospital. Inquiring about such matters must be effortless for her. It is truly immoral for the hospital to so casually divulge such private information," murmured Lu Hanyan to herself. Yi Yushan felt an immense sense of relief. The suffocating pressure he endured when Lu Hanyan had cornered him was now replaced by an exhilarating freedom. After all these years of navigating business with the government, it should be evident that all rules crumble in the face of relationships. Do you not grasp this? Yi Yushan scoffed. "I understand now. You intend to renege on your responsibilities, do you not? Although the child is not yours, it is true that you and I have shared a past." Lu Hanyan retorted angrily. With their cards laid bare, Lu Hanyan felt no need for restraint. If she could not intimidate Yi Yushan now, her daughter remained in the hands of Kenjingda. Thus, she had to assert her dominance, making it clear to Yi Yushan that this matter was far from over and would not be dismissed simply because the child was not his. Say what you will. You are pregnant and still a married woman. Who would believe your words? You may speak to whomever you wish, but it no longer concerns me. As for Chenbo, that's up to him, Yi Yushan said with a smug smile, rising to head towards the door. Lu Hanyan trembled with rage, feeling utterly powerless. Yet Yi Yushan was not finished. As he reached the doorway, he turned back to her and asked, "I am quite curious. Whose child is it?" "That is none of your business. Get out," Lu Hanyan replied, not even lifting her head. Yi Yushan laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, whose child it is matters not to me. Never have I felt such joy as I do now. For a time, I carried a heavy weight in my heart, but at last, it has been lifted." Lu Hanyan, to put it bluntly, you are truly a wretched person. You do not even know whose child it is, and yet seek to conduct a paternity test. What a peculiar situation. How could I have fallen for your deceit? With that, Yi Yushan flung open the door, slamming it shut with a resounding bang. Lu Hanyan, nearly collapsing from indignation, slowly sank onto the carpet. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. What recourse did she have? Her attempt to seduce Yi Yushan had been coerced by Kenjingda, leaving her no choice. Her relationship with Kenjingda was not one she could choose. She was but a plaything under his control, compelled to comply with his demands, lest she never see her child again. Her daughter had been secretly raised by a nanny in Japan, and this age was crucial for establishing her character. In a few years, even if she could bring her daughter back, would she still be affectionate towards her? Would she recognize her as her mother? With the revelation of the paternity test results, it seemed that everything had veered away from her anticipated course, leaving her in a state of disarray. Hello. Yi Yushan has just departed, and he knows everything now. He came to confront me, and the test results were obtained by his wife from the hospital. Lu Hanyan's voice trembled. Upon hearing this, Qinjingda simply replied, understood. Lu Hanyan felt as though her heart had plunged into an abyss. Before she could articulate her demands, Qinjingda had already disconnected the call. Undoubtedly, she would face punishment, and the mere thought of this made her tremble. Meanwhile, when Yi Yushan returned home, brimming with self-satisfaction, and recounted his recent whereabouts to Chun Bo and Zhu Wenjun was left astounded. Had it not been for Chun Bo's presence, she would have immediately delivered a resounding slap to him. Chapter 23. Whose is it? Have you gone to find her? Why are you so impatient? Did I not tell you to return and discuss what to do? Zhu Wenjun was quite vexed, yet she maintained a restrained tone in front of Chun Bo. Yi Yushan, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, exclaimed, Damn it, threatening me? Can I possibly swallow this anger? Zhu Wenjun found herself at a loss for words. Faced with such a rash, thoughtless man who acted without regard for consequences, she truly felt exasperated. In truth, such incidents had occurred frequently before. It must be said that Yi Yushan excelled in his profession, thriving in the finance bureau. However, his understanding of the intricacies of political affairs only began to develop after his marriage to Zhu Wenjun. Otherwise, he would not have risen so swiftly in such a short time. Yet, some aspects cannot be taught, for political acumen is a gift, largely independent of acquired knowledge. In similar situations, some individuals can instinctively discern the course of action, while others may require hands-on guidance without guaranteed success. Brother, what did she say? Did you two have a falling out? Chun Bo inquired. I suppose so. That wretched woman is still pretending with me. If it weren't for her pregnancy, I would have slapped her a few times. How dare she deceive me? Is she tired of living? Yi Yushan continued to express his indignation. Chun Bo furrowed his brow and remarked, This situation has become difficult. If there had been no falling out, we could have negotiated a resolution. But now that relations have soured, if she takes this matter to the municipal committee, brother, you haven't even settled into your role as vice mayor yet. Could it affect you? Once such matters spread, leaders tend to believe in their existence rather than their absence. Look, Chun Bo has a longer perspective than you. You've endured for so long. Can't you hold on a bit longer? You are utterly impatient. What shall we do now? Zhu Wenjun asked angrily. Yi Yushan too was infuriated. He had initially felt a sense of relief after venting his frustrations, but upon returning to his wife's scolding, he recognized the seriousness of the issue. Indeed, he had yet to officially assume the vice mayor position, and if rumors about his affair with Lu Hanyan circulated, it would be a problem, albeit she was married. Yet, such rumors spread like the willow catkins in spring, pervasive and unavoidable. Moreover, Chun Bo was right. In matters of promotion, if any scandalous rumors arose, they would typically be shelved, but one could not predict how long that would take. As long as the red-headed documents had not been issued, any supposed promotion would hold no weight. Leaders faced enough challenges already. No one would wish to assume responsibility for promoting a subordinate with dubious issues. Therefore, if the matter involving Lu Hanyan and himself reached the municipal committee, his promotion could indeed be jeopardized. What was most alarming was that he and Lu Hanyan were not entirely innocent. They had shared a past, and he was uncertain whether she had any evidence of their indiscretions. The thought sent a chill down Yi Yushan's spine. Noticing the troubled expression on Yi Yushan's face, Chun Bo decided to take his leave, leaving the couple's affairs to themselves, as it was not the time to add fuel to the fire. He thought it best to allow them to settle their quarrel before discussing the next steps the following day. After Chun Bo departed, Zhu Wenjun approached Yi Yushan and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Yi Yushan, taken aback, refrained from retaliating or uttering a word. He merely touched the corner of his mouth, which was now bleeding, a testament to the force behind Zhu Wenjun's strike. Do you possess any sense? Have you gained wisdom with age? After so many years in a leadership position, you are still outdone by a mere youth. Chun Bo came to me seeking counsel regarding his situation with Lu Hanyan, and now you have left him in disarray. What do you expect him to do? Zhu Wenjun's voice was sharp and accusatory. Confronted by Zhu Wenjun's fury, Yi Yushan collapsed to his knees. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and the dubious means through which he had attained his position as deputy mayor. In this moment, he realized that he could not rely on others. His only recourse was to plead with his wife. Kneeling before Zhu Wenjun, he struck himself across the face, a gesture signifying his acknowledgement of wrongdoing. "My dear, it is my fault. I acted out of frustration." Zhu Wenjun let out a derisive laugh. "You were frustrated? And what of my feelings? Am I not entitled to my own anger? My husband has been unfaithful, and I am left to clean up the mess. Do you believe I am naturally so magnanimous that you can act without consequence? My love, I did not intend for it to be this way. I am being sincere. I have not pursued any other affairs," he implored. "Get away from me. Do not obstruct my path." With that, Zhu Wenjun rose, grabbed her bag, and departed, leaving Yi Yushan alone in the disheveled living room. The most awkward of all was Chen Bo, who had come to take the blame but found himself ensnared in an unforeseen predicament. Continuing to bear the burden was out of the question. So upon returning to the hotel and encountering Lu Hanyan, he found her weeping in the office. Chen Bo remained silent, sitting beside her, awaiting the conclusion of her tears and her subsequent decision. He knew he could not simply let this matter rest, for he had sacrificed his first marriage, and any future partner might hold this against him. "They have all informed you, haven't they?" Lu Hanyan's eyes brimmed with tears, resembling ripe peaches. Chen Bo nodded. Still silent. "What do you intend to do? Are you eager to divorce me immediately? The child is not Yi Yushan's. I have no reason to remain with you." Lu Hanyan remarked with a bitter smile. "That is not necessarily the case," Chen Bo replied. Lu Hanyan paused, her brows furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" Chen Bo continued. "Consider our recent marriage. You are carrying a child. How would you explain a divorce to your family at this juncture?" Lu Hanyan recognized his ulterior motives. It was evident that negotiations were forthcoming. "And then, I could, with great reluctance, agree to endure until after you give birth and complete your confinement. However, I too have conditions, which may be somewhat costly. If you find them unacceptable, we can proceed with divorce tomorrow. The choice is yours," Chen Bo stated. "Very well. What are your conditions?" "You may hire me until after the child is born, or until the month is complete, at a rate of 10,000 per day." "How long until your due date?" Chen Bo inquired. 10,000 a day. Why don't you just rob it?" Lu Hanyan exclaimed in anger. Chen Bo, calm and unhurried, replied, "We are now a legally registered couple. With my presence, you can avoid a great deal of trouble and reduce the need for numerous documents. After all, my signature holds considerable value at each stage. Moreover, if we were to divorce now, how would you explain it to your family? What would your parents think? It's not just for you. We must also consider the elders in your family. Wouldn't you agree? You are nothing but a scoundrel." "Scoundrel? That term suits you better. May I inquire, whose illegitimate child is this, after all?" Chen Bo retorted with a sneer. Chapter 24. Are you unfamiliar with the rules? What exactly does Yi Yushan intend to achieve? Lu Hanyan disregarded Chen Bo's taunts and inquired. She felt a sense of urgency. For failing to secure Yi Yushan's cooperation would signify her inability to fulfill the task assigned by Conjunga. What would become of her child in Japan? Thus, for the sake of her offspring, it was imperative to bring Yi Yushan aboard, yet he seemed more elusive than ever. The only ally she had left was the young man before her, though she was uncertain of Chen Bo's influence over Yi Yushan. Why would Chen Bo continue to wade through this murky water? He too was uncertain whether to persist in his dealings with Lu Hanyan. In truth, it would be wiser to delay matters until Yi Yushan's vice-mayoral position was secured. Confronting him then would be far more advantageous. Chen Bo was acutely aware that should this issue escalate and prevent Yi Yushan from assuming his role, the most optimistic outcome would see him relegated to the finance bureau, while the bleakest scenario would involve Lu Hanyan severing ties and toppling Yi Yushan. This was decidedly not favorable news for Chen Bo, who had only recently been released from prison and had just begun to cling to Yi Yushan's coattails. It seemed his dream was abruptly cut short. Therefore, Chen Bo resolved to exercise patience and endure a little longer, with a straightforward objective, to stabilize Lu Hanyan and ideally act as a conduit between her and Yi Yushan. While it was no longer feasible to bring Yi Yushan on board at this juncture, he understood that all things in life could be exchanged, provided both parties perceived the exchange as equitable. There was no need for lethal confrontations that demanded one party to kneel and plead for mercy. This instinct stemmed from the reality that not only was his own future at stake, but also that of his sister. Although he had entered the finance bureau, his position was little more than that of a temporary worker. If Yi Yushan fell from grace, the past deeds he had committed could be unearthed in an instant. The bonds of camaraderie in the political arena were thinner than paper. The departure of a person often signified the cooling of relations, and it was customary to find one's tea spilled rather than merely cold. Nevertheless, Chun-Bo recognized that his influence was limited. He could only exert his modest efforts, hoping to salvage whatever he could. You still have the time to inquire about his thoughts. Why not ask me? Chun-Bo remarked as he took a seat. Lu Hanyin dismissed him entirely, uninterested in his words. Very well. It seems you two are the sort to dismantle bridges after crossing them. In that case, you are familiar with the Civil Affairs Bureau. Why not schedule a time for us to finalize the paperwork? This absurd dream ends here, Chun-Bo stated. Isn't that precisely your aim? Lu Hanyin retorted angrily. Incorrect. That is not my intention at all. I wish to spare you some dignity. You have only been married for a few days, and to divorce now would cast a shadow over your reputation in Nongguang City, would it not? Such news would lead people to speculate about some scandal. Thus, I propose this, a daily sum of 10,000. You can afford it. Not only will I refrain from pursuing a divorce, but I shall also move in with you and your mother to care for you. What do you say? Chun-Bo stood, speaking with utmost seriousness. If Chun-Bo were to unreservedly indulge her, Lu Hanyin would undoubtedly discern his ulterior motive, to stabilize his position until the deputy Mayor Yi Yushan made his landing. Thus, Chun-Bo proposed a monetary arrangement, suggesting that for a price, he could endure a bit longer. This was rooted in his understanding that the child was not his cousiness, and therefore, his willingness was contingent solely upon financial compensation, unrelated to anyone else. With this buffer in place, Lu Hanyin might manage to maintain her composure and continue negotiating terms with Yi Yushan, although uncertain of her desires. At least now there was room for discussion. Everyone could speak frankly, without concealing their intentions. Are you that desperate for money? Lu Hanyin inquired, her tone sharp. Isn't it obvious? In this day and age, who isn't short on cash? I haven't even found a wife yet. The bride price alone is several $100,000. Not to mention buying a house in her name, purchasing a car, and in the future, securing a house in a good school district for the children. Every aspect requires funds. And if I were to marry again, it would be a second marriage, and the girl's family might demand compensation. I believe you should cover that, Chun-Bo rambled on, leaving Lu Hanyin with a throbbing headache. Lu Hanyin was preoccupied with how to explain things to Conjunta. In an unguarded moment, Chun-Bo stood beside her, placing his hand on her abdomen, intending to feel for himself, which startled Lu Hanyin. What are you doing? She stepped back, alarmed. Chun-Bo shrugged nonchalantly. I'm merely curious. Whose child is this? What does it matter to you? Stay away, Lu Hanyin retorted angrily, turning toward her office chair. Chun-Bo, noticing the room was empty, followed her. How does it not concern me? I intend to stay at your home and assist your mother during your confinement. If the child's biological father arrives, I ought to know who he is, shouldn't I? After all, I must distinguish my relationship with him appropriately. His words sliced through Lu Hanyin's heart as he continued to provoke her about the child. The more you wish to avoid discussing this child, the more I will speak of him. You are well aware of whose child it is. Thus I will keep you in a state of unrest, provided you do not confront Yi Yushan. Chun-Bo leaned against the back of the office chair, while Lu Hanyin dared not lean back, sitting upright instead. Just then, Conjunta entered, taken aback by the sight of Lu Hanyin and Chun-Bo. As Lu Hanyin attempted to rise, Chun-Bo firmly pressed her shoulder down, compelling her to remain seated. Conjunta halted at the doorway, his bodyguard standing watch outside. Not entering. Last time you came, I refrained from criticizing you. Do you understand the rules? You are also a person of business. So how could you be so discourteous as to not even knock? Chun-Bo remarked as he circled around the desk, slowly approaching within 2 meters of Conjunta. Upon hearing this, everyone present, except Chun-Bo, was stunned. His statement was not without merit. It was predicated on the assumption that he was Lu Hanyin's legitimate husband. Regardless of who this person was, be it Lu Hanyin's partner or otherwise, some measure of courtesy was expected. This further solidified Conjunta's belief that the lad was somewhat dim-witted, genuinely considering Lu Hanyin as his wife and willing to engage in this arrangement. At that moment, Lu Hanyin was so startled that she stood up. However, before she could utter a word, Conjunta's bodyguard entered through the door, striding in with urgency, reaching out to seize Chun-Bo by the collar, seemingly intending to drag him out like a chick by its neck. Lu Hanyin covered her mouth in terror, yet she dared not intercede. More importantly, there was no time to plead for mercy. The bodyguard, tall and imposing, was not alone. While one advanced to apprehend Chun-Bo, another stood guard at the entrance, poised to assist. Chapter 25. I have no interest in you. Hey, hey, hey. Take it easy. Don't resort to violence. Amidst Chun Bo's incessant pleas, he was forcibly escorted out of the office by Kanjungda's bodyguards. With a resounding bang, the office door closed, sealing the noise predominantly outside, with only faint sounds occasionally escaping, the source of which was indiscernible. What are you doing? You've pushed him to the brink. If he goes after Yi Yushan again, it will be a disaster. Lu Hanyan blurted out, seemingly oblivious to her own allegiance and momentarily forgetting Chun Bo's identity. How could she plead for him? Kanjungda, seated on the sofa, ignored her remarks and instead inquired, what do you intend to do about Yi Yushan? Over the years, he has been as slippery as an eel. Though he has done some favors for us, they were only under considerable pressure from above. As his position has risen, he has grown increasingly obstinate. This was initially an opportunity, but alas, it has been squandered. Since discovering that the child was his own, Kanjungda had been consumed with anger, wishing he could erase that day from his memory. A few months prior, he had instructed Lu Hanyan to ensnare Yi Yushan, and the plan had unfolded smoothly. He vividly recalled setting the trap in this very hotel. Indeed, it was within this office that he had seen Lu Hanyan return from Yi Yushan's room, her arm bearing the marks of a struggle. He had merely asked if she succeeded, and at that moment, her silent nod inexplicably ignited his jealousy, leading him to seize Lu Hanyan and act impulsively on the sofa. It was a race against time, and he emerged victorious, yet at that moment, he felt no joy in his triumph. This encounter had been his sole indulgence with Lu Hanyan in over a year. Damn it, how ironic it was. Although it proved his superiority over Yi Yushan, he would rather forego this victory. In truth, this situation could not be blamed on Lu Hanyan. Thus Kanjungda silently seethed with frustration. I wish to speak with him, provided that I cannot divorce Chun Bo at this moment. Regardless of the circumstances, Chun Bo is our bridge to Yi Yushan. Without this bridge, our relations will sour. Especially with the recent pressure to marry, Yi Yushan has come to loathe me. In a moment of desperation, Lu Hanyan asserted. Speak? How do you propose to do that? Kanjungda frowned in inquiry. Any discussion is preferable to a complete fallout, is it not? If we sever ties now, I will possess no room for negotiation. Of course, you are the boss, your word is final, and I shall comply. Lu Hanyan's words trailed off as a knock resonated at the door. Surprised, Lu Hanyan glanced at Kanjungda. In the past, whenever he sought her out for discussions, his men stood guard at the door, and no one dared to interrupt. But this time, come in, Lu Hanyan called out. The door swung open, and it was not Kanjungda's bodyguard who entered, but Chun Bo. With the door ajar, it remained unclosed as Chun Bo smiled at Lu Hanyan, saying, I apologize. I got a bit bloodied. I'll wash up and be on my way. At this moment, Kanjungda's pupils constricted. His 3 bodyguards lay sprawled outside the door. 2 had succumbed to unconsciousness, while one curled up like a shrimp, groaning pitifully, clearly exhibiting the severity of his beating. Lu Hanyan was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Kanjungda, a man over 50, had spent years building his empire through violence and conflict, thus placing immense value on his safety. These bodyguards, personally selected by him, were former underground fighters, and upon recognizing their prowess, he had employed them for protection. Yet this time, Chun Bo washed his hands clean, and just moments ago, Kanjungda had observed him enter, his fist stained with blood, undoubtedly not his own, while the bodyguard's clothing remained unscathed, indicating that the blood had originated from their faces. Standing in the middle of the room, Chun Bo turned to Lu Hanyan and inquired, during my last visit, I was in a rush and refrained from probing into your business. This time, however, I have ample time. Will you not introduce your friend? Lu Hanyan opened her mouth, poised to respond, when Kanjungda interjected, I am Kanjungda, the owner of Guelu Group. Have you not heard of me? Oh, I have heard of you, but never met you in person. Little Lu, this is your oversight. Why did you not introduce me to President Kan sooner? Look at this situation. It has become a misunderstanding. As he spoke, Chun Bo cast a glance at the 3 men lying on the carpet outside. Kanjungda felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This was the first time he had suffered such a significant humiliation, not in terms of physicality, but in pride. This hotel belonged to him. This woman was his. Even the child she bore was his, as were the bodyguards. Yet here he found himself utterly humiliated by this rogue. I still believe that business is merely an exchange. If something can be traded, then trade it. If not, then let it be. There is no need for aggression. President Kan, during your last visit, you barged in without knocking, and I said nothing. This time, I merely spoke a few words, and your men attacked me mercilessly. I acted in self-defense. If you wish, check the surveillance footage. I have always acted in self-defense. Chen Bo stated with unwavering composure. Then you now know who I am. Kan Jingde questioned with a face flushed with anger. I do, but I reiterate. She is my wife. Anyone who shows disrespect to my wife shall learn what manners are, Chen Bo replied, his gaze fixed steadily on Kan Jingde, showing no signs of retreat. Kan Jingde was infuriated to the point of laughter. In his eyes, Chen Bo was merely a fool. Yet before he could voice his laughter, Chen Bo frowned and asked, President Kan, do entrepreneurs like yourself receive any special treatment from the city? Kan Jingde, puzzled by the question, furrowed his brows in silence. Chen Bo continued, I have served in the military and patrolled the borders, so I am not unfamiliar with certain matters. I can discern that the weapons at the waist of those three are genuine. Has the city issued them gun permits? At this revelation, Kan Jingde's expression shifted dramatically, suddenly feeling a dull ache in his molars. Mr. Liu, let us conclude our discussion for today. I have matters to attend to and shall visit another day. As Kan Jingde spoke, he strode towards the exit, completely ignoring the three individuals sprawled on the floor, and descended directly in the elevator, with Chen Bo accompanying him. Assuming the role of a bodyguard, I find you quite intriguing. Perhaps we could find a time to share a cup of tea and converse? Kan Jingde remarked as he stepped out of the elevator. Chen Bo, accompanying him to the lobby's entrance, responded, I harbor no interest in you. However, it is evident that you have a penchant for my wife. Allow me to advise you. Do not entertain any notions regarding her. Chapter 26. A prickling sensation. Kan Jingde was momentarily taken aback, halting in his tracks. He found it hard to believe that Chen Bo and Lu Hanyan shared any connection. However, he was certain that Chen Bo was defending Lu Hanyan. In this regard, Kan Jingde felt a modicum of admiration for Chen Bo. What was this? A display of governance in his position. Yet, I have heard whispers that Lu Hanyan's child is not yours. You are merely shouldering someone else's burden, acting as a scapegoat. Kan Jingde's words struck with lethal precision, a reminder to Chen Bo that he was aware of many things, urging him to drop the facade. Kan Jingde anticipated that his remarks would leave Chen Bo flustered or incite a confrontation. But to his surprise, Chen Bo retorted, the child may not be mine. But the marriage certificate is genuine, isn't it? Kan Jingde found himself at a loss for words. Faced with someone who defied conventional logic, he felt utterly helpless. Upon returning to the entrance of Lu Hanyan's office, he discovered that she had already summoned security to escort the individuals to the security room for rest. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass window, only returning to the door after witnessing Kan Jingde's vehicle depart, waiting for Chen Bo's return. As Chen Bo stepped out of the elevator, Lu Hanyan was about to speak, but he preempted her, stating, I know what you wish to say. I simply cannot abide his insufferable demeanor. Do you owe him money or something? Please do not tell me this child is his. Chen Bo's words struck home, leaving Lu Hanyan, who had prepared a plethora of responses, momentarily speechless. Observing her reaction, Chen Bo looked astounded, stroking his chin, the stubble already quite coarse, indicating it was perhaps time for a shave. Is it truly the case? He asked incredulously as he settled back onto the sofa. Lu Hanyan remained silent, further fueling Chen Bo's peculiar smile as he continued, I genuinely do not understand. You are considered quite the catch in terms of appearance. My comrades claim that you, Lu Hanyan, are the dream of every man in Nanjing. If they were to discover your fondness for the likes of Yi Yushan and Kan Jingde, I wonder if they would be driven to despair. Enough. Could you possibly keep your mouth shut? Do you have any inkling of the trouble you've stirred? You've known who he was all along. Haven't you? If you want to leave, just do so. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Are you unwell? Lu Hanyan retorted angrily. Chen Bo exhibited no signs of fear, replying, It matters not. I was indeed unfamiliar with him before, but now I am acquainted. Moreover, I am your legitimate partner. If other men show you disrespect, it would be abnormal for me to cower like a turtle, wouldn't it? Lu Hanyan found herself at a loss for words, sensing that the situation was spiraling beyond her control. Prior to Chen Bo's arrival, she had felt confident in her dealings with Yi Yushan, but since Chen Bo's emergence, events had unraveled time and again. First, Yi Yushan learned of her paternity test, then Chen Bo had engaged in an altercation with Kan Jingde's bodyguard. And now he was aware that the child belonged to Kan Jingde. Things had certainly grown tumultuous. Ignoring his provocations, Lu Hanyan implored, Could you do me a favor? Please do not reveal to Yi Yushan whose child this is, all right? Why does it matter? My cousin is aware that the child is not his, and it is inconsequential whose it truly is. Even if it were that homeless man from the parking lot below, my cousin would not feel a twinge of jealousy. Chunbo's words are scathingly venomous, mercilessly disparaging Lu Hanin. I assure you, I will provide 10,000 each day until I give birth. At that point, I shall willingly initiate our divorce, ensuring you are not bound to me. However, we genuinely wish to collaborate with your cousin. Kanjingda is my employer, and I find myself compelled by circumstances beyond my control. I ask for your understanding and cooperation in persuading your cousin, if you would be so kind. At last, Lu Hanyin's demeanor softened. That evening, Yi Yushan placed a call to Zhu Wenjun, informing her that Kanjingda had arranged a meeting with him, and that Secretary Chiu would also be in attendance, potentially returning late. Yi Yushan had no desire to meet with Kanjingda. Fully aware of the shadow he cast over Lu Hanin and having heard whispers of their ambiguous connection, yet he had no choice but to attend. As Kanjingda presented an irresistible proposition, especially with the presence of Secretary Chiu, the municipal party secretary. In the past, Yi Yushan would have felt no psychological burden. However, since the incident involving Lu Hanyin, his vigilance had heightened considerably. Coupled with his wife, Zhu Wenjun's daily admonitions, he became acutely aware of the perils associated with dealings with these businessmen. Navigating relationships with affluent merchants has always been a source of pride and satisfaction for Yi Yushan, providing him with a sense of dignity and the thrill of being revered, alongside the myriad of intangible benefits and services. However, his recent interactions with Kanjingda had begun to wear on him, for this man was not merely a greedy opportunist in Yi Yushan's eyes. Kanjingda had evolved into a hyena of the savannah, notorious for its nefarious exploits. The affair with Lu Hanyin had almost led him to a regrettable fate. Yet, Secretary Chiu was his benefactor, and he felt compelled to attend. Kanjingda's villa lay nestled at the foot of a mountain, within a development he had orchestrated. It was said to possess exceptional feng shui, with prime locations sold to city officials, while less desirable views were allocated to the general populace. Due to the community's layout, there existed a legend. Apart from the villas, the least favorable southernmost area was occupied by 8 7-story buildings, symbolizing 8 incense sticks, with the ordinary villas above serving as sacrificial offerings. At the northernmost edge of the community, perched atop the highest elevation, resided Kanjingda's villa, basking in the reverence of those below. In the plaza outside the community stood a sculpture of clasped hands, symbolizing prayer and homage, with the supplicants being the citizens of Nankang City, 5 kilometers south. This design was conceived by a feng shui master, intended to allow Kanjingda to absorb the blessings of the masses for longevity and prosperity. Yi Yushan was reluctant to come here, as he always felt profoundly uneasy upon each visit, and this time was no exception. Where is Secretary Chiu? Has he not yet arrived? Upon Yi Yushan's arrival, he was ushered into a tea room that afforded a panoramic view of the entire city of Nankang. Not yet, Yushan. The reason I invited you here today is to ask for your assistance in facilitating a connection, inquired Kanjingda. What is it? Yi Yushan responded with a sense of caution. At that moment, a young woman entered, greeting Yi Yushan with a smile, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. Chapter 27 Uncle Yi, it has been a long time since we last met. The girl smiled naturally, taking a seat between the two, and poured a cup of tea for Yi Yushan. When did Lulu return? Yi Yushan inquired with a warm smile. I just got back today. I haven't adjusted to the time difference yet. Uncle Yi, please enjoy your conversation with my father. I shall not intrude, said the graceful Kan Yunlu as she rose to leave. Yi Yushan nodded, acknowledging her departure. Once Kan Yunlu had exited, he remarked, alas, in the blink of an eye, the child has grown so much. Thus, seizing the moment before Secretary Chiu's arrival, he continued, I would like to ask for your assistance. Secretary Chiu's second son is still unmarried, isn't he? Although he is 5 or 6 years older than Lulu, I see no issue with that. Yushan, would you consider acting as a matchmaker? Kanjingda's suggestion momentarily stunned Yi Yushan. In the case of an ordinary family, such a proposal would be splendid. However, Kan Yunlu was studying in the United Kingdom, while Chiu Cheng'en's second son was studying in the United States and had yet to return. With Chiu Cheng'en wielding power and Kanjingda possessing wealth, the potential alliance between the two families seemed advantageous. Yet, Yi Yushan couldn't help but scoff inwardly, wondering if their ambitions were to seize control of Nankang City. His disdain for Kanjingda ran deep, despite his current ownership of the Guilu Group. Yi Yushan was acutely aware of how Kanjingda had risen to prominence and the reputation he held in Nankang City. He had no desire to become embroiled in this matter, especially not when he was on the verge of promoting a deputy mayor. which could lead to unnecessary discomfort with Qiu Cheng'an. Qin Zhengde had built his fortune through dubious means, and while there had been collusion with Qiu Cheng'an, it was primarily a matter of power and commerce, bearing little relevance to the families involved. However, should a marital bond be formed, the nature of their relationship would inevitably change. Any misfortune that befell Qin Zhengde would inevitably implicate Qiu Cheng'an. Qin Zhengde sought to use his daughter to anchor himself to a stable position, which was understandable, yet the question remained, would the anchor consent? Believing himself wealthy enough to purchase a smooth path forward was naive. Attempting to cleanse one's reputation in such a manner was futile. The essence of one's character is predetermined, and hoping to rise from a dark past to become virtuous is an arduous endeavor. After all, humanity progresses through generations. Even if one generation manages to cleanse their name, the subsequent generation may unearth the shadows of the past. Thus, this so-called redemption is not akin to washing a stained cloth. Rather, it resembles an oil painting, no matter how many layers of white paint are applied. The underlying darkness always remains. Do you not realize what you truly are, yet you aspire to associate with Qiu Cheng'an, a leader of significant stature? It is akin to a toad dreaming of becoming a princess, Yi Yushan stated firmly. Mr. Kan, I operate under two principles. I do not engage in matchmaking, nor do I offer guarantees. Therefore, I cannot assist you in this matter. He did not allow Qin Zhengde the opportunity to persuade him further, delivering a decisive refusal. Qin Zhengde nodded in understanding and replied, I appreciate that. I was merely inquiring. However, I must prepare you for one thing. Take a look at this. As he spoke, Qin Zhengde retrieved an envelope from the drawer of the tea table and handed it to Yi Yushan. Upon opening it, Yi Yushan's expression changed dramatically. It was a letter of accusation, denouncing him for providing 3 substantial funds to the Guilu Group 3 years prior, purportedly to assist them in acquiring thousands of acres of barren desert in Ningxia, with no returns to show for it. But how had this money found its way into the Guilu Group's accounts? This is a formal complaint from someone in your department. Given the current circumstances, what do you suggest we do? Qin Zhengde inquired. Yi Yushan, not oblivious to the implications, immediately noticed the signature at the end of the letter, an official denunciation. With such a scandal emerging before his assumption of the vice mayor's position, his hair quickly became damp with perspiration. His thinning locks clung to his scalp, rendering his demeanor all the more haggard. Old Yi, I've spoken with Secretary Qiu. We must devise a strategy to clarify the origin of these 200 million yuan. Otherwise, it will be difficult to navigate through this predicament, Qin Zhengde remarked. Yi Yushan soon regained his composure, shifting from initial anxiety to resolve. He placed the letter down and looked at Qin Zhengde, saying, if my memory serves me right, this sum was specifically approved by Secretary Qiu. You all insisted on initiating the cult oil project in Ningxia, and I was initially opposed. Yet, Secretary Qiu relentlessly pressured me with numerous calls. Now you want me to take the fall? Qin Zhengde frowned at his words, responding, what you're suggesting is not about you taking the blame alone. I will share that burden with you. We must ensure Secretary Qiu remains uninvolved. As long as he is present, we may still find a path forward. Without him, we are all doomed. From the moment he arrived, Yi Yushan sensed a foreboding atmosphere, which was now manifesting. When an individual is promoted, it is akin to being exposed to the scorching sun. While it may not last the full duration of 180 days, the ordeal is nonetheless arduous. The reality is that everyone harbors their own issues, so during this exposure, those with favorable fortunes might endure, while the unfortunate could be scorched beyond recovery. At this moment, Yi Yushan was no longer preoccupied with whether he would secure the vice mayor position. His primary concern had shifted to evading imprisonment. Qin Zhengde's casual remark about sharing the blame did little to alleviate his anxiety. After all, he was a public servant, while Qin was a civilian. The stakes were not the same. Should he take the fall, it would mean imprisonment and the loss of his position, while Qin would continue to thrive, unhindered by such consequences. Initially, he had opposed this course of action, recognizing it as a severe breach of financial protocol. However, under the relentless pressure from Qiu Cheng'an above and the insidious persuasion from Qin Zhengde below, Yi Yushan ultimately faltered. Should one heed the directives of their superiors? Certainly, but some actions that contravene regulations can be overlooked. Rigid adherence to rules often leads to swift replacement, as leaders do not require someone who stubbornly makes their lives difficult. Yet, what if the directives from leadership could lead to incarceration? In such cases, caution is imperative. There are countless leaders who, adhering to the principle of let the subordinates suffer the consequences, will lead their underlings into traps. When will the investigation commence? Yi Yushan asked, his voice laced with tension. I am still unaware. This is the complaint letter I have just received from Secretary Chiu. Given that this individual has reported you, it is certainly not limited to this single letter. The provincial authorities, and perhaps even those in Beijing, may be involved. How do you manage your subordinates? Qin Jingde said, visibly distressed. I do not know. I usually maintain a good rapport with him. Yushan, Secretary Chiu simply desires your stance. What are your thoughts on this matter? You must take a position, do you not? Qin Jingde inquired. Chapter 28. Bone-chilling cold Qin Bo was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone, emerging from a nightmarish dream in which countless hands, reaching from the depths of hell, gripped his ankles, attempting to drag him into the abyss. Clinging desperately to a gnarled tree, he felt its frail branches tremble under the fiery onslaught of hell, and just as the tree was about to succumb to his weight and crash down, he awoke to the shrill sound of his mobile phone. Soaked in perspiration, Qin Bo was still drenched in cold sweat upon awakening. Staring at the illuminated screen of his phone on the bedside table, he momentarily found it difficult to discern whether he was still ensnared in a dream or had returned to reality. Hello, sister-in-law. It's rather late, Qin Bo began, but was soon rendered speechless by the shocking revelation from Zhu Wenjun. Sister-in-law, could you repeat that? Is it true? Are you certain? Qin Bo sat up abruptly, his hands trembling. It's confirmed. He.s. at the hospital. Both the driver and he have perished. I'm heading to the hospital now. Can you accompany me? Zhu Wenjun's voice was barely a whisper over the phone. Just wait for me. I'll be right there, Qin Bo replied hastily. After hanging up, disbelief clouded his mind. Just yesterday, he had seen Yi Yushan. How could he have suddenly met with such a tragic fate? It felt utterly absurd. Yet, he trusted that Zhu Wenjun would not jest about such matters. He hurriedly dressed, borrowed a car from the hotel, and drove to Zhu Wenjun's residence. Zhu Wenjun awaited him at the door, and though Qin Bo yearned to inquire about the circumstances, the words remained trapped in his throat. As she too had only recently received the news and was ignorant of the details surrounding Yi Yushan's demise. Sister-in-law, this can't be true, can it? As they alighted from the vehicle, Qin Bo supported Zhu Wenjun as they hurried toward the hospital's main hall. Traffic police were already present, accompanied by officials from the Finance Bureau and personnel from the municipal office. Yi Yushan was not a man of insignificance. He served as the director of the Finance Bureau in Nangang City and was on the verge of being promoted to deputy mayor. If this incident was mishandled, it could easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives, and should public sentiment turn adverse, none of them could bear the ensuing consequences. The traffic officer briefly explained the circumstances of the accident to Zhu Wenjun. The vehicle had veered off the guardrail while turning at excessive speed, plummeting down a cliff several dozen meters high. It remained unclear whether the fault lay with the driver or the road design. Though this location had never before been the site of an accident, the doctor informed them that when the individual arrived at the hospital, there were no signs of life. Too much time had elapsed. There had been no pedestrians in the vicinity. It was only a patrolling officer who discovered the wreckage, but by then it was too late. Zhu Wenjun remained silent as she was escorted to the morgue by the doctor and the traffic officer, with Qin Bo following closely behind. It was difficult to ascertain the depth of her feelings for Yi Yushan. Throughout the ordeal, she spoke not a word, shedding no tears, asking no questions. Simply standing before his lifeless form. As the white cloth was lifted, a familiar face emerged, yet it was one now irrevocably separated from the realm of the living. Zhu Wenjun covered her mouth, as if fearing the eruption of her sorrow. This so-called farewell was but a grim identification of the body, concluding in mere minutes. Zhu Wenjun declined condolences from Yi Yushan's colleagues and the municipal office representatives, directly taking her seat in Qin Bo's car. Sister-in-law, what could my brother possibly be doing up in the mountains at this hour? Qin Bo inquired. Do you genuinely believe he died in a car accident? Could it be that fortuitous? The fury igniting in Zhu Wenjun's eyes was chilling. Qin Bo was taken aback and turned to look at Zhu Wenjun in the back seat. He called me after work, stating that Kanjongda had invited him to dinner, along with the municipal party secretary, Qiu Qing'an. He felt compelled to attend. And then this unfortunate incident occurred. Given the splendid weather tonight, with neither wind nor rain, how urgently must he have been driving to have met with such a fate? Zhu Wenjun gazed out of the window, speaking in a calm yet chilling tone. Qin Bo felt a shiver run down his spine and asked, Sister-in-law, are you suggesting that this incident is connected to Kanjongda? Zhu Wenjun shook her head and replied, I cannot say for certain. My brother keeps many matters from me. I do not know how much he has concealed or what could have provoked someone to resort to such violence. Chunbo realized that Zhu Wenjun did not believe that Yi Yushan's death was merely an accidental car crash. She suspected foul play, albeit unaware of the motives behind it. What do you intend to do? Chunbo asked. Zhu Wenjun looked outside and declared, this cannot be left unaddressed. I must seek out Secretary Chiu to inquire if he has visited Conjunda's home and whether he met with your brother. A life has been lost. And merely attributing it to an accident is far too simplistic. Chunbo was somewhat surprised by her resolve, having previously thought that she held little affection for Yi Yushan. Yet, in the face of such a crisis, her tenacity emerged. Will it be beneficial to question him? The crux of the matter is to ascertain whether this truly was an accident, and if there were any issues with the vehicle. Those are the vital concerns. Chunbo stated. Then what do you propose? Zhu Wenjun furrowed her brow, asking if they would simply let it go. Letting it go is not an option. I have comrades in the Public Security Bureau. I will reach out to them to inquire about the traffic police's assessment of this incident. What they disclose to us is one thing. Whether there are undisclosed internal matters is another. I will gather information first, Chunbo replied. Zhu Wenjun nodded, acknowledging the validity of his words. By the time Chunbo returned Zhu Wenjun home, dawn had arrived. Back in his hotel, Chunbo felt a pang of anxiety. Just recently, he had managed to establish connections with the Finance Bureau, hoping that this cousin would assist him, only to have this tragedy occur within days. To be candid, he too found it hard to believe in such a coincidental accident, yet the reality was undeniable. What expertise did he possess in examining the scene? Regardless, he decided to call Gao Ning. I just heard about it, but brother, do not be alarmed. Let us have lunch together. I wish to discuss something with you. I will choose the location, just ensure you are discreet so as not to be seen. Come quietly, Gao Ning whispered. Gao Ning, are you hiding something from me? What do you know? Tell me now, Chunbo pressed, frowning. Let us talk in person. It's not suitable to discuss over the phone. Take a moment to rest. You've been busy all night. We will speak later. I'll hang up now, brother. Gao Ning's conversation was abruptly cut off, igniting Chunbo's curiosity. However, his cautious demeanor suggested that there was something significant at play. Yi Yushan, the director of the Finance Bureau, was the financial deity of Nankong City. If he encountered trouble, the news would spread like wildfire, impossible to conceal. Throughout the morning, Lu Hanyan did nothing but sit by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the sprawling city of Nankong. Despite having turned off the air conditioning and donning a wool sweater, she felt an unrelenting chill seep into her bones. When a knock echoed at the office door, she startled, her entire body trembling. Turning around, she saw Chunbo stepping inside. Chapter 29. One code is one code. Chunbo slowly approached, standing beside her. Yet she remained silent. My cousin has passed away, Chunbo stated. Last night, there was an accident. The car fell from the mountain. And both the driver and he died instantly. Lu Hanyan, her expression unchanged, replied, I have heard. The world is unpredictable. Chunbo remained silent. Although Zhu Wenjun firmly insisted that her husband's death was not as simple as it appeared, without concrete evidence, Chunbo was reluctant to make any unfounded statements. With my cousin gone, is there any reason for us to continue this marriage? Chunbo queried. Lu Hanyan remained motionless, merely responding in a calm tone. Didn't you say I could hire you to help maintain this until I give birth? 10,000 a day, no negotiation. Chunbo nodded, and for a moment, both were enveloped in silence until Chunbo's phone rang. Hello, what's the matter? It was his sister, Chen Xiaoyan, calling. Brother, I just received a call from the office. They said there's an issue with my contract. They claim I concealed my internship experience and no longer want me. They told me to pack my things and leave. What should I do? Chen Xiaoyan asked anxiously over the phone. Chunbo was taken aback, instantly understanding the situation. Chen Xiaoyan had been placed there by Yi Yushan, who was now deceased. Who would heed his influence? With Chen Xiaoyan still in her probation period, her contract could easily be terminated, yet this was a devastating blow for her. Just as she had boasted about securing a job on social media, she was now being unceremoniously dismissed. Don't panic, I understand. Don't argue with them. Come over to see me, and we'll discuss what to do next. Chunbo advised, knowing he had no immediate solution. When people depart, warmth fades. How much more so when one dies? Brother, I heard from someone at the bureau that our cousin has died. Is it true? Chen Xiaoyan asked in a hushed tone. Do not inquire further. Just come over. I will send you the address, and we can talk then, Chunbo replied before ending the call. Lu Hanyan remained silent, turning to Chunbo. He smiled faintly and said, That was my sister. She just started at the Finance Bureau a few days ago and has been dismissed. I'm likely next. I may soon return to prison. Even while at the Finance Bureau, I was probably already marginalized, especially since my support has vanished. Lu Hanyin looked at Bo and remarked, "Do you not feel utterly helpless, wishing to confront those self-serving individuals at the Finance Bureau? What would that accomplish?" "I am not so extreme. If I learned anything during my military service, it is the importance of rules and discipline. Everything must adhere to established protocols. The Finance Bureau's actions regarding my sister are, after all, within their rules. This is the reasonable harm that regulations inflict upon ordinary individuals. All done under the banner of rules. Even if one is dissatisfied, what can you do?" Bo lamented. His lament was genuine. Power is akin to weights on a scale, capable of tilting slightly inward or outward, as long as it does not lose balance. Yet this subtle shift could determine the fate of an ordinary person. Since the inception of their acquaintance, Lu Hanyin has never engaged in a sincere conversation with Bo, for their relationship has been inherently distorted from the very beginning. To put it plainly, neither party trusts the other, and they remain perpetually on guard. However, Bo's demeanor at this moment starkly contrasts with his reaction when facing the bodyguard of Kanjungda that day. Logically, given that his younger sister is currently enduring injustice, should he not be consumed by righteous fury? Yet, on that occasion, he had reacted with lethal force against Kanjungda's bodyguard merely because the latter failed to knock before entering. Lu Hanyin had reviewed the surveillance footage from the porch. It was evident that he only struck back after being attacked, yet his counterstrike was decisive, with no unnecessary moves. Nonetheless, those lethal strikes were somewhat restrained. Otherwise, the three subordinates of Kanjungda would have been carried out, and it would be uncertain how long they would remain incapacitated. They themselves admitted that Bo had shown leniency. Now, as his sister faces unfair treatment, he remains unperturbed. "Shall I make a call to inquire?" Lu Hanyin suggested. Bo shook his head, saying, "No need. Perhaps she simply isn't suited for a position at the Finance Bureau. If you were to call, I wouldn't want to owe you a favor. Let's keep things straightforward, and you shall be compensated as agreed." Lu Hanyin was rendered speechless, yet she still retrieved her phone, scrolled through her contacts, and dialed. While waiting for the call to connect, Lu Hanyin turned to Bo and remarked, "Your assistance to Yi Yushan is, in essence, assistance to me. The fact that you're not pursuing a divorce at present is also a form of support. Hence, I shall consider this a favor returned, independent of monetary matters." Before she could finish, the call connected. "Director Chiao, this is Lu Hanyin. You attended my wedding, and I noticed you there. I regret not having the chance to greet you. Please let me know when you are available. I would love to host you." Lu Hanyin inquired with a radiant smile. Although Bo could not hear the conversation on the other end, Lu Hanyin proceeded to mention Kanjungda, indicating that she would bring the matter to his attention. As for the outcome, it would depend on Director Chiao's direct engagement with Kanjungda. However, she suggested organizing a gathering at the hotel for everyone to convene. As the conversation neared its conclusion, Lu Hanyin suddenly interjected, "Director Chiao, what is going on?" "My sister-in-law just visited your bureau and is attempting to drive a young lady away, causing her to come to me in tears." Consequently, Lu Hanyin elaborated on the details of the situation, responding with affirmations throughout the exchange. Once the call ended, she turned to Bo and stated, "I have returned your favor. Henceforth, we shall keep our dealings separate. Is everything settled?" Bo inquired with a furrowed brow. Their original intention had been to address the mess left by Yi Yushan, meaning Lu Hanyin's sister was undoubtedly on the list of those to be scrutinized, having entered the fray in such a short span of time. Naturally, she was a target for clearance. Now that the matter is resolved, Xiao Wengang has aspirations for the director position but lacks the proper connections. I advised him to approach General Qin for assistance, Lu Hanyin explained. Bo paused momentarily and remarked, "It is said that Kanjungda is the underground organization leader of Nangong City. It appears there is truth to that." Lu Hanyin glanced at him and said, "In the future, refrain from such remarks. I do not wish to witness any misfortune befall you. To endure until the appointed time only to receive your reward without the means to enjoy it would indeed be a lamentable fate." Bo offered a wry smile and replied, "I fail to comprehend. You are aware that Yi Yushan has passed away, and you know whose child this is. Why must I be the one left behind? Is it merely to provide your family with a satisfactory explanation?" Lu Hanyin regarded Bo and stated, "Such thoughts may have prevailed in the past, but they no longer hold true." Chapter 30. Thrilling, what do you mean? "I have my principles, so don't misinterpret my intentions." Bo remarked, "I have no such thoughts. It is you who is being suggestive. I shall not withhold a single cent of the money owed to you." But you must also fulfill your own responsibilities and obligations, he continued. What responsibilities? What obligations? You'd better clarify this now so that I can be mentally prepared, Shinbo insisted. Lu Hanyan offered no explanation, simply stating that he would understand in due course. Shinbo, weary of the entanglement, retreated to his room for a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he found an address sent by Gao Ning, preparing himself for the impending meeting. Whether Yi Yushan's demise was a tragic accident or a deliberately orchestrated event remained uncertain. Shinbo pondered the possibility of inquiring with Gao Ning, hoping he might gather some insider information from the police department. After navigating through the winding streets, Shinbo finally arrived at the rendezvous point, a rather clandestine bathhouse. By the time he arrived, Gao Ning was already immersed in the pool. This place is indeed hard to find, Shinbo remarked, standing at the edge of the pool. Join me for a soak. I've been on night shifts these past few days, and I feel utterly foul. When you called, I was still at work, Gao Ning replied. Shinbo, without hesitation, disrobed and entered the water, leaving only the two of them in the pool. Few were aware of this place, where the patrons were mainly local residents. I grew up nearby. This area belongs to the old city, and redevelopment is challenging. Most have moved to the new districts outside the city, where development is thriving, Gao Ning said, soaking a towel and draping it over his face, his head resting on the edge of the pool. With each breath, the towel rhythmically rose and fell, creating a peculiar sight. If water were to be poured continuously over the towel, it would resemble a form of torture. During training, Gao Ning had consistently failed this particular test, a haunting nightmare that he could never conquer due to the psychological barriers he faced. Yi Yushan was my cousin, the director of the finance bureau, who met with an untimely death. This incident has stirred quite a commotion in Nonggong City. Has there been no activity from your department? Shinbo inquired. Gao Ning removed the wet towel, gazing at the glistening Chunbo submerged in the water. He looked around, agitating the water as he moved closer. Currently, there is no activity at the bureau. However, I did overhear my father on the phone in his study. I couldn't catch everything, but I did hear something about a report made against him right before his car accident. Such coincidences are hard to believe. Beyond that, I know nothing, Gao Ning replied, returning to his previous position. Someone reported him? Who is it? Shinbo pressed. Gao Ning shook his head. Brother, do you not grasp the crux of the matter? It is not about who reported him, but rather who was fearful of the report. My father seemed perplexed and enraged. Just moments after being reported, he suffered a fatal accident. It is indeed too coincidental. Even a fool could discern the underlying implications. The circumstances surrounding the death were indeed suspicious. Yet your department concluded it was merely an accident, an unforeseen event, Shinbo remarked. Gao Ning shook his head and remarked, I am not privy to the affairs of the bureau. It is likely that only those involved in the case and the final approving authority comprehend the situation. To be more explicit, perhaps someone orchestrated this tragic accident. On such steep mountain roads, as one tumbles down, even if there are traces, it would be exceedingly difficult to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Shinbo nodded, sinking into contemplation. What are you thinking about, brother? Nothing much. My sister was assigned to the finance bureau by my cousin, and today they called to inform her that her internship materials were fabricated. It seems they are merely concocting an excuse to dismiss her. Lu Hanyan made a phone call which temporarily secured her position. Alas, it is an unfortunate reality that when people depart, warmth dissipates, and in the case of death, who would fear their return? Shinbo said with a wry smile. Oh, your sister has intervened. That is fortunate. I was considering going to the finance bureau to advocate for her. I hold shares here. Do come by for a soak when you have the time. It is immensely relaxing, Gao Ning replied. Shinbo had no leisure to indulge in idle chats with Gao Ning, for there were matters concerning Yi Yushan's funeral that required attention. At that moment, he felt compelled to assist Zhuo Wenjun more diligently. Thus, regardless of the circumstances surrounding Yi Yushan's demise, the funeral arrangements must proceed. Upon arriving at Zhuo Wenjun's residence, he found her parents present. Shinbo refrained from entering and instead exchanged a few words with Zhuo Wenjun in the hallway. Are you certain? Zhuo Wenjun inquired in astonishment upon hearing the news Shinbo had gleaned from Gao Ning. Absolutely. I just parted ways with him and came straight here. Sister-in-law, do you think my cousin S situation is linked to his being reported? Are you unaware of any issues he may have? Shinbo asked. Zhuo Wenjun shook her head, indicating that she was aware of what needed to be said. Sister-in-law, given the circumstances, we should prioritize arranging for my brother's funeral. How can I be of assistance? Shinbo queried. Chen Bo's current circumstances were largely due to Yi Yushan securing him a position in a prison, which was a formal appointment. Although Chen Bo later repaid a favor by covering for Lu Hanyin, now with Yi Yushan's passing, an ordinary person might have contemplated an exit strategy. However, Chen Bo remained steadfast, diligently aiding Zhuo Wenjun with the funeral arrangements for Yi Yushan. During this time, personnel from the Municipal Disciplinary Commission also visited and spoke with Zhuo Wenjun. Yet, she was no ordinary woman. Not only did she reprimand the commission members vehemently, but she also expelled them, firmly stating that they could raid her residence if they possessed evidence, and to vacate if they did not. This left the investigators from the commission quite irate, but given the recent tragedy, the community bore no sympathy for the commission's presence. 3 days later, Yi Yushan was cremated and laid to rest. Reflecting on the events of this period, Chen Bo felt as though he were in a dream. A once vibrant individual had, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to mere ashes in a box. Yi Yushan's daughter and ex-wife resided far away in America, having lost contact for years. And even when they reconnected, they expressed their inability to return. Hence, it was Chen Bo who accompanied Zhuo Wenjun in collecting the ashes. Strangely, some of the remains were not thoroughly reduced to ash, and without hesitation, Zhuo Wenjun broke apart the longer, unburned bones and placed them into the urn, causing Chen Bo to feel a chill of trepidation. Standing before the grave, the relatives gradually departed. Zhu Wenkuan turned to Chen Bo, who had remained by her side, and inquired, "What are your plans for the future? Are you truly intending to continue with that wretched girl?" Chen Bo pondered, thinking that he needed to focus on earning money first. Continuing with Lu Hanyin, what was he thinking? He had no desire to wear the green hat or play the role of a father. He was still uncertain. "Are you free tonight? I have an appointment. Come with me, and I shall introduce you," Zhu Wenkuan said. Chapter 31. Soulmates. Regardless of whom Zhu Wenjun intended to introduce him to, it was ill-mannered to refuse or withdraw at this moment. Adhering to the principle of seeing things through to the end, and considering the recent demise of her husband, Chen Bo deemed it prudent to accompany her. However, he was taken aback when he discovered that Zhu Wenjun was leading him to the residence of the municipal party secretary. The secretary's wife was a close friend of Zhu Wenjun, who had, on 2 occasions, rescued this ailing woman from the brink of death with her surgical skills. In a sense, Zhu Wenjun was her savior. Beyond the patient-doctor relationship, they often gathered socially. The commencement of a relationship can be arduous, yet sustaining it over time appears even more challenging. Nevertheless, Zhu Wenjun possessed a remarkable talent for nurturing such enduring connections. "Once we enter, you must remain silent. No matter what I say. Do you understand?" Zhu Wenjun instructed Chen Bo as they awaited the door to open. "Rest assured, sister-in-law, I shall heed your words," Chen Bo replied. This was an innocuous statement, yet upon hearing it, Zhu Wenjun turned to him and sighed. "Ah, when I first brought your brother here." He uttered the same words. A chill ran down Chen Bo's spine at her remark. The municipal secretary's wife truly appeared frail upon their entrance. She attempted to rise but faltered, her trembling hand clutching her cane. It was evident that she yearned to stand, yet her body lacked the strength. Such encounters often followed a predictable pattern. Regardless of the authenticity of their sorrow, the initial act upon meeting was invariably to cry, a means to convey shared empathy. Following this, they would urge one another to find solace, yet such gestures offered no genuine resolution. At that moment, a man in his 50s descended from the upper floor. Zhu Wenjun, who had ceased her tears at the secretary's wife's urging, began to weep anew upon seeing this man. "Secretary Chiu, you must seek justice for my Yushan. It was not an accident, but a deliberate act," she implored. While engaging in emotional exchange with the secretary's wife, Zhu Wenjun had refrained from mentioning the accident. But upon encountering Secretary Chiu Cheng'an, she immediately asserted that her husband had been murdered. The nature of the issue shifted dramatically. It must be said that Zhu Wenjun was an astutely intelligent woman. Prior to Chiu Cheng'an's appearance, she had tactfully avoided the topic of Yi Yushan's accident. Understanding that the secretary's wife could not aid her in resolving the matter, given her own frailty. Had she spoken too soon, Chiu Cheng'an might not have even shown up. Considering the traffic police had already concluded that it was an accident, to overturn this conclusion and assert that it was either an accident or homicide would necessitate further investigation, escalating the matter significantly. "Dr. Zhu, I too lament the passing of Yushan in the accident. We were on the brink of issuing a statement regarding his case. How could such a tragedy occur? What was he doing up in the mountains so late at night? You are his wife. Why do you not keep a closer eye on him?" The words of Chiu Cheng'an were laced with reproach. As an outsider, Bo felt momentarily bewildered. To be candid, his greatest lament regarding Yi Yushan's demise was for himself. He had finally managed to cling to Yi Yushan's coattails, and not just in any ordinary manner, but in secretive undertakings for his superior. Had Yi Yushan successfully navigated this ordeal, with his capabilities, he would undoubtedly have established a firm foothold. Yet, to his dismay, just a few days later, the framework he had painstakingly constructed was dismantled before his eyes. The three individuals before him resembled characters on a stage, each with their own unique attributes, making it difficult to discern whose performance surpassed the others. He is your subordinate. Why should I concern myself with him? At home, he constantly speaks of Secretary Chiu this and Secretary Chiu that. I would not dare contest him. On the night of the incident, he even claimed he was summoned by you, Chiu Cheng'an. How could I question that? Who would have known he would leave and never return? Zhu Wenjun articulated her point clearly. On the night Yi Yushan departed, he stated he was going to see you. Chiu Cheng'an, do not entertain thoughts of absolving yourself from this matter. It is undeniably linked to you, and as the investigation unfolds, it will inevitably commence with you. Nonsense. When did I ever say I would meet him? Chiu Cheng'an was indeed incensed. In Nankang City, everyone knew that Yi Yushan belonged to Chiu Cheng'an. Yet now that he was deceased, the rampant speculation was beyond his control. However, he would not allow Zhu Wenjun to discuss this matter in his home. Seeing Chiu Cheng'an vehemently deny any encounter with Yi Yushan that fateful night, Zhu Wenjun wiped her tears and said, Secretary, let us not dwell on whether you met him. I wish to ask if you have received any reports regarding my husband, Yi Yushan? As a mere observer, Bo enjoyed the advantage of attracting minimal attention from those present, since he was brought in by Zhu Wenjun. Their focus had been entirely on her from the moment she entered, especially when she asserted that Yi Yushan had not died in an accident, but rather through foul play. This revelation captured the full attention of the couple. As a result, Bo was able to scrutinize the expressions and movements of the individuals around him. A report? What report? Chiu Cheng'an faltered momentarily before dismissing it. I have heard that someone has reported our Yi Yushan for embezzlement and bribery, suggesting he might be investigated. How could it be mere coincidence that he died at such a critical juncture? Who could wish him harm? As she spoke, Zhu Wenjun began to weep once more, and this time her tears flowed even more freely. Then, a peculiar scene unfolded. Chiu Cheng'an seemed to disregard Bo entirely, casting a knowing glance at his wife before retreating upstairs. Indeed, moments later, as Bo averted his gaze from the city secretary's wife, she began to counsel Zhu Wenjun to look forward and move on, indulging in platitudes that suggested a resolution was nearing. After a quarter of an hour, Bo and Zhu Wenjun emerged from the city secretary's residence together. He is lying. He must have received a report letter, despite his claims to the contrary, Zhu Wenjun remarked coolly. Indeed, I noticed it as well. When you mentioned the report letter, there was a fleeting moment of panic in his demeanor. It was brief. Yet given his stature as a significant leader, he still possesses some degree of composure, Bo responded. Do you share the same sentiment? Zhu Wenjun inquired, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Chapter 32. Heart and trepidation upon arriving at Zhu Wenjun's residence. Bo initially intended to depart. However, he was called back by Zhu Wenjun. Come up and sit with me for a while. I have matters to discuss with you. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not pose an issue. Yet with Yi Yushan's death, Zhu Wenjun now stood as a widow, and widows often attract unnecessary gossip. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to follow her upstairs. The living room was adorned with Yi Yushan's portrait, a sight that did not faze either Zhu Wenjun, a medical professional, or Bo, who had witnessed the spectrum of life and death. Rather, it felt oddly uncomfortable. Zhu Wenjun prepared tea, and directly opposite them hung the portrait of Yi Yushan, creating an atmosphere akin to three individuals sharing a drink. Chiu Cheng'an lied. Your brother called me, stating that it was Kan Jingde who invited him to dinner that evening. And Chiu Cheng'an was also present. At his home, I refrained from mentioning Kan Jingde. It would have been futile. I am unaware of their exact dealings. But regardless of the outcome, your brother was the one sacrificed, Zhu Wenjun revealed. Are you suggesting that my brother was ensnared by Kan Jingde and Chiu Cheng'an? Bo inquired, furrowing his brow. During the past few days of mourning, I have pondered the events leading to this. Who truly wished for your brother's demise? What did he know or do that I am oblivious to? This scoundrel. I have implored him numerous times to confide in me and not to harbor secrets, yet. Sister-in-law, my brother acted to protect you. Sometimes, knowing too much can be perilous, Bo remarked, casting a glance at Yi Yushan's portrait. Indeed, but he has lost his life. Qin Jingde and Qiu Qingyan are undoubtedly implicated in his death. Alas, there is no hope. Those two have conspired together. And in this city of Naekong, no one can challenge them. Zhou Wenjun's words dripped with despair. The living room fell into a profound silence. Chen Bo contemplated offering her words of comfort, yet he felt that any utterance would be futile. Eventually, it was Zhou Wenjun who broke the silence. Turning her gaze to Chen Bo and asking, "What are your plans? With your brother gone, the warmth has faded, and your position at the Finance Bureau will likely dwindle." Chen Bo reflected. Indeed, he had aspired to cling to Yi Yushan's influence, yet it now seemed preferable to remain in prison, where he would not be targeted. His sister served as a stark reminder. He could no longer seek assistance from Lu Han, as her goodwill was not easily repaid. "I have yet to devise a plan. Returning to prison is out of the question, as all formalities have been completed. Perhaps you should consider the municipal party office? I could attempt to reach out to Qiu Cheng'an. Given your brother's recent passing, perhaps he would extend a favor," Zhou Wenjun suggested. For a fleeting moment, Chen Bo questioned whether Zhou Wenjun's push for him to enter the municipal party office held her own ulterior motives. Yet, upon reflection, this opportunity appeared beneficial for him. He could not afford to overlook it. Enter the municipal party office? Is that feasible? Chen Bo feigned reluctance, inquiring. "I can only facilitate your entry. What you make of your future remains your own endeavor. What is your decision?" Zhou Wenjun pressed. The elderly man, Bai Yongyan, once conveyed to him that the two offices are exceedingly busy. However, should one manage to gain the attention of a leader and be appointed as their secretary, it would signify an extraordinary ascent. Yet, such an endeavor carries significant risks. Should that leader encounter difficulties, their secretary rarely escapes unscathed. Thus, forming such a bond is perilous. Sometimes, the connection between a secretary and a leader transcends mere terminology. It becomes a lifelong entanglement. Bai Yongyan once served as the chief secretary to a prominent figure in Donghai province. However, one day, this leader vanished, not through death, but by fleeing, leaving no trace behind. Bai Yongyan has been subjected to scrutiny by the relevant authorities repeatedly, yet he remains oblivious to his superior's whereabouts. Undoubtedly, Bai Yongyan bears some blemishes on his record. If nothing were to be uncovered, he would not have faced such prolonged investigations. Nevertheless, no grave issues have been exposed, and after a decade, his release is on the horizon. Thus, when Zhou Wenjun suggested that he join the municipal office, Chen Bo felt a surge of excitement. He had long witnessed the allure of power, lamentably never having wielded it himself. Of course, his modest authority within the military hardly counts. It was only upon observing Yi Yushan lavishly exercising his power that he truly comprehended the enchantment of authority. After uttering her brief suggestion, Zhou Wenjun fixed her gaze upon Chen Bo, maintaining her watch until he finally became aware of her scrutiny. "Chen Bo, speak candidly. Do you genuinely wish to go?" Zhou Wenjun inquired. Before Chen Bo could respond, she continued, "I am uncertain of your thoughts just now, yet I can perceive a spark in your eyes." Chen Bo was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to articulate his thoughts. Zhou Wenjun was indeed formidable, not only possessing keen observational skills, but also an uncanny ability to discern the hearts of others. While Chen Bo was lost in thought, Zhou Wenjun extended her hands towards him. He hesitated, uncertain of her intent, and was about to raise his hand to grasp hers when she spoke again. "Do you find my hands appealing?" she asked, disregarding Chen Bo's expression. He pondered, how should one respond to such a query? After all, you are my distant sister-in-law, and my cousin has just passed away. His portrait has only recently been hung. Here I am, the head of thoracic surgery, burdened with surgeries awaiting my attention daily. While the exhaustion is palpable, it is also these very hands that have propelled your brother from a mere clerk in the Finance Bureau to the director of the department. "Do you know why?" Zhou Wenjun inquired. Chen Bo shook his head, fully aware that she would provide him with the answer. In a small city like Nagang, if a couple consists of a doctor and a teacher, they will generally not face hardships in their endeavors, for these two professions encompass various aspects of societal relationships. As a physician, my journey to this point has been solely my own, and your brother has similarly advanced through my support. I dare not claim ownership of the hospital. Yet illness is an inevitable part of life. As long as one lives, there will always be a need for my expertise. Regardless of your rank, you may issue commands, but the scalpel rests in my hand. I possess the power to minimize incisions, potentially prolonging your need for further surgical intervention. This authority is akin to a judge's discretion, daunting, is it not? While Zhou Wenjun spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, Chen Bo listened with trepidation. However, Chunbo understood that Zhu Wenjun did not exaggerate her capabilities. She indeed possessed such prowess. At the age of 35, serving as the head of thoracic surgery and still personally wielding the scalpel in the operating room. It is no hyperbole to assert that her achievements, alongside Yushan, have been meticulously carved out, one incision at a time. Chapter 33. Theatrical performances in their entirety. Zhu Wenjun had articulated her thoughts clearly. If Chunbo remained indifferent, he would indeed be deemed a hopeless case in her eyes. Thus, upon her conclusion, Chunbo ventured to inquire, "Sister-in-law, might you assist me as well?" If her answer were negative, he would simply retract his words. Yet failing to voice this request would render him a mere blockhead in Zhu Wenjun's perception. Departing from this threshold, they would each return to their respective homes, forsaking any further connection. In this world, nothing is beyond negotiation, and having made his appeal, Chunbo pondered what value he possessed that might compel Zhu Wenjun to extend her assistance. Did she genuinely wish to aid him? Initially uncertain, he now reflected on the extensive conversation they had shared. If she bore no intention to help, she likely would not have permitted him entry in the first place. His mind raced back to the time he had been unjustly confined in prison at the behest of Yushan, feeling a deep sense of gratitude that prompted him to express his thanks. However, upon arriving at the community entrance, he had been coldly rebuffed by Zhu Wenjun. Why? Because, at that juncture, he held no value for her, and an encounter might have brought her more significant troubles. Yet now, she had not only escorted him to the home of the municipal secretary, introducing him to both the secretary and his wife, albeit without a word exchanged, but he had taken note of them, including their residence and the means of access. Subsequently, upon returning home, Zhu Wenjun had flaunted her capabilities and connections, inquiring whether he harbored aspirations of joining the municipal office. All of this was a calculated probe, awaiting his initiative. Chunbo recognized that Zhu Wenjun was a woman driven by self-interest. Should she find no advantage in him, she would surely not extend such cordiality. Even though he had once acted as a surrogate for her late husband, Yushan, the significance of that role had vanished with his demise, compounded by the fact that Lu Hanyun's child was not Yushan's. Consequently, if Chunbo offered her no utility, she would likely dismiss him entirely. Her extended patience in engaging him over tea, her casual conversation, and the display of her fair yet strong hands were merely strategies to coax him into seeking her assistance. After which she would present her demands. Why resort to such indirectness? Because they were still strangers, their interactions limited. She needed to assess Chunbo's responsiveness and his ability to read people, all while ensuring she could distance herself should circumstances unravel. In this world, there exists no true altruism. Even between parents and children, self-interest prevails. That is human nature. The bond connecting Chunbo and Zhu Wenjun had been Yushan. But with his death, it seemed their paths could diverge without further interaction. Yet Zhu Wenjun's demeanor suggested otherwise. Assist you? Why should I? Your brother has caused me considerable distress, and now it has all come to naught. I have no desire to engage in such matters any longer. It holds no significance. Zhu Wenjun remarked, her enthusiasm waning. Sister-in-law, we both know that my brother's death is shrouded in mystery, and Secretary Chiu has undoubtedly lied. Moreover, my brother mentioned he had received a call from you about a meeting with Kinjungda and Xiao Cheng'an. Is there something amiss in this? If I were to visit the municipal office, perhaps I could uncover the truth piece by piece, Chunbo remarked. The death of Yushan is a tangible issue, one that even Zhu Wenjun, despite her extensive connections, cannot address. Ultimately, this requires a reliable individual to take action, and Chunbo embodies that reliability. In addition to this, there exists an intangible issue, one that can only be sensed rather than articulated. Before Chunbo spoke, he too was uncertain, merely probing cautiously. Sister-in-law, I genuinely believe that if you were to enter politics, you would undoubtedly outperform my brother. You possess a wealth of connections and a profound understanding of human nature. If you were to set aside the scalpel, would my brother still hold any significance? Chunbo flattered. Few can resist such compliments. And during the limited encounters between Chunbo and the couple, Yushan impulsively sought out Lu Hanyun to settle scores, which left Zhu Wenjun quite upset upon his return. Thus, it is certain that Zhu Wenjun harbors discontent towards Yushan, feeling her husband pales in comparison to her, and Chunbo articulated her unspoken sentiments. These connections have been forged through my surgical precision, and if I were to lay down my scalpel, I would be rendered inconsequential. You need not flatter me. I am acutely aware of my worth. Therefore, I feel a sense of resentment, yet what can be done? Zhu Wenjun sighed heavily. Chenbo felt a sense of relief. It appeared that his flattery had struck a chord. Sister-in-law, in your opinion, who possesses greater talent between my brother and me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenjun shot him a disdainful glance and remained silent. Chenbo continued, Sister-in-law, my brother's death is enshrouded in mystery, and there is no escaping the involvement of Qiu Cheng'an and Qin Jingde. There is something you may not know. The child in Lu Hanyan's womb is Qin Jingde's. I have questioned her, and she did not deny it. Zhu Wenjun was taken aback. Are you saying the child belongs to Qin Jingde? She asked incredulously. Chenbo nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. I am still involved with Lu Hanyan, so if you assist me, I could navigate between Qin Jingde and Qiu Cheng'an, which may significantly aid in uncovering the truth behind my brother's demise. As Zhu Wenjun processed this information, Chenbo continued, Lu Hanyan has no immediate plans for divorce. She wishes to provide her family with an explanation. Therefore, our arrangement is that she can hire me for 10,000 a day until after the child is born. Zhu Wenjun found herself laughing at his words, realizing she was unaware of these developments, and her mind was indeed in disarray. What else is there that I do not know? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Well, nothing much more. Oh, by the way, I had a minor altercation with Qin Jingde outside Lu Hanyan's office and ended up giving his 3 bodyguards a beating. I hear they are still in the hospital. Chenbo disclosed. The sentiment remains unchanged. When confronted with a woman who possesses connections, resources, abilities, and a certain level of opportunism, one must present their own assets in order to seek her assistance. Otherwise, what incentive would she have to aid you? After all, what if you are but a loose amalgamation of mud that cannot adhere to the wall? Indeed, Zhu Wenjun appeared quite intrigued by this matter, prompting Chenbo to recount the events once more. You certainly possess remarkable audacity. This is not merely a matter of courage. Since Lu Hanyan and I are legally wed, I must uphold a certain demeanor. Otherwise, who would believe me? Furthermore, I remain uncertain whether Qin Jingde is privy to the charade of a sham marriage. If one is to put on a performance, one must commit fully, Chenbo remarked, observing the expression on Zhu Wenjun's face. Chapter 34, The Trap Before Long. Zhu Wenjun became acutely aware of a troubling issue. Not only was Qin Jingde aware of Lu Hanyan's pregnancy, but it was also highly likely that Lu Hanyan had consented to let Yi Yushan find another to marry, with Qin Jingde's approval. Thus, this matter appeared to be a meticulously crafted trap aimed squarely at Yi Yushan. The situation was growing increasingly intriguing, and for someone like Zhu Wenjun, who relished the spectacle of chaos, this development presented both a challenge and a source of amusement. After all, Yi Yushan was deceased now. Even if Lu Hanyan were to provoke a tempest, what concern would it be to Zhu Wenjun? Nevertheless, she was intent on seizing this opportunity to deftly maneuver around Lu Hanyan and Qin Jingde. I wish to meet her, Zhu Wenjun declared. Meet whom? Qin Jingde? Why would I meet him? I wish to speak with Lu Hanyan, to have a conversation. That is all, no more to discuss. You wait for the notification from the municipal office, and I shall assist you, Zhu Wenjun continued. As she spoke, her complexion brightened considerably, and there was a noticeable glimmer in her eyes. Given her assertion, Chenbo felt it inappropriate to linger any longer, so he rose to take his leave. And Zhu Wenjun did not urge him to stay. Upon returning to the hotel, Chenbo was informed by the front desk that General Manager Lu had gone home and was not present at the hotel. He had no intention of seeking her out. Although Zhu Wenjun desired to converse with Lu Hanyan, such matters could easily be resolved with a mere phone call. There was no need for him to intervene. As long as Lu Hanyan agreed to assist him, that would suffice. As he stepped into the elevator, Chenbo reflected on how, in the past, the front desk had never informed him of Lu Hanyan's presence. Why were they so eager this time? He extended his foot to wedge the closing elevator doors apart. The receptionist had exhaled in relief, but upon seeing Chenbo return, her heart leapt into her throat. She was uncertain of General Manager Lu's intentions. All she knew was that she had been instructed to inform the gentleman of her return, while in truth, Lu Hanyan was upstairs in the presidential suite, entertaining a guest. In the presidential suite, Lu Hanyan felt as though despair had engulfed her. Who could possibly come to her rescue? No one was coming. Even the previous phone call had been coerced, made under duress to the receptionist. My father claims he can send 3 bodyguards. I refuse to believe he has such power. Still, I must exercise caution. Should I find myself cornered here, I lack the courage to confront him. Besides, who am I compared to him? It is not worth it to engage in a struggle, she thought. Yunlu, listen to me. It is not as you think. This child is not your father's. I swear it, Lu Hanyin pleaded, firmly bound to a rectangular coffee table, devoid of any clothing. Though she lay there, her pregnancy was unmistakably evident. The air conditioning was set to a chilling temperature, and to emphasize the opulence of the suite, the coffee table was crafted from a large slab of chi-tian stone. In that moment, Lu Hanyin felt as though she were lying upon a block of ice. As the temperature within the room continued to plummet, she sensed her own body temperature dwindling, and soon she began to shiver uncontrollably. However, seated beside her, Qin Yunlu clutched a long watermelon knife, incessantly tracing it across Lu Hanyin's protruding belly, occasionally making contact with her skin. She was acutely aware of who Qin Zhengde was, as Qin Zhengde's youngest daughter. She had been pampered since childhood, her mother having succumbed to the strain of her temper. Thus, Lu Hanyin believed that even if Qin Yunlu were to plunge the knife into her own belly, Qin Zhengde would undoubtedly manage the situation. Lu Hanyin could only desperately argue that the child within her womb was not Qin Zhengde's, but with Qin Yunlu at her doorstep, who would believe her? I overheard you on the phone with my father. I spoke with my two brothers as well. Their sentiment is clear. This child must not be born. Our family's wealth cannot be divided a fourth time, Qin Yunlu sneered. At last, Lu Hanyin comprehended the reason for Qin Yunlu's visit. Tears brimmed in her eyes, and as she resigned herself to her fate, they overflowed, trickling into her hair at the temples. I will go for an abortion tomorrow, regardless of whose child it is. Can you spare me? Lu Hanyin pleaded through her sobs. Qin Yunlu shook her head resolutely, stating, No. My brothers are eagerly awaiting the outcome. I have brought the medication. You must take it. I need to witness it with my own eyes. If it becomes dire, I will take you to the hospital. Should our father learn of this, he may relent, and I would lose my chance. Thus, we must act decisively. In that moment, Lu Hanyin truly grasped the meaning of helplessness. The Qin family was devoid of benevolence, and she realized her life was irrevocably ensnared by their machinations. Qin Yunlu had made it abundantly clear. If Lu Hanyin refused to take the medication and terminate the pregnancy, she would resort to violence. Frankly, Lu Hanyin had no desire to bear this child, yet she felt beholden to Qin Zhengde. Without his consent, she dared not take matters into her own hands. Little did she anticipate that this child would bring her such peril, and she feared she would not survive this night's ordeal. With a soft chime, Lu Hanyin could scarcely believe her ears. Though the sound was faint, even Qin Yunlu did not notice it. It was unmistakable. She managed this hotel, and the sound of the elevator doors opening was all too familiar. Thus, despite the thick wooden door, she sensed someone had exited the elevator. Chen Bo emerged, and two individuals stood in the corridor, smoking. Upon seeing Chen Bo, they paused momentarily, as if struck by a thought, then carelessly discarded their cigarettes onto the carpet. Who are you? This is the presidential suite. Get out, they exclaimed, not waiting for Chen Bo to respond before launching an attack. Qin Yunlu, irritated by the knock at the door, had previously instructed the two individuals not to disturb her unless the sky fell. Peering through the peephole, she recognized her own associates. Yet the instant the door swung open, it felt as if her head had been struck by an unseen force, and she was momentarily blinded by a flurry of stars, accompanied by a piercing headache. As she finally lifted her head, clutching her temples in frustration and preparing to unleash a torrent of invective, her gaze fell upon Chen Bo, who had just entered the room. The two individuals she had brought along remained locked outside, and in that instant, Qin Yunlu comprehended that the situation had irrevocably deteriorated. Her reflexes were still sharp. She immediately reached for her phone, intending to call her father. However, before she could even unlock the device, Chen Bo swiftly snatched it from her grasp. You, Qin Yunlu began, but Chen Bo disregarded her entirely, executing a graceful arc as he hurled the phone into the corner, landing it squarely in the aquarium. As she dashed over, eager to retrieve her phone, she hesitated, instinctively retracting her hand. Possessing a modicum of awareness, she recognized that the fish within the aquarium bore a striking resemblance to those in her own home, South American piranhas. Chapter 35. Whom to listen to. Upon seeing Chen Bo enter, Lu Hanyin's tense body immediately relaxed. But this moment of ease led her to commit the most humiliating act of her life. In front of Chen Bo and Qin Yunlu, she lost control. A yellow liquid slowly spilling from the coffee table and saturating the carpet, a foul odor wafting through the air. Qin Yunlu, though not in a much better state, her forehead bearing a bump, was still in a more favorable position than Lu Hanyin at that moment. Realizing that the situation was untenable, Qin Yunlu attempted to leave, but was halted by Chen Bo's voice. Wait, Are you leaving already? Do you not know whom the hotel security listens to? Is it you or President Liu? Strangely, Chenbo did not appear very angry at this scene. Perhaps it was because Lu Hanyin had little connection to him. And considering that Qin Yunlu was a woman, whatever transpired between them was their affair, not his concern. Yet, Chenbo did not recognize the other individual present but surmised that she must be connected to Conjungda. Otherwise, who in Nongguang City would dare treat Lu Hanyin in such a manner? Chenbo's implication was straightforward. If you dare to leave, let the hotel security deal with you. Naturally, the hotel security would heed Lu Hanyin, as she was the proprietor here. Initially, Chenbo speculated that this woman might be one of Conjungda's mistresses, embroiled in a petty squabble. Therefore, as long as Lu Hanyin remained unharmed, he had no intention of pursuing the matter further. He contemplated discussing the situation with Conjungda, aiming for clarity, asserting that as long as they adhered to a daily payment, their disputes were their own affair. In short, with Yi Yushan's demise, Chenbo's interest in Lu Hanyin was solely financial. Chenbo gently lifted Lu Hanyin and placed her in the bathtub, which was filling with warm water, allowing her to recover. Who is she? How did this situation arise? You are rather cowardly to allow it to reach this point, he questioned in the bathroom. Lu Hanyin, on the verge of tears, felt utterly humiliated. Not only had Chenbo seen her in a vulnerable state, but she had also lost control in front of him, an embarrassment beyond measure. Yet, it was too late to voice her feelings. All she felt was hatred. Hatred for Can Yunlu, hatred for Conjungda, and hatred for the Can family. She was Can Yunlu, the daughter of Conjungda, and they were pressuring her to terminate her pregnancy, fearing that the child might stake a claim to their inheritance. As she tried to articulate her thoughts, she found herself struggling to produce sound. Just soak for a while. We can talk later, Chenbo suggested, filling a cup with water from the bathtub faucet and handing it to Lu Hanyin. At this juncture, one should not be overly fastidious. Having warm water to drink was already a blessing. Initially, upon hearing that the child Lu Hanyin carried was Conjungda's, Zhu Wenjun had expressed a desire to meet her, and Chenbo wondered if it was necessary to do so at this point. However, given the events of the evening, it seemed there was indeed a matter to address. The child had yet to be born, and Can's youngest daughter had already made her presence known, claiming it was out of fear of losing their wealth. Chenbo pondered whether Zhu Wenjun would consider this information significant. With Chenbo present, Qin Yunlu had no opportunity to act further. As Chenbo exited, Qin Yunlu and her two bodyguards stood in the living room, their eyes fixed on him with a predatory intensity. Did you bring a gun? Why didn't you shoot earlier? Lacking courage, are we? Chenbo taunted. You think I wouldn't dare? Qin Yunlu retorted, turning to draw a firearm from her bodyguard's waist, aiming it directly at Chenbo. Of course, you would dare. But if you fail to kill me with one shot, the one who suffers will be you. As a girl, how can you be so ruthless? Given that you're aware the child in her womb belongs to your father, doesn't that make her your little stepmother? Is this how you treat your elders? Chenbo's words were indeed scathing. Initially, Qin Yunlu was genuinely provoked, yet as Chenbo approached her, her hand began to tremble, ultimately losing her grip on the gun, which was reclaimed by her bodyguard. The swelling on Qin Yunlu's forehead had notably increased. It seemed the earlier collision with the wooden door had indeed been severe. You may leave. I want to make things difficult for you. However, do not return. As for the child in her womb, you must respect her wishes. Consider this. If you were to become pregnant and someone sought to harm your child, how would you feel? Chenbo inquired coolly. Qin Yunlu disregarded his words, pointing at him and declaring, Chenbo, I will remember you. Just wait. This matter is not over. With that, she turned and departed, leaving Chenbo to retreat back to the bathroom. After such turmoil, Lu Hanyin no longer shielded herself from him, reclining in the bathtub, indifferent to his gaze. Chenbo retrieved her mobile phone and handed it to her, saying, You should inform Conjungda about this. Otherwise, this won't be the last time they trouble you. Wait, Lu Hanyin called out as Chenbo moved towards the exit. Though she feigned indifference, Chenbo, being a normal man, felt the need to avert his eyes from the sight of her bare skin in the tub, fearing he might lose control. Is there anything else? He asked. Do you think I should keep this child? Lu Hanyin queried. Chenbo chuckled at her words, replying, The matter of whether to keep the child rests solely with you. It is not for others to decide. Though his words were coarse, they held a kernel of truth. The thoughts of Conjungda were inconsequential. Lu Hanyin suddenly recalled that, regardless of the circumstances, this child belonged to Conjungda. If she were to terminate the pregnancy, what would become of her daughter? When would he return her? Chenbo waited in the living room, and an hour later, Lu Hanyan emerged from the shower wrapped in a bathrobe. She naturally seated herself before Chen Bo, resting her legs upon the coffee table, evenly applying lotion to her skin, as if the recent events had not transpired at all. Despite the lingering scent of urine in the air. If there's nothing else, I'm heading to bed. I've been worn out with my cousin's funeral arrangements these past few days, Chen Bo remarked. I've thought it over, and I want to keep this child. Lu Hanyan stated. Are you truly aiming to seize the inheritance? Chen Bo asked with a smile. Lu Hanyan observed his demeanor and felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Is he truly unperturbed? From his expression, it seems he has entirely positioned himself as an outsider. It is not a matter of seizing family assets. Between Kan Jingde and me, apart from this child, there appears to be nothing tangible to grasp. I must safeguard this child to reclaim my daughter, Lu Hanyan stated with a calm demeanor. She had prepared herself to elucidate her thoughts, yet her words fell upon Chen Bo's ears, and he remained utterly unmoved. I said I would reclaim my daughter. Are you not curious? Lu Hanyan inquired, furrowing her brows. Chapter 36. Breaching defenses. I know, Chen Bo remarked. You know? How do you know? Lu Hanyan inquired, astonished. Chen Bo remained silent, yet his expression conveyed an indifference towards her children, asserting that his primary concern lay with financial matters. Indifferent to her words. Under such circumstances, Lu Hanyan gradually unveiled her romantic history to Chen Bo. Although he could not fathom the intricacies of the wealthy mindset, he preferred not to delve too deeply into the matter. Perhaps you should discuss it with Kan Jingde. I will appear when absolutely necessary. And you will compensate me. It's merely a straightforward transaction. As for your relationship and the children, you may handle that as you see fit. By the way, I almost forgot to mention that my sister-in-law is eager to meet you. As for her intentions, I am unaware, Chen Bo stated. He presumed he would need to persuade her, yet to his surprise, Lu Hanyan agreed without hesitation. The time and venue for their meeting were arranged by Chen Bo, and it appeared both women placed considerable trust in him. Why don't you converse at your leisure? I shall refrain from intruding and step outside for a smoke, Chen Bo suggested, sensing no likelihood of conflict between the two. However, he was unexpectedly halted. If you wish to smoke, you may do so here. No need to go outside, Zhu Wenjun remarked. Chen Bo glanced at Lu Hanyan, recognizing the presence of a pregnant woman rendered smoking inappropriate. Yet, to his astonishment, Lu Hanyan replied, if you wish to smoke, go ahead. I smoke myself. A whiff of tobacco will not bring about my demise. With both women expressing such sentiments, he found no viable excuse to withdraw, thus resigning himself to waiting for their discussion to conclude. Yet, the ensuing dialogue left Chen Bo utterly astonished. Zhu Wenjun promptly posed a question to Lu Hanyan. Did they cause Yi Yushan's death? Lu Hanyan surprisingly did not deny the accusation, only disavowing her involvement. However, she too harbored suspicions regarding Kan Jingde's possible culpability. Casting a glance at Chen Bo, she confessed, I disclosed everything to him yesterday. My entanglement with Kan Jingde was unavoidable. My child is in his hands. Everything I did to Yi Yushan was coerced by Kan Jingde. Initially, I believed my actions would merely intimidate him. Yet upon hearing of his demise, I was genuinely frightened. Chen Bo had relayed Lu Hanyan's revelations to Zhu Wenjun, explaining her urgency to meet. After their encounter, any prior tension reminiscent of their meeting at the Civil Affairs Bureau dissipated, replaced by mutual compassion. It was entirely reasonable for Lu Hanyan to feel fear. Upon receiving news of Yi Yushan's death, her immediate thought was that it was no mere accident. Though she harbored disdain for Yi Yushan, it paled in comparison to the malevolence of Kan Jingde. The true terror struck her when Qin Yunlu confronted her with a knife, threatening her abdomen. In that moment, she realized they would never permit her to carry her child to term. Yet, if she lost this child, what leverage would she possess against Kan Jingde? Would she be left to grovel on her knees in desperation? When Chen Bo mentioned that Zhu Wenjun wished to meet her, she instantly acquiesced. Furthermore, when Zhu Wenjun inquired about the cause of Yi Yushan's demise, she promptly affirmed it. Do you understand why? Zhu Wenjun asked, her eyes reddening. I am unaware. But I have heard from Kan Jingde that Yi Yushan's ascension to the position of deputy mayor was a premeditated arrangement between him and Xiao Qing'an. The crucial matter, however, was how to control him. For Kan Jingde, effectively managing someone of Yi Yushan's stature is no trivial task. It necessitates years of careful planning. Thus, orchestrating Yi Yushan as fatherhood was part of their long-standing strategy, though they had not anticipated any oversight. Lu Hanyan remarked. Chen Bo, who had been silently absorbing this revelation, was taken aback. Such dramatic events, akin to those seen on television, were unfolding in his very midst. Moreover, it involved his cousin Yi Yushan, whom he had once yearned to rely upon as a pillar of support, now reduced to mere prey for others. Even more astonished was Zhu Wenjun, who had always believed that Yi Yushan's elevation to deputy mayor was a testament to her own efforts and the deepening bond she had nurtured with the wife of the party secretary. Naturally, Yi Yushan's unwavering loyalty to Qiu Cheng'an was also a factor. Otherwise, how could the financial reins of Nangang City be entrusted to him? Lu Hanyan had only scratched the surface of these matters. The deeper intricacies remained unknown to her. Qin Jingde had merely issued directives without providing explanations, rendering her a mere instrument for achieving a purpose. Lu Hanyan turned to Chen Bo and then to Zhu Wenjun, her tone subdued, shedding the earlier arrogance, and almost humbly pleaded, "Zhu doctor, may I ask you for a favor?" Zhu Wenjun replied coolly, "My husband is deceased. I am merely an ordinary doctor now. Speak your mind." Lu Hanyan, with tears glistening in her eyes, implored, "Could you perhaps speak to Chen Bo, asking him to accompany me for a while? You are aware of what transpired yesterday. I am genuinely frightened. I am all too familiar with the Qin family's modus operandi. Even if Qin Yunlu were to perform a cesarean on me to extract the child, Qin Zhengde would undoubtedly smooth over the aftermath. I would simply perish in vain." Chen Bo felt exasperated, thinking to himself, "I am right here, and didn't we already agree that you would pay me to act alongside you? Why is this being brought up now? Did you not hire him?" Zhu Wenjun asked with a mocking smile. In response, Lu Hanyan spoke a rare truth. If only money could resolve all issues. He had stated as much, yet he did not guarantee my safety. I wish to bring this child into the world. Otherwise, I may never see my daughter in Japan again. Qin Jingde is not a decent human being. Zhu Wenjun looked towards Shenbo, who gazed back at Lu Hanyan, still wanting to reiterate his stance. "If you pay me on time, I can assist you in bringing this child to life. What do you think? They are asking for a commitment from you. Cannot you extend one in return?" Zhu Wenjun observed Chen Bo with a knowing glint in her eye, posing the question. Without waiting for Chen Bo to speak, Lu Hanyan interjected, "Beyond financial matters, I can offer you assistance in other areas. Over the years, having relied on powerful connections, I have come to know quite a few influential individuals. In this city of Nangang, I still possess the ability to accomplish certain tasks. How about it? Is there anything you require my help with?" Chen Bo was about to decline, not wishing to owe a favor to Lu Hanyan, yet Zhu Wenjun interjected, "Indeed, there is. Please facilitate his entry into the municipal party committee office. He aspires to hold an official position and is somewhat infatuated with power. If you can secure his placement there, it would relieve me of a burden." "Not a problem. I'll give it a try," Lu Hanyan readily agreed. "However, if you merely clarify the situation regarding Qin Jingde's daughter, I don't see why you should be so apprehensive," Chen Bo inquired. Yet, the subsequent words from Lu Hanyan utterly dismantled the defenses of both Zhu Wenjun and Chen Bo. Chapter 37. It is hardly surprising that upon my graduation, I swiftly secured a position at the Gui Lu Group. Predictably, within 2 months of my employment, I found myself intoxicated, only to awaken in the bed of Qin Zhengde, who casually informed me that from that day forth, I would be his mistress. He promised financial support, mentorship in corporate management, and opportunities, leaving the rest to my capabilities. This arrangement persisted for 3 years until Lu Hanyan encountered a returnee accountant, hired by the Gui Lu Group for the listing of its subsidiary in the United States. With the company's successful public offering, the accountant sought to take Lu Hanyan with him, an affair that Qin Zhengde soon discovered. The outcome was inevitable. The accountant had acquired numerous confidential financial documents from the Gui Lu Group during the listing process, and he intended to abscond with Lu Hanyan, who, under Qin Jingde's guidance, had ascended to the role of company secretary. Consequently, it was inconceivable for Qin Zhengde to allow their departure. At that time, I was with child, and Qin Jingde compelled me to choose between him and the baby. "You chose the child?" Zhu Wenjun inquired. That was indeed his implication. "Are you aware of the funeral company in Nanguang City? It too is owned by the Gui Lu Group. It serves as their lucrative enterprise. They can conveniently handle matters as they see fit. I witnessed him, grievously injured, as Qin Jingde summoned me to the crematory, instructing me to watch as he was pushed inside, still alive at that moment." Even Chen Bo, with his hardened heart, was stirred by the account Lu Hanyan shared. To her, Qin Jingde was less than human. He could not be regarded as such. After conveying her narrative, Lu Hanyan turned to Chen Bo and declared, "I am not imploring you. I am saving you. You have offended him twice, once by striking his bodyguard and once by meddling in King Yunlu's affairs. Therefore, heed my advice. As Dr. Zhu suggested, I will secure your placement in the municipal office. Whether you can ascend to a higher branch for your own safety depends solely on you. It must be noted that Chunbo lacked understanding of the Gui Lu group and Kan Zhengde, which emboldened him to provoke them. However, after listening to Lu Hanyan, he realized the precariousness of his situation. Kan Zhengde fears authority, but only that of a higher echelon. Frankly speaking, in Nongguang City, perhaps only Qiu Cheng'an could earn his respect, Lu Hanyan remarked. Once she finished speaking, Chunbo asked, I find it curious how you survived after your returnee boyfriend was burned. How did you manage to live on and even give birth? Did Kan Zhengde not compel you to terminate the pregnancy? Lu Hanyan cast a glance at Chunbo, sighed, and before she could respond, Zhou Wenjun interjected. Because she still holds value, significant value. I understand now. 3 years ago, you became the belle of Nongguang City, all coerced by Kan Zhengde through the child, correct? Lu Hanyan nodded slightly, casting an exasperated glance at Chunbo, and remarked, You are a man and cannot comprehend what women fear the most. Dr. Zhu is correct. I do not wish to engage in this, yet the child is in his custody, not within the country, but sent to Japan. I can only meet the child through video calls, and that requires an application and a plea to him. As she spoke, Lu Hanyan's silver teeth clenched audibly. Everyone harbors unavoidable struggles, had she not voiced it herself. Few would have fathomed the burdens concealed behind the glamorous faade of the socialite who commands attention in Nongguang City. After Lu Hanyan departed, Chunbo chose to remain, conferring with Zhou Wenjun on the course of action. This binds us together now. Should any issues arise in the future, it seems difficult to extricate ourselves, Chunbo observed. If she truly manages to place you in the municipal committee office, it is likely she will seek Kan Zhengde's favor. This is your opportunity to approach him. Chunbo, it is no longer merely about your brother's case. It concerns you. You have already provoked his ire. If he seeks vengeance, do you believe you possess the means to escape unscathed? What if he turns his wrath upon your family, your sister, your parents? Have you considered that? Zhou Wenjun inquired. Her brow furrowed. Her words sent a chill down Chunbo's spine. Despite his meticulous planning, he had initially sought only a chance to escape prison. Yet he found himself ensnared instead. Before him lay a dark swamp. Should he take even a single step into it, the prospect of innocence would be irrevocably lost. Behind him, a gaping abyss awaited. Retreating a single step could deprive him of any chance to traverse the swamp, potentially leading to a fate akin to Lu Hanyan's accountant boyfriend, who had been cast into the crematorium to meet a fiery demise. Thus, the moment greed took root, the cycle of cause and effect commenced, making it increasingly arduous to halt. Am I left with no opportunities? It seems my only path leads to the municipal committee office, differing only in whether you or Lu Hanyan will be the one to facilitate my entry, Chunbo stated. Zhou Wenjun stirred her coffee contemplatively, remaining silent for a while before responding. Chunbo, should you enter the municipal committee office, you won't forget me, will you? This statement bore significant implications. After all, she and Chunbo were not related in any meaningful way. Her words hinted at something more. Yet, he could not afford to ignore her. Furrowing his brow, Chunbo asked, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Are we not relatives? I shall never forget the kindness my brother showed to my family. Now that he is gone, if you require anything of me, I remain as before. Just a word, and I shall come. Seeing Chunbo's earnest expression, Zhou Wenjun chuckled softly. I was merely jesting. You appear quite anxious. Of course, I am aware of your character. By the way, how are matters at the company? Zhou Wenjun's remark served as a reminder to Chunbo that while Lu Hanyan may be the one to potentially secure his placement in the municipal committee office, their connection extended beyond mere kinship. It was intertwined with mutual interests in the pharmaceutical company they co-founded, a binding of interests. I have been preoccupied with my brother's affairs these past few days. I inquired, and the company has already been registered. We can proceed with the connection shortly. Chunbo replied. Zhou Wenjun nodded, rising to collect her bag, and Chunbo followed suit as they exited together. As they parted at the entrance, Zhou Wenjun cast a glance at Chunbo and remarked, I shall not seek you out often in the future, lest Kan Zhengde grows suspicious. Should any matters arise, do give me a call. It would be wise to use a different phone card. And remember, for the sake of your brother, do not disregard me in the future. We still have business to attend to. Chunbo nodded and replied softly, Sister-in-law, I am well aware of where warmth resides and who truly cares for me. Rest assured, my interactions with Lu Hanyan are merely transitional. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call. I am indifferent to others' opinions. His words warmed Zhu Wenjun's heart, almost prompting her to invite him home for a meal, yet she swallowed the invitation before it could escape her lips. Chapter 38. A piercing gaze. In the years that have passed, Lu Hanyin has never taken the initiative to contact Kanjingde unless he visited the hotel. Kanjingde is acutely aware of her enduring hatred towards him. If the roles were reversed, he would undoubtedly wish to reduce to mincemeat the person who had taken his beloved's life. Therefore, when Lu Hanyin proactively called him to the hotel under the pretext of discussing a matter, Kanjingde found himself questioning whether it was a trap laid to ensnare him, particularly with Chun Bo lingering by Lu Hanyin's side. Who could predict what mischief this young man might concoct? As expected, upon entering the office, he found Chun Bo indeed present. This time, however, Chun Bo exhibited a surprising courtesy, rising to greet Kanjingde with a slight bow. Kanjingde merely nodded in response. Given his status, he had no obligation to acknowledge Chun Bo. Yet, following the incident with the bodyguard, a lingering sense of unease gripped him. Regardless, this is a society that venerates strength. If one possesses enough power, attention is inevitable. Kanjingde settled himself on the couch, his posture commanding, casting a glance at Chun Bo, who showed no signs of departing. Lu Hanyin spoke directly. I have informed Chun Bo that this child is yours. Hence, there is no need for pretense. I have summoned you to convey my intention to terminate the pregnancy. As she uttered these words, her heart raced, and her underlying fear of Kanjingde momentarily surfaced. Barely surmountable. Were Chun Bo not present, she would have lacked the audacity to voice such sentiments. Haunted as she was by the memory of her boyfriend being consigned to the crematorium, Kanjingde's immediate gaze shifted to Chun Bo, his expression sharp as if his dominion had been challenged. Because of him? Have you lost your senses? He demanded. Lu Hanyin let out a cold laugh in response. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you feigning ignorance? Tell me, how did K. In Yunlu come to learn of this child? Kanjingde paused, bewildered by her insinuation. Lu Hanyin raised her hand and activated the television remote, revealing footage of K. In Yunlu confronting her. As the video played, Kanjingde's discomfort became palpable, and he could not bear to watch. If I insist on bringing this child to term, I fear I may not survive the ordeal, Lu Hanyin remarked icily. Prior to summoning Kanjingde, she and Chun Bo had strategized, choosing to adopt a stance of retreat disguised as advance, claiming her intent to terminate the pregnancy, deliberately in Chun Bo's presence, to plant a seed of doubt in Kanjingde's mind, suggesting that her decision stemmed from Chun Bo's influence. Should Kanjingde oppose her, she would then unveil K. In Yunlu's misdeeds. At this juncture, one must commend Lu Hanyin for her ingenuity. She had installed surveillance cameras within her office, with the main unit secured in her personal quarters, a precaution against potential intrusions during her absence. A measure also taken against Kanjingde. I am unaware of this. I will inquire further upon my return, Kanjingde stammered, urging Lu Hanyin to turn off the video. You are unaware? Then how did she come to know? How many others are privy to this information? Lu Hanyin persistently inquired. At this point, Chun Bo's role had faded away, prompting him to gesture towards the door and, regardless of the two individuals' consent, he strode out. The ensuing conversation was no longer appropriate for Chun Bo's presence. Once Chun Bo exited, Kanjingde took a moment to collect himself and approached Lu Hanyin, whose tears fell like pearls strung on a broken thread, cascading down at an opportune moment. She expressed her fears regarding the potential division of the Kan family's wealth due to the child, stating, I had hoped to give birth so that my child could accompany Yao Yao in the future, but it seems unnecessary now. I am here to inform you that I have scheduled a surgery for tomorrow. With Yi Yushan's death, keeping this child serves no purpose. I have no desire to bear it, Lu Hanyin declared resolutely. You see, you still have such a temper. Since it is my blood, you should carry it to term. Rest assured, I will certainly ensure a share of the inheritance for you, Kanjingde replied. Stop right there. You must not utter such words. If that is your intention, neither the child nor I will survive. Have you not seen what your daughter has done? I can give birth. But let us be fair. I and the child will not take a single penny from your family's fortune. Once the child is born, I will take them and Yao Yao to live in America, never to return, Lu Hanyin responded firmly. Why must it come to this? Kanjingde was momentarily taken aback. The Kan family possessed assets worth hundreds of billions. Even a fraction of that wealth was a staggering sum. How could this woman possibly refuse even a single cent? There must be some underlying motive. As Kanjingde contemplated how to respond to Lu Hanyin, she inquired further, What do you think of Chenbo? Chenbo? What about him? Kanjunga asked. I have learned that he is a distant relative of Yi Yushan. Were it not for work, they would not have crossed paths at all. Now that Yi Yushan is deceased, he cannot remain at the Finance Bureau. I suggested he maintain our marriage until after the child is born. This would simplify many matters, especially concerning my mother. I cannot explain this to her. What do you think? Lu Hanyan queried. Although this was Lu Hanyan's plan, she still required Kanjunga's consent. Have you developed feelings for this pretty boy? Kanjunga asked. Momentarily stunned, Lu Hanyan then turned hostile, stating, Very well, let us divorce. After all, you are single now. Let us marry. The child in my womb is yours. I have been with you for so many years, you cannot evade all responsibility. You see, I am not jesting. At my age, to remarry, it must be with you. You have just wed that young man. Do I still have any standing in Nansong? Kanjunga shook his head in disbelief. This is my reasoning. He can no longer stay at the Finance Bureau. You should find him another position. He may prove useful to us in the future. Your subordinates are all inept, and there may come a time when we need him for urgent matters. Showing him some kindness now may yield benefits later, Lu Hanyan whispered. And where does he wish to go? Kanjunga glanced sideways at Lu Hanyan and inquired. Who is Kanjunga? This young woman has been under his command for many years. Were it not for that child who holds sway over her, she might have long since escaped his grasp. Thus, the words she utters now are met with skepticism by Kanjunga. I cannot say for certain, but that is simply my impression. His sister also works at the Finance Bureau and nearly faced expulsion. It was only through a phone call I made that she managed to remain. Given this, it is indeed remarkable that he could survive in the Finance Bureau. He himself has stated several times that he would prefer to languish in prison rather than endure this. Lu Hanyan conceals her true feelings adeptly. At most, she can only serve as a catalyst in this situation. Chapter 39. Is there anything related to me? Upon entering, Chenbo observed the expressions of the two individuals and discerned that their conversation had nearly concluded. Particularly, the slight upward curl of Lu Hanyan's lips eased a significant weight off his heart. Is there anything related to me? Chenbo inquired with a smile. President Lu mentioned that you no longer wish to linger at the Finance Bureau. What prompted this change? Qianjinga lit a cigarette and asked, embodying the demeanor of a gang leader mingling with a corporate executive. Chenbo had no requests to make of him. Yet he was keen to avoid provoking him at this juncture. As Lu Hanyan had indicated, the previous two incidents had already strained their relations. Upon reflection, Chenbo surmised that Qianjinga had managed to contain his temper likely due to having recently dealt with Yi Yushan. Thus, he refrained from being too brazen. Another factor was Chenbo's commendable capabilities. Should violence ensue, it would escalate into a major incident, yet without resorting to firearms. He would need to meticulously craft a trap for Chenbo. However, before such a pit could be constructed, Chenbo had already shifted the conversation. Why would I wish to leave such a commendable institution as the Finance Bureau? Chenbo retorted disdainfully. This time, it was Lu Hanyan who appeared astonished. Their prior discussions had deviated from this line of thought. Qianjinga glanced at Lu Hanyan, as if to suggest she was being overly complacent. Nevertheless, his doubts regarding her dissipated. Had they conferred about this matter, the two should have been in harmonious agreement. Yet, their dialogue and expressions starkly contrasted with one another. Chenbo continued, Gentlemen, I trust you are aware of the reasons that initiated our collaboration. President Lu's intention is to engage my services merely for the sake of appearances in your relationship at a rate of 10,000 a day. Qianjinga, let us clarify. My arrangement with President Lu is superficial. Do not harbor any jealousy or resentment. Should you decide to terminate my services midway, we shall settle accounts promptly and part ways amicably. As for my professional endeavors, you need not concern yourselves. Our relationship is strictly contractual, devoid of any further entanglements. Is that agreeable? The more Chenbo articulated his terms, the more Qianjinga felt inclined to agree with Lu Hanyan's assessment. On one hand, this young man possessed considerable skills. There were times when he required assistance with unsavory tasks, yet his subordinates often fell short. Occasionally, he had to seek help from abroad, which was a considerable hassle. If this individual could indeed be of service, he might prove to be a valuable asset. Working at the Finance Bureau is rather mundane. And besides, with your cousin's demise, your prospects there are bleak. Inform me of your aspirations within the city's departments in Nangguang City. There is nothing I cannot facilitate for you. Such is human nature. One's fundamental essence is immutable, despite the layers of experience and endeavor that may obscure one's original character. It remains steadfast beneath the surface. Given the slightest opportunity, even a mere drop of external influence may pierce through the facade accumulated over a lifetime, revealing one's true nature once more. Although Kanjungda serves as a representative of the National People's Congress, a member of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, a successful businessman, and the minister of the underground organization in Nangang City, what does it matter? Once provoked in a particular environment, his inherent nature will be laid bare without reservation. This is no mere boast. He is indeed capable of such actions, but boasting is merely boasting. He can only flaunt what he is truly able to accomplish. I aspire to become the secretary of the Nangang Municipal Committee. If that proves too challenging, perhaps the mayor's position would suffice? Chen Bo absurdly proclaimed. Lu Hanyin subtly gestured to him, urging him to refrain from such nonsense and speak on more serious matters. Yet, Chen Bo disregarded her entirely, leaving Lu Hanyin utterly speechless. Upon hearing Chen Bo's words, Kanjungda paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Eventually, he rose, patted Chen Bo on the shoulder, and remarked, "Not at this moment. But you might consider observing how the secretary and mayor operate. Perhaps one day it will be possible. You should head to the municipal government office." "What for?" "To serve the leaders in their every need?" Chen Bo furrowed his brows in inquiry. Noticing Chen Bo's unwilling expression, Kanjungda chuckled and replied, "My boy, if you wish to rise above, you must first learn to serve others. There are only a few positions of leadership, and if you do not serve, others will eagerly vie for the opportunity. So, tell me, do you wish to go?" Chen Bo clicked his tongue, remaining silent. "Very well, it is settled. You may leave for now. I have matters to discuss with General Manager Liu," Kanjungda stated. Their intention was to approach the municipal committee office, leveraging the good relationship between Zhu Wenjun and the wife of Secretary Chiu Cheng'an, allowing Chen Bo to frequently visit their home and become familiar over time. However, their plans were now upended. Regardless of how Kanjungda inquired, they could not reveal their true destination, given his astuteness. He would discern their intentions if they specified a particular department. Thus, they could only provide a general direction, leaving the finer details to Kanjungda's discretion. Moreover, as a contingency, if Kanjungda offered an unsatisfactory position, Chen Bo could decline and instead have Zhu Wenjun pursue connections through the secretary's wife. After all, with Kanjungda, it was merely a trial. There were two objectives. First, to alleviate Kanjungda's apprehensions regarding Chen Bo through their interaction. Second, to offer Kanjungda an opportunity to recruit him, ultimately due to the issues surrounding the Yi Yushan case. "Why have you sent him to the municipal government office?" "It should be the municipal committee office. Aren't you close with Secretary Chiu? Who there could possibly support him?" Lu Hanyin inquired, perplexed. "It is merely a placement. I did not intend to seek anyone's backing for him. If he were to ascend too quickly, how could he be of use to us in the future? If he were to ascend to a leadership position, it would become quite troublesome. Li Xiaowei has been in Nangang for 3 years, remaining rather unremarkable. I have interacted with him on several occasions. This man possesses profound depths, making it challenging to forge a heartfelt connection with someone of his nature. I am currently concerned about what will happen if Chiu Cheng'an departs. After all, he has been both the mayor and secretary here for 12 years. If he does not relocate soon, it will become untenable from above. In order to prevent him from leaving, I have sought out several leaders alongside him. Should we linger any longer, it is likely we will be unable to resist the pressure." Kanjungda sighed as he spoke. "Are you suggesting that Chen Bo should exert effort in influencing Li Xiaowei?" Lu Hanyin inquired, furrowing her brow. Kanjungda chuckled and replied, "He must possess the capability to do so. We shall see. After all, it is merely a matter of extending a greeting. The remainder will depend on his own endeavors. As for your child, focus on the delivery. I assure you, once the baby is born, both you and the child shall go to America. Do not linger in this country any longer." Chapter 40. Another plan. You have your plans, but the world has its own designs. Thus, neither Lu Hanyin nor Zhu Wenjun, including Chen Bo, anticipated that his ultimate destination would not be the municipal party committee office, but rather the municipal government office. However, both Zhu Wenjun and Lu Hanyin seemed to lack any connections within the government office, so when Chen Bo conveyed this news to Zhu Wenjun, she fell silent for an extended period. "Sister-in-law, the municipal government office is what it is. It doesn't matter where I am. In truth, I feel that Kanjungda harbors considerable wariness towards me. If I were to be sent to the municipal party committee office, being close to the party secretary might be even more challenging," Chen Bo remarked. "As long as you can see it clearly, that's all that matters." My concern still lies with your brother's case. By going to the municipal government office, you will be even further removed from them, and it will be more difficult to uncover the truth, Zhu Wenjun responded. Shinbo was taken aback, pondering whether she had been intending to place him beside Qiu Qingyan to investigate the case. Although his cousin Yi Yushan's car accident was indeed suspicious, given his current status and Zhu Wenjun's circumstances, even if they were to uncover the truth, the likely outcome would be that they would meet the same fate as Yi Yushan once the truth came to light. Of course, Shinbo could not articulate this thought and could only patiently advise, "Sister-in-law, I have not forgotten about my brother's matter. The problem is, even if I were to discover something now, who would stand up for us? Kinjungda holds absolute power in Nakong City, and you should be aware of his relationship with Qiu Qingyan. We must wait." "You are right," Zhu Wenjun acknowledged, realizing that she had just lost her composure. "Am I really going to the municipal government office?" Shinbo inquired. "Yes, you should go. By the way, what do you think of that little vixen, Lu Han-yin? Are her words genuine?" Zhu Wenjun asked. Shinbo chuckled and replied, "Sister-in-law, from the way you address her, it seems you do not trust her. Regardless, whether we believe her or not, for now, we have no entanglements with her. It's simply about me making some money. Once she dismisses me, we will truly have no further connections." Before Shinbo could finish his sentence, his phone buzzed, revealing an incoming call from Lu Han-yin. He ignored it, waiting until he had concluded his conversation with Zhu Wenjun before returning her call. "What instructions do you have, boss?" Shinbo asked. "Who are you calling?" "Come to my suite," Lu Han-yin replied brusquely. Upon entering Lu Han-yin's suite, Shinbo noticed that she had already prepared herself, seemingly ready for some formal occasion. "Try on that outfit on the sofa. We are going out," Lu Han-yin commanded. Unmoved, Shinbo plopped down onto the sofa, glanced at her, and stated, "We had an agreement. I will limit my involvement in your affairs and merely fulfill my duties as your husband. Accompanying you to make an appearance is considered additional labor, and I require compensation for that." Lu Han-yin paid him no mind, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at her reflection in the glass. She turned around, and although her abdomen was slightly protruding, her figure remained striking, showing no signs of emotional disturbance due to Chunbo's indifference. After making several turns and inquiring about Chunbo, she finally approached him, slightly bowing her head, her lips nearly brushing against his neck as she whispered, "Change your clothes and come with me. You are to go to the municipal office, and I shall do my modest part to facilitate a connection for you. So you won't be lost." Upon finishing her words, she surprisingly reached out and gently patted Chunbo's face. Instinctively, he recoiled slightly. While en route to the banquet, Chunbo, driving, remarked, "Ms. Lu, it would be wise for you to be aware that our relationship is merely superficial. Do not overthink it. Such intimate gestures as we shared in the room should be minimized." Lu Han-yin appeared quite self-assured, gazing out at the nightscape, and responded, "Are you afraid? Or is it that the benefits he provided have left you uneasy? Let us not get carried away. We maintain a purely contractual relationship. Crossing boundaries complicates matters." Shinbo replied with a smile. However, Lu Han-yin did not reciprocate the smile. Instead, she fixated her gaze on the back of his head, asking, "Are you afraid of developing feelings? Rest assured, I shall not harm another. I consulted a fortune teller, and he claimed my life was worth less than the fee for a reading." Shinbo, perplexed by her words, turned to glance at her, awaiting clarification. "The fortune teller said my life is so worthless that even a reading fee is too much. I witnessed someone being burned alive. He was still alive when pushed in. From that moment, I resolved to only take revenge on those who wronged me and never to harm innocents again," Lu Han-yin explained with a smile. Yet, through the rearview mirror, Shinbo could see the discomfort etched on her face. Behind that smile lay a heart shattered like glass. A single tear slipped down her cheek unnoticed. Lu Han-yin then brightened and said, "Enough of that. Let us discuss tonight's affair. I know both of those individuals. The man runs a company affiliated with the Gulu Group, primarily connected to the hotel sector, being one of its suppliers. His wife is the deputy director of the municipal office, so your visit there will be facilitated by an acquaintance. It's far better than being completely in the dark." "Wait, didn't you say there were no connections at the municipal office?" Shinbo inquired, astonished. "I hadn't thought of it at the time. After you left, I reviewed my records and discovered that one supplier's spouse works at the municipal office. Upon further investigation, I found she is indeed the deputy director. This is much better. Though I didn't want to let Kinjingda know I assisted you," Lu Han-yin explained. "And now, if you take me to meet them, how could Kinjingda remain unaware?" Shinbo questioned. Lu Hanyin fell silent, continuing to gaze out at the night scenery, and after a moment, turned back to Chun Bo to continue their conversation. Chun Bo then grasped Conjungda's intentions and understood why they had deviated from the rehearsed script. It was all a performance. He recognized Lu Hanyin's plan. Her time in the country was limited. After giving birth, she would depart for America and would never return. In the remaining time, I shall assist you as much as I can. Your current role is indeed fitting, and I will introduce you to as many acquaintances as possible. As for how you manage these relationships in the future, that is entirely up to you. Everyone is quite pragmatic. Once our divorce occurs, one must ponder whether they will treat you as they do now. Be prepared for that reality. At this moment, Chun Bo unexpectedly felt a twinge of affection for Lu Hanyin. Her words were genuinely for his benefit. Thus, when they reached the car, Chun Bo willingly opened the door and offered her a hand as she descended. As they made their way to the restaurant, he continued to support her. At the window on the second floor, a couple observed the scene unfolding below. It is said that this man is merely raising another's child. Yet, this does not appear to be the case, does it? The woman inquired with a light chuckle. Chapter 41. Geng Shulan cast a glance at her husband and remarked, "Let this conversation end here. Refrain from making baseless comments in the future. I am counting on Lu Hanyin to provide me with additional opportunities, as she is backed by the Gui Lu Group, the true benefactor. I understand. I am merely speaking to you here. You know how I am. I tend to be cautious," the woman replied, playfully pinching her husband's arm. The man chuckled and turned to walk towards the door, with the woman following closely behind. As he walked, he advised, "Be mindful of your words later. Maintain a courteous demeanor. Do not presume that your position in the municipal office grants you any superiority. I have attempted to meet with General Manager Lu several times, but she has always claimed to be unavailable. This time, she reached out to me and requested that I bring you along. It signifies something. Perhaps fortune awaits us." Just as the woman was about to respond, the voices of Chun Bo and Lu Hanyin echoed from around the staircase. The two swiftly exited the room, standing at the top of the stairs. Upon spotting the man at the staircase, Lu Hanyin greeted him, while Chun Bo remained focused on assisting her, continuously reminding her to watch her step and chastising her for wearing high heels, which made Lu Hanyin feel somewhat exasperated. "You are instructed to follow the script. You are not required to act as if you are on stage," she thought, unsure of how to respond, and instead offered Chun Bo a faint sweet glance. From this angle, Chun Bo's face appeared resolute yet cold. Had it not been for Lu Hanyin's worldly experience and her desire to spare him further misfortune, she might have been genuinely moved. The man had been absent for 5 years, and during that time, she had lived in constant trepidation. However, the experience of being rescued from Kenyun Lu by Chun Bo had stirred an unusual sentiment within her, though she continuously reminded herself of its impossibility. "Ah, General Manager Lu, you have worked hard. Please, come in," he said, gesturing. "By the way, this is my wife, Geng Shulan, and this is my husband, Chun Bo. Dear, this is the Chi General Manager I often mention." As Chi Yangbo led the way, he presented his business card to Chun Bo with both hands. Although Chun Bo was supporting Lu Hanyin at that moment, he quickly accepted the card with equal courtesy. After pleasantries were exchanged, Chun Bo seated Lu Hanyin in the primary position, while Chi Yangbo and his wife took their places on either side. To their surprise, Chun Bo and Geng Shulan found themselves seated next to one another, while Lu Hanyin was beside Chi Yangbo. Initially, the couples were taken aback by this arrangement, but it was orchestrated by Lu Hanyin prior to their seating. Once they had sipped some water, Lu Hanyin stated the purpose of their gathering, prompting Geng Shulan to realize the reason behind their invitation to dinner. A quintessential bureaucratic woman, Geng Shulan sat quietly, her demeanor serene and her appearance unadorned yet pleasing to the eye, contrasting starkly with Lu Hanyin's flamboyant style. Throughout the conversation, she had remained a silent observer, watching her husband engage with the captivating Lu Hanyin. It was only when Lu Hanyin articulated the intention behind the meal that it became Geng Shulan's moment to step into the spotlight. "Director Geng, I previously worked in a prison, having transitioned directly from military service to such a highly disciplined environment. Consequently, I may not be entirely familiar with the workings outside these confines, so I kindly ask for your guidance in this new role," Chun Bo expressed. "This is a minor issue. I firmly believe that those who have spent time in both places will find the responsibilities at the municipal government office to be quite manageable. However, there is one thing to keep in mind. The municipal office is exceedingly busy, and overtime is the norm. Is it not true that General Lu is about to give birth?" At that point, You may find yourself even busier, balancing familial duties alongside your professional obligations. Before Director Geng could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Lu Hanyan. There is no need for him to concern himself with family matters. My mother and the hired help can manage everything just fine. I asked that Director Geng take care of me during this time, Lu Hanyan asserted. What more could Geng Shulan say? She could only agree without reservation. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, yet neither Qinbo nor Qi Yanghua partook in any alcohol. And the two women certainly did not either. This couple is rather intriguing, Geng Shulan remarked to Qi Yanghua as they bid their farewells. What do you mean? They appear quite affectionate to me, perhaps due to their recent marriage. Over time, they may grow weary of pretending, Qi Yanghua chuckled. Not quite. I have a feeling the man is putting on a show. It seems rather forced, making one uncomfortable, Geng Shulan replied. Is that so? I hadn't noticed. But the young man is indeed quite handsome. Do be cautious. Do not let yourself be swept away. While I am earning money, I will not tolerate losing my wife in the process, Qi Yanghua warned. Get lost. Do you think I am that type of person? Geng Shulan shot him a glare. Qi Yanghua's discerning eye for character was sharp. During the dinner, he had observed more than once his wife's gaze wandering toward Qinbo, as if she were entranced by something. I merely wish to provide a word of caution. Let us address this matter openly. Do you not find him reminiscent of your former boyfriend? I recall that fellow bore a striking resemblance, Qi Yanghua inquired. Geng Shulan chose to ignore him. But as they were driving, she called for a stop at a corner. Please let me out here. I must return to the office. What? Do you turn your back on me for merely a few words? Qi Yanghua asked, displeased. What do you mean? I already informed you that I have to work late. The governor is visiting the day after tomorrow, and as he is Mayor Xia's former superior, the municipal office must refine the reception process tonight. My colleagues are all working late. Is it appropriate for me, as the deputy director, to go home and sleep? Geng Shulan retorted, her tone sharp. It dawned on Qi Yanghua that his wife had mentioned this when she left the office. He had been so consumed by jealousy that he had forgotten. Watching his wife enter the municipal compound, he pressed the accelerator and drove away. Meanwhile, Qinbo escorted Lu Hanyan back and, upon returning to his hotel room, called Zhu Wenjun to report on the meeting with Geng Shulan. The deputy director is also a diligent worker. He may not determine your future, but upon your arrival at the municipal office, you may find yourself in a state of confusion. Having such a person around can be beneficial should any matters arise. Feel free to reach out to me. Furthermore, today I received a call from the wife of the municipal party secretary, who intended to reassure me and implored me not to indulge in wild speculation. The city has thoroughly investigated the situation, and your brother's case has been deemed merely an accident, urging me not to spread unfounded rumors. Zhu Wenjun expressed these words with palpable indignation. Sister-in-law, sister, allow me to speak a word. Qinbo hastily intervened to prevent her from continuing. Chapter 42. Headache. Qinbo could discern that Zhu Wenjun's emotions were quite volatile. Therefore, despite the lateness of the hour, he resolved to pay a visit to her residence. Although, in principle, the relationship between him and Zhu Wenjun had diminished following the passing of his cousin Yushan, Qinbo harbored his own intentions. Zhu Wenjun's social acumen and her extensive network were resources he urgently required. He found no hope in Lu Hanyan and had no intention of relying on her indefinitely. Moreover, his cousin Yushan had shown kindness to both him and his sister, and he felt a sense of obligation to repay that kindness by assisting his family. In essence, Qinbo held a profound gratitude toward his cousin's family. Qinbo was a person who valued gratitude. Life is fleeting, and while principles are undeniably significant, serving as a foundation for one's character, he was willing to make concessions on matters that did not pertain to fundamental issues. Furthermore, with his cousin now deceased, he felt compelled to offer support to his sister-in-law in her time of distress. In truth, it remained uncertain who would be aiding whom. After concluding the call, Zhu Wenjun was still seething with indignation, particularly towards the wife of the municipal secretary. How could she speak to her in such a manner? They had shared a close friendship, and she had rescued her from the brink of death on 2 occasions, only to be met with such remarks. Qinbo sat on the sofa, a cup of tea poured by Zhu Wenjun before him. Sister-in-law, are you really drinking such strong tea at this hour? Are you not going to sleep? Sleep? I am about to explode with anger. How could I possibly sleep? Had I known she was this kind of person, I would have never saved her. Zhu Wenjun replied, fuming. Qinbo remained silent, simply smiling as he listened to her vent, patiently enduring until she reiterated the grievances she had expressed during their earlier conversation. It is often challenging for people to articulate their thoughts clearly when consumed by anger. They tend to repeat themselves, primarily as a means of catharsis. Sister-in-law, I understand that you are merely speaking in anger. Given 100 opportunities, you would still pull her back from the brink. You are a doctor, after all, with a compassionate heart. However, what she said does indeed raise concerns. What do you think her words truly signify? Chen Bo inquired. Zhu Wenjun turned her gaze towards Chen Bo, awaiting his further elaboration. In truth, the call from the wife of the municipal secretary was likely instigated by Secretary Chiu Cheng'an himself, indirectly confirming their suspicions that Yi Yushan's death was far from simple. However, it would be unreasonable to silence Zhu Wenjun for merely speaking out of turn. Thus, as a friend, the secretary's wife had a significant opportunity to advise her to cease her tumultuous behavior. Yet, as the head of the finance bureau in Nankong City, Zhu Wenjun was a sensitive figure in her own right. If the chief of police were to suffer an accident, public sentiment would immediately suspect organized crime retaliation. Conversely, if the finance bureau chief were to meet with an accident, the prevailing public reaction would insinuate that there were deeper issues at play. After all, Yi Yushan was considered the financial benefactor of Nankong City, overseeing its coffers. Any trouble he encountered would undoubtedly be linked to financial misconduct. Thus, the city of Nangang is currently making every effort to diminish the impact of the accident. If at this moment, Zhu Wenjun, as the wife of Yi Yushan, were to act restlessly by frequently making statements and accepting interviews, uttering words that ought not to be spoken, the one who would bear the burden would be Chiu Cheng'an. Should this matter evolve into a public opinion crisis, it is difficult to ascertain that it would not ultimately reflect upon him. After Chen Bo's analysis, Zhu Wenjun's eyes widened in realization. She raised her right hand, extending her index finger to punctuate the air a few times, inquiring, "Are you suggesting that your brother's accident is indeed suspicious, yet there are some who wish to suppress the matter?" "It is not a mere possibility. It is a certainty," Chen Bo replied. Having spent over an hour at Zhu Wenjun's residence, her emotions gradually stabilized. Chen Bo praised her, asserting that she could discern these matters herself, but being immersed in the situation had clouded her judgment. If she could detach herself from the circumstances, the multifaceted nature of the issue would become clear. Chen Bo was unaware of whom Qin Zhengde had contacted, but he proceeded to the municipal office to seek out Geng Shulan, whom he had just met the previous evening. Today, Geng Shulan's attire differed significantly from that of yesterday. She had appeared somewhat ordinary, but upon meeting her at the municipal office, she presented herself in a notably conservative and proper manner, unmistakably a woman of the bureaucracy. In contrast, Chen Bo felt as though he was attending his first day at the municipal office, dressed like a groom, with his shoes polished to a shine. Geng Shulan guided him through the necessary procedures and remarked, "You should accompany me for now. Familiarize yourself with the environment. If you can connect with any leaders, that would be ideal, but if not, just observe and follow my lead." "Thank you, Director Geng. I will certainly pay attention," he replied. "From now on, do not refer to me as Director Geng. Here at the municipal office, there is only Director Zheng. We are all here to work. Just call me Sister Lan. By the way, refrain from dressing like a groom in the future. Change your shoes. We will be on our feet quite a bit. It is tiring to wear leather shoes. Observe how others are attired and adapt accordingly." Geng Shulan had her own independent office. After summoning Chen Bo to her office and issuing her instructions, she then allowed him to take a seat. Chen Bo, ever perceptive, noted that Geng Shulan's cup was empty and reached out to refill it, only to have her gently restrain his hand. "Chen Bo, our work is our work. I can manage these tasks myself. My husband as company requires your wife as assistance. You are here to support me. And I would rather not have my husband reprimanding me later." Geng Shulan jested. "These are minor matters. I will simply inform Lu Han. As long as your brother's company offers quality products, it matters not whose assistance is utilized," Chen Bo responded, promptly offering a half-hearted promise. "With your assurance, I feel at ease. I will be dining in the cafeteria at noon, and since your card isn't ready yet, you can join me," Geng Shulan stated. Just as Chen Bo was about to respond, the telephone on her desk rang. She answered it, murmured a few affirmations, and then hung up. "Tomorrow, the governor will inspect Nankong City. This time, our municipal office is responsible for the reception. This matter has been deliberated for nearly a month, and today marks the final review of the plan. You might as well accompany me to listen in," suggested Geng Shulan. Chen Bo nodded and followed Geng Shulan into the conference room. Geng Shulan, the deputy director of the municipal office, took her seat at the front of the table, while others occupied the second row of chairs. Chen Bo, on the other hand, found himself squeezed into a chair in a corner. Director Zheng Heping sat in the central position at the table, his back turned to Chen Bo, rendering him oblivious to Chen Bo's presence. However, Deputy Director Geng Shulan was seated diagonally across from him, allowing Chen Bo to observe this woman, who appeared somewhat different from the previous night, from this angle. Chapter 43. The essence of value. China is abundant in its populace. Within the bureaucratic system, there exists no shortage of individuals who strive to achieve perfection in even the most trivial of tasks. Hence, it is not difficult to comprehend those who meticulously align cups at a conference. Is this truly significant? To those beyond the confines of the system, it appears to be a trivial matter, an exercise in futility. Does the alignment of cups truly matter when the individuals drinking from them possess arms of the same length? Yet, for those entrenched within the system, such precision is deemed essential, for therein lies their sense of worth. Thus, when Chen Bo observed the attendees at the meeting debating whether the governor's accommodations should feature blue and white porcelain or purple clay cups, he felt no surprise. Apart from his experiences in the military, the so-called human nature he witnessed while working in prison was, in many respects, more profound. The incarcerated individuals were primarily constrained in their physical liberties. However, those convened for the meeting were imprisoned within a mental cage, their thoughts shackled by an ever-evolving web of regulations. As Chen Bo noted that no one was paying attention to him, he discreetly retrieved his phone and searched for the biography of the governor who was scheduled to visit the following day. Previously, he had believed he would remain in prison for another 30 or 40 years, never contemplating the possibility of serving in another institution. Thus, he had shown little interest in the bureaucratic structures beyond the prison walls. However, the circumstances had shifted. He needed to assimilate into their ranks, not merely in an organizational sense, but also mentally, transitioning from one prison to another. Before long, Chen Bo had perused the entirety of Governor Pang Goen's biography. Given his own capabilities, connections, and understanding of the political landscape in Donghai province, the document revealed no discernible clues. Nevertheless, Chen Bo found himself genuinely intrigued. These procedural meetings were less about refinement and more about the superiors gathering everyone to collectively shoulder potential future responsibilities. This method could be deemed collective decision-making. Should anyone later voice grievances in private, it would serve to silence dissent, as making statements in meetings contrasted starkly with whispering behind closed doors. Such actions could incur serious ramifications. As the meeting adjourned, Geng Shulan called Chen Bo over, waiting until most attendees had departed before bringing him before Zheng Heping. "You may return now," Zheng Heping remarked, casting a glance at Geng Shulan. She said nothing in response and turned to leave. Although Geng Shulan had facilitated Chen Bo's arrangements at the municipal government office, it was Zheng Heping, the secretary of the municipal government and director of the municipal office, who had ultimately granted him entry. "Someone has put in a word for you. I do not concern myself with your past or previous affiliations. Once you are here at the municipal office, you must abide by our rules and regulations. Do you understand?" Zhang Heping leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, gazing up at Chen Bo, who stood a meter away. "Yes, I understand, Secretary," Chen Bo replied. "I am aware that your wife is General Liu of the Nankong Grand Hotel. Why did you remain silent during the discussions earlier?" Zhang Heping inquired. "This is work. I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with everything. It is not my place to speak, so I shall first learn from everyone," Chen Bo humbly remarked. Throughout the conversation, he maintained a consistent demeanor, remaining composed despite Zhang Heping's mention of the Southport Grand Hotel and Lu Hanyan. It is of no concern. Hosting leaders is a significant matter, and everyone has the right and obligation to offer suggestions. Your wife is the general manager of the hotel, so if you have any valuable insights, feel free to approach me or report to Director Geng, Zhang Heping noted, observing that Chen Bo's attitude was commendable, which gradually softened his own demeanor. Chen Bo returned to his seat in the large office, and before he could settle in, he was summoned by Geng Shulan. "What did the Secretary General say to you?" Geng Shulan inquired. "Not much, just a brief introduction. I was unfamiliar with him before, and he mentioned that the governor would be staying at the hotel. I am not involved in the hotel's management. I merely consider myself an ordinary staff member of the municipal government office, so I have no particular opinions. However, I did take a look at Governor Pang's resume," Chen Bo replied. Geng Shulan felt that there was nothing particularly noteworthy in his remarks and had initially thought the Secretary General had conveyed something privately to him. She, too, aimed to excel in her work and sought to inquire if Chun Bo had any insider information that might help them align with the leader's preferences. What about the resume? She asked. I noticed that Governor Peng is from Lini, Shandong, and has been working outside since his university days. Should we consider incorporating some local delicacies from his hometown? Chun Bo pondered aloud. Delicacies? What kind of food? Local snacks, perhaps? We have prepared some Shandong specialties, fruits, and dried fruits. But I'm unsure if the leader would appreciate them, Geng Shulan responded. In truth, leaders of such stature often prioritize health to an unprecedented degree. By the time one reaches Governor Pang's level, they likely have a personal health advisor, dictating their dietary habits. Furthermore, one could never be certain if the leader has conditions such as diabetes. Fruits can be a significant concern for diabetics, while dried fruits are only suitable in moderation. Besides, these items would be presented at the hotel where the leader would likely arrive having already dined. What appetite would remain for such offerings? The only opportunity for the leader to indulge might arise during a banquet, although it is uncertain how much they would consume. A thoughtfully prepared taste of home could certainly convey the sincerity of the leaders of Southport City. Chun Bo then recounted a time in the military when a leader from Lini, Shandong, would occasionally cook in the cafeteria, yearning for the flavors of home. This so-called taste of home was represented by Lini's pancakes, which could be vacuum-sealed for sale, yet the flavor, when freshly made with a hint of crispness, was incomparable. Given that Governor Pang hails from Lini, he must have grown up savoring these pancakes. However, according to his resume, he has been working away from Shandong since his university years. If, at a banquet, the hotel were to serve several rolls of authentic jianbing from Lini, Shandong, freshly made, it would undoubtedly serve as a perfect finishing touch. What a splendid idea! I shall report this to the Secretary General immediately, Geng Shulan exclaimed as she rose. Ah, Lanjia. Do not rejoice too soon. Who among us possesses the skill to prepare Lini jianbing? Where shall we find someone to make it? Can you not? Did you not mention that your superior in the military has made it personally? Chun Bo replied. I have only observed and tasted it. To make it? I lack that capability. Chapter 44. Is this necessary? Then let us search, scour the entire city, whatever can be found in Nankong City. We must accomplish this task, asserted Geng Shulan. Chun Bo hesitated and inquired, Director Geng, is this truly necessary? Of course it is. This is our duty, to serve our leaders well and ensure their satisfaction. Even if it means traveling to Lini to find someone skilled in making pancakes, we must do it. Geng Shulan replied promptly. Chun Bo found himself at a loss for words and said, Then I shall take charge of this matter. I will consult Lu Hanyin and see if she can devise a solution, as we are not particularly well versed in the culinary arts. Very well, return at once. Remember, this is of utmost importance. If you succeed, I will commend you to the Secretary General. I must say, your attention to detail and unique perspective are commendable. No one in our municipal office thought to investigate the governor's background, Geng Shulan expressed with evident frustration. On his way back, Chun Bo called Lu Han in to discuss the idea of finding someone to make pancakes on-site. Just as she was about to laugh, the door swung open, revealing Kin Yunlu. You're back. She has come again, Lu Hanyin remarked before ending the call. Kin Yunlu, having misheard Lu Hanyin's previous statement, assumed she was merely on a work-related call. Surveying the office's arrangement, Kin Yunlu approached Lu Hanyin, leaning over the desk with her hands planted firmly, and said, Lu Hanyin, you possess quite the audacity. You dared to inform my father about my affairs. Now, it seems we have nothing left to discuss. What is there for you and me to discuss? I have made it clear to your father that I do not want a single penny from your family. I am willing to notarize this agreement, and I can leave the country immediately if your father consents. What purpose does it serve for you to pressure me here? If you can persuade your father, I am prepared to relinquish this child, Lu Hanyin replied, understanding that neither her softness nor her vulnerability would sway them, for the Kin family was devoid of reason. Your father is aging. You can manipulate him as you wish. My two brothers have made it clear that they do not wish for this child to be born. Consider carefully. Is it better to terminate the pregnancy now, or risk both mother and child during childbirth? Kin Yunlu asked with a sinister smile. Lu Hanyin knew that Kin Yunlu's words were not mere threats. She was capable of following through. Yunlu, we are both women. I do not belong to a family like yours. Please do not force me. I beg you. I do not wish to carry this child. Yet your father insists on it. What am I to do? What do you want from me? Does your pressure serve any purpose? Lu Hanyin pleaded, tears in her eyes. Prior to this confrontation, Lu Hanyin and Kin Yunlu had scarcely crossed paths, as the latter had been studying abroad. However, it seemed someone had tipped her off upon her unexpected return, leading her to relentlessly pursue the matter of Lu Hanyan's pregnancy. Kan Yunlu chuckled softly as she settled into her chair, propping her feet upon the boss's desk. Lu Hanyan stood before her, trembling with trepidation, attempting to reason with her. Lu Hanyan, let us engage in a discussion. You have acknowledged that we are both women. I ponder, should I fail to persuade you, my second brother will intervene. And he is far less accommodating than I. Consider this carefully. I am not here to pressure you. Once you have made your decision, kindly inform me. As for my father, do not concern yourself with him. Between you and me, whom do you believe he would choose? Kan Yunlu inquired with a cold smirk. At that moment, Lu Hanyan felt utterly defeated. Though her lips were tightly sealed, her teeth chattered audibly. She wished to bear the child as a means to secure her daughter, yet it seemed the Kan family's offspring would not grant her such an opportunity. The two companions Kan Yunlu had brought along remained by her side, and upon seeing Chun Bo emerge from the elevator, they shuddered internally, opting to bow their heads and feign ignorance. They were acutely aware that they could neither confront him nor resort to violence, leaving them with no choice but to act as if they did not recognize him, daring not to impede his entry. Why are you here again? Chun Bo frowned as he entered and spotted Kan Yunlu. Although she felt a pang of unease upon seeing him, she maintained her faade, keeping her legs casually draped over the desk, much to Chun Bo's irritation. I am well aware of everything. This is a matter within our household, and it would be wise for you not to overestimate your capabilities. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to navigate Southport City. I was gracious in the face of the previous incident, but should you treat me with disrespect again, do not expect me to be so accommodating. Kan Yunlu retorted bluntly upon recognizing Chun Bo. Chun Bo retrieved a bottle of water from the refrigerator and pulled up a chair beside Kan Yunlu. Since you are already informed, let us speak plainly. During my years in prison, I studied law alongside the inmates. I do not concern myself with whose child she carries, but the marriage certificate we hold is legitimate, which indicates my obligation to protect her. If I stand idly by while you harm her, that would be unlawful, and you shall have to contend with me. Kan Yunlu felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Even her own father approached her with a sense of negotiation. Observing Chun Bo's audacity, she regarded him with disdain. Lu Hanyan, I offered you an opportunity, yet you squandered it. Therefore, I shall relinquish this matter to my second brother. How you resolve this is no longer my concern, she declared, rising to leave. She paused after a few steps, turning back to Chun Bo. Chun Bo, do you believe no one in Southport dares to challenge you? Do not forget that you are a Southport local, your sister works in the Municipal Finance Bureau, and your parents reside in your hometown. With just a few phone calls, I have unearthed all this information. Do you think we are so easily intimidated? Foolish boy. Do you truly think you have any obligation toward her? With that, Kan Yunlu shot a fierce glare at Lu Hanyan and stormed out. Lu Hanyan widened her eyes in astonishment. This was the first time she had heard Kan Yunlu threaten Chun Bo, and to do so by invoking her own family was utterly shocking. Regardless of whether Chun Bo was angered or how the two of them conspired, it was of no concern to her. It was far more prudent to leave the matter to her second brother, who would handle it with unyielding efficiency. Initially, she had contemplated persuading Lu Hanyan to terminate the pregnancy with subtlety, but this woman was obstinately defiant, refusing to heed her counsel. As Kan Yunlu approached the door, resentment simmered within her, yet she soon found herself facing the repercussions of her earlier words. Chapter 45. Unfamiliar with adversity, Kan Yunlu indeed sensed someone approaching from behind her, but she was utterly taken aback by Chun Bo's audacity to lay hands on her. Throughout her life, she had seldom tasted defeat, apart from the indulgence of her father, Kan Jingda. She had also been well cared for by her two elder brothers. Regardless of the magnitude of the troubles Kan Yunlu stirred up, there was always someone to clean up her mess, leaving no lingering repercussions. However, Kan Jingda believed that his wealth needed an heir for management, as he could not live for centuries. Her eldest brother now served as the deputy secretary of a county under Nankong City, while her second brother, lacking ambition, squandered his days mingling in the underworld of Nankong City. Yet, he did manage to gather a few followers. Though he indulged in a life of revelry, his existence in the shadows was far more opulent than that of those who toiled in the light. Consequently, Kan Jingda placed all his hopes upon his daughter, who, as a woman, harbored less of the rebellious spirit seen in her younger brother. She possessed intelligence and performed adequately in her studies, prompting her father to send her abroad for education, with the aspiration that one day she would return to inherit his vast fortune. Her eldest brother, now entrenched in politics, could only navigate that realm. In a sense, he was the guardian of the Qin family's future. Without the backing of power, even the most substantial wealth could evaporate, as one misstep could lead to a loss of control, leaving one's hard-earned enterprise vulnerable to ruin and disgrace. This was the ruthless nature of power. Understanding her father's intentions, Qin Yunlu felt emboldened regarding the issue of Lu Hanyan. You wish for me to inherit the family legacy while simultaneously producing a brother? With a brother, I would effectively become a stepmother. What is your intention, you old fool? Thus, upon learning in England that Lu Hanyan was bearing her father's child, she immediately returned to confront her. Little did she anticipate Lu Hanyan's fierce attachment to the child. If she did not covet the Qin family's wealth, why the insistence on having this child? Clearly, Lu Hanyan's ambition was to secure wealth through motherhood. Yet, after 2 rounds of conflict, Qin Yunlu found herself repeatedly outmatched. This time, encountering Qinbo, that scoundrel, she resolved to inform her second brother to ensure Qinbo's disappearance. He was an insufferable nuisance and seemed to have forged some unspoken alliance with Lu Hanyan. However, all her plans came to a halt when her mouth was covered, followed by a tightening grip around her neck. She yearned to summon the bodyguard outside for rescue, but not only was she unable to utter a sound, even her attempt to kick the door was thwarted as he pulled her back. The door was right there. She was mere seconds away from escape. Yet her consciousness began to fade until she succumbed to oblivion. Indeed, she was rendered unconscious by Qinbo's suffocating grip. And this scene unfolded in less than a minute. Lu Hanyan had no opportunity to dissuade him, and thus, Qin Yunlu was forcibly dragged into the restroom. As Lu Hanyan reached the restroom, she was confronted with the sight of Qin Yunlu, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, now rendered unconscious and slumped against the wall. What have you done? Do you not realize she is the apple of Qin Jingda's eye? You've put us in grave danger. Lu Hanyan stammered in fear. You did not hear what she just threatened, did you? She spoke of harming my sister and boasted that with my family present, there was no escape for us. She felt emboldened to act with impunity against anyone who posed a threat to my family, and thus, I felt compelled to act first. Qinbo replied. She was merely posturing, yet now we find ourselves in this predicament. How do we resolve this? Lu Hanyan inquired. Qinbo, momentarily at a loss for words, replied, I am doing this for your sake, you know? How can you question my actions at such a critical moment? Are you truly so dazed by fear? Leave for a moment. I need to think, Qinbo said, striving to regain his composure. He realized that he had now irrevocably severed ties with the Qin family, a reckless move given his current capabilities. However, Qin Yunlu's threats were intolerable. He wet a towel and placed it on Qin Yunlu's face. Before long, she stirred slowly awake. Upon seeing Qinbo before her, panic surged through her, and she instinctively pushed against the ground to retreat, only to find herself pressed against the wall, immobilized. What business do you have with my family's troubles? I am now employed by Lu Hanyan, earning a daily wage until she gives birth. You threaten her with abortion. How am I to make a living? Qinbo lamented, both helpless and exasperated. Qin Yunlu, now fully conscious and recollecting the events leading to her fainting, realized he had been the one to render her unconscious, and her neck throbbed painfully. Rubbing her neck, she glared at Qinbo, declaring, Qinbo, mark my words, once I return home, I will ensure my father and brother seek you out for retribution. Prepare to meet your doom. What if you cannot return? Qinbo retorted, also sitting on the ground, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The cold smile on Qinbo's face sent a chill through Qin Yunlu. In moments when one brushes against death, fear is absent. However, returning from such an encounter instills a profound reverence for mortality. Those 2 bodyguards are still outside. How about I let them in to keep you company? Qinbo asked coldly. What are you planning? Qin Yunlu shot back, her eyes narrowing. Nothing sinister. You simply lost consciousness due to lack of oxygen. And the process was too swift. I could allow you to experience it more gradually, so you can witness your own soul departing your body. Would you care to try? Qinbo proposed, suddenly rising and kneeling on her lap, rendering her immobile, while his hands tightened around her throat, gradually applying pressure. As Qin Yunlu gradually felt the life being choked from her, she struggled desperately to wrench Qinbo's iron grip from her throat. His hands, akin to iron pincers, cruelly confined her neck, and despite her nails tearing at his flesh, he continued his relentless assault as if intent on extinguishing her very breath. In that harrowing moment, Qin Yunlu sensed the ethereal sensation of her soul rising from her body, and just as she prepared to surrender to the darkness, Qinbo abruptly released her. allowing her to gasp for fresh air. It was as if she had been on the brink of death, yet in that instant, she was granted a chance at life. She coughed violently, greedily inhaling the precious air. After cleansing the blood from his hands, Chun Bo returned, crouching before her and grasping her chin with a steady hand. Chapter 46. It all comes down to money. You claim your family possesses vast wealth, with assets amounting to hundreds of billions. However, should you meet your demise now, you would not have the opportunity to enjoy it, would you? Chun Bo gently caressed Qin Yunlu's chin as he spoke. In that moment, the once arrogant Qin Yunlu was rendered silent, afraid to provoke him further. Before her departure abroad, her father had firmly seated her in a chair for an entire evening, imparting a singular lesson: a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. When out in the world, one must know when to yield. Those barefoot do not fear those in shoes. The Qin family is affluent. As long as we do not squander our wealth, venture into business, or gamble, this fortune will suffice for generations. Thus, the lives of the Qin family are far more precious than others. We are no longer in the days when your father wielded a knife to seize territory. One must learn to be humble and protect oneself from harm and death. Therefore, Qin Yunlu remained exceedingly cautious. Moments ago, she had feared he might strangle her. Being in Lu Hanyan's office, should she truly meet her in there, it would be an utter injustice. What do you intend to do? Kill me? She gasped timidly. Chun Bo chuckled. Now you understand fear? Where was this sentiment earlier? Ignoring her, he sat beside her, opened his phone, and retrieved some photographs from his album, presenting the screen to her. These are images captured by my comrades during missions. The bodies sprawled on the ground. Some were drug traffickers, others smugglers, and a few were saboteurs who infiltrated our territory. Oh, and this one is of a leader's child who went to northern Myanmar to gamble and was subsequently held for ransom. We intervened to rescue him, and I was responsible for taking down several of these individuals. Chun Bo meticulously flipped through the images, narrating each story to Qin Yunlu. As she gazed at the grotesque scenes of lifeless bodies, a chill crept through her. Do you understand why I am showing you these? Chun Bo inquired, producing a cigarette and igniting two at once, placing one between her lips. To intimidate me? She replied, her voice trembling. Incorrect. It is to convey that should you truly provoke me, especially in matters concerning my family, I will ensure the Qin family vanishes from Nansong City. I care not how much wealth you possess. Once you are gone, can you take it with you? Chun Bo scoffed. Qin Yunlu's hands trembled slightly. Yet she placed the cigarette to her mouth, inhaling deeply before erupting into a fit of coughs. How about we strike a deal? I assure you she will not bear the child, and you persuade your father to allow her to take the baby, as she is merely an employee, not your father's mistress. What do you think? Chun Bo proposed. Upon hearing this, Qin Yunlu turned her gaze towards him, pondering for a moment before asking, do you have feelings for her? You truly wish to build a life with her, don't you? Chun Bo remained silent, neither denying nor affirming her inquiry. Qin Yunlu shook her head and said, I do not believe you. How could someone like you possibly have affection for such a person? How can you prove that you truly care for her? Chun Bo replied, you should consider whether you can accept the truth. In reality, she has a child, and your father is holding him. If she wishes to reclaim her child, do you think she genuinely desires to bear that burden? She does not love your father. Having a child was forced upon her. The issue lies with your father. What can a woman do in such a predicament? Qin Yunlu remained silent. Her disbelief rooted in her lack of faith in Chun Bo's words, and even less in her conviction that Lu Hanyan would dare to act in such a manner. In her eyes, Lu Hanyan would not even utter a single word against Qin Jingda. How could she possibly betray her own father? Even the most depraved individuals tend to exercise restraint in front of their offspring. Thus, Qin Yunlu was unaware of the coercive actions her father, Qin Jingda, had imposed on Lu Hanyan. She mistakenly believed that Lu Hanyan was merely her father's mistress who had accidentally become pregnant, now attempting to leverage this child to claim a portion of their family wealth, while her father was merely enchanted by this little vixen. After a brief absence, Chun Bo returned within 5 minutes, bringing Lu Hanyan's phone with him. He opened it and showed it to Qin Yunlu. Her eyes widened in astonishment as the images revealed Lu Hanyan had taken photographs of herself and Chun Bo, who appeared almost entirely unclothed, lying together on a bed. It was evident that Chun Bo was asleep, while Lu Hanyan embraced him in various poses. Do you believe me now? I help you. You help me. But this matter must remain a secret from your father. I have no desire to escalate it. I merely wish to live my life with Lu Hanyan, Chun Bo inquired. Upon finishing his statement, he stood and adjusted his attire in front of the mirror, then leaned against the vanity, casting a downward gaze upon Qin Yunlu. After a moment of reflection, she rose, touched her neck, and approached the mirror, forcefully shoving Chun Bo aside to scrutinize her reflection. Strangely, despite the near suffocation she had just endured at his hands, there were no visible marks to indicate such a struggle. Stop searching. I am adept at concealing a person's demise. If you wish to depart this world without a trace, I can assist you, Chun Bo remarked. At that moment, Qin Yunlu only wished to escape from this terrifying wretch. Lu Hanyan observed as Qin Yunlu stormed out of the restroom, the office door slamming shut behind her. Lu Hanyan rushed over, her voice urgent. What did you say to her? Do you not understand how terrifying Qin Jingde is? You have put me in a terrible position. I am doomed. I trusted you too much. If Qin Jingde discovers our affair, he will surely destroy us. Before she could finish her tirade, Chun Bo interrupted. I made a deal with Qin Yunlu. You must cease your insistence on bearing this child, allowing Qin Jingde to return the child to you and subsequently release you. This task falls upon Qin Yunlu, and as for the outcome, it remains uncertain. If Qin Jingde forbids it, you must proceed with having the child and contend for the Qin family's fortune. This child bears the Qin surname. Why should it not be entitled to a share? Lu Hanyan never anticipated that Chun Bo would entertain such an idea. Strangely enough, this might indeed present her with a genuine opportunity for escape, and perhaps even to reunite with her daughter. While in the restroom, as he grasped Qin Yunlu's chin to speak, an unexpected sensation of superiority washed over him. A feeling that surged from deep within, catching one off guard. Thus, at this moment, Lu Hanyan stood before him, and he reached out, extending his hand towards her chin. Chapter 47. To speak honestly, as soon as his hand grazed Lu Hanyan's chin, she swiftly slapped it away. You must be out of your mind. You truly do not understand the Qin family. None of them are to be trifled with. Just wait and see. Lu Hanyan, dejected, sank onto the sofa, cradling her head in her hands, looking utterly tormented. Chun Bo, taken aback, replied, I am merely looking out for your best interests. This is not an unnegotiable condition. What if Qin Jingde actually agrees? After all, it is his daughter broaching the subject. We can simply feign ignorance and await the outcome. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan rose, shooting him a fierce glare. She approached Chun Bo, step by step, cornering him against the opposite sofa. Leaning down, she pointed a finger at him and declared, I do not care what your thoughts are. If anything were to happen to my daughter, I will haunt you even in death. Chun Bo had never witnessed such a fierce expression on Lu Hanyan's face. It was evident she was genuinely frightened. Surely it cannot be that dire. Did you not mention that Qin Jingde dotes on Qin Yunlu? Would he truly turn against this child over his other offspring? He queried, skepticism evident in his voice. After leaving the Southport Grand Hotel, Qin Yunlu was eager to summon her second brother to bring people to deal with Chun Bo. However, she recalled his parting words. Chun Bo had warned her that if the Qin family dared to act against him and his kin, she should consider the consequences. Though his family wielded substantial influence in Southport City, they were not omnipotent, and the manner of her demise would be hers to choose. Seated in the car, she coldly glanced back at the lobby of the Southport Grand Hotel, leaving with a sense of resentment. Qin Jingde had been particularly busy in recent days, as the provincial governor was set to inspect Southport City. According to the scheduled itinerary, he would visit several companies under the Guilu Group, a gesture to support private enterprises. Upon returning home, Kansas Jingde settled onto the sofa, reluctant to move, only to find his daughter already seated in the living room. Oh, today seems a bit different. Why aren't you out enjoying yourself? Who has upset you? He inquired with a smile, sipping his tea. Qin Yunlu cast him a cold glance and replied, I visited Lu Hanyan today to persuade her to terminate the pregnancy. Neither my elder brother nor my second brother supports her having that child. Qin Jingde found himself cornered by his daughter at home, discussing whether to keep a potential sibling, which embarrassed him considerably. Is this not absurd? You should return to England tomorrow. Do not linger in the country, he said, displeased. He had intended to avoid this topic, having learned about Qin Yunlu's earlier confrontation with Lu Hanyan at the hotel. Yet, upon returning, he had not mentioned it to Qin Yunlu, inadvertently emboldening her. And now she had sought out Lu Hanyan again. Are you trying to send me away, so that she can bear us more siblings? Father, how old are you? Have you lost your senses? Are you truly enchanted by her, believing she holds any affection for you? Nonsense. In her heart, she only cares for Chun Bo. They have become involved, haven't you heard? You claim your relationship is complicated, yet I cannot discern who has been deceived. Qin Yunlu speaks without reserve. Faced with her impudent remarks, Qin Jingde seethed with anger, yet he restrained himself. Rising from a mere street thug, he has spent decades navigating the treacherous waters of life to amass his fortune. Qin Jingde is certainly no fool, nor is he an easy adversary. However, the sole vulnerability of such a seasoned man lies in his children. Despite Qin Yunlu's harsh words, he dared not quarrel with his daughter over his own misdeeds. "What do you wish to do?" Qin Jingde inquired. "Have her terminate the pregnancy and return the girl to her family. A sum of money could accompany her. Or simply send her away. I spoke with her, and her only demand is to have her daughter back," Qin Yunlu replied. "Are you concerned she will claim a portion of our wealth?" "Fear not. She assured me she would not seek a single penny. Once the child is born, she intends to leave the country with the baby. As for you lot, each of you is of an age where you ought to be providing me with grandchildren. Your elder brother's wife is preoccupied with failed IVF attempts. I told him, if it continues, he should consider finding another. Our family's extensive fortune cannot remain unclaimed." Listening to her father's rambling, Qin Yunlu understood his core message. The child must be born, without room for negotiation. However, he could draft a will ensuring that neither Lu Hanyin nor the child would receive a penny. "Dad, have you lost your mind? You are a person of stature in Nankong City. How many people know that Lu Hanyin is associated with you? What if she and Chun Bo truly become involved? Not if. They are already together. Chun Bo has shown me their photos, both of them naked in bed. And you still expect her to bear your child? Dad, are you out of your wits?" After expressing her frustrations, Qin Yunlu stormed out. Lu Hanyin soon received a call from Qin Jingde, demanding her immediate presence at his villa. After the call, she hurried to find Chun Bo furrowing his brow in contemplation. He remarked, "This father and daughter must have confronted each other." And it seems the conversation did not go well. Regardless of what he says, shift the blame onto Qin Yunlu, claiming she coerced you. In short, maintain a steadfast demeanor and deny any admissions that could incriminate you. Though terrified, Lu Hanyin felt compelled to comply. The living room of the villa was dimly lit. Just moments ago, Qin Jingde had been resting, and upon hearing the sound of high heels, he slowly opened his eyes to see Lu Hanyin had arrived. He gestured for her to approach. As for familiarity with Nankong City, Chen Bo could not compare to Gao Ning. Thus he sought his assistance in locating a pancake vendor. "Brother, how is your newlywed life? My sister has inquired about you several times," Gao Ning remarked. "Does your sister truly have an affinity for married men?" Chen Bo retorted disdainfully. "She is concerned about you, not about your marital status. By the way, are you craving pancakes, or are you reminiscing about the army?" Gao Ning inquired, casting a glance at Chen Bo. "Do not waste time with such trivialities. If you are tasked with a search, then proceed promptly. I am heading to the municipal office to fulfill my duties. This is the first assignment entrusted to me by my superiors, and I cannot afford to falter," Chen Bo declared. "Are you implying that the city officials need something? Damn, they seem to enjoy quite a feast. Very well, I shall certainly assist you in your quest." "Rest assured," Gao Ning replied. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyin knelt on the frigid floor, one hand shielding her face. Though her visage had already succumbed to numbness from the blows delivered by Qin Jingde. "Honestly, if you reveal the truth, I may spare you." "What is the nature of your relationship with Chen Bo?" Qin Jingde inquired, wielding a slipper menacingly. Chapter 48. Standing firm, Lu Hanyin resolutely asserted that she had no connection with Chen Bo. It was merely a conjecture conjured by Qin Yunlu, an attempt to ensnare her. In any case, Lu Hanyin firmly remembered Chun Bo's words, to stand her ground and never utter anything that might be detrimental to her. While shifting all blame onto Qin Yunlu, Qin Jingde finally tossed his slippers onto the floor, letting out a long sigh as he leaned back on the sofa. He was uncertain why this matter stirred such sensitivity within him. He could have allowed Lu Hanyin to entice other men, such as Yi Yushan, or indeed other officials. Otherwise, she would not have attained such renown in Nangguang City. However, this was all within his knowledge and consent, even something he had orchestrated. Yet, when he learned that Lu Hanyin had concealed her involvement with that overseas accountant and was pregnant, his fury reached a boiling point. Now, with the rumors of her and Chun Bo surfacing, his ire was reignited. He was also concerned that their pretense might morph into reality. Ultimately, Qin Jingde harbored no genuine feelings for Lu Hanyin. She was merely a tool to execute his plans. No one would allow their instrument to possess life or autonomy, much less act contrary to the master's designs. This also stemmed from a fear of loss. Over the years, under his coercion and inducement, Lu Hanyin had proven to be an effective tool, toppling one official after another. As she aged, though her body might have begun to show signs of wear, her capabilities had only sharpened. Such a valuable asset had yet to be fully utilized. Thus, her desire to withdraw at this juncture was utterly inconceivable. There remained numerous matters with the Guelu group yet to be addressed. For instance, the newly appointed mayor had always eluded his grasp, and the party secretary, Xiao Cheng'an, had been in Nangguang City for a considerable time, leaving him somewhat unsettled. Tomorrow, he would finalize the divorce paperwork. After all, it was merely the birth of a child, nothing overly complex. What could not be accomplished in Nangguang City? He would ensure that Chun Bo kept his distance. It was better to err on the side of caution than to let him slip away. With that, Conjungda arose and ascended the stairs. By the time Lu Hanyin returned, it was already quite late, and Chun Bo was still waiting for her. Her face was swollen from blows, and traces of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. Chun Bo, upon seeing her, immediately grasped what had transpired. He said nothing, merely calling for ice and towels to be sent up. An hour passed in silence after Lu Hanyin's return, and Chun Bo, concerned for her mental state, remained quietly by her side. When he ordered dinner to be brought up, Lu Hanyin finally spoke. "Have you ever been to the rooftop? Come with me to take a look. You may not have another chance." Chun Bo was taken aback by her words. At this moment, with her current state of mind, was she suggesting they go to the rooftop to jump? And what did she mean by not having another opportunity? Was she about to confront the Qin family? Chun Bo initially intended to offer her some advice, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Naturally, he could not allow her to ascend alone, so he accompanied her to the rooftop. Upon arrival, Lu Hanyin insisted that Chun Bo secure the only fire door, and her pace quickened as if she were genuinely contemplating a leap. Chun Bo hurried after her, attempting to restrain her, but she eluded his grasp. At that moment, he was genuinely frightened. If she were to perish before him, he would be at a complete loss for words. Unexpectedly, Lu Hanyin reached the edge of the rooftop and suddenly leaned against the railing, violently retching. They had ascended in haste and brought little with them. Chun Bo expressed his intention to fetch some water, but Lu Hanyin pointed to a nearby corner behind him. The dim lighting had concealed the fact that a gazebo had been constructed there. Inside the gazebo, there were water and beverages, even a resting area. Chun Bo realized that this must be a place where Lu Hanyin frequently sought refuge. "Are you all right? Why are you vomiting?" he inquired. "I'm fine, just morning sickness. When I was pregnant with my first child, I started feeling nauseous around this time, sometimes unable to keep anything down," she replied. Chun Bo assisted Lu Hanyin to a seat in the gazebo and poured her a glass of water before settling down opposite her. He refrained from broaching the subject of her relationship with Conjungda, as he felt powerless to assist her. Inquiring about it now would only serve to make him uncomfortable. Furthermore, he recognized his own position and understood the need to remain detached, lest he be dragged into their troubles. "Let us get a divorce. Take some time in the next couple of days, and we'll handle the paperwork," Lu Hanyin stated. Chun Bo was taken aback, but soon considered the implications. Lu Hanyin had been severely beaten, likely due to the photographs he had shown Qin Yunlu. Alas, those images, originally intended to express Lu Hanyin's affection for Chun Bo, had ultimately led to her own misfortune, a true case of self-inflicted suffering. "All right, no problem. What a pity, though. If you could just hold on until the baby is born. Perhaps I could buy a house in Nangguang City," Chun Bo jested. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyin questioned, "Do you love money that much? I've been beaten to this extent, and you feel no sorrow?" Chun Bo almost retorted that it was of no concern to him. But seeing Lu Hanyin in her current state, he swallowed his words. A kind word can warm the coldest winter, while harsh words can chill even the warmest summer. Since they were set to part ways, there was no need to speak so harshly. "Your relationship is too complicated for me to comprehend, and I lack the capability to assist you. If we are to divorce, then so be it. After all, our connection should have ended with my cousin's death. It has lingered long enough, and we should settle it before Mr. King grows displeased," Chun Bo joked lightly. Lu Hanyin regarded Chun Bo with a penetrating gaze. Not merely a cursory glance, but one that seemed to delve deep. After a lengthy silence, she finally asked, "Chun Bo, aside from money, what else do you desire?" Chun Bo recognized the subtext in her words, yet at this juncture, he deemed it unnecessary to linger on such matters. It would be best to sever ties swiftly and efficiently. Chun Bo chuckled softly and remarked, "I desire no more than this, General Lu. After all, we are connected by fate. Let us part amicably. Tomorrow shall suffice, as my work is not pressing. It is settled then, tomorrow we shall divorce." Having said this, Chun Bo rose to depart, but was halted by Lu Hanyin's voice. "Are you so eager to rid yourself of me? I have yet to finish my thoughts." Should you leave now, you shall undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. At this moment, Lu Hanyan regained her composure, her intellect once again taking the upper hand. Thus, Chunbo took his seat once more. Lu Hanyan stood and approached him, and as Chunbo remained seated, he had to look up to discern her expression. Yet, in the next instant, Lu Hanyan's actions made Chunbo feel increasingly restless. Chapter 49. The Deception Unbeknownst to Him. Lu Hanyan had produced a black remote control and pressed a button directed at the top of the pavilion. Gradually, curtains descended around them, transforming the once breezy atmosphere into a warmer, more intimate setting, devoid of wind. This was merely a prelude orchestrated by Lu Hanyan. Observing the curtains fall, she reached up and deftly unfastened the first button of her collar, followed by the second and third, though Chunbo's heart raced significantly. He had witnessed Lu Hanyan's unclad form before. His concern lay in the possibility that once she had shed her garments, individuals affiliated with Kanjungda might burst in, leading to a scenario reminiscent of a real-life trap. Subtly, he activated the recording function on his watch. Are we to wait until you've disrobed completely for Kan's men to storm in and deliver a brutal beating, perhaps even hurling me from this very building? Chunbo inquired with a wry smile. As he observed her undress, his thoughts drifted to the opportune moment for him to exit. Yet, as she continued to disrobe, no one appeared from outside. Lu Hanyan remained silent, her breathing growing increasingly labored. Chunbo, she began, you mentioned that our fates are intertwined. I can see that you possess ambition and desire, unlike many men today who have resigned themselves, clutching their own desires while claiming to feel no longing. Yet, you wear your desires openly. Lu Hanyan stepped forward with an air of confidence. In this moment, Chunbo could discern a subtle contour of her lower abdomen. Though still somewhat obscured by fabric, the lack of barriers rendered it all the more alluring. Lu Hanyan, the consummate enchantress, was now at a critical juncture, willing to do whatever it took. Noticing Chunbo's unyielding demeanor and the lack of fervor in his gaze, she felt a pang of disappointment. In her experience, men typically lunged at the sight of her allure, yet Chunbo remained still. She pressed on, mounting his thigh and wrapping her arms around his neck. Gradually, her face drew closer to his. Chunbo, expecting a kiss, contemplated how to gently push her away. Instead, she leaned in to whisper into his ear. Let me be candid with you. Your desires are innate, while mine have been forged through hardship. Tonight, Kanjungda struck me 20 times with his slipper. It was excruciating. Yet I remained silent. I understood that the louder I cried out, the more pleasure he derived from it. I have not betrayed you. For those photographs were taken by me, and you are not implicated. Lu Hanyan murmured softly in his ear. In truth, Lu Hanyan had not been entirely forthcoming. During the beating, she had nearly lost consciousness, her cries echoing beyond the villa's walls. However, Kanjungda's estate was isolated, with no neighbors within 300 meters, surrounded instead by his expansive gardens, making it a place where screams would go unheard. At that moment, Chunbo noted the flush on her face, a hue so intense it seemed almost surreal, suggesting that indeed, she had endured. What do you propose for our collaboration? Lu Hanyan queried, retracting slightly to gaze at Chunbo, her expression inquisitive. Collaboration? How do you envision this partnership? Chunbo glanced at Lu Hanyan's face and then at her body. At this moment, perhaps due to nervousness or embarrassment, she was trembling slightly. I believe it would be prudent for you to don your clothes before we discuss our collaboration. This does not affect me much, Chunbo remarked with a smile. Consequently, Lu Hanyan performed a brief act of dressing for Chunbo. Are you truly a gentleman? Or are you just incapable? After putting on her clothes, Lu Hanyan settled beside Chunbo once more. He chose to disregard her. Tonight, Lu Hanyan had endured much, and she surely had her own plans. Moreover, this was the only night they could openly discuss matters together. Although Chunbo had arrived at the city government office, it was through the endorsement of Kanjungda. Who could tell for whom Kanjungda had interceded? It was evident that Kanjungda harbored discontent towards him, raising concerns about whether his time at the city government would be bearable. Yet, he was not entirely devoid of opportunities, particularly regarding Lu Hanyan's experiences. He was somewhat aware of her circumstances, and she had just mentioned Kanjungda's violent behavior towards her. That old curmudgeon was indeed ruthless. If Lu Hanyan genuinely wished to collaborate with him, there was potential. Collaboration, in essence, entailed exchanging their most valued assets, and the success of such an exchange depended on how each party perceived the other's worth. After Yi Yushan's death, the support he had recently acquired was abruptly severed, leaving Chunbo feeling quite frustrated. Although there was still the possibility of assistance from Zhu Wenjun, Her husband's demise limited her capacity to aid him significantly. Having dressed, Lu Hanyin gradually regained her composure and began to brew tea for Chun Bo using the small charcoal stove on the table. I pondered that if this continues, I might perish at the hands of the Qin family, so I must consider my own interests, she remarked while washing the teacups. Chun Bo remained silent, awaiting Lu Hanyin to reveal her leverage. I have served as the secretary to the board at Guilu Group for many years. Thus I am privy to many of their dealings. In a sense, this child has become my safeguard, yet it also serves as a harbinger of doom. Qin Jingda insisted I give birth, while his son and daughter would gladly see me dead. Tell me, what is there for me to hesitate about? Lu Hanyin gazed into Chun Bo's eyes and inquired. Chun Bo shook his head and asked, "How confident are you? What do you intend to do?" Lu Hanyin did not directly respond, but instead stated, "As I mentioned, I have been a secretary for many years. I plan to return to the group as a secretary or vice president so that I can reconnect with my previous networks and assist you." Chun Bo began to grasp her intentions. She was preparing to take the initiative. After giving birth to her daughter, she had retreated to the Southport Grand Hotel, wishing to sever ties with the group. However, with the opposing forces pressing her, especially Conjunda's children, she had to prioritize her own interests. Yet, relying solely on herself would be challenging, and her encounter with Chun Bo had come at a fortuitous time. "I don't quite understand." Chun Bo feigned ignorance. Lu Hanyin continued, "Do you believe that Guilu Group has achieved such prominence in Nankang City solely due to Conjunda's capabilities? No. It is because he possesses an exceptional ability to allocate benefits appropriately among individuals. During my tenure as the secretary of the board, I undertook such responsibilities myself, forging connections with the relatives and acquaintances of influential figures. I once organized a month-long voyage on a private cruise with a group of ladies, exploring the wonders of Southeast Asia. At this juncture, it would be remiss for Chun Bo not to elucidate further. Are you inclined to pursue the path of these ladies? Chun Bo inquired. Chapter 50. The Pai do not underestimate these women. Their energy is formidable. If you truly wish for my assistance in the future, it may very well require engaging with them, Lu Hanyin remarked. Chun Bo, upon hearing this, remained non-committal, for he understood that in this world, no pie falls from the sky. What may initially seem like a genuine pie will inevitably conceal a hook once one has become accustomed to it. What can I do for you in return for your help? Chun Bo inquired. At this, Lu Hanyin lifted her gaze to him, her eyes sparkling with desire. A clear indication of her intentions. Those devoid of desire possess eyes that reflect only dullness. I wish to find a way to bring my child back, or perhaps to rescue her from Japan. Regardless, she cannot remain in their clutches any longer. I refuse to live a lifetime under their threat, Lu Hanyin declared. Chun Bo responded immediately. Do you believe I have the ability to facilitate that? He was resolute in not pushing her beyond her capabilities, nor had he yet formulated a strategy for how she could assist him. However, I shall help you first, once you are in a position of opportunity and strength. I will speak up, Lu Hanyin asserted. Chun Bo clicked his tongue, pondering the situation. It was indeed a test of endurance. He was acutely aware that he was accruing a debt of gratitude to her. Yet, this obligation was enticing. For expending less effort to ascend higher within a few years was a tempting prospect. In the past, Chun Bo might have doubted her capabilities. But after experiencing Yi Yushan's cunning maneuvers, he had come to grasp that the so-called impossibilities hinge upon who wields power. Some matters, in the eyes of those who truly hold authority, are trivial. For instance, as Zhu Jun mentioned, Yi Yushan's rapid rise in recent years was largely attributed to his path as the wife of the municipal party secretary, which facilitated his ascension. Some things may elude your understanding because their machinations transpire beneath the table. The unseen does not imply non-existence. After Lu Hanyin finished her discourse, her gaze shifted elsewhere, emanating a cold intensity. The meal of Shu Soul's stir-fried meat prepared by Kanjingda that evening had thoroughly enlightened her. She recognized that she had endured years of yielding, perpetually threatened by him, which only resulted in escalating intimidation. Thus, from that night onwards, she resolved to retaliate, to expend every ounce of her strength in counterattack. With the child within her being her most potent weapon, Kanjingda desired this child. Yet he could not fathom that this very child would herald the downfall of his family. She had already assumed the most advantageous stance, capable of compelling Kanjingda to draft a will ensuring that regardless of the child's gender, no wealth from the Qin family would be bequeathed to the offspring, providing assurance to the Qin heirs. Moreover, from the moment of the child's birth, she intended to entrust the child to Kanjingda's care. thereby severing all ties with the child. This series of declarations was designed to convey to Kanjungda that she had no intention of coveting their wealth, which would undoubtedly alleviate his concerns. Unlike Kanjungda, she would not stoop to using a child as leverage. The governor is set to stay at your hotel. During my time in the military, I had an esteemed leader from Lini, Shandong, who made exquisite fried pancakes. The more you savor them, the more delightful they become, especially when paired with a fragrant sauce made from Chinese tune. I suggested this to Geng Shulan at the municipal government office, and she entrusted me with the task of finding someone in Nangang City who could replicate this delicacy. Chenbo remarked. Is that so? Your work is quite meticulous. However, this is for the best, right? Your suggestion? Lu Hanyan inquired. Yes, what of it? I had these pancakes during my military service. I noticed that this Governor Pang is from Lini and hasn't returned in many years. I wonder if he can taste the authentic Lini pancakes, Chenbo replied. Lu Hanyan glanced at Chenbo, a smile gracing her lips. I was concerned you might be inept, wondering if I could uplift you. But it appears you possess the qualities for this line of work, being so attentive, a promising learner indeed. Go away. I'm not flattering anyone. This is serious business. Chenbo retorted. Uft, what's there to be embarrassed about? Even though I'm not within the system, I understand a bit. Isn't it true that those in the system often act to please their superiors, ensuring that their efforts are noticed for future promotions? Lu Hanyan scoffed. Her words left Chenbo momentarily speechless. At first glance, it seemed incorrect, but upon reflection, there was truth in her statement. Although one may be in a position to fulfill their duties, if their efforts go unnoticed by superiors, it becomes problematic, whether for promotions or other benefits. Will they even remember you? Within an organization, numerous tasks exist, some being routine work that rarely stands out, making it difficult to capture the attention of leadership. Conversely, there are tasks that easily attract leadership's notice, those urgent and critical challenges that others cannot resolve. Even if you cannot solve them, offering a suggestion can make a difference. Consider if you were in a leadership position facing a daunting issue, and a subordinate provided a valuable suggestion. Wouldn't you instinctively recall that person the next time a similar crisis arose? Human nature tends to favor those who contribute positively. As the governor, a figure of high status, he has likely tasted a myriad of culinary delights, unless he has a personal chef in the provincial capital dedicated to crafting his hometown pancakes. When a freshly made, warm pancake, imbued with a hint of char, arrives before him, he can only graciously accept this thoughtful gesture and share the joy it brings with the leadership of Nangang City. At 3 a.m, Gao Ning called to inform Chenbo that he had located 2 establishments capable of making these pancakes, though he could not guarantee their authenticity. Chenbo, resigned, had no choice but to seek out Gao Ning in the dead of night. A favor made possible only by Gao Ning's financial incentive to persuade the vendors to rise at such an hour to prepare the delicacies for them. Having consecutively indulged in 4 or 5 pancakes, I found myself engrossed in a discussion about the art of pancake making with a fellow from Lini. However, this local expressed that their hometown boasts a variety of methods, each unique to its locality. Indeed, customs can vary greatly even over a distance of 10 miles. He indicated that this was simply how things were done back home, implying that one could choose to partake or not. Am I not eating sufficiently? Gao Ning inquired. Chenbo, while chewing, replied, it pales in comparison to what old Commander Lien would prepare. As he mentioned, customs differ greatly from place to place. Very well. We shall proceed as such. At dawn, I shall arrange for someone to escort you to the hotel, bringing along all your essentials. We must ensure nothing is overlooked. This serves as a deposit. Refrain from setting up your stall today. The 2 then boarded a vehicle. And just as Gao Ning was about to inquire for whom this endeavor was intended, Chenbo suddenly posed a question. Gao Ning, what is your relationship with Kinyunbua? Chapter 51. Kinyunbua? What brings him to your mind? Gao Ning inquired, taken aback. I simply wish to know, do you 2 know each other? Where is he currently? Chenbo asked. His father bestowed upon him a construction company, which is essentially a demolition firm. This company handles the urban village development in Nangang City. Kanjingda is the developer, while he oversees the demolitions, ensuring that the profits remain within the family. Gao Ning explained. You seem to be quite informed about him. It appears you are well acquainted, Chenbo remarked. Noticing Chenbo's keen interest in Kinyunbua, Gao Ning immediately became attentive and, through further inquiry, learned of the recent events. However, Chenbo refrained from mentioning the matter concerning Lu Hanyan's pregnancy. After all, this pertained to her privacy. Despite rampant rumors, there was no concrete evidence. If this secret were to slip from Chunbo's lips, it would reflect poorly on him as well. How about this? I can have a word with him, urging him to be more restrained and to cease troubling my sister. Gao Ning tentatively suggested. Forget it. From now on, their affairs are none of my concern. Let them do as they please. Just take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I need to sit there for a while until work begins to complete my paperwork, Chunbo replied. Gao Ning was momentarily taken aback. A visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau typically involved matters of marriage or divorce, and Chunbo had only recently wed. Have you and my sister encountered difficulties? Gao Ning asked. There's discord in the relationship. If she wishes to part ways, then let it be. A divorce would bring silence. One should refrain from hasty decisions. Chunbo said nonchalantly. As Gao Ning contemplated further questions, he noticed Chunbo's countenance was rather grim, displaying signs of fatigue. At that moment, Chunbo leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, drifting into a light slumber. Gao Ning parked the car within the Civil Affairs Bureau's premises, glanced at the snoring Chunbo, and quietly exited the vehicle. He promptly called his sister, Gao Anchi. Gao Ning's intention was straightforward. He sought to introduce Chunbo to his single sister. After 3 years of camaraderie and shared experiences with Chunbo, he felt he knew him well and was eager to facilitate an introduction. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. Are you out of your mind? You want to introduce someone others have discarded to my sister? Do you think my sister is a trash collector? Gao Anchi, still groggy from sleep, scolded over the phone. No, sister. I just asked him why he is getting a divorce, and he remained tight-lipped. He only revealed part of the story. However, I gathered that Lu Hanyan's child is not my friend's, so you needn't worry about stepping into the role of a stepmother. My friend likely intends to divorce upon discovering the child is not his. There are numerous layers to this tale, Gao Ning explained. What? Is that so? Tell him I will treat him to lunch today to discuss some matters regarding the company, Gao Anchi replied, instantly invigorated. Chunbo and Lu Hanyan had already settled their affairs the previous night, resulting in a swift and uncomplicated divorce process. To ensure the authenticity of these developments, Gao Ning chose to remain with Chunbo until they both emerged with their divorce certificates. Only then did Gao Ning's anxiety dissipate, as he felt relieved to have clarity to present to his sister. Where to next, bro? Gao Ning cast a glance at Chunbo in the back seat and inquired. Would you kindly take me to the Nangguang Grand Hotel? Today, Governor Pang, responsible for overseeing inspections from the municipal office, will be there all day, and we must ensure that no mistakes occur. Chunbo replied with a hint of resignation. I completely forgot about this. My sister mentioned wanting to treat you to dinner. Gao Ning turned back with a smile and remarked, as for company matters. Upon Chunbo's arrival, Gung Shulan was in the kitchen, savoring the freshly made pancakes crafted by a fellow townsman, surrounded by several individuals from the municipal office. This served as a preliminary taste test for the governor. At 1 o'clock, Pang Goen and his entourage arrived at the hotel and were promptly escorted to the banquet hall. Although it was an inspection, various officials from the city had deemed themselves worthy of attendance. Chunbo stood in the corridor, observing the throng entering the banquet hall. Pang Goen and Mayor Xie Yuanshun conversed as they made their way into a smaller dining room, closely followed by the municipal party secretary, Chiu Cheng'an. The decision to delegate the reception to the municipal office stemmed from the long-standing relationship between Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshun. The municipal office preferred to avoid the complications of hosting. As Chiu Cheng'an put it, given the rapport between Governor Pang and Mayor Xie, our efforts in hosting would hardly merit their attention. Thus, the responsibility of managing such a high-stakes reception was assigned to the municipal office, ensuring that any potential issues would not implicate the municipal party office. Although the hotel remained operational despite the governor's presence, it was evident that numerous security personnel stood vigil in the corridors and outside. Chunbo observed the security staff and glanced up at the chandelier in the hotel lobby, directly above which was the office of Lu Hanyan. At that moment, he noticed Lu Hanyan hurriedly exiting the lobby elevator and departing through the main entrance. Chunbo wondered what business could possibly require her absence, especially with the governor dining and lodging here. Shouldn't the general manager be attending to matters closely? Hey, why have you left? The governor is about to dine. Who will oversee things in your absence? Chunbo quickly called Lu Hanyan to inquire. She responded, I have an urgent matter to attend to, but will return in half an hour. And please, don't be reckless. I noticed numerous security personnel in the hotel. I know you are capable, but do not act impulsively to avoid injury. We'll touch base later. With that, Lu Hanyan hung up, leaving Chunbo bewildered. Less than 10 minutes after Lu Hanyan's departure, Dozens of vehicles arrived outside the hotel. The individuals disembarking were a motley crew, their attire suggesting a connection to the underworld. In the past, such arrivals would have gone unchallenged, as it was a hotel and no one would dare deny them entry. However, today was different. For the governor and city leaders were dining inside, prompting security to block their entrance. Why am I not allowed in? This is my family's hotel. Kenjingda is my father. On what grounds am I denied entry? Get out of my way. Leading the charge was a man in his 30s, sporting a shaved head and revealing tattoos on his arms. However, the security measures were exceedingly stringent, not only involving personnel from the municipal bureau, but also the security staff accompanying Governor Pang. Upon witnessing the scene, the guards stationed outside the private booth promptly communicated via radio to the main entrance, inquiring about the situation. In that moment, Chunbo finally grasped the reality. Lu Hanyan's hasty departure was an attempt to evade this individual, who claimed to be the son of Qin Jingda. If his conjecture was correct, this must be Qin Yunbua. But why had he arrived at this particular moment? Chapter 52. I don't care. Despite the considerable number of security personnel, none anticipated that an incident would occur. Who would possess such audacity to storm the hotel where the provincial governor resided, regardless of the reason for their presence? The sheer number of individuals, some brandishing baseball bats, posed a grave threat. If they were allowed inside, those responsible for security would be compelled to resign and return home to their families. Consequently, a heated argument erupted between the security staff and Qin Yunbua at the hotel entrance. I must inform you, there are leaders dining within the hotel today. Are you seeking your own demise? The head of security, Director Ho Weiguang, grasped Qin Yunbua and pulled him aside, speaking in a hushed tone. Qin Yunbua harbored no fear of this so-called director of the municipal bureau. He was well aware of the favors he had bestowed upon him. At this moment, how dare Ho obstruct him and speak so defiantly? Staring intently at Ho Weiguang, Qin Yunbua retorted, I care not who is dining here. I am not looking for them. I seek that little vixen, Lu Hanyan. Step aside and do not embarrass everyone. This is my family's hotel. It is one thing for you to play the gatekeeper, but to dare impede me. Upon hearing Kan's increasingly outrageous remarks, Director Ho surveyed the individuals accompanying him and commanded, subdue him and place him in the vehicle. Should anyone else dare to intervene, ensure they are dealt with severely and taken back. Qin Yunbua was taken aback by Ho Weiguang's unexpected demeanor, which was far from the usual deference he received. Just as he attempted to speak, a hand covered his mouth, and he was forcefully ushered into a nearby police vehicle, which then departed the scene. Qin Yunbua's insolence towards Ho stemmed from the fact that Ho had accepted bribes from the Qin family. However, the remaining individuals were hesitant to challenge Ho, for the authority of the municipal bureau director loomed large. Moreover, the weight of Ho's earlier words resonated with gravitas, prompting the others to vacate the premises. Minutes later, Lu Hanyan returned, having not strayed far, but rather observing the unfolding situation from a nearby vehicle. Regrettably, the commotion had not escalated as she had hoped, leading to a tinge of disappointment. Nonetheless, she had essentially achieved her objective. Chen Bo remained aloof in the corridor, a silent observer, until Geng Shulan approached and stood beside him. The secretary had just reported the pancake matter to the mayor, who deemed it an excellent idea. Chen Bo, why haven't you seen General Manager Lu emerge? Geng Shulan inquired just as Lu Hanyan entered the lobby. Alas, General Manager Lu has truly been working hard. She is several months pregnant, yet continues to labor. The governor's stay here has certainly complicated matters for the hotel. Unfortunately, the municipal committee has decreed that the government guest house is under renovation and unfit to host the governor, Geng Shulan remarked with a hint of gossip. As Chun Bo observed Lu Hanyan entering the elevator, he turned to Geng Shulan and said, Sister Lan, I will be relying on your support in the future. Furthermore, there is something I have yet to report. I have divorced Lu Hanyan. The paperwork was completed this morning. What? Why? Geng Shulan was genuinely astonished by the revelation. The wedding was a grand affair, with numerous attendees from the city showing their support. Astonishingly, just a few days post-nuptials, the couple has already separated. The current generation certainly exhibits a reckless demeanor. Perhaps it is simply a matter of incompatible personalities. Speaking of which, Chi's situation remains unaffected, should there be any issues. He can always consult with General Lu, who is unlikely to deny any obligations. Chen Bo jested. Look at you. That's not what I meant. I was merely observing that you two seemed like a perfect match. So how could you have divorced? Geng Shulan inquired, somewhat incredulously. My previous stint in prison might have made me somewhat reclusive and ineloquent, which could explain our disconnect. Sister Lan, if there's anything your company requires, do not hesitate to reach out. Although we are divorced, I believe Lu Hanyan would still afford me some respect, Chenbo replied. To Geng Shulan. This sounded like a self-aggrandizing remark, and she merely acquiesced, saying, I just reported to the Secretary General that the idea of engaging a fellow villager for authentic pancakes originated from you. The Secretary General praised your initiative. Regardless of what the leadership says, I stand firmly behind you, Sister Lan. If there are any grievances regarding my work, I hope you will guide me. Chenbo humbly stated. Geng Shulan chuckled softly before departing. Upon learning of Chenbo's divorce from Lu Hanyan, she felt little inclination to converse further with him. In her view, Lu Hanyan, despite her pregnancy, had decisively chosen to divorce Chenbo, indicating how unbearable the situation must have been. Regardless, it would be prudent to wait until the child is born. However, Lu Hanyan might not even wait that long and could potentially terminate the pregnancy soon. Thus, Chenbo's suggestion that his company could still be of assistance was mere nonsense. Without his involvement, perhaps they could still engage in business with the Guolu group, and his interference would only hasten their demise. In truth, Geng Shulan had withheld a piece of information regarding the pancake matter. She did report to Secretary General Zheng Heping, but she did not mention Chenbo's involvement at all. Although it was a trivial matter, merely a detail in hospitality, such small gestures garner significant attention from higher-ups. Acknowledgement from leadership can lead to further opportunities, often arising from seemingly insignificant moments. When the warm, aromatic pancakes were served at the dining table, Governor Pang Goen's eyes gleamed with delight as he turned to Mayor Xie Yuanshun and remarked, Ah, Yuanshun, you've outdone yourself. It has been 5 or 6 years since I returned to my hometown in Shandong, and the taste of these pancakes has been a dream of mine. With that, he reached for a pancake, accompanied by 2 condiments on a white porcelain dish, fragrant tune paste, and pickled chili peppers, both prepared by the pancake vendor from his hometown. The combination was exceptionally delectable, and those from the city government office had no idea how many they had consumed in the kitchen. Secretary Chiu, come. Try the local delicacies from Governor Pang's hometown, Mayor Xie Yuanshun said, clearly delighted, as it was rare for a senior leader to exhibit such joy. Pang Goen, picking up on Xie Yuanshun's enthusiasm, gestured towards the small bamboo basket filled with pancakes, inviting others to partake in the culinary delight. At that moment, the waiter who had just delivered dishes to the small banquet hall had stepped out, while Geng Shulan, the deputy director of the municipal office, remained by the entrance, waiting for the leaders to finish their meal, hoping for an opportunity to receive their commendation. However, unexpectedly, a mishap occurred. Pang Goen was indeed in high spirits, causing him to take larger bites than usual. Typically one to savor his meal slowly, he was momentarily careless. Engaged in a discussion about the flavor of the pancakes while chewing, he mismanaged a bite, which became lodged in his throat. In an instant, he was seen clutching his throat, coughing incessantly, attempting to dislodge the obstruction, but unable to catch his breath, he tilted and fell. Chapter 53. A fatal meal. In an instant, chaos erupted within the private room. Chiu Chengyan was the first to rise, opening the door to summon the security personnel from the provincial capital. The hotel descended into pandemonium. Uncertain of the cause, the provincial security staff found themselves at a loss, resorting only to shouting for an ambulance. Pang Goen, still relatively young and in good health, had not anticipated such an incident during the reception, having overlooked the necessity of preparing an ambulance. Who could have foreseen that a meal would lead to a tragedy? Just moments before, Geng Shulan, who was anxiously waiting to make an appearance before her superiors, was now pale with fear. The rapid and bizarre turn of events left everyone bewildered. Chenbo, noticing the commotion from the direction of the small banquet hall, saw Geng Shulan rushing towards him. What's wrong, Sister Lan? He inquired. It's over. Governor Pang just choked on a pancake and can't breathe. We're doomed. What ill-conceived idea did you come up with? If this escalates, Geng Shulan's words trailed off as Chenbo dashed toward the small banquet hall. Geng Shulan had witnessed the entire ordeal. She was correct. Pang Goen had been joyfully conversing while eating, which led to his accidental choking. Such situations were not uncommon. Song Ziwen had met a similar fate, suffocating on a chicken bone. If the obstruction was not removed in time, the most probable outcome was a lack of oxygen leading to death. Geng Shulan had articulated the situation clearly. They had suggested preparing some local delicacies for Governor Pang, but the result had been choking. If responsibility were to be assigned, they would bear the brunt, even though the matter was not directly their fault. Yet, Someone had to take the blame, and Chun Bo was equally anxious. Inside the small banquet hall, the chaos intensified. As Chun Bo squeezed through the crowd, he found Pang Goen in agony, lying on the carpet and making muffled sounds. Unable to catch his breath, those present had evidently never encountered such a crisis. Who could have imagined that a simple pancake could lead to choking? The security personnel knelt beside Pang Goen, attempting to soothe him while inquiring why the ambulance had not yet arrived. However, ambulances do not possess wings, and less than 2 minutes had passed since the incident occurred. If they waited for the ambulance, it was likely that the governor would suffocate. "Comrade, we must expel the obstruction first. Please assist me. I have learned first aid during my military service." "It will be too late once the ambulance arrives," Chun Bo urged. Kneeling beside the security personnel. "Who are you?" came the response. "I am with the municipal government office, responsible for receiving Governor Pang." "Enough with the small talk. Hurry and help me," Chun Bo insisted. The security personnel recognized the urgency of the situation. If they waited for the ambulance, Pang Goen might well lose his breath. Thus, they collaborated with Chun Bo to help the governor sit up on the floor. Chun Bo knelt behind Pang Goen, pressing his head downward while clasping his fists, applying force to his upper abdomen with steady, inward thrusts. Chun Bo was uncertain of the outcome, yet at that moment, the security personnel grasped his intention. This was the renowned Heimlich maneuver, a technique that must be employed during the critical window when an object becomes lodged in the airway, allowing it to be forcefully expelled. For children aged between 6 months and 2 years, the infant should be placed face down across an adult's lap. With firm strikes to the scapulae and then the back, one continues until the foreign object is expelled. For older children, the procedure involves positioning them face down, with hands placed between the navel and the sternum, compressing the chest repeatedly until the obstruction is dislodged. Chun Bo, possessing considerable strength, was effective in his efforts. On the third attempt, he finally succeeded in helping Pang Goen expel the obstruction, releasing a long-held breath. At that moment, Pang's face, due to the lack of oxygen, had turned a deep purple hue. As Pang regained his breath and consciousness, a collective sigh of relief swept through those present. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived to transport Pang Goen to the hospital for further examination. While the on-site emergency response had bought valuable time, no one dared to relax without a thorough medical evaluation. 2 hours later, the personnel from the municipal government returned to the conference room, all of whom had been involved in the reception. Zheng Heping's complexion was grave, having just endured a reprimand from Xie Yuanshan. He felt the need to find a scapegoat. "Director Gong, can you explain what transpired? Is this your idea of a surprise?" Thankfully, Governor Pang is unharmed. Had anything happened under our watch, neither of us could bear the consequences. "How did you let this happen?" Zheng Heping slammed the conference room door shut and shouted. As the Secretary General and Director of the Municipal Office, he bore full responsibility for the reception. After Pang Goen's transport to the hospital, he found himself alone in a hotel chair, paralyzed not by exhaustion but by fear. Should anything have gone wrong with Pang Goen, he would be the one held accountable. Although the day-to-day operations of the municipal office were typically managed by Geng Shulan, the final decision still rested with Zheng Heping. Overwhelmed by dread, he could not help but erupt in anger, especially after being scolded by Mayor Xie Yuanshan. "Secretary General, I acknowledge my part in this. But this cannot all be attributed to us. We never anticipated such an incident. Moreover, this notion was not solely mine. Director Geng, I am often preoccupied, and you handle most of the responsibilities. I recognize your goodwill, but when it comes to accountability, you wish to deflect? Are you suggesting I orchestrated all of this?" Zheng Heping was taken aback by Geng Shulan's public retort. He had merely intended to vent his frustrations. Yet Geng not only deflected blame but also audaciously countered him in front of others. "That wasn't my intention. I am simply stating facts." This idea originated from Chun Bo, who mentioned that Governor Pang hails from Lini, Shandong, which inspired this situation. "Chun Bo, do share your thoughts." Geng Shulan directed her gaze toward Chun Bo, awaiting his response. At that moment, many present from the municipal office were unfamiliar with Chun Bo, and their collective gaze converged upon him. Zheng Heping suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. How did this individual resurface? Initially, he had been introduced by Qin Jingde, but now he was inexplicably involved in this matter. Chapter 54. Let him go speak up. Geng Shulan's gaze fell on Chun Bo, who remained silent, and she realized she had him cornered. This confidence stemmed from another reason. Chun Bo had divorced Lu Hanyan. Thus, when it came to assigning blame, who could afford to consider anyone else's interests? Geng Shulan had ascended to her current position from a selection of candidates over a decade. A swift ascent given her lack of connections. Therefore, she could not jeopardize her promising future over such trivial matters. As the deputy director of the municipal government office, her role largely involved serving the leaders. Once she stepped away from this central hub, returning would be akin to climbing a mountain. Although she had previously dined with Chun Bo and his wife, that relationship no longer held weight. At least, Chun Bo and Lu Hanyin were no longer a united front. Furthermore, the divorce during Lu Hanyin's pregnancy indicated that their relationship was far from harmonious, leaving Geng Shulan with little to fear. Consequently, all responsibility was thrust upon Chun Bo. If you have the audacity to act, you must possess the courage to bear the consequences. The idea was yours, and that vendor from Lini was also your choice, correct? What? Are you reluctant to admit it now? Geng Shulan, eager to distance herself from the situation, meticulously laid out the chain of events. She was not only seeking to evade responsibility, but also demonstrating her stance to Zheng Heping. Though I hold the position of deputy director, we could discuss matters privately. Why do you publicly challenge me? What is your intention? You are right, Director Geng. It was all my doing, and I am willing to accept full responsibility. Secretary General. Director Geng, I am at your disposal, Chun Bo replied. His admission relieved Geng Shulan, sparing her the trouble of finding evidence to vindicate herself. However, this response ignited a fire within Secretary General Zheng Heping. You are quite adept at shouldering blame. Very well, you may return from whence you came. Do not linger here. After this meeting, arranged for his departure, Zheng Heping stated coldly, each word deliberate. The assembly fell silent, and once Zheng Heping departed, Chun Bo sank into a chair. The attendees finally dared to cast sympathetic glances at this unfortunate soul. Geng Shulan had intended to say something, but upon glimpsing Chun Bo, she felt any words would be superfluous. Thus, she gathered her notebook and retreated to her office. Throughout this ordeal, Mayor Xie Yuanshan had remained at the hospital, only feeling at ease once he confirmed that his senior leader had been thoroughly examined and found to be well. Oh dear, old leader, you nearly frightened me to death. My hands have been trembling incessantly, Xie Yuanshan remarked, not exaggerating in the least. His hands still quivered. Pang Goen, reclining on the hospital bed, chuckled softly. Alas, joy can lead to sorrow. However, this experience will teach me to eat more slowly in the future. The ancients said, do not speak while eating, do not talk while sleeping. Our ancestors had their wisdom, yet we failed to heed it. Now, having danced with death, I consider it a lesson learned. Xie Yuanshan nodded, remaining by the bedside until Pang Goen inquired about the identity of the person who had saved him. Though he found himself trapped, his consciousness remained clear, allowing him to recall the sequence of events from the moment he became ensnared until he was transported to the hospital. Thus, during the examination, he was lost in reflection until this very moment when he finally spoke of it. Chun Bo pondered the irony of having taken such a convoluted path since his release from prison, only to realize he might have to return. It seemed that was where he truly belonged. Upon returning to his seat and organizing his belongings, he had just stepped out of the municipal building when he received a call from Director Geng Shulan. Director Geng? Is there something you need? Chun Bo inquired. Where have you been? Hurry to my office, Geng Shulan urged anxiously. Director Geng, I've just left. The Secretary General told me to scram. I've packed everything up. Is there anything else? Chun Bo replied. Since his reinstatement to the prison, Chun Bo had maintained a respectful demeanor towards the prison leadership, as his position still held weight. He contemplated seeking out his former superiors upon his return, perhaps offering a monetary incentive to smooth over any issues. It had become evident that not everyone was suited for life outside prison walls. He recalled his farewell visit to his superiors, who had said it was best to work outside, assuring him that should he wish to return, he could do so. Yet, he was uncertain if those words still held any merit. Just go to see the Secretary General. You need to hurry, Geng Shulan insisted. Thus, Chun Bo gathered his belongings once more and made his way to Geng Shulan's office. She said little, merely instructing him to place his items with her before guiding him to meet the Secretary General. On their way, Geng Shulan glanced back at Chun Bo and quietly remarked, Don't hold it against me, Chun Bo. I'm in a difficult position. If something were to happen to the governor, we would all be in trouble. This situation is better than nothing. Are you going back to your original unit? Your paperwork is still incomplete. I can have them halt the process. Thank you, Director Geng. If possible, could my paperwork not be sent back to the Finance Bureau? How about transferring me to the Nankang City Prison instead? Chun Bo asked. Geng Shulan, wishing to avoid any complications, responded dismissively, I'll inquire if that is feasible. In principle, your paperwork can only return to the Finance Bureau, as that is where it originated. I'll check and let you know. Zhang Heping was on a call when he noticed Chen Bo and Geng Shulan enter. He gestured for them to wait. They were oblivious to the nature of the call, merely observing Zhang Heping's affirmative responses. A minute later, he ended the call. Xiao Gong, I need to discuss something with Chen Bo. You may leave now, Zhang Heping stated, dismissing Geng Shulan. She, uninterested in Chen Bo's affairs, nodded and departed. At that moment, Zhang Heping picked up his phone and bag, addressing Chen Bo. Come, we're going to the hospital. Chen Bo was taken aback. To the hospital? Why? He asked. No time for questions, just follow me, Zhang Heping replied. Chen Bo, feeling helpless, was uncertain about the situation at the hospital and could only follow along. On their way, Zhang Heping glanced at the driver and instructed, when the leaders inquire, you need only respond truthfully. As for how you arrived and whose connections facilitated this, evade those questions entirely. Do you understand? Chen Bo comprehended the gravity of the matter. Someone at the hospital wished to see him. He surmised that it was none other than Mayor Xie Yuanchun who had personally entrusted Zhang Heping with this task. However, he had been introduced by Qin Zhengde, and Zhang Heping's apprehension that this matter might reach Xie Yuanchun's ears suggested that such precautions were indeed necessary. Chapter 55. Aftermath. Chen Bo followed Zhang Heping to the hospital, where he encountered the security personnel he had previously met at the hotel. Secretary Luo. I have brought the person, Zhang Heping said with a smile as he approached. Very well, you may leave him with me, Luo Yang replied. Noticing that the other party had no intention of lingering, Zhang Heping turned to glance at Chen Bo before departing. Hello, I am Luo Yang, secretary to Governor Pang. I sincerely appreciate your assistance today. Had it not been for you, the outcome could have been quite dire. I still feel a sense of dread when I reflect on it. Chen Bo then realized that this individual was not merely security personnel, but rather the secretary to Pang Goen. He had been at the hotel the entire time. And when Pang Goen entered, he had only caught a distant glimpse, unable to discern who was who. Secretary Luo, you are too kind. I merely happen to have some knowledge, Chen Bo responded politely. Let us not dwell on that. Governor Pang wishes to meet you. Please do not take too much of his time. He needs to rest, as he has inspections to continue tomorrow. The doctor has advised that he be observed here overnight. But if all goes well, he will be able to resume work by morning, Luo Yang explained. Luo Yang ushered Chen Bo into the hospital room, which housed not only Pang Goen but also another individual, Xie Yuanchun. Chen Bo followed closely behind Luo Yang, who stepped aside and introduced him to Pang Goen. This is Chen Bo. He has served in the military and is currently working at the municipal office. Pang Goen nodded and extended his hand toward Chen Bo, who promptly approached and shook his hand, receiving only a brief thank you in return. For any matters in the future, you may reach out to him, Pang Goen indicated Luo Yang, nodding in acknowledgement. Chen Bo felt an urge to express that he was soon to be sent back to prison, and that this might be their last meeting. However, he refrained from voicing any requests and modestly retreated to the side. Throughout the encounter, Xie Yuanchun remained silent, observing Chen Bo intently. With numerous individuals in the municipal office, he could not possibly recognize everyone. Yet Chen Bo struck him as unfamiliar, perhaps someone borrowed from a lower department to assist. He resolved to inquire with Zhang Heping later. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Bo had secured time for Pang Goen. Had events unfolded differently, he might very well have been lying in the morgue. Perhaps addressing Chen Bo, or perhaps merely recalling it on his own, Pang Goen turned to Xie Yuanchun and remarked, Alas, what a pity I have yet to enjoy those pancakes from the hotel. They are truly exceptional. I must have them again tomorrow, for I have not had the chance to savor such authentic pancakes in the provincial capital. Governor, you're still thinking about food? Xie Yuanchun responded, half amused and half exasperated. If I were to abstain, it would be a laughing matter. One cannot let a few mishaps deter them from enjoying life. Besides, those pancakes are indeed quite authentic. By the way, were they made by someone from Lini? Pang Goen inquired, directing his question at Chen Bo. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Bo replied, Yes. They were specially made by someone from Lini. See, I told you so, Yuanchun. You have a keen eye, Pang Goen said with evident delight. Chen Bo glanced at Luo Yang, who then let him out, as he felt there was little to discuss with such prominent leaders. A mere introduction sufficed. Chen Bo found it difficult to communicate his situation to the leaders in the ward, yet he felt compelled to inform Luo Yang. Seizing the opportunity presented by the governor's announcement regarding the continuation of pancake servings the following day, he sought to discreetly convey his predicament awaiting Luo Yang's response. Secretary Luo, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. The governor mentioned that pancakes are to be served again tomorrow, and you must personally inform the municipal office to prevent our fellow from Lini from departing the hotel. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging to locate him again. Given the gravity of the situation, I am uncertain whether that individual remains. You ought to inquire personally, Chunbo hesitantly articulated. Luo Yang, nearing 40 and having served as secretary to Pangoan for over a decade, quickly discerned that Chunbo was not fully transparent. With his hands clasped behind his back, he inquired, "What is the matter?" After a moment's hesitation, Chunbo whispered, "I have only recently joined the municipal office, and coincidentally, I was involved in this reception task. I examined Governor Pang's background and suggested that we offer some local delicacies from his hometown. Unfortunately, this situation has unfolded, and as the proposer, I must bear the consequences. I shall be returning to my previous post at the Nansong City Prison at this juncture." Luo Yang grasped the full scope of the situation. Following the incident involving Governor Pang, it was inevitable that accountability would be sought, though ironically, the suggestion had originated from Chunbo, who had also intervened to assist him. Yet, he was still being sent back. Placing a hand on Chunbo's shoulder, Luo Yang reassured him, "You need not shoulder this responsibility. This matter bears no relation to you. Your intentions were commendable. Would you like me to speak with the municipal office on your behalf?" "No, thank you. I did not intend to imply that I required your intercession, Secretary Luo. This is a decision made by the city, and it is inconsequential. My previous position was quite satisfactory, relaxed, albeit lacking in freedom and convenience. Nonetheless, I have grown accustomed to it. I shall return to my duties." Chunbo declined Luo Yang's kind offer. Having conveyed his sentiments, Chunbo felt that he and Luo Yang were not particularly close. To request a favor over such a matter would render the gesture rather trivial. After bidding farewell, Chunbo departed, leaving Luo Yang standing in the corridor until the silhouette of Chunbo faded from view. He found the man intriguing. Despite being relegated back to his former position, Chunbo remained composed. Yet, Luo Yang pondered, perhaps it was not pretense, but rather fears stemming from today's turmoil. Being cast aside as a scapegoat could indeed be disheartening. At that moment, a nurse arrived for a checkup, and then Mayor Xie Yuanchun emerged. "Mayor Xie, this young Chun is quite an interesting character. He just informed me that he is being sent back to his original post. When I suggested advocating for him, he declined and left. It seems he is upset, but I feel this treatment is rather unjust." Luo Yang recounted the events, and Xie Yuanchun was taken aback. "Is that so? I shall inquire further about the situation," Xie Yuanchun replied, momentarily stunned. After exiting the ward, Chunbo did not leave the hospital, but sought out Zhu Wenjun. "How did you find your way here?" Zhu Wenjun, engrossed in writing a medical case, looked up in surprise as Chunbo entered. "I came to see you, sister-in-law. You're not busy at the moment, are you?" "Whether one is busy or not is of little consequence. Please, take a seat and pour yourself some water," said Zhu Wenjun as he completed the final strokes in the medical record and closed the casebook. "I may have to return to prison. I took a gamble, though I am uncertain if it was a wise one. The governor is in the hospital ward. Are you aware of this?" Chunbo inquired. "I have heard about this matter, but what does it have to do with you? What brings you to the hospital?" Zhu Wenjun sensed that this situation was far from ordinary. Chapter 56. Farewell dinner. "Have you truly fawned to the point of stepping on the horse's hoof?" Zhu Wenjun summarized after listening to Chunbo's words. Indeed, Chunbo had managed to flatter to an unfortunate extent, yet, who would have anticipated that a grown adult could nearly choke on a meal? Fortunately, the incident had ended without calamity, and having just met with the provincial governor, he appeared to be in good spirits. At least he was in the hospital now. Regardless of what transpired, it would not significantly impact him. As the two conversed, Chunbo's phone rang. It was Lu Hanyan. "I'm at the hospital with my sister-in-law. Is there something you need?" Chunbo inquired. "I heard about the incident at the hotel. Are you all right? How could you be so careless? Just wait for me at the hospital. I'll be there shortly." Without waiting for Chunbo's response, Lu Hanyan hung up. "What does she want?" Zhu Wenjun asked, frowning. "Uncertain, sister-in-law. Do you think I might be sent back to prison?" Chunbo replied, a hint of despair in his voice. "After this ordeal, I've come to understand that colleagues are merely those who work together. When trouble arises, no one is willing to shoulder the blame. They have placed the burden on me, particularly Geng Shulan. It's infuriating. But let us not dwell on it. You should have known this by now. I have reiterated this to your cousin countless times. In the workplace, there are only colleagues, not friends. when issues arise. No one will take the fall for you, Zawinjin advised. There were aspects that Chunbo struggled to comprehend, which is why he sought Zawinjin's counsel, hoping she could help him analyze whether his career might come to an end. If he were truly sent back to prison, he would lose all hope. Nevertheless, he took to heart Zawinjin's words. Forming friendships at work could be perilous. Once you become friends, you inevitably expose certain personal details, family, income, and even joking remarks shared in private. Yet, in this era of rampant informants, a single word could doom your life. The words you uttered, the jokes you made, could very well become the noose around your neck. To speak candidly, at times, seeking someone to confide in seems less effective than approaching a street vagabond. Offering him 10 yuan, he would listen to your ramblings for an entire day. I don't believe it's that dire. Tonight, find a moment to visit Secretary Luo's room to bid farewell. I have some local specialty liquor from Nansong City. Take him a couple of bottles. The governor is unharmed, which is fortunate for him. Considering this incident, he owes you a favor. Avoid the city officials. They lack reason and only seek to evade responsibility. Instead, seek out Luo Yang. Perhaps you can still remain in the city government office, Zawinjin suggested. All right, sister-in-law, I will heed your advice, Chunbo replied. After this exchange, silence enveloped the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Had Lu Hanyin not expressed her intention to visit, he could have taken his leave. Yet now he found himself obliged to wait. Sister-in-law, to be honest, I was quite disheartened just now. I never anticipated things would transpire this way. However, your analysis has certainly clarified my thoughts. Sister-in-law, may I frequently seek your counsel regarding such matters in the future? Chunbo said hesitantly. The matter concerning Yi Yushan has weighed heavily on Zhu Wenjun's heart. All her years of dedication seemed to evaporate with Yi Yushan's passing. Moreover, since his death, she noticed that many colleagues in the department now regard her with different eyes. Indeed, she was no longer the wife of the finance director. It must be acknowledged that even though she had played a part in his ascent, to most people, she was merely Yi Yushan's wife, and the connections behind the scenes remained unseen. If it is inconvenient for you, can we communicate by phone? I truly believe you possess the deepest understanding of the political landscape in Nongguang City. Many matters are entirely unfamiliar to me. Sister-in-law, if you do not assist me, my prospects in Nongguang may be rather bleak, Chunbo remarked with a grave demeanor. What benefits may I derive from this? Zhu Wenjun felt flattered by the praise. Indeed, it is said that flattery transcends all barriers. Sister-in-law, as long as it is within my capabilities, I shall not hesitate. And what of you and Lu Hanyin? How do you perceive the situation? We have separated. It was finalized this morning. From now on, I have no ties with her. Thus, when she mentioned coming here to find me, I truly wished to avoid her, Chunbo stated. This revelation surprised Zhu Wenjun, just as she was about to respond. The door swung open, and Lu Hanyin entered, clutching a bouquet of flowers, yet wearing a mocking expression. What were you two discussing behind closed doors? Surely it cannot be anything taboo? Chunbo, think carefully. Although we are divorced, your relationship with Dr. Zhu remains intact. Do not act recklessly. Lu Hanyin said with a mischievous glint in her eye, her meaning unmistakable. Zhu Wenjun chose to ignore her. Such matters only exacerbate the situation. After all, Chunbo and she were already divorced, and her involvement bore little significance, though she was taken aback by the abruptness of their separation. You seek me out? And you bring flowers? I appreciate it, Zhu Wenjun replied coldly. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Hanyin was entirely unfazed and even appeared somewhat triumphant. She set the flowers aside and remarked, These flowers are not for you. I am here to visit the leader who is residing at our hotel and nearly encountered a mishap. Thus we must extend our hospitality. Only then did Chunbo and Zhu Wenjun comprehend that Lu Hanyin had come to visit Pang Goen. This made sense, as she was the hotel manager and a shareholder of the Gue Lu Group. On the surface, her visit appeared reasonable. Will you accompany me shortly? Lu Hanyin inquired. Looking at Chunbo, we are divorced. Is that appropriate? Should I still accompany you in public? Chunbo questioned. What? Do you wish to sever ties so swiftly? Have you found someone new? With that, Lu Hanyin provocatively glanced at Zhu Wenjun, posing the question. Zhu Wenjun was certainly aware that Lu Hanyin did not intend to put her in a difficult position. Thus, she chose to exercise restraint and refrain from engaging in a conflict, particularly upon learning that Lu Hanyin's daughter was in the custody of Qin Zhengda and had been taken to Japan, with their only means of communication being through video calls. As a woman, Zhu Wenjun felt a profound sympathy for Lu Hanyin. Why should women complicate matters for one another? Dr. Zhu, please find a safe place for us later. I would like to invite you all to dinner. My acquaintance with him is due to you, so consider this my farewell dinner with him. I would be grateful if you could serve as a witness, Lu Hanyin concluded, reaching out to grasp Chunbo's hand. Chapter 57. No good men, alas. Haven't we played this scene before? Chunbo retracted his hand and remarked. Lu Hanyin cast a disapproving glance at him and said, Sister, you see it clearly now. There isn't a decent man among them. Zhu Wenjun, feeling equally exasperated, reflected on how her husband, Yi Yushan, had been ensnared by her charms step by step. Though she felt a deep-seated resentment, what could she do? Have you discovered anything regarding old Yi? Zhu Wenjun inquired. Upon mentioning this matter, Lu Hanyin ceased her levity. Her smile fading as she replied, Sister, I am also keeping an ear out for information. However, if I were to uncover the truth, I fear it would not be long before death comes knocking. The Qin family are not human, which is precisely why I have come to the hospital. Shall we go visit the leader? Chunbo was initially reluctant to go, but Zhu Wenjun subtly signaled for him to accompany Lu Hanyin. He found himself feeling awkward at the hospital door once more, especially as Luo Yang was seated in the corridor just outside the room. Upon seeing Chunbo approach with a woman of considerable elegance, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Secretary Luo. This is the manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, General Manager Lu, Chunbo said with an awkward smile. Lu Hanyin, hearing this introduction, cast a playful yet displeased look at him, saying, Why didn't you mention that I am your wife? Is it embarrassing for you? Chunbo attempted to clarify. But Luo Yang cut him off, continuing, Does General Manager Lu have business? Secretary Luo, Governor Pang is staying at our hotel, which is indeed a privilege for us. But regarding today's incident, we bear responsibility as well. The medical assistance was inadequately arranged, and I am here to admit our fault to the leadership. Additionally, I have matters to personally report to the governor. I wonder if Secretary Luo could assist? Although Chunbo stood beside her, Lu Hanyin was undeniably captivating. When conversing with Luo Yang, her voice was sweet and her expressions alluring. Despite being in his 40s and having seen much in his years with leaders, Luo Yang found himself at a loss on how to refuse a woman like Lu Hanyin. This situation stemmed from a twist of fate. Lu Hanyin had brought Chunbo along to give him a glimpse of leadership, perhaps to showcase her support for him one last time. Unbeknownst to her, her opportunity to meet Governor Pang was facilitated by the budding connection between Chunbo and Luo Yang, which was, of course, intertwined with Governor Pang. Thus, while Luo Yang entered to confer, Lu Hanyin constantly advised Chunbo outside the door, instructing him to speak little and simply listen to her. Governor Pang, having some familiarity with Southport City, instinctively glanced at Xie Yuanshan upon learning that the manager of the Southport Grand Hotel had come to visit him. Xie Yuanshan frowned at Luo Yang and said, The hotel belongs to the Guilu Group, and this General Manager Lu is associated with Qinjingda. What is her purpose here? Secretary Luo, inform her that the leader is resting and is unavailable. Luo Yang nodded and then remarked, She just mentioned that she came to pay a visit to the leaders and also had matters to report. I did not inquire further, so I shall let her go. Upon hearing this, Pang Goen interjected, Well, there is no need to create a stir, since she is here with good intentions. Let her in and see what she has to say. With the leaders expressing such sentiments, Xie Yuanshan could only nod in agreement. However, as they entered, Chunbo lagged behind. Lu Hanyin had assumed he was following her, only to realize upon entering the room that this rascal had not come in, and at that moment, the door was shut. Secretary Luo Yang took the flowers and placed them on a nearby table, while Lu Hanyin began her performance. Governor Pang, Mayor Xie, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Nankong Grand Hotel. We failed in our duty to properly host you during your stay. As Lu Hanyin stepped to the center of the room, maintaining a considerable distance from Pang Goen, she began her apology with utmost sincerity and a serious countenance. Regardless of whether the issue pertained to the hotel, her demeanor warranted forgiveness. Ms. Lu, you are being too hard on yourself. This matter is not your fault. After all, the meal is in my mouth, and who else could have made the decisions? By the way, I would like to have pancakes again tomorrow. So please have the local vendor prepare them once more. I must express my gratitude to you. Your work has been meticulous and thoughtful, Pang Goen replied with a smile. Xie Yuanshan, standing nearby, also wore a beaming smile. One should not strike at a smiling face, since she had come to apologize. And although she was associated with Qinjingda, maintaining appearances was crucial. Perhaps Lu Hanyin's visit was indeed orchestrated by Qinjingda. And to rebuff Lu Hanyin would be to slight Qinjingda. Xie Yuanchun was not keen on turning hostile just yet, so since Lu Hanyan had come to apologize, it was essential to grant her the respect deserved, allowing Lu Hanyan to return with a satisfactory explanation. At this juncture, the four individuals in the hospital room believed this was merely a formality. An exchange of flowers and apologies sufficed, as the hotel was not truly at fault. However, they were taken aback by Lu Hanyan's next statement. Thank you all for your magnanimity. This is one of the matters for which we owe an apology. There is another issue concerning our general manager Kan's second son, which I have only just heard about. When lunchtime approached, our group's second son, accompanied by a group of unsavory characters, attempted to patronize the hotel. Our city's security personnel clashed with them. And I must apologize to all of you leaders for the disruption caused by our oversight. Lu Hanyan's words caught Xie Yuanchun and Pang Goen off guard. They had been dining in a small banquet hall with the door shut, completely unaware of the events unfolding outside the hotel. Pang Goen and Xie Yuanchun turned their gaze toward Luo Yang, who nodded and affirmed, indeed, this incident occurred. The colleagues responsible for security at the city bureau acted promptly to avert a major issue. This is also our negligence. And I have already reported this to General Manager Kan, who will also extend his apologies to you, esteemed leaders. Lu Hanyan concluded with a smile. Oh, such trivial matters can be resolved. Please convey to General Manager Lu that there is no need for another visit. Xie Yuanchun, acting as the local landlord, spoke on behalf of Pang Goen. Lu Hanyan nodded in agreement, reiterating that this final statement was indeed the purpose of her visit. Otherwise, her earlier comments, delivered with such casualness, would likely leave little impression on the minds of these high-ranking officials. Chapter 58. The second young master allow me to express on behalf of Mr. Kan my gratitude to all the esteemed leaders for their magnanimity. The matter of the second young master has indeed caused Mr. Kan considerable distress. Despite providing him with a company and instructing him in the ways of business, he remains undisciplined, indulging in debauchery and vice without restraint. Mr. Kan has often found himself cleaning up after his messes. He frequently boasts that there is nothing he would shy away from in the city of Nangang, which only serves to infuriate Mr. Kan further. Gradually, the individuals present in the room began to sense something amiss in her words. However, they refrained from interrupting Lu Hanyan, as she represented the Guelu group in their eyes, and thus it seemed inappropriate to silence her. Yet, her statements appeared less like a defense of the Guelu group and more like a public admission of flaws, directly targeting the second young master, Kan Yunhua. In his youth, Mr. Kan was engrossed in his career, neglecting the upbringing of his children, resulting in their erratic temperaments. Esteemed leaders, please do not take Kan Yunhua's remarks to heart. Consider them mere bravado. He often asserts that the economy of Nangang would falter without the Kan family, which is nothing more than self-aggrandizement. Therefore, on behalf of the Guelu group, I extend my sincerest apologies once again and assure you that Mr. Kan will address the behavior of his second young master. As Lu Hanyan spoke, her demeanor fluctuated between cheerful and solemn, yet her words were undeniably sensational. This visit to see Governor Pang Goen was her true intention, and she would report back to Kan Zhengde about her meeting, emphasizing the gravity of Kan Yunhua's recent conduct at the hotel. These matters were fit for public discourse. What should remain undisclosed, however, is the sentiment of the heart. As a tool of Kan Zhengde, Lu Hanyan possessed a keen understanding of the factions among the leaders of Nangang, knowledge imparted to her by Kan Zhengde himself. She was well aware of whom to court, what strategies to employ, and the alliances that existed among them. Xie Yuanchun was a source of great concern for Kan Zhengde, for since his arrival in Nangang, he had ignored all of Kan Zhengde's overtures. Not only did he dismiss Kan Zhengde's attempts, but he also had never visited any of Kan Zhengde's enterprises for an inspection, an occurrence quite rare in Nangang. This circumstance left Kan Zhengde anxious, as his support came from Qiu Chengan. However, Qiu Chengan had been in his positions as both secretary and mayor for an extended period. Unless unforeseen events transpired, he was likely to be reassigned within the next year or so. Who would Kan Zhengde turn to then? According to current political trends, it was highly probable that the mayor would ascend to the secretary role upon Qiu Chengan's departure, unless the mayor himself encountered issues or was undermined. Yet, Xie Yuanchun's backing was Governor Pang Goen, making the latter scenario unlikely. Would Xie Yuanchun face problems? Given his cautious approach since arriving in Nangang, the likelihood of him faltering seemed minimal. This uncertainty was one of the many reasons for Kan Zhengde's growing agitation. Thus, Lu Hanyan seized the opportunity to invite Provincial Governor and Mayor Xie Yuanshan for a meeting, unveiling a glimpse of the issues surrounding the Gulu group with an apologetic tone. Although this revelation caught Xie Yuanshan off guard, he, not being foolish, should have realized that given his close ties to the Guelu group, it was inappropriate to lament about such chaotic matters in this setting. When Lu Hanyan concluded her remarks, both Xie Yuanshan and Pang Goen appeared momentarily dazed. It was Luo Yang who responded swiftly, suggesting, "President Lu, the leaders are already informed. Perhaps you should return for now?" Lu Hanyan smiled graciously and slightly bowed in farewell to Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshan. Once the door to the hospital room closed, Pang Goen turned to Xie Yuanshan and remarked, "It seems the internal consensus is not as solid as it appears. You have a chance." In response to the optimism of his former superior, Xie Yuanshan managed a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "If only it were that simple. I have been here for almost 2 years, feeling utterly powerless. They conceal things so well. After much investigation, I finally had some leads, only to discover that the key figure is deceased." "You mean Yi Yushan?" Pang Goen shifted slightly, prompting Xie Yuanshan to quickly fetch a pillow to support Pang Goen's back, making him more comfortable. Indeed, there were some clues regarding Yi Yushan, but with his passing, those leads have vanished, and reconstructing the narrative will be exceedingly difficult. Xie Yuanshan lamented as he returned to his seat. Pang Goen straightened up, gazing at the wall opposite for a while before stating, "The crux of the matter still lies with the people. I was opposed to your descent into this role initially. The city of Nankong has been impenetrable for years. It is common knowledge that there are issues. I had advised you back then, yet you insisted that this bone must be chewed through. Are you now feeling disheartened?" Pang Goen's words flushed Xie Yuanshan's face with embarrassment. He had approached the role with fervent aspirations, only to discover the myriad obstacles that hindered his political ambitions. The most challenging aspect was his acute awareness of the layers of webs enveloping Nankong City, yet he was at a loss as to where to begin unraveling them. After finally uncovering some details about Yi Yushan, he was shocked to learn of that individual's untimely demise, effectively rendering over a year of effort futile. "The leader is right. It is indeed a matter of personnel. I find myself lacking capable individuals. It is exceedingly difficult to trust anyone here. I didn't even bring my secretary with me. In short, it is challenging to find anyone local in Nankong who is not somehow connected to the Qin family, and the protection they enjoy makes it risky to act boldly. I feel I have betrayed the trust and expectations the organization placed in me." Xie Yuanshan confessed with a sense of shame. Observing his former subordinate's despondency, Pang Goen felt he had sufficiently admonished him and opted for a different conversational approach. This reflects the caliber of leadership and the art of conversation. To put it in contemporary terms, it is akin to breaking your legs first, then providing you with crutches, and subsequently informing you that without my assistance, you wouldn't even be able to walk. Thus, you should be grateful. Recently, Pang Goen expressed his disapproval of Xie Yuanshan's decision to travel to Nankong City. Despite Pang's counsel, Xie was resolute in his desire to gain practical experience in the field. At that time, Nankong City was the only suitable position available for him. Pang suggested that Xie wait a little longer. However, Xie remained insistent on proceeding, leading to the current situation. This has been a source of discontent for Pang Goen, as he indeed required Xie's assistance during that period. Nonetheless, Xie chose to descend without hesitation, which reflects the leadership's frustration. Now that time has passed, let us return to discussing personal matters. Pang Goen observed Xie Yuanshan bow his head, and at last, he began to extend a hand of support. Chapter 59. A Change of Scenery. Yuanshan. If you find this place difficult to navigate at the moment, perhaps we should consider relocating? Pang Goen inquired. Xie Yuanshan felt as though he had been struck across the face, for when he had first arrived, he had been resolute in rejecting Pang Goen's invitation to stay. Now, relying on his former superior to change venues was something he could not accept under any circumstances. Nevertheless, confronted with the kind intentions of his old leader, he chose to decline. "Old leader, if I were to retreat now, even if we changed locations, I would not feel at ease. I have resolved to remain here," Xie Yuanshan declared. Pang Goen lifted the thin blanket draped over him, appearing as though he intended to rise from his bed. Xie Yuanshan hastily approached to offer assistance, but was met with a refusal. Pang Goen proceeded to the restroom, while Xie Yuanshan waited at the door. The two of them the sole occupants of the room, as even Secretary Luo Yang had discreetly stepped out. It must be said that Pang Goen was a man deeply attached to the past. Xie Yuanshan was his first secretary, and after his departure, Pang Goen had tried several replacements, none of whom proved satisfactory until he encountered Luo Yang. While both Luo Yang and Xie Yuan-chun hailed from secretarial backgrounds, they differed significantly. Luo Yang was exceedingly compliant. In the bureaucratic realm, it is a rare feat for a leader to find a wholly obedient subordinate. As individuals possess thoughts and emotions, they are not mere machines programmed to operate according to predetermined protocols, driven by their own interests and motives. Subordinates often interpret their leaders' directives either with embellishment or reluctance. However, Luo Yang possessed a remarkable ability to strike a balance, ensuring neither his own safety nor Pang Guan's satisfaction was compromised. Thus, among the many secretaries he had employed, only Luo Yang instilled in him a sense of trust. Yet, Luo Yang's greatest flaw lay in his lack of ambition. He completed the tasks assigned by his superior without any desire for further initiative. In contrast, Xie Yuan-chun was not of such a disposition. He had voluntarily resigned from his position as Pang Guan's secretary, yearning for personal growth through new experiences. On this matter, Luo Yang had never broached the subject. Despite Pang Guan's inquiries and offers of commendable positions, Luo Yang stubbornly refused to leave, choosing instead to remain as Pang Guan's secretary. This steadfastness brought Pang Guan both comfort and regret. The regret stemmed from the belief that if his secretary could stand independently, it would enhance his network. And should they perform well, they might become a valuable ally in the future. Yet, Luo Yang's unwillingness to seek advancement reflected the nature of humanity's choices. Upon emerging from the restroom, Pang Guan was promptly offered a towel by Xie Yuan-chun. As he dried his hands, Pang Guan inquired, with no one to rely upon. There is little to be accomplished, and efforts may falter. Have you made any progress in this regard? I have arrived here with little understanding, Xie Yuan-chun responded. In this city of Nankong, there are few individuals devoid of any connection to Secretary Chiu or Kanjungda. Even those who exist are merely neutral observers, standing aside to watch the unfolding drama. Very few would align themselves with me. Indeed, that aligns with the facts. Pang Guan nodded thoughtfully. Thus far, the only individual from the municipal government who seems to lean in my favor is Secretary Zheng Heping. Yet, he is merely a secretary. His influence is confined to the municipal government, and outside of it, his authority is rather limited. Xie Yuan-chun sighed. Do these standing committee members have ties to Kanjungda? Pang Guan inquired with a furrowed brow. To my knowledge, the Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Gao Xingyan appears impartial on the surface, yet he is fundamentally an upright individual. However, his children have been somewhat indiscreet. His daughter operates a beauty salon and distributes cards everywhere, while his son, having returned from military service, merely idles away his time at the municipal bureau without any significant contributions, Xie Yuan-chun explained. Upon hearing this, Pang Guan walked to the window, hands clasped behind his back, repeatedly patting his thighs. This was a lingering ailment from his youth in the military. The cat-ear caves of the southern front had left him with severe rheumatism. He could predict rain better than any weather forecast based on his pain. Water that is too clear harbors no fish. Have you discussed the situation regarding Yi Yushan with Gao Xingyan? Pang Guan asked. I have. He has received the report, but the key figure is Yi Yushan. The report does not indicate any connections to others, nor does it implicate Secretary Chiu, Xie Yuan-chun replied in a hushed tone. Pang Guan had announced his intention to inspect Nangguang City a month prior, yet his visit was long delayed. However, shortly after the incident involving Yi Yushan, he unexpectedly arrived. Some matters cannot be elucidated over the phone, and certain individuals cannot be met through a call. Thus, Pang Guan felt compelled to be present. It is quite normal for the chief administrator of Donghai province to conduct an inspection, which creates the illusion among the officials of Nangguang City that the governor's visit is aimed at evaluating the economy. However, prior to his arrival, he had also been entrusted to assess the political ecology of Nangguang City. If the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary were to conduct an inspection at this time, especially in light of the recent events surrounding Yi Yushan, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Consequently, Pang Guan's visit carried considerable weight in terms of responsibilities. As Chen Bo entered the vehicle, he was met with a torrent of admonishment from Lu Hanyan, who berated him for being a coward, questioning how he could shirk such a significant opportunity and what he would do in the future. Ah, you don't understand. If I had gone, I might have inadvertently caused you trouble. Besides, you shouldn't have mentioned to Secretary Luo that I am your ex-husband. Now it seems I am destined to return to prison. Chen Bo confided, recounting the events that had transpired in his life to Lu Hanyan. You should have told me sooner. Did you think it was meaningful to keep this from me? I wanted to assist you by bringing you along. If you had other plans, you ought to have disclosed them earlier, which has led to well, forget it. No need to dwell on it. Lu Hanyin realized the situation was amiss. She wondered whether her previous conversation would have any repercussions, yet since Chen Bo had not accompanied her inside, it was unlikely to implicate him. The location chosen by Zhu Wenjun was indeed clandestine. After they disembarked, they spent considerable time searching in the underground parking lot before finally emerging and winding their way through a narrow alley, leaving them quite disoriented. Sister-in-law, where did you find this place? I am completely lost, Chen Bo lamented upon their meeting. Zhu Wenjun glanced at the perspiring Lu Hanyin and remarked, we don't mind. It is all for her sake. If anyone were to see her in our company, who knows if she would survive until the dawn of tomorrow. Please, take a seat. This is a tea house owned by a friend. The entrance you used was also the back door, so no one is aware of our presence here. Chapter 60. I did my best. How well did you flatter them? After everyone had taken their seats, Zhu Wenjun turned to Lu Hanyin and inquired. She was referring to Lu Hanyin's recent visit to the provincial leaders and wanted to know the outcome of her efforts. I did my utmost. As for the results, who knows? These old foxes are all shrewd. Surely they can see through my little schemes. Nonetheless, that was precisely my intention. I wanted them to understand my thoughts. Otherwise, how could I proceed? Lu Hanyin replied, reaching for a tissue to wipe the sweat from her neck. She then recounted her conversations with the leaders from the province and city to Zhu Wenjun and Chen Bo. At first, Chen Bo did not sense anything amiss. But as the dialogue progressed, he began to grasp the implications of her so-called little schemes. If this information were to reach Qinjingda's ears, it would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. Upon finishing her account, Lu Hanyin pulled out her phone and showed Chen Bo a photograph. I know your memory is remarkable. Do you remember this little girl? She asked. Chen Bo was taken aback. Who is she? My daughter. She is in Japan, under the watch of Qinjingda's people. If I were to meet my demise one day, could you help bring her back to Dr. Zhu for her upbringing? Lu Hanyin inquired. Both Chen Bo and Zhu Wenjun were momentarily stunned. The meeting felt increasingly like a farewell arrangement. What was her true intention? Ms. Lu, while I harbor resentment towards you, please do not act foolishly. Yi Yushan has passed. Even if I wish to resent you, that is now in the past. What purpose does this serve? Zhu Wenjun spoke first, feeling compelled to voice her concerns in this setting. From the moment I entered that hospital room, I was gambling on the notion that they and Qinjingda are not aligned. I believe that in this city of Ngangang, Qinjingda and Qiucheng'an do not wield absolute power. They too harbor fears. This is why I expressed those words earlier. How they interpret them and whether they resonate is beyond my control, Lu Hanyin asserted. However, Chen Bo perceived Lu Hanyin's actions as unnecessary. Even if Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshan did take her words to heart, they would not be able to strike a decisive blow against Qinjingda immediately. Nor would they pursue Qiucheng'an without evidence. Her actions could potentially embroil her in trouble. I am left with no choice. Qin Lu has threatened me. I need you to frighten her away. I heard she returned to England. But what about Qin Yunbua? Now, he has taken over the matter concerning the child. That is why they dared to cause a scene at the governor's dinner. Had it not been for City Bureau Chief Ho Weiguang intervening, they might have stormed into my office by now. Am I to continue enduring this? Lu Hanyin questioned. At that moment, Chen Bo and Zhu Wenjun finally comprehended that Lu Hanyin's visit to the hospital to supposedly apologize to Pang Goen and Xie Yuanshan was not merely a gesture of contrition. Her primary aim was likely to orchestrate a covert attack against her adversaries. The hotel where provincial leaders were staying became the scene of a brazen incursion led by Qinjingda's son, accompanied by a gang of 40 to 50 individuals wielding weapons. She wagered on Pang Goen's courage and on whether Xie Yuanshan would retain any semblance of dignity. If they were indeed aligned with Qinjingda, then Lu Hanyin would be doomed to suffer the consequences of her gamble. Although Chen Bo had been demobilized for 2 years, he had remained entrenched in the prison system, engaged in mundane tasks, and was largely oblivious to the political dynamics of Nangguang City, thus lacking the standing to speak. However, this was not the case for Zhu Wenjun, who was deeply embedded within the political milieu and possessed a keen understanding of the city's political landscape. Mr. Lu, I fear you may be disappointed. Xie Yuanshan has been in Nangguang City for 2 years without significant accomplishments. He arrived with few allies and has had little interaction with Qinjingda. Thus, he is certainly not one of Can's confidants. This very detachment has led many departments to be uncooperative with the municipal government, resulting in wasted time over these 2 years, Zhu Wenjun stated. I am aware of this. Under different circumstances, I would have held no hope. But considering your husband's untimely demise and your own suspicions regarding its nature, what do Xie Yuan-chun and the provincial leader think? Do they truly believe your husband's death was merely an accident? Lu Hanyan inquired. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo cast a glance at Zhu Wenjun. He had previously informed her that the Municipal Discipline Inspection Secretary, Gao Xingyan, had expressed his frustration during a phone call, questioning why Yi Yushan died in an accident shortly after being reported. Was there not something amiss? Yet the Municipal Bureau had concluded it was indeed an accident, leaving no room for further discussion. Thus, the trail had gone cold. Now, as Lu Hanyan revisited the issue, Yi Yushan's predicament resembled a question on an exam, redrawn with a crimson pencil. You are remarkably bold. I did not expect you to involve yourself in such matters while pregnant, Zhu Wenjun sighed. Lu Hanyan smiled and asked, Can you offer me a promise? If I were to perish, would you retrieve my child from Japan and entrust her to Dr. Zhu for upbringing? I wish for her to study medicine, to heal the sick as Dr. Zhu does, thus accumulating some merit to counterbalance my transgressions. Zhu Wenjun remained silent, her gaze shifting to Chen Bo, implying that he needed to take a stance first. The child must be brought back, for how could she nurture her otherwise? Chen Bo remained contemplative, pondering the veracity of Lu Hanyan's words. Given her current plight, it was difficult to ascertain if she was deceiving them. Yet, as one who had danced on the precipice of life and death multiple times, he still yearned to understand Lu Hanyan's true intentions. Very well, no issue. You have been out for a while. Perhaps it is time to return? Chen Bo queried. Lu Hanyan, perceptive as ever, recognized that Chen Bo harbored doubts about her sincerity and had more questions to pose, questions unsuitable for discussion in Zhu Wenjun's presence. Alas, the two of them combined had enough cunning for 800. On their way back, with no one around, Chen Bo turned to Lu Hanyan and asked, What exactly do you intend to do? What is your plan? You must clarify your position, otherwise, I cannot assist you. Lu Hanyan smiled softly at the corner of her mouth, casting a glance at Chen Bo. There are many things I wish to accomplish, but I cannot divulge them to you. It is not a matter of trust. Rather, I fear that your kindness may lead you to worry about me. Chen Bo, tell me honestly, has there ever been a fleeting moment when I stirred your heart? Upon hearing this, Chen Bo glanced at her, and at that moment, Lu Hanyan was also observing him. Setting aside the question of whether my heart has been stirred, does the notion of taking action count? Chen Bo inquired. Taking action? What do you mean by that? Lu Hanyan asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Well, while I cannot say my heart has been stirred, I must admit there have been several instances of action. After all, as a man, if one feels no response, what purpose does he serve? Chen Bo replied with a rather mischievous grin. Chapter 61. Cowardice. Upon hearing his words, Lu Hanyan shot a fierce glare at Chen Bo. Do you know who I despise the most? Those men who merely talk big. If you have the capability, take action. If you lack the courage, then keep your mouth shut. Lu Hanyan expressed her displeasure. Chen Bo, pondering her words, thought, Take action? You must be dreaming. On their way back, Lu Hanyan drove while Chen Bo occupied the rear seat. I have no retreat left. The only fallback I have is the child in my womb. It serves as both my bargaining chip and my burden. However, I have no choice. So, regarding what I just mentioned, can I take it that you have acquiesced? Lu Hanyan inquired. Chen Bo felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow and paused momentarily before responding. Unless absolutely necessary, it's better not to risk everything. Life is precious. One must conserve their strength for the most critical moments. I understand, thank you. Rest assured, in the future, I will not treat you unjustly. May I be blessed to live until that time, Lu Hanyan replied. Chen Bo had Lu Hanyan drop him off at a bustling location, watching as her car disappeared, pondering whether they would have the chance to meet again. Xie Yuan-chun, the mayor, had numerous responsibilities to attend to and could not be by Pang Go inside at all times, especially during dinner time, when the municipal party secretary, Xiao Qingyan, came to visit Pang Goen, prompting him to send Xie Yuan-chun back. Luo Yang awaited outside and stood up upon seeing Xie Yuan-chun exit. He escorted Xie Yuan-chun to the elevator, who smiled and remarked, The old leader has aged over the years. Since you are by his side, do encourage him to rest well. His health must not falter. Today's events nearly gave me a fright. Indeed, I often advise him. Xie Gu, you have also been around him. His work habits are not something I can easily influence, Luo Yang replied with a wry smile. Xie Yuan-chun nodded and asked, We just spoke of you. You've been with him for quite some time? Haven't you? How about coming down for some exercise? Luo Yang was taken aback. unsure of the sudden nature of Xie Yuanxuan's words. Was he testing him? Moreover, was this Xie Yuanxuan's own idea, or was it something Pang Goen had suggested? In any case, Xie Yuanxuan's words were significant, as he had never spoken to Luo Yang in such a manner before. Thus, Luo Yang glanced towards the direction of the hospital room and asked, "What does the old gentleman mean?" "No, it has nothing to do with the old gentleman. It is my desire for you to come to Nangang City and assist me. To be frank, I do not trust the people here, which makes me hesitant in my actions. Having been here for so long, there has been no progress, and the old gentleman is dissatisfied with me," Xie Yuanxuan stated with a smile. "Xie Ge, both you and the old gentleman understand my lack of ambition. For me, simply being a good secretary is already a considerable achievement. How could I possibly have the capacity to take charge? Brother, I fear I cannot assist you with this matter." Luo Yang initially thought Pang Goen wanted to dismiss him, but realizing it was Xie Yuanxuan's suggestion, he felt more at ease. Luo Yang indeed harbored no desire to assume governance. Much like Pang Goen remarked, Luo Yang lacked grand ambitions and preferred to avoid the intricate machinations of local politics. He found solace in remaining close to the leadership, responding to their directives without bearing excessive responsibility, allowing for a more comfortable existence. Those entrenched within the system are acutely aware that the tasks assigned to them are often repetitive. While one might not deem them particularly arduous, the complexities of interpersonal relationships can wear down even the sharpest minds. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that a significant portion of one's energy is expended navigating these social dynamics within the bureaucracy. Among those immersed in the system, few genuinely relinquish aspirations for advancement or remain indifferent to the promotions of their colleagues. Yet, once the notion of promotion takes root, it is akin to a hook embedded in the heart, making tranquility elusive. That evening, upon witnessing Xie Yuanxuan return clad in a different outfit, Luo Yang proceeded to the hospital ward. "Leader, I wish to request leave for the night, intending to return before midnight," he whispered to Pang Goen. Pang Goen glanced at him, and Luo Yang nodded in affirmation. Consequently, Pang Goen offered no objections, merely advising him to exercise caution on the road. At 9 o'clock, the lights-out hour approached, yet Bai Yongnian was summoned outside. He understood that someone wished to see him, but few could gain entry to the prison at such a late hour. Thus, upon recognizing Luo Yang, a wry smile graced his lips, though the tension in his heart dissipated. "What brings you here at this hour?" Bai Yongnian inquired. "Have I not always come at this time? I haven't visited you in over a year due to unavoidable circumstances. Here, I have brought you some tea, knowing it is to your liking." With that, Luo Yang placed 10 kilograms of tea leaves on the table, pushing them towards Bai Yongnian. Bai Yongnian leaned in, inhaling deeply, and was instantly revitalized. Shaking his head, he exclaimed, "This aroma is delightful, authentic. This will last me quite some time. Do you have any books?" "Indeed, here are 10 volumes. You had asked me to bring the comprehensive mirror to aid in government last time, so I have brought it along," Luo Yang replied, arranging the items on the table. For Bai Yongnian, the presence of tea and books sufficed. Thus, the two engaged in conversation. If Chun Bo merely relayed news from outside the prison, Luo Yang brought significant political updates from the province and city, information that Chun Bo could not access or convey. Pang Goen was aware of the bond between Luo Yang and Bai Yongnian, and each visit to the prison was conducted transparently, with Luo Yang always requesting leave and clarifying his purpose for visiting. Years prior, during their tenure at the provincial office, it was Bai Yongnian who recognized Luo Yang's potential and recommended him to Pang Goen. However, it was not merely this connection that compelled Luo Yang to brave the risks of visiting a former provincial secretary. Rather, Bai Yongnian regarded Luo Yang as a younger brother. One might contend that Bai Yongnian harbored personal motives in nurturing his connections. Nevertheless, he undeniably imparted a wealth of knowledge to Luo Yang. While certain talents are innate, those blessed with extraordinary gifts are indeed a rarity. The opportunity for subsequent learning, coupled with the fortune of encountering a mentor who offers guidance, is an immense blessing within the institutional framework. Many individuals meander aimlessly within the system, akin to headless flies, oblivious to their purpose, unsure of where to exert their efforts, and hesitant to ingratiate themselves with superiors. Yet, as the decades unfold and one reflects upon the days spent in a haze of mediocrity, the realization dawns: what sort of wretched existence have they led? However, Luo Yang was fortunate to cross paths with Bai Yongnian, whose methods and experiences truly provided hands-on instruction. Thus, Luo Yang thrived in the provincial office and ultimately earned a recommendation from Pangoan. How is your health? Luo Yang inquired, observing the graying hair of Bai Yongnian. Chapter 62. The sweet fruit. As long as one refrains from indulging in errant thoughts, the body remains capable, and sleep comes easily. At my age, what else is there to desire? To eat well, drink well, sleep well, and maintain good health is far superior to anything else, Bai Yongnian remarked. Indeed, health is paramount. I nearly lost the chance to see you this time. Luo Yang recounted the events surrounding Pangoan. Initially taken aback, Bai Yongnian soon nodded in understanding. Remarkably, he exhibited no inclination to mock Pangoan, nor did he indulge in sardonic remarks. Instead, he spoke earnestly. Your fate is more fortunate than mine. Old Pang is unharmed, allowing you to continue your endeavors. Should he encounter any issues, your career would come to an abrupt halt. That is true. However, before my visit today, I had a conversation with Xie Yuanchun. Even now, I cannot discern whether it was Pang Governor's intention or Xie Yuanchun's own decision. I have yet to unravel that mystery. But I suspect it leans towards Xie Yuanchun's personal agenda. Luo Yang briefly shared the details of Xie Yuanchun's efforts to win him over. For Bai Yongnian, these matters were trivial. Although he resided in prison, every time Luo Yang visited, he would inform him about the current political landscape. When Luo Yang mentioned the tragic death of the Finance Bureau Director, Yi Yushan, in a car accident, Bai Yongnian furrowed his brow. Old Xie has been in Nankang City for 2 years, yet he has made little progress. Though Pang Governor has not explicitly stated his discontent, I can glean it from his words and demeanor, Luo Yang added, refilling Bai Yongnian's teacup. Bai Yongnian dismissed Luo Yang's inquiry and instead asked, what is the official narrative regarding Yi Yushan's death? The official conclusion is accidental death due to a car crash. However, he had been reported prior to the incident, and it coincided with a critical moment regarding his promotion to deputy mayor, complicating matters. I know someone who recently left this place and was reassigned. He seems to have had some connection with Yi Yushan. I wonder what that fellow is up to now. In hindsight, he might have been better off joining me for tea in this confinement, Bai Yongnian mused. Since Luo Yang was unaware of the relationship between Bai Yongnian and Chen Bo, he recounted all the happenings in Nankang City without mentioning Chen Bo's name. However, when Chen Bo departed from prison, he had specifically sought out Bai Yongnian for a farewell tea. Thus, upon hearing of Yi Yushan's demise, Bai Yongnian was instantly reminded of Chen Bo. Who is that? Luo Yang inquired, setting down his teacup. He is likely still at the Finance Bureau. With Yi Yushan's death, he has lost his support. This fellow's name is Chen Bo. He has been here for 2 years and has always treated me with kindness, sharing tea, and engaging in idle chatter. He often brought me books from the outside. Bai Yongnian chuckled and shook his head, reflecting on the capricious nature of life and the inevitability of fate. Are you certain this person's name is Chen Bo? Luo Yang's interest was piqued. Is there any need for certainty? Since his arrival, he has indeed been quite considerate towards me. For any matters I approached him with, he would invariably find a way to resolve them. Even if he couldn't manage it immediately, I was confident he would eventually navigate the situation adeptly, Bai Yongnian said. Savoring the moment like one would appreciate tea, reminiscing about the memories shared with Chen Bo, Luo Yang laughed suddenly and recounted the events he had encountered over the past few days, particularly those concerning Pang Goan, but this time he included Chen Bo's name. With Bai Yongnian's narrative, Luo Yang gained a deeper understanding of Chen Bo and developed a more comprehensive view of his character. Since you are already aware, if you can lend a hand, do so. The boy has potential. He is capable and loyal. With Yi Yushan's untimely demise, he has been left in a difficult position, Bai Yongnian remarked. However, he mentioned that he might have to return to prison. Given your good relationship with him, wouldn't it be better for you if he comes back? Luo Yang jested. Bai Yongnian shot him a glance and responded, in a few years, I shall be released, but that boy will be trapped here for life. It's a pity. So, will you help or not? All right, I will assist. Is that not acceptable? Look at you, getting anxious. To evaluate his character, I must consult Old Xie. If it comes to it, I will recommend him to Old Xie. If he is willing to take him on, splendid. If not, we can discuss it later. I trust your judgment, Old Bai, Luo Yang replied. Bai Yongnian could only smile bitterly. Glancing around the 4 walls of the room, he sighed. No matter how high-spirited one is, when confined within these 4 walls daily, it will gradually wear down one's resolve. I have long come to terms with this. As for Chen Bo, if you wish to help him, do so. If not, that is fine too. Our connection is not that deep. However, I find myself pondering, If I had not promoted you back then, would I still have this tea to drink now? Upon hearing this, Luo Yang instantly grasped the underlying meaning and exclaimed, Old Bai, there's no need to curse me. Are you implying that I too shall end up here drinking the tea sent by Qinbo? Bai Yongyan shook his head and said, when you return, find an opportunity to inform Pang Goen that the issue in Nankang City is rooted at the provincial level, not in Nankang itself. Therefore, it is unreasonable for old Pang to exert pressure on Xie Yuanshan. Yet, it cannot be said that Xie Yuanshan is incapable. He is merely inept. Although the root cause lies with the province, addressing it from Nankang City is a daunting task, with too great a price and too high a standard. Nevertheless, Xie Yuanshan is indeed incompetent. Luo Yang was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled discreetly. Do not laugh just yet. If you possess the capability, you should have agreed to Xie Yuanshan's request to come to Nankang City and take charge. What success can you achieve hiding behind old Pang? Bai Yongyan expressed his dissatisfaction. Faced with Bai Yongyan's reproach, Luo Yang appeared indifferent, as though he had long since grown accustomed to such complaints. If I were to accept any position, I would no longer be able to come here to enjoy tea with you. It is precisely because I am that kind of person, disinterested in an official career, that simply having a job suffices for me. Thus no one can do anything about it. You know very well how the system struggles with individuals like us, who lack ambition and drive. After all, one cannot dismiss someone merely for their lack of zeal. Can they? Therefore, taking on a leadership role does not suit me. However, I will keep your words in mind and try to recommend Qinbo to Xie Yuanshan. Luo Yang chuckled. Bai Yongyan remained discontented, for in his heart, Qinbo was merely a child, lacking any substantial capability. Furthermore, Xie Yuanshan required a seasoned politician, not an inexperienced novice like Qinbo. However, Luo Yang's promise to advocate on behalf of Qinbo brought a glimmer of joy to Bai Yongyan. He even found himself pondering the expression on Qinbo's face when he was entrusted with greater responsibilities, blissfully unaware that this was the fruit of the goodwill he had sown during his time in prison. Chapter 63 Waiting for your return. Luo Yang returned to Nansong City at the appointed hour. Pang Goen was still awake, but he had sent Xie Yuanshan back to rest. Governor, you haven't slept yet? Luo Yang inquired. I waited for your return, Pang Goen replied, gesturing towards the chair beside the bed. Luo Yang obediently took a seat, anticipating Pang Goen's inquiries. How is he? Pang Goen asked. His health is satisfactory, and he remains quite talkative. I brought him a few books along with 10 pounds of his favorite tea, Luo Yang responded with a smile. Pang Goen nodded, observing Luo Yang intently. Before long, Luo Yang lowered his gaze under the weight of Pang Goen's scrutiny. Luo Yang, do you know what your greatest flaw is? Pang Goen queried. Governor, you have mentioned this before. I am too sentimental, which hinders my ability to achieve great things. I am content being a secretary beside you, lacking the ambition of Mayor Xie. Therefore, whether in work or family, I am quite satisfied following your lead, Luo Yang articulated. Indeed, Pang Goen had previously expressed such sentiments, and this evening he wished to reiterate them, hoping to offer Luo Yang another opportunity. Xie Yuanshan had not only sought Luo Yang's opinion, but also considered persuading Pang Goen to assign Luo Yang to Nansong City, thereby providing himself with an ally. However, Luo Yang was astute. As Pang Goen began to speak, he preemptively concluded the discussion, clearly indicating to Pang Goen that he was merely suited to being a secretary and had no desire to pursue anything beyond that. You are my secretary, and you have visited Lao Bai more than once. I wonder how others perceive this. He indeed nurtured you in the past, and your continued visits over the years have demonstrated your loyalty. It would be best not to visit him any longer, Pang Goen stated. Initially, Luo Yang refrained from responding, contemplating before saying, all right, I understand. He was Xie Xinghua's secretary, and now Xie Xinghua was untraceable, neither seen nor heard from. It could be said that as long as Xie Xinghua remained missing, he would invariably attract scrutiny. Pang Goen's warning about visiting such a high-profile figure was prudent. If he were to be too conspicuous, it might raise questions about his intentions, complicating future endeavors. Luo Yang had contemplated expressing that he was indifferent to others' opinions, but the directive to cease visiting by Yongyan felt excessive. Yet, he remained silent, for he was an obedient secretary, a compliant subordinate. This was his essence. The leader had never explicitly prohibited him from visiting by Yongyan, and the directness of this statement indicated that Pang Goen must possess information unknown to him, or perhaps was merely alerting him to potential pitfalls. What more could he say? Coincidentally, Upon witnessing Luo Yang's prompt acquiescence, Pang Goen felt a sense of relief. He trusted Luo Yang precisely because he was a compliant subordinate. When he stated that Luo Yang should not go, it was understood that he would not. This individual's word was indeed reliable. Luo Yang recounted to Pang Goen his conversation with Lao Bai regarding Qinbo, initially intending it merely as a topic of discussion. To his surprise, Pang Goen expressed genuine interest. Lao Bai has a keen eye for people. What is your perspective on this matter? He inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang replied, I'm not well acquainted with Qinbo, so there is no camaraderie to speak of. However, judging by today's events, his fundamental character appears commendable. Lao Bai mentioned that since Qinbo's incarceration, he has shown him considerable kindness and care. In such a place, where authority is paramount, this speaks volumes about his underlying nature. The compliments were not given lightly, nor were they unreciprocated. When Qiu Chengyan visited Pang Goen, he shared details about the incident involving Qin Yunbo storming the hotel. Despite Qiu Chengyan's amiable demeanor, Pang Goen's temper was far from pleasant. He confronted Qiu Chengyan, questioning whether the actions of someone like Qin Zhengda's son could be classified as those of a criminal organization. He pressed for information on how many such individuals existed in Nansong City and the state of its business environment. Qiu Chengyan had intended a cordial visit, but was met with a tirade instead. It would have been one matter if it were merely a few harsh words, but Pang Goen's subsequent actions were indeed intriguing. Originally, several companies under the Gui Lu Group were slated for inspection by the governor. However, in light of the Qin Yunbo incident, all visits were cancelled. The city was instructed to provide alternative companies for the inspection, and if none could be found, so be it. Qiu Chengyan had come to Nansong City primarily to support Xie Yuanshan, though he needed to remain discreet. He had been searching for an opportunity to show Qin Zhengda the consequences of his son's actions, and now, unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself. None of the Gui Lu Group's companies would be visited. All inspections had been scrapped. These matters could be resolved with a mere word from a leader, hence upon returning. Qiu Chengyan summoned Qin Zhengda to his office. Secretary, everything is arranged and guaranteed to be flawless. This is not our first time hosting a leadership inspection. Both the companies and employees are seasoned performers, ensuring a commendable display without faltering. Qin Zhengda thought he was called to review the inspection procedures for the following day. However, Qiu Chengyan's words took a sharp turn. Qin Zhengda, can you still manage your son? Or shall I find someone to oversee him for you? He asked with a cold smirk. Qin Zhengda was taken aback, bewildered by the secretary's sudden inquiry about his son, especially since nothing significant had transpired recently. A wave of cold sweat broke out as he pondered whether his son had unwittingly gotten himself into trouble. Secretary, what has transpired? I am completely unaware, he exclaimed. In response, Qiu Chengyan detailed the incident involving Qin Yunbo and his entourage storming the hotel. Qin Zhengda had not received prior reports because the hotel was managed by Lu Hanyin, and indeed, nothing of substantial consequence had occurred, leaving him in the dark about the situation at the hotel. Because it was his own son who brought about this calamity, who would dare to report Qin Yunbo? Thus, to this day, Qin Zhengda remains oblivious. Who among the living would willingly invite their own demise by exposing Qin Zhengda's son? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhengda broke into a cold sweat. However, what followed was a stark statement from Qiu Chengyan. Let us cancel the inspection. Governor Pang is furious and has expressed his ire quite vocally. I must say, your son will inevitably bring you ruin. Is he lacking in money or companionship? Why does he revel in the underbelly of society? Is it in his blood, much like yourself? Qiu Chengyan's words were harsh. Yet Qin Zhengda dared not utter a word in response. Secretary, please do not be angered. I shall go and apologize to Governor Pang immediately, he said. It is too late. Do not embarrass yourself further. Your manager, what was her name, Lu Hanyin, has already gone, but it yielded little effect. As for the visit to your enterprise, let us postpone it, Qiu Chengyan retorted, striking the table in frustration. Chapter 64. Utter disappointment. Qin Yunlu's luggage was neatly packed and placed in the center of the living room. Qin Zhengda wore a sullen expression, remaining silent as they awaited a return. Qin Yunbo. At that moment, Qin Yunbo was seething with anger, having been forcibly silenced and shoved into a police car by Ho Weiguang's men. Although Ho later sought him out for tea to apologize, the bitterness of that humiliation lingered. Despite his ability to issue commands to Ho, he was acutely aware that Ho might not heed him, for he understood that his own authority in Nankong City was largely derived from his father's influence. Should that influence vanish, he would find himself imprisoned without hesitation. It was this understanding of his precarious position that compelled Kanjungda to insist on his return home, a command Kinyunbua dared not defy. He was a man of few words and recognized the implications behind his father's summons. Upon entering, he cast a glance at his sister, Kinyunlu, who was engrossed in her phone, then knelt silently on the floor. Kinyunlu observed this scene with disdain. His behavior was a predictable pattern, devoid of any novelty. Elder brother, I have a flight tonight to return to England. I shall leave domestic matters to you. I can no longer navigate this realm. By the way, father, I wish to make my stance clear. If you truly desire that illegitimate child, then I shall not return. I have no demands. Merely provide me with the means to indulge in food, drink, and entertainment. As for everything else, you may father children with whomever you please, as many as you wish. I have no objections. Elder brother, I am departing. With that, Kinyunlu seized her suitcase and prepared to leave without waiting for Kinjungda's response. She had postponed her departure until Kinyunbua's arrival solely to clarify her position before their father, disassociating herself from the affairs of the family, indifferent to any consequences that might ensue. Wait. Kinyunbua grasped his sister's arm as she passed by. She cast him a glance, disapproving of his demeanor as well. Yet, she felt a tinge of relief that he was exactly as he was. Otherwise, the prospect of inheriting the family business would not fall to her. Kinyunbua turned to Kanjungda and inquired, Father, do you truly wish to have that child? Have we, your sons, been disrespectful to you, or failed you in business? I may navigate the underworld, yet I have shouldered many responsibilities for our conglomerate. Some tasks I entrusted to others for their reliability. Is it now that you wish to cleanse your image at the expense of your sons? His words, though seemingly a plea for understanding, served as a warning to his father, emphasizing that he had undertaken numerous unsavory tasks for the Guelu group. With an elder brother in politics and a younger sister still a child, it was he, the second son, who had borne much of the burden. Did his father truly believe him unaware of this? Now, it appeared as if his father sought to absolve himself of responsibility. Had anyone else spoken to him in such a manner, they would have long been cast into the backyard's piranha pond. Hearing this, Kanjungda gradually rose and approached Kinyunbua, towering over him, contemplating the son who had indeed been a considerable help. Since Kinyunbua had begun to navigate the social underbelly, many concerns had ceased to trouble him. Yet, it was precisely this reliance that increasingly unsettled him. Many matters possess duality. The swiftest blade is also the most susceptible to fracture, a truth universally acknowledged. After years of navigating the tumultuous tides of society, Kanjungda is acutely aware of this reality. Thus, he constantly contemplates how to ensure a smooth landing and safeguard the legacy of his wealth. With a resounding slap, he exerted all his strength. He had never struck Kinyunbua with such ferocity. Even his own hand throbbed painfully, let alone his son's face. Though Kanjungda has aged, he remains a seasoned figure who has once wielded a blade in the competitive arena of life. Consequently, the force of that slap was substantial, sending Kinyunbua crashing to the ground. In that unforeseen moment, no one could withstand such a blow. Kinyunlu, frightened, cowered in silence. Having never witnessed her father unleash such wrath, I have told you countless times to maintain a low profile. Our family is but an ant on the hot griddle of Nangguang City. While the fire burns, you continue to dance upon it. What business do you have at the hotel? Are you aware that provincial leaders are dining and lodging there? Did anyone at the entrance inform you of this? Did they? Kanjungda bellowed, his voice hoarse with fury. In light of this, both Kinyunlu and Kinyunbua fell silent, realizing that their father's ire stemmed from a deeper issue than their quarrel. After delivering that singular blow, Kanjungda retreated to the sofa. Today, Secretary Chiu summoned me and lambasted me mercilessly. The inspection of our enterprise, previously arranged, has now been entirely revoked. You led a contingent of 40 to 50 people to the hotel for an incursion. Regardless of your intentions, they perceive you as a threat to the leaders. How can that be explained? No explanation suffices, you reckless fool, who accomplishes nothing but creates chaos, he scolded, pointing at Kinyunbua, his voice rising in volume, which provoked a violent coughing fit. Kinyunlu hurriedly approached, patting her father's back until he finally ceased coughing, though his energy was nearly depleted. Yet, the siblings dared not leave. One knelt while the other stood, frozen in the living room. As for Lu Hanyan's child, I am well aware of the situation. This matter does not concern you. You need not fret over how to handle it. Kinyunbua, should you provoke any more trouble, I will send you abroad, forbidding your return for life. Should you meet your end, let it be away from these shores, and do not bring calamity upon me here, Kanjungda declared. his anger palpable. For the next hour, Qin Jingde imparted a political lesson to the siblings. Those who walk barefoot fear not those in shoes. Thus, when they find themselves among the barefoot individuals, they act without inhibition, resorting to violence and seizing territory without remorse, even compelling their own offspring to partake in unsavory tasks. This is the nature of bloodshed. One must first wield the blade. However, once they don the shoes, their position shifts. It is often said that with age comes diminished courage. But is it truly age? Perhaps not. As one accumulates wealth and experience, the very abundance that once fueled audacity breeds caution. The more one possesses, the more one yearns to protect their holdings, resulting in a retreat into timidity. At this moment, Qin Jingde's courage diminished significantly. After many years of gradual progress, he found that maintaining his enterprise was far more arduous than the initial act of creation. The fear of loss weighed heavily upon him, leaving him utterly fatigued. Much of his wealth was intricately linked to his political power. Thus, should that power be stripped away, it would feel as though his very spine had been fractured. Since the rumors of Qiu Chengyin's impending transfer began circulating a few years ago, he had been actively strategizing. I am weary. You all, your elder brother, who among you possesses the ability to take over this burden now? Do you have the capability? Qin Yunhua. I am profoundly disappointed in you, Qin Jingde declared through gritted teeth. Chapter 65. Unthinkable. The Secretary-General of the Nankang City Government, Zheng Heping, was quite astonished when he received a call from Luo Yang, who proposed an utterly inconceivable request. Similarly, Chen Bo was taken aback. Despite his efforts, whether he could remain in the city government office was not solely within his control. For the time being, he could only wait. It seemed he was to be dismissed. But after a trip to the hospital, he received another call from Geng Shulan, urging him to postpone his resignation procedures. In truth, he had not yet fully commenced his employment, let alone consider resigning. It was merely a pretext. Thus, early the next morning, he received a call from Zheng Heping himself, requesting that he continue to assist with the leadership's inspection work alongside the reception staff from the city government office. Chen Bo refrained from unnecessary dialogue. When the leadership extended an invitation, he felt compelled to comply, as he could not allow their goodwill to falter. However, after hanging up with Luo Yang, Secretary-General Zheng Heping's thoughts began to race. In his view, this must be the intention of the governor, as Chen Bo's stellar performance the previous day had bought crucial time for the governor's rescue. Otherwise, the governor would have undoubtedly perished in Nankang. The thought alone was chilling, so it was entirely reasonable for Chen Bo to be specifically requested to accompany the inspection. In the midst of uncertainty, when he called Chen Bo, he refrained from mentioning Luo Yang's request and instead informed him to continue his participation in the reception services. Since the governor's secretary desired his presence, Zheng decided to facilitate it, leaving the subsequent matters beyond his control. Nevertheless, he reported to Mayor Xie Yuanshan. All right, I understand. Please come to my office now, Xie Yuanshan replied, glancing at the time, noting it was still early. Zheng Heping soon appeared in the mayor's office. I've been meaning to ask since yesterday, where did this Chen Bo come from? Is he on loan from somewhere? Xie Yuanshan inquired. Although Chen Bo had saved Pang Goen's life at a critical moment, which had significantly aided him, he still harbored doubts about the individual. He simply had not found the time to investigate further. Upon hearing the mayor's question, Zheng Heping glanced towards the door and lowered his voice, saying, "This matter is quite complex." Thus, Zheng Heping recounted the origins of Chen Bo and his intricate social connections, causing the mayor's expression to grow increasingly grave. Mayor, I had no choice. If I had outright refused, who knows what trouble might have arisen. My initial thought was to allow him to come in. At worst, we could reassign him to the street office or a local township in a few days. He would never remain in the city government. Once he was in, we could manage him in 100 different ways. The real concern was him causing disturbances outside. Who could predict what would unfold thereafter? One can only say that human plans cannot compare to the will of fate. Zheng Heping sighed. Regarding Chen Bo, Zheng Heping made no attempt to conceal anything. He reported all he knew, including the information he had gathered about Chen Bo Mayor. I am unsure of Secretary Luo's intentions in insisting that Chen Bo participate in today's enterprise inspection. What do you think we should do? Zheng Heping sought the mayor's guidance. Let him be. This Secretary Luo is quite meddlesome, Xie Yuanshan replied with displeasure. Zheng Heping shook his head and remarked, if this were Secretary Luo's own intention, it would be acceptable. However, if it is indeed Governor Pang's directive, then we may find ourselves in a predicament. They met today. and if we attempt to tackle this afterward, it could prove rather inconvenient. Xie Yuanshun chuckled upon hearing this and replied, Old Zheng, you are being overly cautious. The old man is far too busy to concern himself with such matters. This is most likely Luo Yang's idea. Now, please compile Chun Bo's background into a document for me. Mayor, are you worried they might be attempting to undermine the city government? Zheng Heping inquired, furrowing his brow. It's not merely a concern, it is a reality. At such a time, to introduce new personnel is rather presumptuous of them, Xie Yuanshun responded with a resigned smile. In this gathering of service personnel, Chun Bo was the most inconspicuous, dressed in ordinary attire and bustling about, until he was called over by Luo Yang. At that moment, a group of 40 to 50 individuals was inspecting a fairly sizable factory, and Luo Yang beckoned to Chun Bo, who was preparing to assist. It's truly you. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you. Before the inspection, I called your secretary to have you come over, Luo Yang said. Thank you, Secretary Luo. Otherwise, I would have missed the opportunity to serve the leaders, Chun Bo replied, glancing at his colleagues, who regarded him with curiosity. However, as Luo Yang's pace slowed, they fell behind. Chun Bo discerned that Luo Yang was doing so intentionally. My schedule is quite tight. I should have returned tomorrow, but I have canceled several inspection projects. So I will head back to the provincial capital today. Before I leave, I wanted to meet you and also ask for a small favor, Luo Yang stated. Chun Bo pondered, as the secretary to the governor, what sort of assistance could he possibly require from him? Nevertheless, since the esteemed secretary had extended an invitation, it was a mark of respect towards him, and he felt compelled to accept. Secretary Zheng Heping, trailing in the group, had been observing Chun Bo intently since Luo Yang had summoned him, his gaze unwavering until they lagged behind and stopped in the enterprise's courtyard. Zheng Heping could not afford to return to monitor them at this juncture. Thus, he continued with the procession, as serving the leaders remained the primary task of the day. What a remarkable coincidence. Chun Bo was somewhat taken aback after listening to Luo Yang's words, but he could only respond accordingly. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Even I find it hard to believe. My work keeps me revolving around the leaders, so I wish to entrust you with a task. When you have time, please check in on him. Lao Bai is quite a decent person, and the more you interact with him, the more you will benefit. I do not care who you are or whose side you are on, but the fact that you treated Lao Bai well while he was in prison earns my trust, Luo Yang articulated. In truth, there were two additional layers of meaning that Luo Yang did not voice. One was that when Pang Goen was in a predicament, there were no less than 20 individuals present, yet none dared to step forward to attempt to rescue. Luo Yang believed that no one was ignorant of the Heimlich maneuver, and thus, one reason he placed his faith in Chun Bo was that those who could act instinctively in such circumstances did so out of instinct rather than deliberation. There is an underlying implication that Luo Yang has faith in Bai Yongnian's judgment. Bai Yongnian not only believes in Chun Bo but has also recommended him to himself, hoping to assist when the circumstances are appropriate. It is quite remarkable that old Bai, even in the confines of a prison, still considers the possibility of advocating for Chun Bo. This further reinforces Luo Yang's perception of Chun Bo as a trustworthy individual. Secretary Luo, I will visit him once a month from now on. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall make up for it, Chun Bo stated. Chapter 66. A glimpse of knowledge. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang waved his hand dismissively and remarked, there is no need to be so frequent. Visit him when you have the time. Bring along anything he might need, be it tea or books. Those are the essentials. You are not unfamiliar with him. However, this matter must remain confidential between us. Consider it a personal request from me. I understand. I shall not disclose it to anyone, Chun Bo replied. Very well. By the way, do you still wish to remain in the municipal office? I can speak to Zheng Heping on your behalf. He should grant me some consideration. Anywhere is fine. Even a return to prison would suffice. However, a wise horse does not turn back to graze where it has already fed. If Secretary Luo could intercede for me, I would be most grateful, Chun Bo chuckled. Initially, he refrained from making any demands for fear that Luo Yang would perceive him as opportunistic, yet circumstances had shifted. Since Luo Yang had entrusted him with the task of checking in on Bai Yongnian, it would not be overly challenging given his 2 years of experience in the prison system. Moreover, with his connections among the prison leadership, many matters could be easily resolved. Thus, this undertaking posed no difficulty for him. Now that Luo Yang had once again offered to assist him, it would be imprudent to continue portraying himself as utterly selfless. Such behavior could hinder their future interactions. Relationships, after all, are transactions. Only through exchanges can they endure. Furthermore, given his current precarious situation, it would be disingenuous to remain obstinately unyielding. Since Luo Yang had reiterated his willingness to advocate for him, it would be prudent for Chun Bo to seize this opportunity instead of remaining stagnant. During his few days in Nankang City, he realized that the local dynamics were even more intricate than he had anticipated. Thus, remaining in the municipal office may not necessarily be advantageous. However, with no alternative options at present, he would have to endure for the time being. When I have the chance, I will convey my greetings to Mayor Xie. I must also sincerely express my gratitude regarding the provincial matters. Reflecting on it now, had anything gone awry, we would not have had the opportunity to converse here. Luo Yang sighed. Chun Bo refrained from further commenting on the matter, as speaking too much might come off as seeking praise, while excessive politeness would seem insincere. Thus, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the inspection team shifted their focus toward another workshop, and they gradually followed along. Zhang Heping, the Secretary-General of the municipal government, had been observing this interaction with curiosity, struggling to comprehend how Luo Yang, as the secretary to the provincial governor, could have so much to discuss with Chun Bo. Was it merely the incident that transpired at the hotel? Why was the conversation seemingly endless? As the chief steward of the municipal government, Zhang Heping's responsibilities were manifold, and he was the sole individual who openly aligned himself with Xie Yuanchun. Additionally, as a local from Nankang, he had some acquaintance with Kanjungda. While their relationship was not particularly close, politically, Zhang Heping was resolutely on Xie Yuanchun's side. Having served as mayor of Nankang City for 2 years, Xie Yuanchun's primary focus should have been on economic matters. However, due to Kanjungda, he had yet to set foot in the Guilu Group, the city's first publicly listed enterprise. Prior to arriving in Nankang City, the reputation of the Guilu Group had already spread far and wide, with numerous petition cases linked to it. Consequently, Xie Yuanchun formed a rather unfavorable impression of the Guilu Group. Given this, how could he possibly support Kanjungda at the Guilu Group? However, upon taking office and delving deeper into the background and origins of the Guilu Group, Xie Yuanchun's perception of the enterprise only worsened. This persistent unease was also the source of Kanjungda's anxiety. It was evident that Xiao Qingyan could not remain in this position indefinitely. Thus, he needed to strategize for the political landscape following Xiao Qingyan's departure, leading to the introduction of Yi Yushan. Yi Yushan was also someone endorsed by Xiao Qingyan, intended to counterbalance Xie Yuanchun, a clever calculation by Xiao Qingyan and Kanjungda. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Yi Yushan met with a tragic accident, demonstrating that human plans are often outstripped by destiny. The alteration of the inspection plan provided Pang Goen with an opportunity to deliver a sharp rebuke to Kanjungda, which also served as a slap in the face for Xiao Qingyan. The scene of the inspection was quite intriguing. Once the enterprise representatives had finished their introductions, Xiao Qingyan leaned in and quietly suggested to Pang Goen, Governor Pang, perhaps we should afford the Guilu Group another chance. After all, the youth can be rather thoughtless. Kanjungda, visibly irked, had made his ineffectual son kneel in the courtyard throughout the previous night. Pang Goen maintained a smile, appearing quite satisfied with the enterprises they were observing. In response to Xiao Qingyan's proposal, he remained non-committal, merely nodding without affirming or denying the suggestion. Upon concluding their visit, as they boarded their vehicles, Pang Goen paused at the car door and summoned Xiao Qingyan to his vehicle. The others took their places, while Luo Yang, who had been lingering at the periphery of the group, chose to join Xie Yuanchun's car, a moment that did not go unnoticed by Zhang Heping. Governor Pang, I realize now that my earlier suggestion was somewhat premature. I should have given the Guilu Group matter more thought, Xiao Qingyan remarked, perceiving Pang Goen's lack of agreement. Although he had been invited into Pang Goen's vehicle, it did not imply any endorsement of his views. Comrade Qingyan, enterprises, much like governments, inevitably face challenges as they scale up. Though fleas may be small, they are nimble. Are you fully aware of the myriad issues plaguing the Guilu Group? Pang Goen inquired. Still smiling, Xiao Qingyan was taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a direct question from Pang Goen. The Guilu Group was indeed beset by numerous and significant issues. However, Xiao Qingyan preferred to avoid addressing them, just as the Nankang municipal government wished to keep them under wraps. In essence, they aimed to delay any confrontation until after his departure from the locale, indifferent to the potential chaos that might ensue thereafter. Thus, despite his awareness of the multitude of problems within the Guilu Group, Xiao Qingyan chose to conceal and obfuscate, determined that even if the Guilu Group were to implode, it would not occur during his tenure. Are you aware that there have been issues arising in Wuyang County? Pang Goen gradually turned his gaze towards Qiu Cheng'an, pressing him with a pointed question. I have heard whispers. Pang Goen continued. Wuyang County boasts splendid mountains and exquisite waters, along with abundant natural resources. The Guelu Group possesses a vast estate of 1,800 acres there. Are you aware of the current situation? A fine sheen of perspiration began to bead upon Qiu Cheng'an's forehead. To his knowledge, the Guelu Group's interests in Wuyang County were far more complex than merely that expansive estate. It appeared that the provincial authorities had already discerned the circumstances in Wuyang County. Inviting Pang Goen to inspect the Guelu Group at this juncture felt akin to knowingly inviting a leader to roast themselves upon a heated stove. Chapter 67. A Bleak Outlook. Governor Pang, I am not particularly familiar with the specifics, but I will conduct a thorough investigation and resolve the issues promptly. I assure you that problems will not be allowed to surface. Qiu Cheng'an immediately pledged. Comrade Cheng'an, the current situation is rather disheartening. However, the Guelu Group, being a publicly listed enterprise, must not face such challenges, as it would severely impact the local economy. The Provincial Economic Conference this year has already emphasized the necessity of guarding against systemic risks. Yet, it appears that Nankang City has not performed adequately in this regard. How much inflation is there in the economic indicators from the first 2 quarters? Pang Goen's question struck at the very essence of the matter. Economic data can be rather esoteric. When the economy flourishes, some discrepancies are to be expected and generally tolerated, as higher authorities will sift through the reports from lower levels to eliminate any exaggeration. Nonetheless, when the economy is thriving, even with some underlying issues, things can still seem manageable. However, during times of economic downturn, excessive inflation of economic data becomes a direct challenge to the perception of superiors. Leaders are not blind. They can discern the economic reality of the regions under their governance. Although Pang Goen's visit to Nankang City was brief, spanning merely 2 days, the proximity to the provincial capital means that any disturbances will be swiftly noted. Under such circumstances, Qiu Cheng'an found it difficult to feign ignorance. Yet, being confronted directly by leadership regarding the inflation of economic data was undeniably awkward and uncomfortable. If Qiu Cheng'an were to assert that there was no exaggeration and that the data was entirely accurate, would Pang Goen believe him? Such faith would be akin to a fantasy. All are navigating within a unified system, adhering to the same rules, having ascended through the ranks from the grassroots level. In other words, our officials predominantly possess experience at the local level, particularly in the selection of new era cadres, which necessitates a background in grassroots work. This design is arguably a safeguard against lower-level officials deceiving their superiors. Therefore, Qiu Cheng'an hesitated to guarantee the absence of discrepancies. However, articulating the extent of any inflation was beyond him. Furthermore, Mayor Xie Yuanchun is indeed an ally of Pang Goen. The true state of the data is likely already known to him. To question himself at this juncture would only serve to compound his discomfort. Governor, the shortcomings of our subordinates are my responsibility. Yet, they do not wish to appear inferior, leading to inevitable exaggeration of their accomplishments. Nonetheless, I recognize this is certainly inappropriate. I will convene a meeting to ensure this matter is addressed thoroughly, and all future data must be meticulously accurate, devoid of any embellishments, Qiu Cheng'an asserted. Pang Goen smiled wryly. You intend to convene a meeting to ensure thoroughness? I fear that the outcome may not be the elimination of discrepancies, but rather how to better conceal them. He recalled his own childhood, nearly starving due to the inflated claims of their production team leader, who boasted yields of over 10,000 jin per mu, while the reality was starkly different. The divide between officials and the populace will never allow for a true equal consideration of issues. Officials are preoccupied with positions and titles, while the common folk are concerned solely with the sustenance in their bowls, be it thin or hearty. Differing positions lead to divergent interests, and naturally, this results in varying approaches to problem solving. Thus, it is understandable, for human nature is inherently selfish. In another vehicle, Luo Yang offered Xie Yuanchun a cigarette and lit it for him. When the old gentleman returns, you must urge him to rest more. This time, he appears markedly different from a month ago. His hair has turned considerably grayer, Xie Yuanchun remarked. Ah, it's easy for you to say. How can I persuade him? You know well that he oversees the economy, and last year, Donghai province's economy fell out of the top 5 for the first time, causing quite a stir within the province. The old gentleman bore the brunt of it, losing sleep for several nights. Even with medication, he could not find rest. Eventually, in desperation, he had to resort to intravenous therapy to sleep. Luo Yang gazed out the window, expressing his helplessness. Xie Yuanshun recalled the time spent with Peng Guo and over the past few days, much of it devoted to discussing the economic development of Nankang City. Despite its proximity to the port, progress had been sluggish, with numerous enterprises relocating, which frustrated Xie Yuanshun immensely, yet he felt powerless to effect change. As Luo Yang later became Peng Guo's secretary, he was unable to overtly direct Xie Yuanshun, the senior secretary. Thus, he could only subtly convey some of Peng Guo's sentiments, carefully balancing the severity of the issues at hand. "Brother, there's someone who might be of use. Could you keep an eye on him?" Luo Yang inquired with a smile. "Who is it? Are you trying to trouble me again?" Xie Yuanshun feigned a stern demeanor. "Well, it may not necessarily be a bother. This lad has some merit. At the very least, Lao Bai holds him in high regard. Having worked with Lao Bai, do you think he would misjudge someone?" Luo Yang took a deep drag of his cigarette, posing the question. Xie Yuanshun paused, his mind racing. Yet he could not ascertain the identity of the individual in question, as Chun Bo had never been on his radar. Thus, when Luo Yang mentioned Chun Bo's name, he was taken aback. After Luo Yang elucidated the preceding circumstances, Xie Yuanshun nodded and replied, "Since you, Secretary Luo, have brought it up, I cannot disregard your request. I shall look into it. However, I am aware of his complex background, and he is also involved with the female manager from the Gulu group. Do you think I can trust him?" Luo Yang, unperturbed by Xie Yuanshun's words or eager to clarify, replied calmly, "Brother, I was reprimanded by the governor last night for being overly sentimental. Bai Yongnian once did me a favor, and thus, I sacrificed numerous opportunities for promotion, hoping to find time to visit him and check on him. I fear for his life in there." Xie Yuanshun was well aware of the relationship between Luo Yang and Lao Bai, yet having Peng Guo personally highlighted surprised him. "I inquired on your behalf. Chun Bo and Lu Hanyan's marriage was a sham, and they have since divorced. I did not have the time to delve deeper into the specifics. But you might want to investigate further. There could be valuable insights to uncover," Luo Yang suggested. "Understood. Your esteemed secretary has finally spoken. Rest assured, I shall personally inquire into the matter. If he truly possesses exceptional talent, I will certainly make good use of him. However, if he does not, do not hold me accountable. Henceforth, refrain from bringing this individual up in conversation." Xie Yuanshun effectively sealed the deal, preemptively silencing Luo Yang. Luo Yang felt quite helpless. Yet such is human nature. This also elucidates why Xie Yuanshun has struggled to make headway in Nankang City over the past 2 years. His disposition renders it exceedingly difficult for him to trust others, and his preconceived notions lead him to view everyone with suspicion. Old Bai has more to say. Would you care to listen? Luo Yang inquired, casting a knowing glance at Xie Yuanshun with a smile. Chapter 68. The end. Bai Yongnian's remarks regarding Xie Yuanshun were rather unflattering, yet Luo Yang would not be so foolish as to disregard them. Thus, Bai Yongnian's words here amounted to a mere analysis. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuanshun remarked, "This old rascal isn't honest even in prison. I suggest you keep your distance from him. While his affairs may seem settled on the surface, the true resolution is not determined by him. As long as Xiang Xingguo remains entangled in this case, Bai Yongnian will remain implicated." At this, Luo Yang chuckled softly and gazed out the window. The vehicle had now entered the urban area. Although Nankang City is a coastal city, boasting the title of a port city, its harbor has long since lost its former glory, having aged and failed to adapt to the times. Furthermore, in recent years, the provincial plans have not favored Nankang City. Suddenly, Luo Yang turned to Xie Yuanshun and inquired softly, "Do you think Bai is aware of Xiang Xingguo's situation? Having interacted with him for many years and visited him in prison countless times, we have never broached this topic. I know that if I were to ask, our friendship would reach its conclusion." Xie Yuanshun seized Luo Yang's arm and reiterated his warning. "As I said, this is where you draw the line. Do not become further involved with him. Even if you have no aspirations for advancement, you must not implicate the elder." Luo Yang nodded in acknowledgement, not voicing any objections. Yet the matter was left unresolved. After bidding farewell to Peng Guo, tranquility returned to Nankang City. Chun Bo continued to attend his duties at the municipal office as usual. However, his procedures had been suspended, neither progressing nor being reinstated. His organizational status remained in a state of limbo. Xie Yuanshun, preoccupied with his own affairs, completely forgot Luo Yang's admonition. Consequently, Chun Bo enjoyed a few days of peace, yet he pondered where he might collect his salary. He sought an opportunity to inquire about his predicament, but Geng Shulan proved to be unresponsive. When Chun Bo approached her for clarification, she dismissed him coldly, behaving as if they were strangers. Everyone at the municipal office was aware of Secretary General Zhang Heping's public dismissal of Chun Bo during the meeting, which rendered his workdays rather uneventful. No tasks were assigned to him, nor did anyone inquire about his needs. He existed as a mere specter in the eyes of those who gathered to observe. A week later, Zhang Heping concluded his workload and recalled that Chun Bo's situation remained unresolved. Thus, during a report to Xie Yuanshan, he deliberately mentioned Chun Bo and sought guidance on how to proceed. In truth, Zhang Heping possessed both the qualifications and authority to return Chun Bo to his previous position. However, having observed the camaraderie between Luo Yang and Chun Bo, and being acutely aware of the nature of Xie Yuanshan's relationship with Luo Yang, he hesitated. He was uncertain whether Chun Bo had indeed formed a connection with Luo Yang, prompting him to seek Xie Yuanshan's counsel on the matter. Mayor, this is all the information I have gathered regarding Chun Bo. I will supplement it with any further materials I might find later. I wish to return him, but I have noticed that Secretary Luo seems to be quite familiar with him, and I am concerned that this action might lead to complications. After all, I do not wish for Secretary Luo to think that we are intolerant of others. Zhang Heping inclined his body slightly and handed the materials to Xie Yuanshan, who was seated opposite him. Xie Yuanshan tapped his head and remarked, "Had you not mentioned this matter, I would have forgotten. Luo Yang specifically told me before leaving that this Chun Bo is quite remarkable and worthy of investigation. What do you think?" As Xie Yuanshan perused the materials, his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment until it was tightly knitted. Chun Bo's cousin had first been transferred to the finance bureau, then married Lu Hanyan, and is now divorced. Furthermore, his sister also works in the finance bureau under a contractual arrangement. There seems to be something amiss here. What is your opinion, old Zhang? I can't shake the feeling that there is an underlying issue, Xie Yuanshan inquired. Zhang Heping had not initially pondered this deeply. He merely intended to seek guidance, and then proceed to return Chun Bo. However, he had inadvertently piqued Xie Yuanshan's curiosity. Moreover, Luo Yang had specifically endorsed Chun Bo as a person worth utilizing. Yet, thus far, Zhang Heping had not discerned any outstanding capabilities from him. Nevertheless, since Xie Yuanshan had broached the subject, he responded, "Indeed, his background is quite convoluted. He has spent considerable time as a prison guard, and it is difficult to identify any discernible talents. However, Secretary Luo holds him in high esteem. Perhaps we should afford him an opportunity?" Zhang Heping, serving as the chief steward of the municipal government, recognized that Xie Yuanshan's greater attention to Chun Bo stemmed from Luo Yang's endorsement. Thus, he sought to provide an avenue for Xie Yuanshan's thoughts while also aligning with his perspective. Indeed, since Secretary Luo has spoken in favor of him, we ought to show some courtesy. But how shall we present this opportunity? Xie Yuanshan queried. Zhang Heping furrowed his brow in contemplation and, upon raising his gaze, noticed the expansive map of Nansong City hanging in Xie Yuanshan's office. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Heping had witnessed Xie Yuanshan contemplating this map on numerous occasions. Yet thus far, it had only served as a canvas for his aspirations. When those aspirations would materialize remained a mystery to all. As Zhang Heping gazed at the map, Xie Yuanshan turned his attention back to him and asked, "What do you think are the chances that Chun Bo is affiliated with Qingjingda?" Zhang Heping was momentarily taken aback, instantly realizing that Xie Yuanshan's line of thought was influenced by 2 factors. First, Chun Bo's recent marriage and subsequent divorce from Lu Hanyan, which was indeed peculiar. Second, Chun Bo's introduction to the municipal office was personally facilitated by Qingjingda. If he were not associated with Qingjingda, would Qingjingda have gone so far as to personally recommend him for a position? Rather than responding directly to the question, Zhang Heping pointed to a corner of the map and suggested, whether he is connected to Qingjingda can be determined by placing him in this location. Wuyang County? Xie Yuanshan inquired, his brow knitting in concern. Precisely, Zhang Heping confirmed, pointing to the designated area on the map. Are you suggesting we assign him there? Xie Yuanshan asked, furrowing his brow once more. It seems that the lid over Wuyang County may soon be unable to contain itself, yet they persist in their efforts to keep it covered. Moreover, Qingjingda's eldest son, Qin Yushan, is personally overseeing the concealment efforts. If Chun Bo were one of their own and went to Wuyang County, he would swiftly integrate with the Qin family. If not, we could glean insights into the inner workings of Wuyang County through him. What a remarkable advantage that would be, Zhang Heping remarked. Xie Yuanshan nodded, saying, it appears that during Governor Pang's inspection, he pointed out Secretary Chiu. Hence, Yesterday, Secretary Chiu mentioned the formation of a task force to be stationed in Wuyang County, indicating that he has recognized the gravity of the situation. Let us include Chun Bo in the task force. This is a matter for you to handle. Chapter 69. Provocation. Should I have a serious conversation with him to discern his perspective? Zheng Heping inquired. Such probing is not unusual. Every leader, prior to placing complete trust in a subordinate and considering them as part of their inner circle, typically undergoes several rounds of testing and negotiation. After all, once one regards someone as an ally, it often signifies entrusting one's back to that individual. Therefore, it is imperative to thoroughly understand their character before feeling secure. In other words, I would rather forego your assistance than grant you the opportunity to betray me. The rationale behind Zheng Heping's statement was that this individual had been recommended by Luo Yang. Should this matter reach Luo Yang's ears, it is likely he would be aware of it. Thus, as the Secretary General, Zheng Heping felt an obligation to caution Xie Yuanshan. Despite their amicable relationship, it was prudent to consider the potential consequences of their actions. There's no need for discussion. Let us proceed directly. We shall observe first and then decide, Xie Yuanshan decisively declared. Consequently, before the end of the workday, Chun Bo received a notification instructing him to visit the Secretary General's office. He mused that it was highly probable his job would be formalized, which would be beneficial. Having clarity would ease his mind. Whether he stayed or departed was acceptable to him, for he had resigned himself to his misfortune. However, the prospect of returning to prison was something he was unwilling to accept. He resolved that if Zheng Heping were to dismiss him, he would immediately seek out Zhu Wenjun, hoping she could leverage her connections as the wife of the mayor to secure a position in the municipal office. Ultimately, before resigning himself to imprisonment, he would exhaust every possible avenue. Secretary General, you summoned me? Chun Bo entered Zheng Heping's office, speaking with confidence. He had contemplated the situation beforehand. The worst outcome would be returning to prison, which was not entirely disheartening. Hence, if he was to leave, he would do so with conviction, refusing to diminish himself in front of those at the municipal office. Chun Bo, please have a seat, Zheng Heping gestured, inviting him to the sofa. I called you here regarding your work arrangement. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? My thoughts? Are my preferences even relevant? I wish to remain in the municipal office. Is that feasible? Chun Bo stated candidly, expressing his desires without pretense. Zheng Heping stood and approached Chun Bo, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and guiding him to a seat on the sofa. Of course, it is feasible. Here is the situation. There is a task I would like you to undertake. Once you begin, it is imperative that you approach this work with diligence and thoroughness, providing daily updates regarding your progress. I will share my email with you, and I expect a report each day. Can you manage that? Zheng Heping inquired. Chun Bo was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the implications of such a task. Secretary General, you aren't suggesting I oversee the weather at the Meteorological Bureau, are you? He asked, his brow furrowed. Zheng Heping found Chun Bo's question amusing and waved his hand dismissively. You have quite the imagination. The Meteorological Bureau requires specialized expertise. Would you be capable of that? Chun Bo fell silent, awaiting the details of his assignment. Are you familiar with Wuyang County? Zheng Heping asked. Have you heard of Wuyang County? Are you asking me to work there? Chun Bo inquired. Yes, is there a problem? Well, it's not so much a problem. But what will I be doing there? Chun Bo felt a weight in his heart as he asked. To be frank, he was quite disheartened. Yet at least he wasn't being sent back to prison. However, this felt like a forced departure. He was aware of Wuyang County but had never been there. Thus, Chun Bo understood that regardless of whether Luo Yang had spoken on his behalf, it seemed impossible for him to remain in the city government office. The bureaucratic system is a peculiar entity, for every organization has a core, and the city government office serves as one of the central hubs of Nangang City. To advance swiftly, one must be remembered by the leadership, which requires prior acquaintance. Therefore, straying from the organization's nucleus signifies one's exclusion. In this regard, power and real estate share a common principle: location, location, and once again, location. Purchasing property equates to acquiring a desirable location. Only those closer to the city center command higher value, and Chun Bo sensed himself drifting away from the epicenter. Wuyang County boasts both mountains and rivers, where the Guilu Group has developed a substantial tourism real estate project that has now encountered issues, with numerous complaints reaching the provincial level. Consequently, the city has decided to form a task force to address the matter, and I have arranged for you to join this task force. Zheng Heping's words pulled Chun Bo back from the brink of disappointment. Instead of being transferred to Wuyang County, he was to participate in the task force. It seemed this was merely a temporary assignment, and he interpreted this as a sign that he would eventually return to the city government office. When will I come back? Chenbo asked. Haven't you just gone through a divorce? Is your family unable to manage without you? Zheng Heping queried. Chenbo shook his head and replied, No. I was just asking. After I return. It depends on your work performance. Then I will discuss it with the mayor. Chenbo. I know you seem quite familiar with Secretary Luo, but work is work, and personal feelings are personal feelings. If Secretary Luo truly appreciates you and wishes to transfer you to the province, I have no objections. In fact, I could personally facilitate the process, considering you are one of us from Nangang City. However, if you are to work in Nangang City, you must be diligent, understood? Zheng Heping, the city's chief administrator, was undoubtedly adept at managing thoughts and expectations. Zheng Heping reasoned that managing so many individuals within the city government made handling someone like Chen Bo a trivial matter. Chen Bo, with a wry smile, responded, Secretary, you misunderstand. I have no significant connection with Secretary Luo. We merely exchanged a few words. He was inquiring about the local customs of Nangang City, nothing more. From Zheng Heping's words, Chen Bo discerned a warning, a reminder that in this territory of Nangang, he was to heed Zheng's directives. Secretary Luo held no influence here. If Chen Bo were truly close to Secretary Luo, he could facilitate his transfer, and Zheng would gladly bid him farewell with great fanfare. Chen Bo dared not allow Zheng to think this way, as the administrator already harbored some bias against him, the origin of which remained a mystery. Yet, faced with the current circumstances, he found himself at a loss. I have only just become aware of the matters concerning the working group. It appears that the information can no longer be concealed. After receiving a call from Chen Bo, Lu Hanyan whispered, Is there an issue? Chen Bo inquired. Why don't you come to my home? I can elaborate on the details, and there are certain matters I wish to discuss with you. However, with Zhu Wenjun present, it is inconvenient for me to speak freely. Do you have the courage to come? Lu Hanyan provocatively challenged. Chapter 70. Arrogance. Chen Bo made his way to Lu Hanyan's home in the shadows. Lu Hanyan's mother remained unaware of their divorce. And due to the Chen family's lack of regard for the marriage, her attitude towards Chen Bo was far from cordial. Consequently, as soon as he entered, the elderly lady began to grumble, leaving Chen Bo with no choice but to offer incessant apologies until Lu Hanyan intervened to put an end to it. However, what perplexed the elderly woman was that the two did not retire to the bedroom, but instead retreated to the study, closing the door behind them. I still do not comprehend what the task force is truly up to. What can an unempowered individual like myself accomplish by following them? Chen Bo inquired, bewildered. I'm not certain of their intentions, but I can share one detail. The municipal committee's decision to dispatch a task force to Wuyang County came after Pang Goen's departure. And this was a decision made by Chiu Cheng'an. From the information I possess, it appears that the tourism project is likely to stall, with numerous homeowners already escalating their grievances to the provincial level. Pang Goen's absence from Wuyang County likely indicates that he intends to afford the Nangang city government some time. If this matter is not handled properly, the entire conglomerate may collapse, Lu Hanyan elucidated. Chen Bo was taken aback, reflecting, Isn't this precisely the outcome you desire? It would be best for all the members of the Ken family to meet their demise. Then you would be liberated. What is there to be happy about? Lu Hanyan retorted. You fail to grasp that corporate finances and personal wealth are two distinct matters. Even if the company collapses, Ken Zhengde will continue to thrive. Over the years, he has amassed countless benefits through various means. Even if the Guelu Group were to declare bankruptcy and delist, it would not affect him in the slightest. The Nangang city government simply requires this FAAD of a company to remain intact, for they cannot allow the Guelu Group to falter. Chen Bo spent 3 hours at Lu Hanyan's residence, discussing matters concerning the company, the Ken family, and the backstory of the tourism project in Wuyang County, along with the intricate relationship with the Nangang city government. By the end, he had gained clarity on various issues. He also uncovered a piece of information that no one had previously disclosed to him. Ken Zhengde's eldest son, Ken Yunshan, served as the deputy secretary of the county committee in Wuyang County. Although Ken Yunshan was not the top official in Wuyang County, he operated within his own domain, overseeing a substantial tourism real estate project that had now fallen into disarray. How could he justify this failure? In business, ventures are rarely undertaken with the intent of incurring losses. However, from the outset, Ken Zhengde had harbored little hope for this real estate project, primarily due to Wuyang County's remote location. Nevertheless, This project was tailored to attract investment for his son, as Qin Jingde envisioned utilizing it as a stepping stone for his son's advancement. Thus, the potential profits of this project were secondary. The foremost objective was to establish its reputation. Consequently, advertisements were disseminated not just throughout Donghai province, but across the nation, with aspirations to transform this project into a hallmark of tourism for Donghai province. Hence, along the shores of Wuyang Lake, villas, mid-rise buildings, and garden apartments sprang forth. However, the scale of operations had grown excessively large, and gradually, the economy slipped into a downturn. Not only the stock market, but even banks sensed the impending chill of winter, rendering financing increasingly arduous. Consequently, the development of the Guelu Group at Wuyang Lake slowed considerably. The homeowners were not naive. Amidst an expanse of 800 acres, only a mere 100 workers were present at the construction site, significantly outnumbered by the stray cats roaming the grounds. This discrepancy led the buyers to realize that something was amiss. It was unclear when the wave of loan suspensions began circulating online, but its spread was relentless, prompting the homeowners at Wuyang Lake to follow suit. Qin Jingde initially believed these individuals were merely posturing, yet he was taken aback when the banks began to approach him. Furthermore, suppliers downstream commenced a passive work slowdown, ceasing to extend credit, with some enterprises even initiating lawsuits against the Guelu Group. Shortly after Qin Bo departed from Lu Hanyan's residence, a car came to a halt in front of a villa on the outskirts of the city. 5 individuals emerged, wielding clubs, and forcefully kicked open the villa's door. The homeowner's guard dog, a fierce wolf dog, barked furiously and lunged at them. However, it was evident that these intruders were well prepared. One of them produced a wire snare, deftly ensnaring the wolf dog's neck, an instrument of professional thievery, capable of ending the dog's life within a minute of capture. Hearing the commotion in the yard, the villa's owner rushed out, disregarding the need to dress. Yet, upon opening the door, he was met with the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead. Inside the villa, only this couple remained, and the armed intruder was brought by Qin Yunbua. At that moment, he occupied the main seat in the villa's living room, surveying the opulent decor. The mahogany furniture, though somewhat stiff, exuded an air of sophistication. "Old Shui, do you know why I am here today?" Qin Yunbua inquired, fixing his gaze on the trembling middle-aged man seated opposite him. The individual referred to as Old Shui shook his head, only to be met with a resounding slap from a man standing behind him, causing a ringing sensation in his head. "Show him the video," Qin Yunbua commanded, waving his hand. At that moment, one of Qin Yunbua's subordinates produced a phone and presented it to Old Shui. Stunned, Old Shui watched as the video revealed several individuals grasping his daughter's neck, compelling her to plead for mercy on camera while they struck her without hesitation. Previously feigning ignorance, Old Shui could no longer maintain his facade. He immediately stood and knelt before Qin Yunbua. "Shui Jingxin, consider how much profit you have amassed from our group over the years. Now that you owe us a modest sum for supplies, you resort to litigation against us? Old Shui, you have set a perilous precedent, even seeking legal counsel from Beijing. Where is that lawyer? Bring him to Nansong and withdraw the lawsuit. This matter will be settled." In truth, even if a lawsuit were pursued, given Qin Jingde's influence in Nansong City, it was highly unlikely that it would genuinely proceed to trial, and it remained uncertain how long the case would be delayed. Nevertheless, the prevailing atmosphere was decidedly ominous. Moreover, Shui Jingxin was acutely aware that no lawyer in Nangang City dared to take on this case. Consequently, he sought the services of a prominent attorney from Beijing. For the stakes were exceptionally high, and the remuneration offered by Old Shui was substantial. Upon the arrival of the Beijing lawyer, the court, considering the overwhelming evidence, proceeded to file the case after consulting with Qiu Cheng'an. However, the proceedings stagnated thereafter. The Beijing lawyer desired precisely this outcome. As long as the case was filed, he had material to work with. Consequently, in recent days, a deluge of reports regarding the unfinished developments in Wuyang County and the litigation against the Guelu Group inundated the internet and permeated the political and business circles of Nangang City. "Look, this is the application for withdrawal. I have prepared it for you. Just sign and seal it, and it will be submitted to the court tomorrow, and this matter will be resolved. Rest assured, your daughter is fine. She is still at school. It was merely a jest." Qin Yunbua departed with an arrogant flourish. Chapter 71. Shui Jingxin. After Qin Yunbua departed, Shui Jingxin immediately dialed his daughter's number. She was still sobbing on the other end, but informed him that she had no knowledge of the intentions of the group that had just dragged her from her dormitory to the playground and struck her a few times. Cui Jingxin felt his blood pressure surge, nearly shattering his phone, yet he had to comfort his daughter, urging her to remain at school and refrain from venturing anywhere else. Once the call ended, he turned to his wife, who appeared utterly paralyzed with shock. Despite being a wealthy woman with assets in the billions, she had never encountered such distressing situations and was momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't until Cui Jingxin slapped her face a few times that she regained her composure. "What is wrong with the child? Is everything all right?" she exclaimed. "Everything is fine. The child is safe. I just spoke with her. Here's the plan. As soon as dawn breaks, head to Shanghai, retrieve our daughter, and ensure she does not continue her studies in this country. She must go to Canada immediately. Do you understand? Once you are gone, I will feel more at ease. Wake up. Do you comprehend my words?" Cui Jingxin repeatedly slapped his wife's face, questioning her. "What about you? If we leave, what will happen to you?" "We should all depart together. Otherwise, we will not leave at all," sighing, he replied. "If I leave, what will happen to the debts I owe others? The downstream associates are all people I brought from my hometown. If I vanish, they will never see their money again. They're my kin. And if this situation is not resolved, I will never be able to return. Everyone has a family, a wife and children to support. I cannot simply abandon them. You go ahead, and I will visit the Kin family tomorrow at dawn, bow my head in apology, and seek a solution." Cui Jingxin ensured his wife was well prepared at home, gathering the necessary belongings, and summoned a trusted driver to escort them to the airport for their flight to Shanghai, finally feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, Kanjungda was at home watching the news on Morning News. Cui Jingxin, holding the duly stamped withdrawal application, personally arrived at the Kin family's villa. Upon entering, he found Kanjungda engrossed in the news, so he chose not to interrupt and stood quietly by. It seemed Kanjungda was completely unaware of his presence. Sipping tea while watching television, beside him sat a woman he recognized, Lu Han, the general manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, affiliated with Kanjungda. He was puzzled by her presence, having attended her wedding and gifted her a substantial sum. Lu Han subtly shook her head and glanced towards the door, prompting Cui Jingxin to discreetly exit the villa's living room. Shortly thereafter, Lu Han followed him outside. "Old Cui, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" she inquired softly. Cui Jingxin surveyed the surroundings. Aside from a few bodyguards stationed nearby, there was no one else present. He then produced the withdrawal application and promptly knelt before her. Though nearing 50, he was willing to kneel before this young woman, demonstrating remarkable resolve. As a businessman, he understood that his dealings were driven by profit, especially when the lives of his family were at stake. Even if it meant lowering his head and admitting fault, it was not a matter of shame. Hence, despite Lu Han's youth, he recognized the necessity of humility in this moment. "Alas, old Cui, what is the necessity of this? Speak plainly, you need not." Lu Han reached out to restrain him, resolutely preventing him from kneeling. "President Lu, please say a word for me. I, Cui Jingxin, have been misled by others. I was wrong. I should not trouble President Kan at this moment. Reflecting on the care President Kan has extended to me over the years, my actions are indeed beneath contempt. I am truly remorseful. Here is my written withdrawal of the lawsuit. Please inform President Kan, and I shall personally submit it to the court shortly. My case against the Guilu Group ends here. I, Cui Jingxin, will share both fortune and misfortune with the Guilu Group." Lu Han was aware of Cui Jingxin's lawsuit against the Guilu Group, yet she was initially oblivious to his presence here. Observing the stark contrast between his current demeanor and his previous arrogance, she could not help but deduce the underlying circumstances. He must have been threatened. However, this was not the time to clarify the situation, so she chose to play along. "Please wait here. I will inquire about the matter," Lu Han stated before turning towards the living room. Before Lu Han could speak, Kanjungda picked up the remote control and turned off the television, saying, "Let him in." Lu Han's disapproval of kneeling did not imply that Kanjungda was equally amenable. Thus, when Cui Jingxin entered the living room, he still knelt before Kanjungda, reiterating his previous words to Lu Han. Kanjungda maintained a stern expression, and only after Cui Jingxin had voiced all he wished to say did he respond. "Jingxin, you are indeed honest when you choose to be, yet when you are not, you are exceedingly duplicitous. You just claimed to recognize your mistakes and expressed a desire to withdraw the lawsuit. I believe that. However, is this not merely a temporary tactic?" Kanjungda inquired disdainfully. He retrieved a cigar from a box, clipped the end with a cigar cutter, seemingly indifferent to the presence of Lu Han, who was expecting a child. He intended to indulge regardless. Lu Hanyan distanced herself slightly, coldly observing this scene. She, too, was curious about the means Kanjungda employed to transform the previously arrogant Cui Zhengxin, who had vowed to fight for his comrades' hard-earned money, into a cringing supplicant overnight. President Kan, it is absolutely not so. I swear that this time I will stand with the Guelu group without wavering. For all these years, you have looked after me. And now it is my turn to demonstrate my loyalty to the Guelu group. How could I dare to harbor any treachery? Cui Zhengxin reiterated his allegiance fervently. Is that so? Then why did you send your wife and child to Canada? Do you believe that by sending them away, they will be safe? In truth, our country is quite fine, is it not? By sending them away, they are in unfamiliar territory, grappling with language barriers, the challenges of daily life, education, and sustenance. All these are formidable issues, are they not? It would be better for them to remain in the country. Lu Hanyan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Something must have transpired last night that she was unaware of, prompting Cui Zhengxin to come in a state of submission so early in the day. Her conjecture proved correct. Kanjungda had likely threatened Cui Zhengxin's family, compelling him to hasten here in a state of humility. All while Cui Zhengxin simultaneously sought to send his family away for safety. Reluctantly, Cui Zhengxin placed a call to his wife in the presence of Kanjungda, arranging for their child to return home and to withdraw from school, remaining in Nankang City, confined to that place. As Cui Zhengxin exited Kanjungda's villa, his face was ashen, yet Lu Hanyan perceived a glimmer of hope from him, although she adeptly concealed it until Kanjungda broached the subject of the work group with her. Chapter 72. The task force. You must go to Wuyang County to oversee the situation. The task force has already departed, and I hope matters remain contained within Wuyang County, without any leaks or troubles for Yinshan, declared Kanjungda. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan immediately objected. I cannot go. I am currently unwell, and besides, Chenbo has also been assigned to the task force. Do you not suspect me in connection with him? Lu Hanyan questioned disdainfully. Kanjungda paused momentarily, taken aback by her response. At such a critical juncture, you still choose to indulge in childish temper tantrums? If we cannot control the situation in Wuyang County, it will expand beyond our grasp. The Guelu group will face significant repercussions, and the city will struggle to report to the province. He Peicheng, the executive deputy mayor, is leading the team, a position of considerable authority. You are acquainted with him, and I cannot afford for any issues to arise within the task force. Lu Hanyan remained silent, awaiting Kanjungda's next words. As for Chenbo, have you not divorced him? What ties remain? I am not concerned about any issues between you two. After all, the crematorium is not lacking one more. If you dare to associate with him, I shall ensure both of you are dealt with together, Kanjungda stated, unhurriedly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan was suddenly reminded of the man she had personally sent to the cremation furnace. A wave of nausea surged within her, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, rushing out of the living room to vomit violently. In truth, when Cui Zhengxin was bowing in apology, Lu Hanyan had already contemplated going to Wuyang County, but she found herself without any valid reason to do so. As the manager of the Southport Grand Hotel, she had no direct ties to Wuyang County. Therefore, when Kanjungda presented this opportunity to her, she decided to play hard to get. I wish to return to the board of directors. The group is currently in a tumultuous period, and I have experience as the secretary of the board. Therefore, you must assign me an appropriate position. Otherwise, when the time comes for me to represent the company, what will my identity be? Am I your wife or a leader of the company? After regaining her composure, Lu Hanyan sat before Kanjungda and inquired. I want Yin Lu to return as the secretary of the board. What do you think? Kanjungda did not respond to her query but posed a question of his own. It matters not to me. I shall only perform my duties. Currently, I am the manager of the hotel, and matters beyond its scope are of no concern to me. Moreover, I intend to have a child, leaving me little energy to manage company affairs. It is only fitting that the family of the Cans presents a united front during this time. I believe appointing Qin Yunlu as the secretary of the board is quite suitable. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Lu Hanyan stated, rising to depart. Indifferent to the murderous glare Kanjungda cast behind her. This was Lu Hanyan's first step, a gradual return to the company's leadership. Having been away from the core team for too long, she realized that if she did not return now, she might never have another chance. Given the current situation within the group, Kanjungda required someone to represent him publicly and endure scrutiny, making her request timely. Just as she was about to enter her vehicle, Kanjungda appeared at the entrance of the living room. I will communicate with the board and ensure they follow the proper procedures. You must return as the secretary of the board. You must go to Wuyang County, he insisted. Lu Hanyan remained silent, starting the car and driving away. Chunbo had traveled to Wuyang County in a government vehicle, while Lu Hanyan's driver overtook the business car. She glanced back at the coaster behind her and began composing a message to Chunbo, but after a moment's contemplation, she refrained from sending it. Thoughts of Cui Jingxin crossed her mind, prompting her to call him, summoning him to Wuyang County under the pretense of Kanjungda's wishes. The work group was to establish a presence in Wuyang County for investigation, and it was only natural that they would require the input of their most significant material supplier. Hence, it was entirely reasonable for Lu Hanyan to summon him for instructions. Before Chunbo arrived in Wuyang County, Lu Hanyan and Cui Jingxin had already met at the highest point of the vast expanse of land. This meeting was devoid of any followers, despite her pregnancy. Lu Hanyan ascended to the pinnacle of the community, overlooking the sprawling Wuyang Lake below. The driver waited at the base while Lu Hanyan observed the aging Cui Jingxin laboriously making his way up. Thank you for today, General Lu. Without your presence, I would have faced insurmountable difficulties. I truly feel foolish, thinking only of my own affairs while neglecting the larger picture, Cui Jingxin lamented. Reflecting on his own actions despite being in the presence of Lu Hanyan, she maintained a smile, gazing into the distance, toward the far side of the lake, and suddenly addressed Cui Jingxin. Repaying debts is a matter of principle, Lao Cui. You must not blame yourself for this. No. It is I who failed to understand General Kan's predicament. I find myself in a difficult position, torn between my hometown and the many who have risked their entire fortunes to support the Guelu group, now suffering significant losses, and my immense gratitude towards General Kansas. We were once profitable, and thus, I felt compelled to act. Thankfully, I have now withdrawn my lawsuit. Cui Jingxin abruptly realized he had been speaking at length. Noticing that Lu Hanyan seemed disinterested, having offered no feedback. Lao Cui, there are matters I am unaware of. Please tell me the truth. What transpired last night? After a lengthy silence, Lu Hanyan turned to Cui Jingxin and inquired. He hesitated, uncertain if he should divulge the details. Before my arrival, I had a discussion with General Kan, and I plan to return to the group soon as the secretary of the board. I might be able to assist you, but only if you share the full story. Otherwise, how can I help you? Lu Hanyan pressed. After a moment's hesitation, Cui Jingxin recounted the events of the previous night to Lu Hanyan. As he spoke, he watched her expressions closely, concerned that even a hint of impatience would prompt him to fall silent. However, Lu Hanyan listened patiently, allowing him to grow increasingly animated until she reminded him to remain calm and speak slowly. General Lu, I am truly at a loss. As I mentioned, I am in a difficult situation. The bank has yet to initiate proceedings against the Gulu group, but once they do, the debts incurred will far exceed the value of the group itself, leaving suppliers like us with no opportunity to recover our funds. Cui Jingxin lamented helplessly. Lu Hanyan nodded and said, Kan Yunbua is nothing short of a beast. The deeds he has committed deserve 100 executions, and I empathize with your plight. I understand the predicament you find yourself in, caught between a rock and a hard place, with no one to champion your cause. However, have you contemplated the possibility of a recurrence? I am acutely aware that Kan Yunbua is capable of anything. Have you considered the implications? Especially with your child still in the country? What will happen if there is a next time? Chapter 73. Astonished Cui Jingxin was utterly taken aback by Lu Hanyan's words regarding Kan Yunbua. He had never anticipated that she would speak so candidly about him. In his mind, as well as in the whispers of society, Lu Hanyan was closely associated with the Kan family, particularly in her relationship with Kanjungda. A fact that was beyond dispute. Many even speculated that she was his clandestine lover, although she had married another man. Her sudden appearance at the Kan family's villa early that morning raised numerous questions that he could not fathom. Thus, he decided to remain silent, recognizing that ignorance was sometimes a blessing. While Lu Hanyan could speak freely, he dared not utter anything that might reach Kanjungda's ears. He could not risk his daughter a second time. His wife had called, and their daughter was still in a daze. So he resolved to stay in Shanghai and accompany her to a psychiatrist, fearing that she had been traumatized. The thought of this made Cui Jingxin wish he could dismantle Kan Yunbua piece by piece. Yet he knew such thoughts must remain confined to his mind. He neither dared to act nor speak of them. Old Cui, although I've returned to the board, this is Chairman Kan's intention and has nothing to do with Kan Yunbua. In fact, I share your sentiments. Kan Yunbua has threatened me as well. So my relationship with him is not much better than yours, Lu Hanyan said with a resigned smile. Ah, is that so? Cui Jingxin replied, somewhat taken aback. Many have speculated about my relationship with Chairman Kan, and they are correct. Even this child is his. As for marriage, it is merely a fade for outsiders. Kim Yunbo would gladly eliminate me to prevent any conflict over the Kim family fortune, which is rather ludicrous, don't you think? Lu Hanyan gazed into the distance. Her tone calm. Cui Jingxin was momentarily stunned. Though he had heard such rumors in private, hearing them directly from the source was an entirely different experience. Old Cui, have you considered what would happen if anything were to befall this child of mine at your age? Can you even have another? If you could, how long would it take to raise another daughter as remarkable as this one? If something were to happen to her, you would regret it for a lifetime. Lu Hanyan continued, her demeanor still composed. Cui Jingxin was overwhelmed with shock. Chairman Lu, I have always held you in high regard. You must help me. I harbor no ill will toward the Qin family. Has Chairman Qin said something about me again? He implored, fear evident in his voice. Lu Hanyan regarded him thoughtfully, placing a hand on her abdomen. Old Cui, if anyone dared to harm my child or use my child as leverage against me, I would strike first and eliminate them without hesitation. Cui Jingxin's blood pressure had been elevated since the previous night, and despite taking medication, he felt no relief. His headache was becoming unbearable. Thus, when Lu Hanyan spoke those words, his blood pressure surged once more. I understand Qin Yunbo's character, and I assure you, this is undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by Chairman Kansas. Just imagine the horror, so far away. Yet they could infiltrate the school in the dead of night to drag someone out and humiliate them. What if they were to engage in something even more nefarious? Have you considered the consequences? Lu Hanyan gradually intensified her psychological pressure on Cui Jingxin. Although Cui Jingxin's hands trembled slightly, Lu Hanyan offered him timely reassurance. You need not worry. I will handle this matter. You should arrange for your wife and child to go abroad. This way, you can proceed with the company's affairs with confidence. However, I advise you to enlist a few bodyguards. The issue is that Qin Yunbo possesses a firearm. Do you? Lu Hanyan was methodically instructing Cui Jingxin on how to navigate the situation. But President Qin has forbidden my wife and child from leaving the country, and I dare not. Send them away first, and I will help cover your tracks. However, you must also be mindful of your own safety. Otherwise, the next time they come looking for you, it may not be as simple, Lu Hanyan cautioned. The turmoil you've stirred has reverberated in the stock market, causing Gue Lu Group significant losses. Do you honestly believe that merely withdrawing the lawsuit will suffice? Next, President Qin will undoubtedly seek retribution. Lu Hanyan understood that this issue could not be resolved overnight. Although Qin Yunbo had exerted considerable pressure on Cui Jingxin, it had yet to reach a murderous threshold. While she conveyed the potential risks and pressures to Cui Jingxin, she simultaneously endeavored to ingratiate herself with him. Their prior acquaintance was casual at best, devoid of any profound trust. It was merely serendipitous that Lu Hanyan perceived Cui Jingxin as a person of utility, prompting her to inquire further. Of course, for her own safety, and fearing that old Cui might betray her, her words were laden with implications yet devoid of any incriminating evidence of incitement. Even if Cui Jingxin were to act preemptively out of fear for his children's safety, he would find no direct link to Lu Hanyan. Cui Jingxin pondered before replying. President Lu, I am at a loss for what to do. I must first send my wife and child away. I cannot rest easy with them here. Lu Hanyan nodded and remarked, this is merely a temporary measure. It does not address the core issue. Consider this. If they can locate your wife and child in Shanghai, what makes you think they won't find them abroad? Old Cui, you have billions in debt with Gue Lu Group. What happens if something unfortunate were to befall you? Wouldn't that resolve the matter? At her words, a cold sweat broke out on Cui Jingxin's back. He could not discern whether this sentiment originated from Lu Hanyan or President Kansas. If it were indeed President Kan's intention, then his current survival was merely a testament to his utility in stabilizing the downstream suppliers. Once he became expendable, Kim would not hesitate to act. Lu Hanyan glanced around and approached Cui Jingxin, for it was the path she must take to depart. As she passed by him, she whispered, the dirty work is all handled by Qin Yunbo. For now, you and your family must be vigilant against him. But can you guard against him for a lifetime? Having delivered her warning, Lu Hanyan strolled down the mountain, noting that the work group's vehicle had arrived at the entrance of the community below. Cui Jingxin gazed at Lu Hanyan descending the mountain, his back drenched in cold sweat. He was a shrewd individual, fully aware that Lu Hanyan's words were a veiled insinuation against him. She regarded Qin Yunbo as a nemesis, and particularly with the recent revelations she had shared. It was glaringly evident that she intended to use him as a pawn in her vendetta. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his wife calling. "Old Chui, you must devise a plan. I need to leave. I must take the children with me." They even followed us to the hospital. Chapter 74. The sidekick. It can be said that the reality of villa districts bears little difference from their online portrayals. In fact, what one observes here may be less comprehensive than what is presented online, as some homeowners, upon discovering they could not enter, resorted to aerial photography with drones. He Pengqing has consistently followed in the footsteps of Chiu Cheng'an. Thus, his presence in Wuyang County was unavoidable, as Chiu Cheng'an had personally summoned him, and he dared not decline. However, he felt uncertain about the purpose of his visit. The homeowners who had been causing disturbances were not in the community, but rather in the county waiting to converse with representatives from the Guelu group. Consequently, the local populace was primarily responsible for maintaining order in Wuyang County. For He Pengqing, arriving here first to survey the situation was a matter of demonstrating an attitude. After all, the process of his arrival and his speeches were destined for the news, and the drafts of these speeches had undergone rigorous scrutiny, crafted by the Secretarial Department and discussed by the Municipal Government Office, culminating in a final version. The leaders of Wuyang County, unlike Lu Hanyan, immediately ascended to the vantage point of the community upon their arrival. They gathered at the entrance, maintaining contact with the convoy to monitor its progress. The internal roads of the community were still under construction, which necessitated that Lu Hanyan select a secluded location to meet with Cui Jingxin, leading her to the highest point of the community, an ideal spot for observing both the panoramic view and the entrance. Cui Jingxin, the principal material supplier for this project, had visited the site countless times and was well acquainted with all its entrances and exits. Before the workgroup's arrival, he had already positioned himself in an operational equipment area within the community, while Lu Hanyan had long since vanished along the route to the county. Chenbo found himself at the rear of the minibus, thus becoming the last to disembark. Along the journey, he discerned Zheng Heping's intention behind placing him in the workgroup, to maintain constant oversight of its activities and to be privy to every detail of their operations. Upon exiting the vehicle, he observed Vice Mayor He Pengqing exchanging pleasantries with the leaders of Wuyang County. It was evident that Mayor He was well acquainted with these individuals, as their greetings suggested familiarity. However, Chen Bo, positioned at the back, could not overhear their conversation, prompting him to discreetly quicken his pace. After subtly maneuvering past several individuals, he found himself in close proximity to the leaders. Despite a few people still standing between him and the leaders, he could now hear snippets of their private discussions. This marked Chen Bo's first encounter with Can Yushan, who he believed was yet unaware of his existence. Indeed, apart from Can Zhongde and Can Yunlu, the Can family likely did not regard Chen Bo with any significance, particularly Can Yushan, who had been preoccupied with crisis management for this project and had not returned home in weeks, leaving him oblivious to who Chen Bo truly was. He Pengqing appeared less like a problem solver and more as a bearer of news, articulating issues that seemed to stem from discussions held among the leaders of the municipal committee and government. Yet he conveyed these matters verbatim to the leaders of Wuyang County. He Pengqing shares a genuinely close relationship with these individuals, even conveying the opinions of certain leaders to the officials of Wuyang County without alteration. He concluded with a reminder that they must devise their own public relations strategies, for his assistance is limited to this. Meanwhile, Can Yunshan remained sullen and silent. In truth, the revelation of the situation placed the greatest burden upon him, as this was his family's venture, a project intended to pave the way for his own advancement. However, rather than facilitating progress, it seemed to have constructed a dead end. During this challenging period, Can Yunshan faced significant difficulties. The reasons are quite evident. As the deputy secretary of the county committee, this project is under his name, and the ultimate resolution will likely rest with the Guelu group, making it impossible for him to extricate himself from the situation. Consequently, all matters concerning this project in the county have turned to him. Since this project was tailor-made for him, he is obligated to see it through to the end. Furthermore, other county leaders are acutely aware of Can Yunshan's father's relationship with Secretary of the Municipal Committee Chiu Cheng'an, ultimately understanding that without government intervention, this project is destined to fail. Given this, other county leaders have chosen to step aside, and a task force has been established at the municipal level, with Can Yunshan appointed as the leader. Only when he deems it necessary will the county committee convene for discussions. This arrangement effectively places Can Yunshan in a precarious position, with other leaders indifferent to his plight. Yet, this tacit understanding within Wuyang County cannot be openly discussed or acted upon. Thus, When He Pingcheng led a delegation to Wuyang County, both the county party secretary and the mayor were present. After exchanging pleasantries, He Pingcheng approached Qin Yushan, while others discreetly maintained their distance. Your father and Secretary Chiu are both facing challenges. You have been handling this matter. Do you have any viable solutions? He Pingcheng inquired softly. If I had a good solution, we wouldn't be awaiting the arrival of the municipal task force. What did Secretary Chiu say? Qin Yushan replied. A few days prior, Governor Pang Goen had visited for an inspection, which initially appeared to be proceeding smoothly until an unexpected incident occurred. The greater shock was your brother leading a group to storm the hotel, provoking the governor's ire. As a result, all inspections of your family's enterprises have been canceled. While this might not seem significant at first, after all, there will be future opportunities. The governor specifically called out Secretary Chiu and your family, particularly highlighting this project. Reports have reached the provincial level, seemingly tied to ecological concerns. Qin Yushan was already aware of these developments. What he wanted to ascertain was the city's intentions regarding leniency towards the Guelu group. However, faced with He Pingcheng's trivial remarks, he had to listen attentively. It was not until they reached the vantage point recently occupied by Lu Hanin that Qin Yushan reluctantly began to describe the various aspects of the community. While He Pingcheng nodded along, refraining from offering any opinions. Support from the city is now essential. The bank must not abruptly sever our funding, or else the construction, already halfway completed, will be left in jeopardy. We are devoid of funds, and the contractors are unwilling to advance capital. Thus, we find ourselves ensnared in a vicious cycle. In my opinion, the city must grant us some leeway, remarked Qin Yushan. He Pingcheng thought to himself. The Qin family truly treats the finances of Nangang City as a cash machine. However, this matter does not fall within my purview. The ones bearing the burden are still Qiu Cheng'an and Qinzhanga, while I am merely a bystander. Upon the work group's return to the county, a banner was unfurled before the largest hotel in the county. Death to the unscrupulous developer, the Guelu Group. Chapter 75. Leave a threat of opportunity. After arranging his check-in at the hotel, Chen Bo unexpectedly received a call from Gao Anqi. Prior to his arrival here, he had spoken with Gao Ning, urging him to look after his sister during his stay in Wuyang County. How did you know I was in Wuyang County? He asked. Oh, right. I mentioned it to Gao Ning. You came here because I have a beauty salon here. Did you think I only operated in the city? If you have time, do come visit my shop, Gao Anqi suggested. Not at the moment. I must accompany the work group. I'll check my schedule and contact you later, Chen Bo replied. Understood. Work is important. I'll be here for a few days, so feel free to find me anytime, Gao Anqi said. The first order of business was a dialogue session between the work group and the property owners. The owners were quite agitated. Had it not been for the presence of numerous police officers, it would have been challenging for anyone to leave the room. It was understandable, as many of the owners were elderly, having invested their life savings into this project with hopes of retiring there. Now, it seemed that not only was their retirement in jeopardy, but the prospect of even being buried there was grim. Among them, those who had paid in full were particularly distressed. Compared to those who had taken out mortgages, the fully paid owners faced the most dire situation. The mortgaged owners might eventually escape repayment as the situation escalated, suffering merely the loss of their down payments. However, those who had paid in full were left with nothing. Chen Bo sat in a corner, observing He Pingcheng engage with the property owners. Suddenly, a few individuals squeezed through the doorway, causing Chen Bo's pupils to constrict in surprise. Qin Yunhua had also arrived. Qin Yushan noticed his younger brother and exchanged a few words with He Pingcheng before stepping outside. Chen Bo could not follow, so he remained in the room, watching He Pingcheng address the owner's grievances. Seeing his elder brother stand, Qin Yunhua retreated. Why didn't you answer my calls? Are you that busy? He remarked upon spotting his brother. What are you doing here? I advise you not to get involved in the Wuyang County matter. Tell Dad that this situation requires patience. It cannot be rushed. After the meeting, I'll return to the city. He Pingcheng believes we must rely on the city to resolve the issues. If this situation deteriorates further, I worry the provincial authorities will intervene, leaving us with no way out, Qin Yushan stated. As a person entrenched in the system, his approach to problem-solving differed from that of his impulsive brother who resorted to violence. He felt that to resolve the project's current predicaments, it was crucial to involve the municipal government. Relying solely on the Guelu Group was insufficient. I'm not here to solve your problems. I have no authority over the matters here, Qin Yushan said. Then why are you here? Qin Yunbo retorted, glancing back at the now noisy conference room. He realized he needed to return quickly, as he discerned that He Pengcheng's speech was merely a form of verbal sparring, lacking substantive responses. The owners were dissatisfied, and it was imperative to secure He Pengcheng's commitment to formulating a solution that evening. As you are the leader of the task force, tasked with resolving issues, it is imperative that you present viable solutions and methods from the city. Engaging in evasive tactics and trivial discussions is something anyone can do. What is the necessity of your presence here from the city? Lu Hanyan has arrived in Wuyang, remarked Qin Yunbua. Qin Yunshan was taken aback and inquired, what is her purpose for being here? The old man did not mention this matter, and I have yet to see her. Is she here to address the task force's concerns? Observing his elder brother's agitation, Qin Yunbua pulled him aside and said, Brother, there seems to be an issue with the old man. We must find a way to deal with Lu Hanyan. He gestured towards his head, insinuating that Qin mind was not quite right. What do you mean? What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Yunshan retorted with anger. Although his younger brother was known for his reckless demeanor, he was still displeased at the disrespect towards their father. He forcefully shook off Qin Yunbua's hand and exclaimed, This morning, the old man agreed to allow Lu Hanyan to return to the board of directors as the secretary. What signal does that send? My concern is that the old man is aging, losing his acuity, and may be manipulated by that woman. Currently, he is the only member of our family on the board. I have repeatedly urged him to allow us to join the board, yet he has consistently refused. Now, it appears he intends to bequeath our family's assets to that unborn child. Qin Yunbua elaborated, embellishing his words. Qin Yunshan paused, asking, How do you know about this? Is it true? If you doubt my words, you may call the old man and inquire. If I am lying, may I be struck by a vehicle on my way back, Qin Yunbua asserted emphatically. Seeing the earnestness in his brother's vow, Qin Yunshan gradually calmed down. What do you intend to do? He asked. I have not devised a plan. I merely wish to safeguard the interests of the three of us siblings. The possessions of the Qin family must be divided into 3 equal parts, not a fraction more. Brother, we will need you to sustain the Guilu group in the future. Therefore, regarding today's events, you have not heard of them, nor do you know. Should anything arise, I will bear the responsibility myself. It concerns you not. Qin Yunbua replied. Qin Yunshan longed to advise him against reckless actions, yet internally he found himself in agreement with his brother's approach. Thus, if Qin Yunbua succeeded, the matter would not affect him. Even if he were privy to such information, it would bear little consequence on his own standing. He then shifted the conversation. Xiaobo, given the current circumstances, how much longer can the Guilu group endure? Qin Yunshan implied that considering the present situation, one could hardly afford to speculate about the future. Consequently, Qin Yunshan swiftly diverted the topic. That old dog Cui Zhengxin has withdrawn the case. The audacity. He ought to be taught a lesson. Does he not understand how the Qin family has thrived? To bite the hand that feeds him is unconscionable. I will settle the score with him later. By the way, the brothers in Shanghai captured videos and photos. Cui Zhengxin's university daughter is rather attractive. As Qin Yunbua continued his discourse, he was abruptly silenced by Qin Yunshan. Enough. After all these years of camaraderie, you should exercise some caution. Do not push others too hard. One must leave room for negotiation. Do not corner yourself. For a dog driven into a corner can be exceedingly dangerous, Qin Yunshan advised. After the brothers exchanged these words, they departed. A vehicle was stationed where they had just stood. Its driver reclined in the driver's seat, sound asleep. A narrow gap in the window allowed the driver to overhear their entire conversation with clarity. It was only after the brothers had left that the driver dared to sit up and capture their retreating figures with a glance. Chapter 76. Adding insult to injury, the meeting persisted, and as a material supplier, Cui Zhengxin had naturally followed to the county seat, as mandated by Vice Mayor He Pengcheng. The purpose was straightforward, to showcase Cui Zhengxin as an example before the assembly. The Guilu group was currently facing difficulties. The reason for the halt in construction lay with the material suppliers who were allegedly sabotaging the project. At this critical juncture, rather than supporting the Guilu group, they had the audacity to sue it, thereby exacerbating the group's plight. When He Pengcheng arrived, the strategy for addressing this issue had already been established in the city. Essentially, this task force was merely to muddle through the situation. The most pliable target was Cui Zhengxin, especially upon learning that he had succumbed to pressure and submitted a withdrawal of the lawsuit. This revelation emboldened Vice Mayor He even further. The principal issue halting the construction was the conflict between the construction party and the material suppliers. However, the consensus from He Pengcheng and the city officials was clear: to to recover the previously advanced payments for materials and project costs. Construction had to resume and payments had to continue. Otherwise, all prior investments would be rendered futile. Everyone was in the same boat as the Guilu group. Thus, cooperation was imperative. When vice mayor he called out for Cui Jingxin, he found the man absent from the meeting. Attendees exchanged perplexed glances. He had anticipated Cui Jingxin would be present to offer assurances regarding the continuation of material supply and construction, thereby placating the increasingly irate property owners and preventing any disturbances at the provincial level. Yet, at this crucial moment, Cui Jingxin was nowhere to be found. He Pingqing glanced towards the Deputy Secretary of Wuyang County, Qin Yunshan, silently inquiring about Cui's whereabouts. Hadn't you just assured me that everything was under control? Why is he missing now? The other county officials looked equally bewildered. Meanwhile, Cui Jingxin was at a corner behind the hotel, summoned by his driver, who happened to be his nephew. Hence, the discussions between the Can brothers at the rear of the vehicle were overheard by the driver. While the driver might not concern himself with other matters, this one was personal, especially considering that in Nangguang City, any woman targeted by Qin Yunbo would inevitably find herself ensnared. Did they truly say that? Cui Jingxin questioned with skepticism. Uncle, the situation is chaotic here. Our car is surrounded by others, and I worry you might need to leave soon. I thought it best for you to remain in the vehicle until an opportunity arises. They spoke so freely as there was no one around. Look, they have left now. I captured this secretly, though only a silhouette. Cui Jingxin recognized one of the figures as Qin Yunbo, having caught a glimpse of his profile in the moment of capture. Uncle, we cannot allow aunt and sister to return. They should stay away for now. Once we're back in Nangguang, I fear it will be impossible to escape. Just as Cui Jingxin was about to respond, his phone rang. It was Qin Yunshan calling. Upon answering, he was immediately questioned about his whereabouts and urged to return without delay. Cui Jingxin hung up the phone and glanced at the upper floors of the hotel, stating, "Here's what you should do. Call your aunt shortly and arrange for your sister to be hospitalized in Shanghai. Have your aunt stay with her. There is no need for you to return." "All right, I'll take care of it right away." His own nephew had been by his side for nearly a decade, driving him around. Cui Jingxin had faith in him. He would not fabricate stories, especially considering his assertion that no woman coveted by Qin Yunbo in Nangguang City could escape his clutches. Thus, his precious daughter must not return at this critical moment. Moreover, during the conversation with his nephew regarding the Qin brothers, another individual surfaced, Lu Hanyan, who had sought him out earlier that day. Lu Hanyan had summoned him to the pinnacle of the development, and while he understood her implications, he wished to conduct his business honestly, avoiding any unnecessary troubles, and certainly lacked the audacity to take preemptive action. However, the circumstances had shifted. Upon returning to the conference room, it was no surprise that Cui Jingxin was treated as a soft target by He Pengqing, who criticized him harshly. Had this occurred before his nephew's visit, he might have reacted with anger, questioning why they continued to pursue him despite his withdrawal of the lawsuit, as if they deemed him an easy mark. Yet, when vice mayor he insinuated that Cui Jingxin disregarded the greater good and showed ingratitude, only causing the government further distress, Cui Jingxin remained unresponsive, absorbing the criticism without a word, as fear consumed him. The source of his trepidation lay in the conversation with the Qin brothers. He recognized that escape was futile, resistance beyond his capability, yet surrendering to despair was unacceptable. What was he to do? After the meeting concluded, the agitated property owners were somewhat placated and gradually exited the venue. Chen Bo had been observing the proceedings with a detached demeanor. Once the owners were cleared out, He Pengqing swiftly adopted a different demeanor, approaching Cui Jingxin, patting him on the shoulder, and saying, "Old Cui, my previous words may have been a bit harsh. Do not take them to heart. These matters are unavoidable. As I mentioned earlier, we are all in the same boat now. We must unite." Cui Jingxin seemed momentarily intimidated by He Pengqing's earlier fervor, nodding repeatedly, although his eyes occasionally darted towards the direction where Qin Yunshan was situated. From Chen Bo's perspective, Cui Jingxin's actions were rather conspicuous. Following Cui Jingxin's gaze, Chen Bo observed the stoic Qin Yunshan, who had briefly stepped out but returned shortly. He must have gone to see Qin Yunbo. Chen Bo noted all of this in his mind, intending to write an email to Zheng Heping that evening, striving to depict the details as meticulously as possible. Yet, some matters would remain elusive, such as whether Qin Yunshan had indeed met Qin Yunbo, the content of their conversation, and the purpose of Qin Yunbo's visit to Wuyang County. As the meeting concluded, it was only natural to indulge in a meal. However, Cui Jingxin hastily returned to his vehicle and placed a call to Lu Hanyan, insisting on an immediate rendezvous. They agreed to meet at the vantage point of the development, a location that belonged to Cui Jingxin, ensuring that his return would not draw any unwarranted attention. While Lu Hanyan had yet to secure a place to settle, Qian Jingde summoned her with the sole aim of addressing He Pengcheng. However, she was uncertain about her approach, pondering how to mitigate the adverse publicity surrounding the development. If managed adeptly, this situation could pave her way into the board of directors and expedite her return to the epicenter of power. Chapter 77. Expected developments, is what you said true? Lu Hanyan awaited the arrival of Cui Jingxin. However, the news he brought sent a wave of unease through her. Yet, after the initial turmoil subsided, was this not within her expectations? She simply had not anticipated that Kanjongda had dispatched her to Wuyang County with the intention of providing an opportunity for his son. Upon reflection, it made sense. Being far from Nangong City, it would indeed be more convenient for him to act here. However, could this truly be Kanjongda's intent? If he wished for her demise, why complicate matters so, especially during this tumultuous period for the Guilu Group? Once news of her death circulated, what benefit would it confer upon the Guilu Group? Thus, she resolved to inquire about Kanjongda's true intentions. At that moment, Kanjongda was en route to the municipal government to meet with Chiu Cheng'an. The Guilu Group was currently under intense scrutiny as the earliest listed company in Nangong City. It shared an invisible bond with the city itself. How could Kanjongda remain complacent if the city chose to ignore the dire situation facing the Guilu Group? I have arrived in Wuyang. It seems you have devoted considerable effort to this matter. I simply wish to know, when do you intend for me to meet my end? In what manner? After following you for so many years, is this the fate that awaits me? Lu Hanyan's voice carried a note of accusation, her agitation palpable. Indeed, she was seething with anger. What has transpired? Have you lost your senses? Kanjongda furrowed his brow in inquiry. What has happened? I mentioned earlier that my presence in Wuyang would be of little consequence, yet you insisted. I cannot fathom why a mere He Pengcheng would require my involvement. A phone call from you or Chiu Cheng'an would suffice for him to obediently comply with your wishes. What is there to discuss? Kanjongda patiently listened to Lu Hanyan's rambling as the vehicle drew near to the municipal building. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I send you to Wuyang? Kanjongda scolded her before entering the municipal building. As he stood in the elevator, he pondered Lu Hanyan's recent statements and could not help but call Kanjongda. Initially, the latter denied his arrival in Wuyang, but when Kanjongda instructed him to reach the group office within half an hour, the truth slipped out. Kanjongda was perplexed about the source of the information. After contacting his elder brother, he confirmed that the leak did not originate from him. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to return promptly, especially since Kanjongda had explicitly stated that if Lu Hanyan were to suffer even the slightest harm, he would hold him accountable, demanding his return within the hour. Though reluctant, Kanjongda recognized the gravity of his father's words and could only comply. Lu Hanyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. From Kanjongda's tone, it was evident that the one harboring malicious intent towards her was not Kanjongda himself, but rather that scoundrel Kanjongda. President Lu, what shall I do? I arranged for my wife to stay in Shanghai for medical treatment, but she reported that she noticed someone following them. If anything were to happen, I would be powerless to intervene, Cui Jingxin lamented with a woeful expression. Lu Hanyan glanced around, pointed ahead, and strolled forward. Cui Jingxin, perplexed, followed suit. No longer casting a glance at Cui, Lu Hanyan gazed into the distance and remarked, Old Cui, our interactions have been limited, yet you must realize that neither of us finds ourselves in a favorable predicament. Cui Jingxin felt a deep despair, having only pursued legal action against the Guilu Group when its instability became apparent. Who could have foreseen the cascade of repercussions that followed the lawsuit? Had he known that he was igniting a firestorm, he might have opted to flee and seek refuge abroad instead. My situation is marginally better, as at least President Kan still remembers our past camaraderie. As for you, old Cui, if you have the chance to escape, you should take it. Do not linger here. Entrust the company to someone else before departing. When bankruptcy inevitably strikes, it will hurt many, but that is far preferable to burying yourself in despair. Lu Hanyan advised. Her words, earnest and heartfelt, gradually resonated with Cui Jingxin. The children of the Kan family have no room for me, and I am uncertain of what the future holds. Sometimes, I truly loathe being a woman, lacking a substantial following. Unlike you, who commands loyalty and belief from many, I find no one listens to me. If I were in your position, I would certainly eliminate Kanjongda. He is a root of calamity within the Kan family. Only by removing him can we hope for better days ahead. Though her musings seemed to be self-reflection, a closer examination revealed her subtle instigation of Cui Jingxin. Upon hearing her words, Cui Jingxin felt a stir of alarm. Was she truly suggesting he commit murder? Specifically, the murder of President Kan's son? If that were to come to light, he would surely face dire consequences. Old Cui, I harbor no ulterior motives with my suggestion. By the way, how old is your daughter? Perhaps I could speak to President Qin on your behalf, proposing a union between your daughter and Qin Yunhua. This way, we would become relatives. And any harm you might inflict upon me would be rendered inconsequential, as I would be holding a gun to your head, preventing any future occurrences, Lu Hanyan stated earnestly. Her words were a lethal blend of manipulation and persuasion. Whenever Cui Jingxin hesitated, Lu Hanyan would invoke thoughts of his daughter, thereby inflating his courage and intensifying his animosity towards the Qin family. The distinction between humans and animals lies in our ability to tell stories, allowing listeners to immerse themselves in the narrative. Thus, even unactualized events take root in the minds of listeners as the storyteller weaves their tale, deepening the impression until the listener grows concerned about the unfolding narrative. While Lu Hanyan may not have consciously understood the psychology of suggestion, she adeptly employed such tactics. Under the relentless pressure exerted by Lu Hanyan, Cui Jingxin's anxiety for his daughter intensified profoundly, particularly as he found himself 1,000 miles away, with his wife and child still in Shanghai, under the watchful gaze of Qin Yunhua. The words of the driver lingered in his mind. Qin Yunhua had claimed that his brother had seen his daughter in Shanghai, remarking on her beauty, ominously threatening to settle accounts upon her return. Old Cui, I empathize deeply with your plight. As parents, we are acutely aware of the incessant worry that engulfs us regarding our children. At times, I ponder the inevitability of bringing this child into the world. As for Qin Yunhua and his siblings, whether they acknowledge him or not, let them meet their own demise. In the face of Cui Jingxin, Lu Hanyan exhibited a countenance marked by clenched teeth and fierce determination. Chapter 78. A sharp intake of breath as the two were on the brink of parting ways. Lu Hanyan suddenly called out to Cui Jingxin, requesting to borrow his phone. My phone is dead. May I use yours to make a call? She said with remarkable ease. At that moment, Chen Bo had just concluded a rather tedious meeting and had witnessed the bureaucratic approach to such matters, which revolved around grassroots governance. Although the community was still under construction and the apartments had yet to be delivered, a new property management company had already been established, staffed by personnel transferred from other divisions of the Gui Lu Group, who had prematurely taken residence in the area. Within the shortest span of time, the entire perimeter of the community was sealed off. Aside from construction workers, no one was permitted to enter or exit. What was even more absurd was that He Pengcheng was responsible for notifying the city that the airspace above the Wuyang Lake project and within a 10-kilometer radius was a no-fly zone. This effectively severed any hopes the homeowners had of obtaining information about the construction of the homes they had purchased, stripping them of even the right to glance at their property. This was an ingenious yet ruthless strategy devised by He Pengcheng. When Shun Bo received a call from an unfamiliar number, he was unaware of the identity of the caller until he answered and recognized Lu Hanyan's voice. As she spoke on the phone, she walked slowly away from Cui Jingxin, distancing herself before glancing back at him. This is Cui Jingxin's phone. I fear for my safety with my own device. Chen Bo, I am in danger. Qin Yunhua has come to Wuyang, and he is after me. Lu Hanyan relayed her overheard conversation regarding the Qin brothers and her manipulation of Cui Jingxin. She also disclosed the incident in which Qin Yunhua had threatened Cui Jingxin at gunpoint, demanding he withdraw his lawsuit, sharing all these troubling details with Chen Bo. You wish for my assistance? Speak, how may I help? Chen Bo inquired. No, I never intended to drag you into this. You have finally distanced yourself from me, and to pull you back would betray my promise. You haven't forgotten your commitment, have you? Lu Hanyan asked. I remember. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you. Chen Bo replied. Then I can rest easy. Do not worry. I am capable of self-preservation. As I have said before, I have not retaliated because I am human, not a dog. However, it appears that I must take the initiative, regardless of how far I go in the future. I hope you do not forget your promise to me, Lu Hanyan stated, rather than merely reminding Chen Bo to uphold his vow. It was as if she was revealing to him the hidden intricacies he was unaware of. After finishing the call, Chen Bo noticed that the work group had become disorganized, with its members scattered and no longer as cohesive as they had been upon arrival. He then reached out to Gaoanshi. The county was not particularly large, prompting Chunbo to hail a tricycle to reach his destination. Upon arrival, he was met with a large billboard at the entrance, but the provocative image upon it made him feel as though he had arrived at the wrong place. Sister Anchi, this. I feel rather embarrassed to enter. Can we not choose another location? Chunbo reluctantly stepped inside. In a few days, the establishment will open its doors as the auspicious date has been chosen. I have come to take a look. This shop has invested 800,000, and it has been renovated to this extent. Let us take a look and offer some feedback. Gao Anchi is a quintessential businesswoman, possessing a clear objective, to amass as much wealth as possible while her father remains in his position, for once he steps down, who would still regard her with favor. If the grand outdoor sensual images serve to accentuate a woman's overall beauty, then the indoor decor is decidedly more subtle, highlighting the exquisite details of femininity. Chunbo felt somewhat embarrassed to scrutinize each image, prompting the two to ascend to the tea room on the third floor. Although Gao Anchi was not particularly fond of coffee, she was undoubtedly a master of the tea ceremony. Thus, even if her visits were infrequent, a tea room was essential. Did you come here due to the owner's disturbances? Gao Anchi inquired. Indeed, Chunbo replied. The city has formed a task force, and Zheng Heping assigned me to it, supposedly for my own development. However, I am uncertain of his true intentions. Gao Anchi remarked. Zheng Heping is quite cunning, a veteran in the city, but due to his strained relations with the Qin family, he has been kept under tight control. Chunbo, intrigued by this revelation, reflected on his entry into the municipal office, which was facilitated by a nod from Qin Zhengde. Their relationship may not be particularly close, yet it was unlikely to be antagonistic. Thus, he shared his experiences of joining the municipal office, to which Gao Anchi responded, that does not signify much. You are not from the urban district of Nangon, or rather, you were not part of this circle before. There are matters you remain oblivious to. Zheng Heping's brother-in-law met his demise at the hands of Qin Yunhua. Indeed, those outside the circle will forever remain unaware of its underlying intrigues. Chunbo was truly astounded upon hearing Gao Anchi recount the fate of Zheng Heping's brother-in-law. As Gao Anchi elaborated, Chunbo began to grasp an unfamiliar facet of this circle. The demolition of the old district in Nangon City was overseen by Qin Yunhua, who frequently resorted to intimidation and violence. Zheng Heping's mother-in-law resided in the old district, and during the demolition, a consensus was not reached. Qin Yunhua accidentally injured Zheng Heping's brother-in-law, who succumbed to his injuries in the hospital. Regardless of circumstances, a life was lost. Although the Qin family was affluent, they had not yet reached the level of arrogance they would later exhibit. Consequently, Qin Zhengde intervened personally to negotiate with Zheng Heping, who was then not yet the Secretary-General of the municipal government, urging him to persuade his in-laws. The Qin family was willing to offer compensation, whatever the amount, but insisted that no one should be arrested, no sentences should be handed down, and the matter must not escalate. Under the dual pressures of power and money, Zheng Heping's in-laws succumbed. If they continued to pursue legal action, not only would they lose their son, but their son-in-law's career would also be jeopardized. This was the new era's version of collective punishment. While there are numerous advantages to being within the system, it also imposes chains that are not easily shed. If any issue arises, the first inquiry is whether anyone in that family is part of the system. If so, matters can be resolved more easily. If not, it will require considerable effort. Zheng Heping swallowed his pride, truly experiencing the bitterness of defeat, akin to losing a tooth and tasting blood. Yet, even amidst this turmoil, Qin Zhengde, in his quest to ascertain Zheng Heping's sentiments towards him, would intermittently delegate tasks to him. At times, he would invite him out for drinks, seeking to engage with him socially, thereby seizing the opportunity to discern whether this Secretary-General of the municipal government had genuinely submitted to his authority. Upon hearing this, Chunbo could not help but draw in a sharp breath, realizing that Qin Zhengde's current standing was not merely a result of fortune, but rather a testament to his profound cunning. Nevertheless, as he gazed at Qin Yunhua seated across from him, he let out a long sigh and remarked, "Tell me, when will you truly grow up?" Chapter 79. The layout, Father. I believe my elder brother may require my assistance in Wuyang, which is why I decided to take a look. I am puzzled as to why you would associate me with Lu Hanyan. There is no truth to that. Qin Yunhua understood that if he admitted to going to Wuyang for Lu Hanyan, he would inevitably face a barrage of criticism. Therefore, when it came to matters concerning Lu Hanyan, he would never confess. Qin Zhengde, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh and said, "What do you think this is?" As he spoke, he picked up a tablet from the sofa and handed it to Qin Yunhua. Qin Yunhua quickly rose to accept it. And as he beheld the words displayed on the screen, his mind buzzed in shock. He turned to look at his aging father, bewildered. What does this mean? Kanjungda sipped from his teacup, sinking back into the sofa, and replied, "This was sent to me by Lu Hanyin before you arrived. I never expected that after all these years, she would be aware of so many of our affairs, including the financial fraud during the company's IPO. This must have been provided to her by that person you burned. The issue is, if this information were to leak, our family would face utter ruin." Upon hearing this, Kan Yunbo abruptly stood up, exclaiming in anger, "Father, with this, you still want her to be the secretary of the board? You still wish for her to be involved in the company? Are you not afraid she might truly cause us harm?" Kanjingda shook his head, gesturing toward the tablet in Kan Yunbo's hands. Continue reading. In any endeavor, one must approach with caution and thoughtfulness. The final page of the document was a table listing numerous names, each followed by a series of numbers and corresponding dates and locations. Undoubtedly, this was a roster of incriminating evidence, and Kan Yunbo recognized several names, which only intensified his anxiety. This wretched woman. Father, we must eliminate her. She cannot be allowed to live. Even a fool like Kan Yunbo grasped the gravity of this document's implications. Eliminate her? Humph. The moment anything happens to her, these documents will immediately surface, not only reaching provincial and national disciplinary departments, but also economic investigation units, securities regulatory commissions, and all relevant authorities connected to our affairs. Tell me, can we afford to take that risk? Kanjingda inquired. To speak candidly, when Kanjingda first received these documents, he was also taken aback. However, being a seasoned veteran, he managed to regain his composure and called Kan Yunbo back. He summoned Kan Yunbo not to discuss how to resolve the situation, but out of concern that Kan Yunbo might impulsively deal with Lu Hanyin. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. What was truly alarming was that after Lu Hanyin sent him the documents, she called him without making any further demands. Instead, she simply expressed her desire to live well, to give birth to her child, to serve as the secretary of the board at Guolu Group, and to accompany him into old age. Lu Hanyin made no mention of the child in Japan. In truth, even if she had brought it up, Kanjingda would have ensured the child's swift delivery to her, yet she did not even allude to it. Kanjingda had been pondering what this woman truly desired. However, when he finally voiced his doubts, Lu Hanyin revealed her intentions, advising him against resorting to murder to silence her, as such actions would be detrimental to the current Guolu Group. She warned that should he choose that path, within a week, the documents would be disseminated to various government departments, and she was confident that no one at any level could suppress the truth indefinitely. The timeline for the document's release required updates, continually postponed, with a maximum duration of 7 days. Thus, if Kanjingda believed he could compel her to speak within a week, he was welcome to try. She would drag his entire family to hell alone, making it quite worthwhile. Upon hearing her final words, Kanjingda felt not just a chill of fear, but a profound sense of dread. Did she no longer want her child? Kan Yunbo questioned. This was also a source of deep regret for Kanjingda. He had always leveraged Lu Hanyin's child as a means of coercion, compelling her to adhere to his plans with mere words. Yet, he overlooked a critical factor, the corrosive effect of distance over time on emotions. Had Lu Hanyin's child been in the country, allowing for weekly or even monthly visits, the situation would not have reached this point. Now, each encounter with her child was a cycle of despair for Lu Hanyin. Perhaps it was not her intention, but her subconscious had already relinquished hope, believing Kanjingda would never return the child to her. Furthermore, she was pregnant. Although she harbored no affection for this child, the bond formed through shared existence was inescapable. It was upon reflecting on these matters that Kanjingda recognized his folly, particularly as he noticed Lu Hanyin had made no requests to video call her child during this period, a decidedly abnormal occurrence. When he relayed these thoughts to Kan Yunbo, he was taken aback. It dawned on him that even if he could reduce Lu Hanyin to pulp with a knife, he could not salvage the current predicament. Therefore, no one was to entertain any notions against her from now on. They would wait until the child was born. After all these years, he still understood her. She certainly possessed vulnerabilities unknown to them. They should proceed as she suggested. He would join the board of directors and sever ties with his previous unsavory acquaintances, focusing on being a businessman. His sister would return next year, and time was running short for them. Kanjingda stated. At that moment, Wuyang County was the liveliest place in Nankong City, attracting all manner of factions and dubious characters. It had become a hub for those eager to make a quick fortune. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyin had not departed. She had merely refrained from settling down, instructing her driver to keep the car in motion without any intention of stopping. Eventually, when they reached a fork at the highway entrance, she instructed the driver to halt. Not long after, another vehicle descended from the expressway and stopped not far from her car. She alighted and approached it. The driver remained inside. Lu Hanyan settled into the back seat. Lu, what on earth has transpired? The driver was Xue Shanshan, the sales manager of Taikong Biopharmaceuticals, and she was alone. How is the task I entrusted to you progressing? Have there been any developments? Lu Hanyan inquired. There has been progress. We are now cohabiting and spend nearly every night together. At this juncture, Xue Shanshan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 80. A swarm approaches when problems arise. Solutions must be sought. Mere platitudes are insufficient. Thus, when homeowners discovered they could no longer access the communities they had purchased, their frustration was palpable. During yesterday's meeting, discussions were cordial. Yet now they found themselves barred from entry, and those with drones soon learned that the area surrounding Wuyong Lake had been designated a no-fly zone. More alarmingly, a cadre of property management personnel, seemingly emerging from nowhere, had sealed off all entrances to the community, prohibiting anyone from entering under the pretext of ongoing construction. Initially, it was just a few out-of-town homeowners wishing to visit their properties one last time before leaving Wuyong County, only to be met with this disheartening scene. Consequently, news of the situation spread like wildfire through WeChat groups, prompting a flood of homeowners to converge on Wuyong County, rendering yesterday's meeting utterly futile. Accompanying this information were images of menacing property security personnel. It is unclear when property security personnel abandoned their service-oriented ethos, instead assuming the role of overlords, compelling homeowners to appease them to receive the services they rightfully deserve, a relic of an outdated governance model. This model, long in existence, was momentarily obscured by the advent of property management as a new entity, but now it is re-emerging in its true form. This mode of governance involves managing the lower strata with individuals from the same tier, a strategy that has proven effective. Presently, there exists a troubling trend wherein both urban property security and rural grassroots defense team members appear increasingly arrogant, wielding growing power and unhesitatingly resorting to coercive measures. Many administrative functions are gradually being delegated to these lower-level individuals, transforming the responsibilities of property management from mere caretaking to administrative oversight. Upon returning home from work, one is greeted by notices within elevators, often relaying directives from superiors, instructing residents on how to behave. Although there may be a friendly reminder alongside, the atmosphere is decidedly one of management rather than service. This shift occurs because, when implementing certain policies, it is most efficient for communities to delegate execution to property management, thus placing the onus of policy enforcement upon them. Throughout this transformation, subtle changes are taking place within their psyche. Regardless of homeowners' willingness or satisfaction, the shift is unmistakably evident. For managers, this arrangement proves advantageous. It alleviates tensions and diminishes conflict between the populace and the government. Given that management and the managed inherently harbor some level of discord, when dissatisfaction arises among the masses, it is conveniently dissociated from governmental accountability, thereby framing it as a failure of the grassroots unit's operational capacity. The approach is blunt and unsophisticated, characterized by the abuse of power and a pervasive indifference, especially highlighted by a series of events during extraordinary times, wherein individuals at the bottom tiers inflict harm upon one another. When it comes to addressing these issues, targeting the lower strata, particularly temporary workers, becomes the ideal scapegoat. Secondly, the effectiveness is remarkable. Once the marginalized individuals are vested with authority, they exhibit a newfound vigor. Having long endured a position of neglect and disrespect, they relish the moment. Consider the security guards. When they are tasked with closing gates and blocking roads, they momentarily feel like sovereigns, their voices booming with an intensity double that of their usual demeanor. They have never been so assertive, proclaiming, "Everyone must heed my command, or face the consequences." One might wonder if such a dynamic could possibly yield negative results. Shinbo experienced an early awakening. Last night, he had been sipping tea at Gao Anchi's beauty salon, later ordering takeout, and eventually indulging in alcohol within the tea room. Upon waking this morning, he found himself surprisingly beside Gao Anchi in the tea room. Indeed, he had overindulged the previous night, yet nothing untoward transpired, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. He pondered what Gao Ning would say if she learned of this. Thus, he returned to the hotel at dawn. The members of the working group had also indulged in copious feasting, collectively expressing their discontent with the trip, which seemed devoid of purpose, save for attending meetings and enduring the incessant grievances of the property owners. One could only speculate if they would maintain such sentiments had they invested their life savings in a project that culminated in an unfinished building. The disparity of social classes, coupled with differing perspectives, perpetually hinders genuine empathy. The entrenchment of social hierarchies prevents management from truly grasping the struggles of the populace. Observing those who speak with such detachment, Chenbo often felt a profound sense of shame to associate with them. In his hotel room, he was engrossed in drafting yesterday's work report when he was interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps in the corridor. He opened the door and grasped the arm of a passing individual, inquiring, "What has happened?" The reply came swiftly, "Hurry. There's been an incident at the development site. Someone has died. They're all rushing back to the hotel. If they block our way, we must leave quickly." With that, the individual broke free from Chenbo's grip and hastily descended the stairs. While external buyers posed little threat, hesitant to create a ruckus in unfamiliar Wuyang County, local purchasers represented the true concern. Consequently, the street in front of the hotel was already congested. Chenbo remained unperturbed. He shut the door and resumed his report. After completing the final lines, he meticulously checked the formatting and sequence before sending it to Zhang Heping. After dispatching the email, he peered out of the window to assess the situation in the hotel parking lot. The crowd was growing, suggesting that the individual who had just left was likely caught in the blockade. "Secretary General, this is Chenbo. I have sent you yesterday's work report via email. I am aware. I am currently in a meeting. We will discuss it later." "Secretary General, there is a significant development." Clearly, either the Wuyang authorities had yet to report, or the city government was concealing information. Zhang Heping, in his capacity as Secretary General, remained oblivious to the fact that a death had occurred and that a throng of property owners was surrounding the hotel where the working group was stationed. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Heping repeatedly inquired, "Is that true?" Faced with no other option, Chenbo took a photograph from the hotel window and sent it to Zhang Heping. Finally, Zhang Heping responded, "All right, I understand. Please ensure your safety." It has been confirmed that the working group is indeed unable to depart. However, the team leader, He Pengcheng, is not at the hotel. He was assigned to the Wuyang County Guest House last night. This establishment, situated in close proximity to Wuyang Lake, serves as a reception venue for superior officials. Surrounded by mountains and water, it boasts a breathtaking landscape. He Pengcheng was roused from his slumber by a series of insistent knocks at the door. He gently nudged the woman nestled in his embrace, hastily donned his attire, and stepped outside, only to be met with the grim report from Qin Yunshan. Chapter 81. An unsatisfactory conclusion. "How many?" He Pengcheng inquired anxiously. "One individual was deceased, and 2 others were gravely injured and have already been transported to the hospital. Their current condition remains uncertain. Mayor He, I believe we should report this to the city immediately. However, other colleagues from the county suggest that we wait a while. What do you think?" He Pengcheng was infuriated. These imbeciles were supposed to send personnel to maintain order in the community, and now it has culminated in this debacle. The outcome of yesterday's meeting with the working group seems to have backfired. It appears that the blame will fall squarely upon my shoulders. Regardless of the circumstances, we must ensure the survival of those 2 individuals. As long as they live, even in a vegetative state, it suffices. Yes, we must report this matter. Report. He Pengcheng paced back and forth, contemplating a course of action, pondering whether this incident could be contained. Should we wait a bit longer, perhaps until noon? However, the hotel in the county has been besieged, and most of the working group members are trapped inside. If we do not make a decisive move, the situation may spiral further out of control," said Qin Yunshan. He Pengcheng felt an even greater weight upon hearing this and immediately declared, "We must report this to the city without delay. I shall inform the municipal committee myself, and you should discuss this with your father to determine how to resolve the situation. At the very least, we need to provide some compensation for the deceased and injured. Otherwise, we will all find ourselves in a precarious position." Xie Yuanshan was taken aback upon receiving Zhang Heping's report. "A death? What is the current situation?" Xie Yuanshan inquired. Zhang Heping, the Secretary General, performed his duties commendably and promptly handed over the materials sent by Chenbo. This contains the proceedings of yesterday's working group meeting, as well as the observations Chenbo made regarding Wuyang County. He had printed everything beforehand and skimmed through it on the way here. "Is it sufficiently detailed?" Xie Yuanshan remarked as he perused the documents. These are the materials sent by Chen Bo. It appears that our assessment may not have been entirely accurate. Zhang Heping carefully stated, refraining from outright declaring their judgments erroneous. What about He Pengqing? Xie Yuanshan suddenly inquired. No news yet. He is likely engaged in reporting the situation at the moment. We must wait a little longer. Zhang Heping hesitated before responding. Xie Yuanshan had long harbored reservations regarding He Pengqing. Thus, this moment presented an opportunity for them to bide their time. He Pengqing was fully aware that he had severely mishandled this situation. After yesterday's meeting, he had felt optimistic about the outcome, at the very least. The city seemed supportive of the owner's demands, and the Guilu Group had also expressed their commitment to continue construction, affirming that ensuring the completion of the buildings was of utmost importance. The material suppliers had voiced their support on site as well, creating an illusion of favorable circumstances. However, an arrangement made yesterday had utterly derailed everything. In the book The Crowd, it is stated that people's emotions are easily swayed by the masses and can rapidly spread under the slightest provocation. Undoubtedly, the messages disseminated by a few owners present at the scene served as the spark that ignited the situation. The meeting yesterday was merely a fade, a means of stalling. Public trust in administrators was already dwindling, and with the property management blocking entrances, how could the owners possibly place faith in the officials who had so eloquently spoken from the podium just the day before? The governance at the grassroots level is indeed a commendable approach, allowing higher-level managers to intervene when the emotions of the lower tiers spiral out of control. This logic holds merit. However, with the proliferation of smartphones, images can spread rapidly, particularly after the term temporary worker has become thoroughly tarnished. The emotional targets of the lower tiers are no longer confined to their immediate superiors. Their dissatisfaction now extends to higher management. When Xie Yuanshan personally called Chen Bo to verify the situation, the hotel lobby had already been devastated, and an enraged crowd surged into the hotel in search of Vice Mayor He Pengqing. It was his promise that had led the homeowners to decide to wait one more day. Yet the reality was that they felt deceived, horribly so. Now, there were fatalities. And the latest news from the homeowners' WeChat group indicated that the two homeowners sent to the hospital had also succumbed en route. Anger spread among the homeowners. And even if officials had been quicker to respond, it would still take time to shut down these groups. However, Chen Bo and his colleagues were out of time. As the hotel corridors echoed with the fury of homeowners, who were pounding on doors, demanding answers from the working group, Chen Bo's door was being violently struck as he barricaded it with a chair, sitting on it while still on the phone with Xie Yuanshan. Mayor Xie, I'm all right here. No one has entered, but I fear for the others. I don't know how they're faring. I can't go out now. Listen, they are smashing the door. Xie Yuanshan's expression darkened further. He understood all too well that people, when consumed by anger, could act irrationally. Thus, he was increasingly concerned about the safety of the working group, especially He Pengqing. Should a vice mayor be dragged out and killed, it would undoubtedly be the most significant news since the reform and opening up, especially given the handling of such a sensitive conflict. At that point, no leader in Nangang City would be able to escape accountability. I heard you, but do you know where Vice Mayor he is? We must locate him. If anything happens to him, the nature of this incident changes completely. These homeowners, initially victims, would transform into perpetrators. Is there any way to find Vice Mayor He? Xie Yuanshan inquired. Chen Bo felt a surge of frustration, thinking, at this point, you still want me to find Vice Mayor He? Isn't that absurd? My life doesn't matter? What if I go out and get hurt? I will try, but it's chaotic outside. Is there no way to reach Vice Mayor He? Chen Bo asked. The city government indeed could not contact He Pengqing, as he was currently hiding in a government guest house by Wuyang Lake, reporting to his primary superior, not Xie Yuanshan, but the secretary of the municipal committee, Qiu Cheng'an. As Qiu Cheng'an listened to the report over the phone, his face darkened to an almost suffocating degree. The paramount concern was how to quell this incident. Opposite him sat Qinjingda, who, upon receiving a call from his eldest son, was struck by a singular thought. It was over. As Chen Bo listened, the sounds in the corridor diminished significantly. He then opened the door, only to find the hallway deserted. However, the doors of other rooms had been forcefully breached. He distinctly recalled that the numerous rooms adjacent to his were occupied by members of the working group, yet now they stood empty and abandoned. You two are a member of the working group. Come here. Just as Chen Bo was investigating, a figure at the stairwell brandished a stick and shouted at him. Chapter 82. The law does not punish the many. Chen Bo pondered how one could be so obstinate. Yet, he could not deny his affiliation with the work group, nor was he aware of the current circumstances of others. However, should he concede to this fact, the crowd would undoubtedly seize upon the notion that the law does not penalize the masses, surging forward with fists and kicks. Rendering it impossible to hold anyone accountable, he would simply be left to endure the blows in vain. Presently, there was only one individual confronting him. Although this person wielded a stick, appearing formidable, Chenbo found him lacking in true threat. The question remained, what purpose would a scuffle serve? The common folk in China are among the easiest to manage. Seldom would anyone challenge the government unless driven to desperation. Furthermore, society has evolved to such an extent that rules are quite well established. Once the law is invoked, it would ensnare one's ancestors for generations to come. Did they not comprehend this? Of course, they did. Yet, having invested their life savings into this unfinished building, what hope remained for their future? Brother, I am with the work group. Let us speak civilly, speak civilly. Where is that vice mayor he? Have him come out and explain what is happening over at the community. Do you know someone has died? The imposing figure pointed his stick directly at Chenbo, demanding answers. Chenbo feigned a mournful expression, replying, Brother, I am also searching for our leader. Didn't he stay here last night, did he? Suddenly, it dawned on Chenbo that perhaps Pengqing had not indeed spent the night at this location. Instead, the premises were occupied by mere subordinates of the work group. Like himself, it was likely that Pengqing and the other leaders had been whisked away by other county officials, a fitting scenario. For why would city officials permit their subordinates to lodge in such a chaotic hotel? The brother grew increasingly impatient, clearly agitated, and shoved Chenbo, pushing him into the conference room. Upon entering, Chenbo realized that aside from a few leaders like Pengqing, the others who had accompanied them were all trapped within. Regret washed over Chenbo. He wished he had refrained from leaving his room. The conference room was spacious, yet now the members of the work group resembled stunned quails, huddled together in a corner, with Chenbo positioned at the outermost edge. Initially, he had no desire to take the lead. After all, Pengqing was present, albeit not physically, yet he surely could not abandon them. Moreover, he had already reported the situation to Mayor Xie Yuanshan. Surely he would intervene. However, being the last to be found, he was relegated to the outermost position, and the irate homeowners, in addition to vociferously cursing and denouncing them, were not above resorting to physical aggression, occasionally delivering kicks in his direction. Thus, the unfortunate Chenbo bore an unquantifiable number of blows meant for the work group until he could no longer endure it. Suddenly, he stood up, pointing at one of the individuals he suspected of kicking him, and shouted, "Try kicking me again." His outburst stemmed from genuine frustration, as well as a desire to convey to these individuals that problems must be addressed directly. They were merely ordinary workers, incapable of making decisions. Keeping them detained here served no purpose, and he could not tolerate anyone taking advantage of the situation to strike him. He endured their hostility, contemplating the possibility of someone coming in with a knife to inflict harm. The hotel had spiraled out of control, despite the distant wail of police sirens. No officers had entered the premises. With hundreds of individuals present, the arrival of a few policemen would be futile. Let us address the issue at hand. Chenbo directed at one individual, "What do you mean by resorting to underhanded tactics?" The furious owners, witnessing his defiance, turned their ire towards Chenbo, some even brandishing their mobile phones to capture the moment. As he merely posed a few questions, those gathered outside began to jeer at him, urging violence upon him for his audacity to speak out. The situation was dire. He feared the impending risk of a collective assault, and in such chaos, being beaten to death would likely be in vain. At that moment, members of his team discreetly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to remain silent and endure the hostility. They cautioned him that his words might provoke further outrage among the crowd. Chenbo wished to comply, feeling aggrieved that he was the one absorbing their wrath, while none of them stepped forward to defend him. Ultimately, having reached the point of no return, he decided to take a bold stance. Spotting a chair nearby, he maneuvered his way to stand upon it. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire scene, and most people were now able to see him. The next step was to persuade the crowd to release his colleagues. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed elders, brothers and sisters, may I have your attention? I understand your desire to lash out at us, but even if you dismantled us, it would not suffice to build homes. Could you grant me a moment to speak? After I finish, if you wish to strike or scold, direct it at me. I will bear the brunt. Do not trouble my colleagues. Many of them are also homeowners here. The truth is, the victims are not solely you." During his 2 years in prison, Chenbo had engaged in psychological studies, particularly criminal psychology, as part of the rehabilitation process. If one could delve into psychology, life would become significantly more tranquil, alleviating anxiety and allowing for a deeper understanding of situations rather than merely skimming the surface. A crucial aspect of learning psychology is developing empathy and the ability to relate to those in conflict. In simpler terms, can you consider issues from another's perspective? These were lessons Chun Bo absorbed during his incarceration, understanding that to rehabilitate offenders, one must first possess empathy for their actions. Regrettably, the current management had grown accustomed to their elevated status, often casting disdainful glances at those below them without genuine regard. Sometimes a building may appear robust from the outside, yet if it is merely a shell, upheld by legalities and force, it becomes a precarious structure. When administrators execute their duties devoid of compassion, how could they expect warmth in return from those they oversee? I was diligently working at my unit when, quite unexpectedly, I was transferred to a task force. Like all of you, I can empathize with the situation. I drained every penny from my household to afford this residence. Yet, now, the malevolent Gue Lu group has abruptly ceased operations and halted construction. If I were in their position, I too would seek retribution. This is entirely understandable. However, I wish to emphasize that these individuals are here to assist in resolving our issues. By detaining them here, we are confronting an entirely different dilemma. Chun Bo said, pointing at the task force members huddled in a corner, trembling. Chapter 83, Conflicting Interests. We are all individuals with families and children. It is truly unwise to jeopardize the future of our families for the sake of a few of us. Moreover, even if you were to assault us, would that resolve the issue? Can the beleaguered Gue Lu group resume operations? Am I not speaking the truth? This is a blatant threat. However, under such circumstances, it is imperative to articulate our thoughts clearly. One must be gentle when necessary, yet resolute when the time calls for it. Furthermore, we must identify our shared adversary, which is the Gue Lu group. These individuals are not merely causing a ruckus. They are grappling with real issues. And the root of our conflict lies in the unfinished business of the Gue Lu group. Thus, if we are not to vent our frustrations upon them, upon whom shall we direct our ire? Nonetheless, when the members of the task force heard Chun Bo audaciously cursing the Gue Lu group in public, they were taken aback. Yet, words once spoken cannot be retracted, and with their current predicament, Chun Bo's willingness to advocate for them was a silver lining. Ultimately, even if the Gue Lu group were to hold Chun Bo accountable in the future, they could not place the blame at the feet of these individuals. We are genuinely here to assist everyone in resolving their issues. My name is Chun Bo. You may remember me. Although my authority is limited, I am employed within the city and you can reach out to me at any time. I can help convey your concerns. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust the city is convening to discuss matters. Please, I ask for your patience. As Chun Bo observed the emotions of the crowd gradually stabilize, a sense of relief washed over him. The immediate crisis had been averted, and the homeowners recognized that even if they were to resort to violence, would it truly rectify the situation? There is a profound fear of conformity. Once one person initiates an action, others tend to follow suit, thinking that since they did not lead the charge, it is inconsequential. They may feel compelled to release their pent-up frustration. As long as the emotions of those itching for confrontation are kept in check, the task force would likely escape physical harm. Violence meted out will not easily be forgotten, and the most probable outcome would be suffering without any gain, something Chun Bo would never endorse. While the immediate crisis had subsided, the video of Chun Bo speaking atop a chair was disseminated among the homeowners. Some of his remarks were indeed valid, while others crossed a line, particularly those that hinted at legal consequences impacting the futures of children. His cursing of the Gue Lu group became widely circulated. Despite the controversy surrounding the video, it succeeded in calming the atmosphere. Otherwise, the enraged crowd might have resorted to vandalizing the hotel, indifferent to the presence of the task force. The notion of disrupting livelihoods equates to a grievous offense. This is no longer merely about severing financial avenues. It is akin to robbery. Illegal FAAD masking the theft of the homeowner's life savings. How is this justifiable? While gatherings can attract large crowds, they also bring forth significant unpredictability, as evidenced by the current situation. Typically, such assemblies would disperse under police persuasion, but this time is different. There has been loss of life. As of now, 3 individuals have tragically lost their lives, yet the city of Nangang has yet to report this matter. The provincial authorities have been monitoring the public sentiment through news media outlets. It was only when the province inquired via telephone that Xiao Chengyan reluctantly acknowledged the incident, in Wuyang County. Zheng Heping reports to Xie Yuanshan every hour regarding the developments in Wuyang County. To this day, there has been no communication from the municipal committee, and Xie Yuanshan remains indifferent, waiting for the situation to escalate further. Otherwise, even if he intervenes, Qiu Cheng'an would still shield the Guilu Group. For protecting the Guilu Group equates to safeguarding himself, as he is already inextricably linked to them. Xie Yuanshan watched a video of Chun Bo, who spoke passionately and articulately. After viewing, he turned to Zheng Heping and remarked, "This young man is quite intriguing." Zheng Heping, less optimistic than Xie Yuanshan, frowned and replied, "I just received a call from Secretary Luo, who inquired about Chun Bo and why he was sent to Wuyang County. I explained that a task force from the city was formed, and since Chun Bo is new and hasn't been assigned a specific role, he was sent to learn on-site. I never anticipated such an incident would occur. Ignore Luo Yang, he tends to meddle. If he has the capability, let him transfer the personnel, otherwise, he should refrain from interfering," Xie Yuanshan said nonchalantly. Zheng Heping chose not to argue further. In his heart, he believed that Chun Bo's recent performance indicated he was not aligned with Qingjingde. Otherwise, he would not have exacerbated the situation for the Guilu Group in a public forum. However, Xie Yuanshan still harbored a poor impression of Chun Bo, which perplexed Zheng Heping. Should we recall Chun Bo? Perhaps assign him to the municipal office? Zheng Heping inquired. Xie Yuanshan shook his head and responded, "Let South not place him in the city. When Governor Pang visited, he garnered attention, and Luo Yang is still exerting influence at the provincial level. Instead, let us position him in the county. Yes, see if there are suitable roles available there, perhaps a deputy position, where he can contribute meaningfully, and we can reassess after some time." Zheng Heping initially believed that Chun Bo's ability to speak confidently under pressure demonstrated his intellect, and his conduct during the governor's reception indicated that he was quite capable, certainly superior to many of Zheng Heping's subordinates. Nonetheless, Xie Yuanshan's attitude toward Chun Bo left Zheng Heping at a loss for words. Since the incident at the property development site, Qingjingde had remained in Qiu Cheng'an's office, believing that proximity would facilitate communication should any matters arise. The province is dispatching an investigative team. It cannot be obstructed. Prepare yourself, General Kansas. How did we allow this situation to unfold? Qiu Cheng'an inquired with furrowed brows. In Nangang City, the only individual worthy of Qingjingde's respect seemed to be Secretary Qiu Cheng'an. Hence, regardless of Qiu Cheng'an's remarks, Qingjingde maintained a degree of politeness and actively sought solutions to the predicament, as it involved his own company. To be frank, we are indeed in a difficult position with this project. The circumstances have changed significantly, financing is challenging, and the deposits cannot be reallocated. The scale of our operations has expanded too greatly in recent years. Secretary Qiu, I am struggling here as well, Qingjingde lamented. How could Qiu Cheng'an possibly be unaware? In truth, there was yet another statement left unuttered by Qingjingde. However, Qiu Cheng'an was well aware that the building they currently occupied was the largest standalone structure in all of Donghai province, having cost over 5 billion to construct. Yet, nearly 1.7 billion remained unsettled with the Guilu Group. This fact elucidated Qiu Cheng'an's admiration for Qingjingde. Whenever the city faced challenges, Qingjingde was always there to lend assistance, generally without undue urgency. Even at this juncture, with the Guilu Group in its present state, Qingjingde had yet to broach the subject of the outstanding payment, leaving Qiu Cheng'an deeply reflective. Chapter 84, A Common Understanding. Mr. Kan, this project must continue. We have invested so much effort into it. It would be unacceptable for it to languish unfinished. Therefore, you must express your commitment. This project must reach completion, regardless of any slight delays in other projects. We need a satisfactory outcome for all involved. The provincial leaders have called, and a review team will be dispatched. Which complicates matters, said Qiu Cheng'an, furrowing his brow. Qingjingde also wished for the project to be completed, yet the pressure of securing funding had become overwhelming. The past 2 years had been challenging for real estate companies. Although Guilu Group is a publicly listed company, fundraising through the stock market had not fared well, as evidenced by the current turmoil in the A-share market. An expert once wisely remarked that the A-share market is not designed for profit-making, a statement that, while unflattering, rings true. This expert's intent was to caution against further investments in the stock market, even with lower interest rates in banks. It is preferable to risk capital in the market. Previously, lotteries were likened to a game of rock, paper, scissors, where the house plays after the players have made their moves. The stock market is no different, with the media inundating the public and persuading them to invest, only to leave them blindsided when the time comes for profit-taking, often before they even receive a hint of warning. People are not perpetually naive. Thus, Kinjungda found himself unable to attract funds from the stock market. There were neither compelling results nor engaging narratives, nor was there an enticing future to seduce investors. Secretary Chiu, I apologize for the trouble this has caused you. I am still exploring solutions. Yinshan is also located in Wuyang County. Thus, this project must proceed. However, I must admit, we are struggling with finances, Kinjungda confessed, revealing his difficulties. The challenges were laid bare, yet he offered no solutions or suggestions, only the sentiment that he could no longer bear the burden. I am at your mercy. I will follow your lead. This matter has escalated, he continued. I believe that whatever strategy we implement, we must stabilize the situation first and address the issues afterward. We cannot allow the provincial leaders to continue inquiring about this matter. Mr. Kan, would it be feasible for the urban investment company to acquire half of the project's equity? This way, you can initiate the construction and ensure the delivery of the buildings. Chiu Cheng'an finally made his decision. It was not merely a question of feasibility, but rather the challenge of finding a leader like Chiu Cheng'an at this time. The board of directors of Kanjingda's company had convened and unanimously agreed that further investment in this project could yield returns. Yet, the pressing issue remained: how to secure the necessary funds. Therefore, if the urban investment company could offer assistance at this juncture, it would indeed feel like a stroke of fortune. Without waiting for Kinjungda's gratitude, Chiu Cheng'an added, Brother, to speak candidly, my hope in urban investment acquiring this equity is to see this project completed swiftly. Do not sell the unsold units, nor should you proceed with further construction. We can address that later. While I am still here in Nangang, ensure this project is managed well, allowing urban investment to exit in a timely manner. Otherwise, one side apart, these unfinished accounts will become burdensome, and will the next leader handle it as I have? It must be said that Chiu Cheng'an is indeed assisting Kinjungda, as evidenced by the heartfelt conversation they share. As a leader, he also exhibits remarkable composure. Despite the turmoil in Wuyang County, the two engage in lively discussions within the confines of the office of the municipal party secretary, Chiu Cheng'an. The final words of Chiu left Kan feeling alarmed once more. Secretary, is there news from above? Kan inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. Indeed, this matter is still in the works and has yet to be finalized. I may be appointed as mayor in the provincial capital. Congratulations, Secretary Chiu. This signifies progress, Kan replied, though a twinge of discomfort lingered within him. He felt compelled to utter the necessary pleasantries. However, Chiu's expression darkened upon hearing Kan's words. He turned to Kan and remarked, Do you genuinely believe this is progress? The situation in the provincial capital is far from simple, especially under the watchful eyes of provincial leaders. It is not an easy endeavor. Kan managed an awkward smile and responded, People naturally aspire to ascend, Secretary Chiu. I have an immature thought. Once you relocate to the provincial capital, I shall move the headquarters of our group there as well, allowing us to remain close. And I may seek your counsel frequently. It was evident that Chiu Cheng'an had no desire to leave this place. Having devoted many years to his work here, he had developed a profound attachment. Moreover, he feared that his departure would unearth many issues that he was uncertain about. The principle of a new ruler brings new ministers was a certainty. It was unpredictable who would come to Nangang City. However, one thing was clear: after his departure, certain matters would inevitably come to light. Thus, while he still held his position, he aimed to extinguish any potential threats. Chiu rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the distant scenery. At that moment, Kan found it inappropriate to remain seated and followed suit, standing half a step behind Chiu, both gazing into the horizon. Kan, what do you think is the purpose of our existence? Chiu suddenly posed a profound question. Kan was taken aback by this unexpected inquiry, feeling momentarily at a loss. Well, that's hard to say. It varies from person to person, and each has their own pursuits, Kan offered a vague response. Indeed, reflecting on my youth, when I first began working, I was filled with passion. Gradually, that fervor has waned, and I cannot pinpoint when it cooled. Now, having traversed half a lifetime, standing here and contemplating, one realizes that life's toil ultimately revolves around ensuring sustenance, improving one's living conditions, and leaving a legacy for our children. Oh, once one comprehends this truth, everything else becomes clearer, wouldn't you agree? Chiu inquired, his demeanor vibrant with insight. Yes, Secretary, you speak the truth. That is indeed the essence. Kan affirmed. The two sipped their tea, And after a while, Chiu stated, "You must hold a press conference to convey your group's determination. The city will also send representatives to face the media alongside you. We must expedite the involvement of the city investment and promptly sign the agreement to resume work and production without delay." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately. After finishing this cup of tea with you, Secretary." Chiu Cheng'an smiled as he fixed his gaze upon Kan Jingde, who sat opposite him. After a prolonged silence, Kan Jingde began to fidget, as if he were about to rise from his seat. At that moment, Chiu Cheng'an gestured for him to remain seated, indicating that he had yet to finish his discourse. "How has the matter concerning Yi Yushan been resolved?" Chiu Cheng'an inquired suddenly. The question startled Kan Jingde, yet he steeled himself to meet Chiu Cheng'an's penetrating gaze. Chapter 85. Misstep. The incident involving old Yi was indeed a blunder. The intention was merely to frighten him. Yet the subordinates acted with excessive force, resulting in an unfortunate mishap, Kan Jingde remarked with evident discomfort. Chiu Cheng'an disregarded his expression and continued. "Yi Yushan was someone I personally nurtured. My original plan was to promote him to the position of deputy mayor. This way, with He Pengqing and Yi Yushan both situated in the municipal government, it would pose considerable challenges for Xie Yuanshan should he ascend to the party committee. Yet, here we are, having abruptly undermined Yi Yushan. Wasn't the plan well laid out? How could it have taken such an unexpected turn?" Kan Jingde found himself in a quandary, yet seized the opportunity to recount the previous matters involving Lu Hanin and Yi Yushan, though he refrained from mentioning the identity of the child. "Yi Yushan's wife is no easy adversary. You are aware of her ties with my own wife. She used to visit our home quite frequently. But ever since Yi Yushan's incident, she hasn't set foot in our house. My wife has mentioned this more than once, and it vexes me. I worry that this woman may not be as benign as she appears. Is she still fixated on Yi Yushan's demise?" Chiu Cheng'an seemed to pose this as a question to Kan Jingde while simultaneously musing aloud. "Rest assured, Secretary, I am personally monitoring the situation closely. There will be no issues. However, it is worth noting that Yi Yushan has a cousin who is rather troublesome. Initially, I overlooked him, but later realized that his connections are rather intricate." As Chiu Cheng'an absorbed Kan Jingde's report, images of Zhu Wenjun crying at his home resurfaced in his mind. At that time, there was indeed a young man accompanying her, yet his attention had been solely on Zhu Wenjun, leaving the young man largely unnoticed. Gradually, as Kan Jingde elaborated, he began to recollect that during the incident involving Governor Pang Goen, he had sensed a familiarity about that young man, though he could not immediately place him. With Kan Jingde's guidance, the memory of that individual began to crystallize. "He's merely a young lad. What trouble could he possibly cause? Are you concerned he might cling to the matter of Yi Yushan?" Chiu Cheng'an inquired. "If it were merely about Yi Yushan, it would be manageable. However, it has come to light that he is a comrade of Gao Xingyan's son, and they served in the same unit. Now that he has returned to Nansong City, he maintains a close relationship with Gao Ning." Kan Jingde left his statement hanging in the air. When Kan Jingde mentioned Gao Xingyan, he noticed a slight furrow in Chiu Cheng'an's brow, yet he pressed on, elucidating the connections between Chun Bo and the Gao family. Gao Xingyan serves as the secretary of the disciplinary committee in Nansong City and is one of the few individuals who habitually disapproves of both Kan Jingde and Chiu Cheng'an, alongside Mayor Xie Yuanshan. Surprisingly, while both men harbor discontent towards Kan Jingde's Gulu group and Chiu Cheng'an, they have not formed an alliance, nor do they engage frequently. If their interactions are merely superficial, one would expect some semblance of strategic cooperation in meetings. Yet, this is not the case whenever Xie Yuanshan speaks. It is rare for Gao Xingyan to voice a comment during such gatherings. Thus, has he gone to the municipal office again? It was my arrangement. He initially intended to visit the municipal party office. However, considering the recent demise of Yi Yushan and my uncertainty regarding his true intentions, coupled with my awareness of the complicated relationships involving Yi Yushan's wife and sister-in-law, I deemed it inappropriate to place such an individual in the municipal party office, in proximity to you, as explained by Kan Jingde. This explanation, albeit inconsequential, marked Chun Bo's formal entry into Chiu Cheng'an's radar. "You should concentrate your primary efforts on this project, expedite its construction, and ensure the timely delivery of the housing units. We cannot afford any further issues. I am heading to Wuyang County shortly. 3 lives have been lost, and if I do not make an appearance, I will be accused of bureaucratic indifference," Kan Jingde stated. Upon returning to the company, he found King Yunbo in the office, engrossed in watching videos, clearly fuming with anger. "Change into something more formal. We are going to Wuyang shortly for a press conference. This project has become a tremendous burden for us, Qin Zhengde instructed. Dad, take a look at this video. It was posted by those troublemakers at the scene. That scoundrel must be Lu Hanyan's man, right? Qin Yunbo's words were incendiary, audaciously suggesting that his father's mistress was entangled with another man, an affront indeed. After watching the video of Chun Bo's speech at the hotel, Qin Zhengde tossed the phone aside and admonished, "Can you not engage in something productive? I plan to have you join the board of directors, yet you choose to create trouble for me? Let me be clear, any future endeavors must be reported to me. Otherwise, you can leave the country and not return." The last individual to publicly curse the Guilu group and the Qin family met a grim fate, submerged in the harbor, never to resurface. It was likely that when the iron cage was eventually retrieved, only bones would remain. Regardless of his father's words, Qin Yunbo was carving his path in the territory of Nankang City. If he were to swallow this affront, who would regard the Qin family with respect in the future? Thus, from that moment onward, he resolved to imprison that scoundrel in an iron cage to feed the fish. Upon Chou Cheng'en's arrival in Wuyang County, he received a call from the provincial authorities even before exiting the vehicle. The investigation team was en route. He had initially intended to make a show of presence, followed by the city investments intervention, which would facilitate the resumption of operations. However, he was caught off guard. The provincial investigation team was set to establish a presence in Wuyang County. As reiterated, in the territory of Nankang City, he could execute his plans flawlessly, achieving an impeccable FAAD, but this could only be accomplished in the absence of external interference. Now, with the provincial investigation team arriving, the rhythm of events had become disordered, slipping beyond his control. Consequently, despite being on site, Chiu Cheng'en hesitated to exit the vehicle. "President Kan, the provincial investigation team is approaching. You must handle those individuals who assaulted others, especially the ringleader. Ensure they confess and maintain a cooperative demeanor. Reassure those responsible. Otherwise, when the investigation team arrives, we will find ourselves in dire straits," Chiu Cheng'en whispered. Qin Zhengde was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the distinctions between the municipal working group and the provincial investigation team. After a brief pause, he swiftly assured that he would not cause any trouble for the leaders. Under Chun Bo's eloquent persuasion, the individuals surrounding the working group finally dispersed, leaving the members of the team to retreat like frightened dogs. However, Chun Bo remained. If he were to leave now, his previous words would have been in vain. At that moment, He Pengqing finally made his appearance, emerging at the hotel entrance under the protection of dozens of police officers. Chapter 86. In the city of Nankang, Secretary Chiu Cheng'en, Mayor Xie Yuanshan, and Chairman Qin Zhengde of the Guilu Group departed simultaneously for Wuyang County. Prior to boarding the vehicle, Chiu received a written report from his secretary, which had been forwarded by the Wuyang County government. One fatality? Chiu furrowed his brow and inquired. Secretary Chao Yushi, seated in the passenger seat, glanced back hesitantly before responding. Secretary, take a closer look. They mentioned that during the conflict, one individual perished, but did not specify injuries. The other two were pronounced dead upon arrival at the hospital, hence they are not included in this report. Chiu's brow tightened. He muttered expletives under his breath, realizing that even at this juncture, there were still games of semantics at play. Wasn't this all a direct consequence of the conflict? Despite his frustration, he felt powerless. This was the art of subordinate reporting to superiors. Given that the report pertained to events during his tenure, the reporter aimed to minimize their own accountability, systematically downplaying the severity of the calamity. By the time such reports reached those with decision-making power, what might have been a significant issue at the grassroots level was reduced to little more than a mere footnote. When Li Ziqing initiated his rebellion, it too was reported in stages, ultimately reaching the emperor in the Golden Yuan Hall as a mere complaint from a courier dissatisfied with current delivery policies. Conversely, if this were a matter of political achievement, the report would be transformed into a celestial omen of fortune. Had the report clearly stated that 3 lives were lost in the conflict, it would have been a grave matter. In legal terms, the number 3 often serves as a critical threshold. 3 or more signifies a major case, while fewer than 3 diminishes the severity. Thus, while the law defines death, the reality remains that individuals are alive, and in circumstances where the explicit rules of law prove inadequate, unwritten rules emerge as the true means of resolution. The Chinese have long excelled in the art of wordplay, and the profound depth of the Chinese language provides ample room for such manipulation. The reaction of superiors upon receiving the report tends to be peculiar. Delving deeper could jeopardize their position. Hence, the deception circulates upward. with all parties aware yet reluctant to confront the truth, allowing matters to pass without further scrutiny. Regrettably, a provincial investigative team was on its way, and with the rapid dissemination of media, concealing such incidents became increasingly difficult. Should the situation spiral beyond control, discussions would inevitably arise about who would take the blame, as a satisfactory explanation must be provided to quell public unrest. Otherwise, the issue would remain unresolved. On the highway from Nankong to Wuyang County, there existed but a single service area. After careful consideration, Chiu decided to call Xie Yuanshan to arrange a brief stop at the service station. He Pingqing stood at the steps of the hotel, observing the growing throngs below. Though the crowd had yet to encroach upon him, an undeniable sense of pressure lingered in the air. Chenbo stood at a distance, observing the crowd. Although he had been liberated, he had not yet departed from this place. He wished to witness how Pingqing would handle the current predicament surrounding the fatalities that occurred amidst the property dispute. Soon, he discerned an ominous sign. Individuals wielding long poles and others carrying ladders had a singular intent: to dismantle every visible camera surrounding the hotel. What were their true intentions? The throngs of people were too numerous and chaotic for anyone to notice this unfolding. A vague sense of unease gripped Chenbo. If his earlier words in the hotel conference room had any impact, it might have served as a wake-up call for these individuals on how to evade accountability in a crowd. Yet, in a society inundated with surveillance, achieving such anonymity was exceedingly challenging, unless one found themselves in a remote wilderness. However, upon surveying the current scene, it was evident that numerous cameras were present, including those at the hotel entrance and on adjacent buildings. These individuals were quietly erasing traces of their presence and actions. Should Pingqing employ the same rhetoric he had in the hotel room, it might yield some effect, albeit minimal, as the conference room had been sparsely attended. Once a few individuals settled down, others would inevitably follow suit. Yet, this was the small square in front of the hotel, where, with homeowners and onlookers combined, there were at least 2,000 people present. Pingqing, confident in his position as deputy mayor and shielded by a multitude of police officers, spoke of shared culpability. The property security guards had erred, yet the homeowners' methods were also excessively radical. It was akin to a drop of water hitting a hot frying pan. A chorus of angry shouts erupted from the crowd, and Chenbo realized that if he did not leave now, he might truly miss his chance to escape. He turned and slipped into the hotel, making his way out through the back door onto the street. Fortunately, no one was blocking the rear exit, indicating that the homeowners had yet to organize their actions. It was merely a manifestation of anger. However, such fury could lead to unpredictable actions. "Hello, this is Chenbo. Where are you?" He immediately called Lu Hanyan upon exiting. "My car has been cruising around the county and hasn't he stopped. Where are you? What is happening?" Lu Hanyan inquired. "I just came out of the hotel, where I was trapped and nearly assaulted. The situation remains dire, and I fear a major incident is brewing. I witnessed individuals vandalizing cameras. Let us not discuss that now. Where are you? I'll come to get you, and we can talk then." Lu Hanyan quickly interjected upon hearing Chenbo's words. Thus, at the corner of a street, Lu Hanyan met Chenbo. In front of the driver, she asked, "What is the situation inside now?" "The situation has spiraled into chaos." Pingqing's speech seems less about resolving the issues at hand and more about inciting anger. The residents, who have already suffered a tragic loss, are seething with rage. They declare that we resemble swine. When calamity does not befall us, we are engrossed in our own pursuits, oblivious to the plight of others. Yet, when misfortune strikes us, we scream in hysteria. However, as we turn a deaf ear to the cries of our companions, witnessing the fury of these residents today feels different. Chenbo lamented. Lu Hanyan instructed the driver to approach the scene for a closer look. The vehicle eventually halted at a considerable distance from the hotel, for the throngs of people filled the streets, and venturing in recklessly might lead to an inability to exit later. After all, we are human beings, not animals. Thus, perhaps this marks the dawn of our awakening. Lu Hanyan gazed at the distant, enraged crowd and remarked softly. Chapter 87. Insufficient accomplishments and excessive failures. Xiu Qing'an's vehicle was notably swift. After a few minutes of waiting, Xie Yuanshan's car finally arrived, albeit belatedly. "Secretary Chiu, why have we stopped? It seems the situation over there has changed, and not for the better." Xie Yuanshan remarked immediately upon exiting his vehicle. "Is that so? What has transpired? Didn't Pingqing arrive on the scene?" Xiu Cheng'an inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. "It would have been better had he not gone. However, Upon his arrival, he may have uttered some inappropriate remarks, leading to an exacerbation of the crowd's unrest rather than calming their sentiments. "Come, let us discuss this in my car," Xiao Cheng'an responded, his urgency palpable, nearly expressing his frustration towards He Pengcheng for his ineptitude in handling the situation. As they had yet to reach Wuyang County, Xiao Cheng'an swiftly shared the strategies he had previously devised in consultation with businessman Qin Zhengde. The peculiar nature of this situation was evident. Rather than consulting the mayor, Xie Yuanshan, regarding such a significant issue, Xiao Cheng'an initially sought advice from a businessman, which illuminated the political dynamics of Nangguang City, unbeknownst to Xie Yuanshan. "Has the city investment group intervened?" Xie Yuanshan queried, instantly grasping the underlying complications. Indeed, to expedite the resumption of work and production, the city investment group must step in. Originally, the Guelu Group intended to raise funds through the stock market. However, with the emergence of the Wuyang County incident, such financing has become nearly impossible. They must either secure the funding or refrain from pursuing it altogether. Otherwise, the repercussions triggered by the Guelu Group could be monumental, compounded by the imminent deadline of loans from over a dozen banks, which could lead to even greater turmoil, Xiao Cheng'an elaborated. Xie Yuanshan finally comprehended the reason Xiao Cheng'an had summoned him into his vehicle. It was indeed a matter of urgency. He then pondered whether Xiao Cheng'an had already conferred with the Guelu Group regarding the unlikelihood of stock market financing. The realization ignited a sense of indignation within Xie Yuanshan, leading him to conclude that this was not a consultation but rather a notification. "Secretary, the city investment group faces its own pressures. In just the first half of this year, they have already secured numerous plots of land. If these lands cannot be developed and properties cannot be sold, the funds of the city investment group may dwindle. Let us not forget, the city investment group is also in debt," Xie Yuanshan cautioned. As the mayor, while his authority was limited and many matters required the secretary's approval, particularly in the current climate in Nangguang City, Xie Yuanshan's voice still needed to be heard on this issue. It seemed Xiao Cheng'an had anticipated Xie Yuanshan's response, showing no signs of displeasure towards his attitude. For the matter at hand to be resolved, cooperation from the city government was indispensable. Without a harmonious collaboration between the municipal party committee and the city government, even a successful resolution would be fraught with difficulties. "Yuanshan, I am well aware of the challenges faced by the city investment group. However, for now, we must prioritize addressing this issue, even if it means robbing Peter to pay Paul. If this situation escalates, Nangguang City will lose any chance of recovery. The Guelu Group is merely a catalyst. What about other real estate entities? What of our economic development? Thus, the situation necessitates that whoever speaks first is to be suppressed. It is imperative to act decisively." As Xiao Cheng'an articulated this sentiment, Xie Yuanshan found himself at a loss for words, contemplating whether to elaborate further. He recalled the intricate relationship between Xiao Cheng'an and Qin Zhengde, along with their premeditated plan to use city investments to mitigate the crisis. Consequently, Xie Yuanshan remained silent. Despite harboring intense resentment, he acknowledged the truth in Xiao Cheng'an's statement. This predicament unfolded within the jurisdiction of Nangguang City. Should this issue serve as a catalyst, triggering widespread financial failures among real estate developers, the repercussions would inevitably fall upon them, with the mayor being the first to bear the brunt, followed by the party secretary. Xiao Cheng'an. He Peicheng did not reside in the hotel with the members of the working group, demonstrating a certain disregard for their welfare. Thus, at that moment, he found himself devoid of any working group members nearby. Chen Bo had been observing from a distance, but had now vanished without a trace. As He Peicheng's anger erupted during his speech, it further ignited the fury of the homeowners present. Particularly, his remarks about the homeowners' lack of discernment when purchasing their properties were particularly stinging. While intended as a reminder to the homeowners, it sounded as if he were blaming them for their own naivety, suggesting that they bore sole responsibility for their misjudgment. Beside him, Qin Yunshan quietly cautioned, "Mayor He, such words should not be uttered. It would be prudent to cease this speech and allow them to select representatives to discuss matters in the meeting room. With such a large crowd, the potential for chaos is significant." After saying this, he pulled He Peicheng into the hotel lobby. However, the transition was poorly executed, leading to further disorder. County Party Secretary Ma Siyuan promptly stepped forward to take He Peicheng's place, urging the crowd to choose representatives for a discussion. Had the situation been approached in this manner from the outset, perhaps the homeowners' emotions could have been somewhat alleviated. Alternatively, had He Peicheng first condemned the outrageous actions of the Guelu Group before addressing the crowd, It might have offered the homeowners a chance to vent their frustrations. Yet, He Peicheng missed both opportunities. The reason was simple. He had initially underestimated the complexity of the situation and the severe consequences it could entail. Furthermore, he had never dealt with such collective incidents before. Compounding matters, he had spent the previous night at the government guest house by Wuyang Lake, and when Qiu Cheng'an called him, he was preoccupied with the staff there, resulting in a severe reprimand from Qiu Cheng'an. At this juncture, when He Peicheng arrived at the county's working group headquarters, he was already brimming with anger, which colored his opening remarks. The homeowners were not oblivious to the situation, and with the added tragedy of a deceased homeowner, the cumulative factors led to an uncontainable outpouring of fury. They clamored to engage in dialogue with He Peicheng, inadvertently pushing County Party Secretary Ma Siyuan aside, nearly toppling him in the process. Chen Bo had intended to call Zheng Heping to report these developments, but was intercepted by Lu Hanyan. You are now reporting, unable to resolve any issues. Furthermore, since this matter has already begun, why not escalate it further? Lu Hanyan inquired. Chen Bo furrowed his brow. Yet he set his phone aside. Tell me honestly, what is your situation at the municipal government office? In a working group, one misstep can render you a scapegoat. Why on earth did they place you in this predicament? Lu Hanyan's question truly struck at the heart of the matter. Chapter 88. A calculated strategy. How would I know? Work is work, regardless of where you are. Whatever the leader asks of me, I simply comply. Chen Bo replied with a sense of resignation. However, Lu Hanyan interjected. It seems they merely regard you as a beast of burden. Perhaps you should seize an opportunity to step away from the system. Join me in business. With your capabilities, I could entrust you with a company. Learn from others, and in a few years, you could amass considerable wealth. Upon hearing her words, Chen Bo glanced at the driver without responding. Don't worry, feel free to speak your mind. He is my cousin, Lu Hanyan remarked. Chen Bo eyed the back of the driver's head and replied, You ought to focus on your own affairs first. Your own situation remains unresolved. Yet you still have the energy to concern yourself with mine. Moreover, I have no inclination towards business. I find the challenges within the system far more appealing. Lu Hanyan cast a glance at him, realizing that her words would fall on deaf ears. Ever since Chen Bo had confronted Qin Zhengda's bodyguard at the hotel, she had been intent on recruiting him, recognizing that her current plans required someone as astute and capable as Chen Bo. Alas, people have their own aspirations. And despite the alluring conditions Lu Hanyan offered, Chen Bo remained unmoved. Unbeknownst to him, the woman he had encountered, Xue Shanshan, was affiliated with Lu Hanyan, and only a select few were privy to this information. Lu Hanyan owed Xue Shanshan a favor. Not long ago, Xue Shanshan had begun a relationship with one of Qin Zhengda's bodyguards, and their bond was currently stable. As for her motives, Xue Shanshan did not question them, as this task had been assigned by Lu Hanyan, who simply required her to execute it. It appears we are destined to part ways. Lu Hanyan sighed. This approach might work on other men. Coupled with her striking beauty and an almost helpless tone, it could potentially ensnare their interest. However, Chen Bo was impervious to such charms, for he was acutely aware of her complexities and her entanglements with the Qin family. The potential for trouble loomed large, and he questioned his ability to navigate such complications. The answer was a resounding no. Furthermore, he had no personal ties or grievances with her. If a severance was necessary, it should be absolute, devoid of lingering ties. Let us not dwell on us. We no longer share any other relationship, Chen Bo stated. Lu Hanyan shot him an exasperated look before addressing the driver. You may step out. I need to discuss something with Mr. Chen. Lu Hanyan's cousin glanced back at Chen Bo with a smirk before exiting the vehicle. The car was tinted for privacy, rendering the interior's happenings invisible from the outside. Although movement could complicate matters, Chen Bo cautiously adjusted his position and turned to face Lu Hanyan. Why are you sitting so far away? This is the street. Even in a car, I wouldn't stoop so low as to do anything inappropriate here. Lu Hanyan discerned his apprehension with ease. Chen Bo paid no heed to her defense, merely resting his arm against the car window, keenly observing Lu Hanyan, indeed curious to discover what scheme she was concocting. I have thought it over. Since I am on the brink of despair, it would be better to take a bold gamble, don't you think? Lu Hanyan inquired. Chen Bo furrowed his brow, shaking his head in confusion, indicating he did not comprehend her intent. What I mean is, not only do I wish to retrieve my child, but I also seek to acquire the entire Guilu group. Thus, the greater the chaos that unfolds in that crowd today, the more advantageous it will be for me. Lu Hanyan stated, her gaze fixed on the throng still congregating ahead. Yet, Chun Bo replied nonchalantly. Though there are many people, they cannot achieve anything substantial. It has been decades since liberation. What can violent measures accomplish? How long can they sustain it? With a military background, Chun Bo had a profound understanding of the efficacy of brute force. In his view, although the crowd was numerous and raucous, their actions would only result in minor damage at the scene. Once investigations commenced, who could truly evade accountability? The law does not punish the multitude, and furthermore, from where does the fury of these people stem? If a thorough inquiry were to ensue, would they apprehend anyone merely based on property ownership? What evidence is there to substantiate their involvement in today's events? Lu Hanyan inquired with a smile. Initially, Chun Bo overlooked the implication of her words. He deemed Lu Hanyan to be exceedingly naive. However, upon reflection, he recalled the scene he witnessed before escaping the hotel. Individuals had indeed been systematically vandalizing surveillance cameras. Just now, I saw someone smashing the cameras around the hotel, Chun Bo remarked. Indeed, I had someone inform them. There are dozens of such individuals mingling within the crowd, advising the homeowners that those cameras overhead are detrimental. If they do not destroy them, every move they make will be recorded, and they will be held accountable later. Lu Hanyan explained. Upon hearing this, a chill began to creep up Chun Bo's spine. Lu Hanyan was unequivocally resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve her aims. If these enraged homeowners disregard the last vestige of deterrence, the cameras, and succumb to madness, a stampede could ensue, thrusting Wuyong County into infamy. Are you intent on bringing about the downfall of Guelu Group? Chun Bo questioned. Not at all. I desire the entire Guelu Group. Do you think that is feasible? Lu Hanyan countered. Chun Bo shook his head, believing Lu Hanyan was either deranged or lacking sound judgment. With 3 children, including one who had ascended to the position of deputy secretary of the county committee, the mere existence of her unborn child had already instilled trepidation in the 3 offspring of the Qian family. Yet, she still harbored ambitions of seizing the entire Guelu Group, while Qian Jingde still drew breath. Chun Bo shook his head, saying, Very well, if you possess such determination, I can only wish you success in your endeavors. After speaking, Chun Bo attempted to exit the vehicle, but Lu Hanyan seized his arm. He glanced down at her hand, and she continued, I mentioned before, if you desire a political career, I can assist you. However, should I require your help in the future, I hope you will extend a hand. Although we are not truly husband and wife, we have obtained a certificate. I suppose I can still be considered your ex-wife. Can I? Well, this is quite a notion. Are you unaware of our relationship, and yet you dare to place blame? Chun Bo couldn't help but chuckle in frustration, returning to his seat with a smile as he gazed at Lu Hanyan. Mr. Lu, your calculations are quite astute. Surely you understand the reasons behind our marriage certificate. Yet you resort to such threats against me. Lu Hanyan, unfazed by his irritation, appeared somewhat pleased by Chun Bo's vexation and inquired, May I ask, Mr. Chun, is our marriage certificate a forgery? Chapter 89. The weight of affection. Chun Bo felt utterly helpless. He sighed and remarked, At present, I am merely a minor civil servant. What assistance can I possibly offer you? Not now, perhaps in the future. I simply wish for Mr. Chen to provide a promise, lest you deny me when the time comes for assistance. Ah, it seems you uttered something akin to this just a few days ago, concerning your daughter. Now, you have added another request? I can't shake the feeling that your demands are escalating, Chun Bo inquired with a smile. Lu Hanyan responded with a radiant smile. I value camaraderie above all. Therefore, should you assist me, the rewards I offer will undoubtedly exceed your wildest expectations. Reluctant to continue the discussion, Chun Bo opened the car door and stepped out, making his way towards a more populous area. However, the situation around the hotel had spiraled out of control. Despite the presence of numerous police officers, presumably all the officers in the county, they were dwarfed by the throngs of people. Some were homeowners, yet the onlookers vastly outnumbered them. He Pengcheng was taken to the upper floors of the hotel, while those who had accompanied him were less fortunate, confined to the crowded lobby and small plaza below. Had an orderly evacuation been executed at that moment, perhaps no repercussions would have ensued. At worst, a few potted plants might have been toppled due to the crowd. Yet, when the county police arrived, sirens blaring as they converged from various intersections towards the hotel, the crowd began to retreat, particularly those who were not homeowners, fearing entanglement with the law. Thus, the spectators began to withdraw in a frenzy. The police were acutely aware of the chaos that such a crowd could unleash. But it was too late. Despite their efforts to call out for calm, urging individuals to walk slowly and not to push, their voices only fueled the panic. resulting in a mass stampede. When Pang Goen received the call, disregarding his unstable blood pressure, he suddenly stood up, only to feel the world spin around him, prompting him to sit down cautiously while loudly summoning his secretary, Luo Yang. Luo Yang, whose office was adjacent to Pang Goen's, hurriedly rushed in and steadied the nearly toppled Pang Goen, who still clutched the phone tightly. "Repeat that. How many casualties are there?" Pang Goen demanded angrily over the line. "The final count is yet to be determined, but preliminary assessments indicate 38 fatalities." Xie Yuanshuan's voice was somber, yet it trembled with emotion. "You bastards!" Pang Goen gasped, nearly losing consciousness. Luo Yang swiftly took the phone from him and helped him sit down gently. The call remained connected, and without a moment to spare, Luo Yang hurriedly fetched antihypertensive medication and a fast-acting heart remedy, placing them on the desk before feeling a slight sense of relief. Pang Goen gestured towards the phone, and Luo Yang promptly retrieved it for him once more. "Xie Yuanshan, listen closely. You must employ every possible means to provide care and strive to minimize the death toll." After the call ended, Xie Yuanshan gazed down the street, which lay in disarray, with police and medical personnel still accounting for the casualties. Yet many remained trapped and unrescued. Standing beside the vehicle, Qiu Chengyan maintained a somber silence. Both he and Xie Yuanshan understood that such an event marked the end of their political careers in Nankang City. Meanwhile, Kanjungda received a phone call. "Stop the car." Immediately, Kanjungda commanded. The driver abruptly halted on the highway just outside Wuyang County. With only 10 minutes until they were to enter the county, the boss had unexpectedly ordered a stop here, and the driver dared not question it. As Kanjungda exited the vehicle, he listened intently to the voice on the line. "Dad, it seems this incident can no longer be concealed. What should we do? They are still clearing the scene. The stampede was severe, and the death toll will continue to rise. What should I do?" Qin Yunshan inquired over the phone. At that moment, Qin Yunshan felt utterly despondent, standing in a building, gazing out the window at the street below, where lamentations filled the air, resembling a scene from hell. "This is not your concern. You have always cooperated with the city's directives. Although this project was meant to pave your way, we have invested substantial resources. Moreover, you were not significantly involved in this project, so even if there is an investigation, it shouldn't lead back to you. The only question now is whether we still possess any negotiating power," Kanjungda muttered to himself. With that, he promptly ended the call. Upon re-entering the vehicle, he immediately instructed the driver to head to Shanghai Pudong International Airport, the closest and fastest option for departure. As he spoke those words, he realized that once he was inside, he would be akin to a fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. The worst-case scenario involved his imprisonment, while officials connected to him might attempt to extricate him. However, with so many casualties, how easy would that be? Thus, the simplest and most direct solution would be to ensure his departure across the bridge, where he would no longer be subject to reckless speculation. He was no stranger to such dealings, fully aware of the dynamics at play and how to navigate them. Once ensnared, there would be no turning back. Yet, if he were to leave the country, he could remotely oversee domestic affairs and possess leverage in negotiations. Those who wished to avoid imprisonment would need to diligently absolve him of blame. Although many lives had been lost, the final count remained uncertain. However, as long as wealth remained in his grasp, lives could be assigned a price. After a year or so, who would still remember this tragedy? Therefore, what he needed now was time to erase the memories of those affected, a strategy that was the simplest, most direct, and least costly. Kanjungda could abscond, but Qiu Chengyan and Xie Yuanshan could not. Call Kanjungda and inquire about his whereabouts. Qiu Chengyan instructed his secretary, Chao Yusher, in a calm tone. Kanjungda's response indicated he was organizing rescue efforts and was already in the county. While he spoke thus, he was, in reality, distancing himself further from Wuyang County. After reporting to the secretary, Pang Goen immediately hurried to Wuyang County. "Leader, please rest for a while. I will call you when we arrive," Luo Yang suggested. "How can I sleep? My head feels heavy and muddled, as if filled with paste." Luo Yang chose not to press further. The incident in Nangang City was no longer merely a local issue. It implicated the entire Donghai province, and all levels of leadership bore responsibility. Thus, Luo Yang presumed that Pang Goen was contemplating these matters. "Luo Yang, coordinate with the provincial government office and help me find a new secretary. Once we resolve this situation, you can step down and attend to some tangible affairs," Pang Goen instructed. Chapter 90. Without exception caught off guard, Luo Yang found himself momentarily bewildered by the question. "Leader, am I truly expected to go down?" he inquired. Pang Goen gazed out the window for a long while before responding with a languid tone. "Compared to Xie Yuanshan, you exhibit a rather laid-back demeanor. You approach life with an attitude of indifference, simply letting each day pass as it comes. Xie Yuanshan, however, possesses a fierce competitive spirit. Yet, when one's capabilities do not align with their ambitions, complications are bound to arise. It seems that Nankang City is poised for significant adjustments. You should prepare yourself mentally." At that moment, Luo Yang grasped the old man's implication. He turned to look at him, unsure of how to decline. Was he truly incapable? On the contrary, he possessed the necessary skills and, having spent many years in close proximity to Pang Goen, had witnessed countless situations and dealt with various challenges. However, the genuine reason for his reluctance lay in his conscience. As the saying goes, observing a slaughter from the sidelines is one thing, but wielding the knife oneself is an entirely different matter. When Xie Yuanshan departed to serve under Pang Goen, the latter was not yet governor. He was merely the deputy mayor of the provincial capital. Xie Yuanshan believed it was the perfect time to begin his ascent from the county level, ultimately following in Pang Goen's footsteps and being transferred to Nankang City, where he served as deputy mayor and then mayor. Xie Yuanshan was the type who, after watching the slaughter from a distance, felt confident enough to step in, only to find that when he thrust the knife, the pig escaped. In contrast, Luo Yang felt a deep reluctance. He understood the challenges of grassroots work and lacked the desire to engage in such endeavors. Those with greater abilities often experience heightened anxiety, managing to suppress their ambitions rather than allowing them to erupt indiscriminately. Xie Yuanshan, however, was his polar opposite. This situation in Nankang City cannot solely be blamed on Mayor Xie, can it? Luo Yang tentatively ventured. Then who should be held accountable? Should we convene a press conference and enumerate the issues, laying them all at the feet of the common people? Would that resolve anything? Those who have perished cannot be brought back to life. Each individual has a family, pouring their life savings into this place. When homes are withheld and people remain unseen, how is one to provide an explanation? That fellow Xie Yuanshan, with aspirations as lofty as the heavens yet abilities as flimsy as paper. Luo Yang's words ignited Pang Goen's ire, as there was no one else available for him to vent his frustrations upon. Naturally, in this moment of anger, Pang Goen had another motive, to silence Luo Yang's reluctance to go by channeling his fury toward him. At this age, if Luo Yang did not strive for progress, could he truly expect to remain a secretary for the entirety of his life? Moreover, as a seasoned veteran of the political arena, having navigated its complexities for many years, this opportunity was too good to pass up. The gravity of the situation indicated that Nankang City would soon present a plethora of vacancies. If he did not seize the moment to place a few of his own people, future endeavors would undoubtedly prove more challenging. However, certain truths could be articulated openly, while others, even in the presence of one's closest subordinates, required a degree of discretion. Human nature is such that when we aspire towards an ideal, we must occasionally revisit and invigorate that ideal. Otherwise, we are left with the notion that those who align with us will prosper, while those who oppose us will perish. A narrative that becomes increasingly difficult to justify over time. Moreover, superiors generally possess a keen understanding of their subordinates' character, while subordinates may struggle to perceive their leader's true nature. However, over time, astute leaders can discern the true essence of their subordinates. Take Luo Yang, who has served as a secretary to Pang Guan for nearly a decade. In Pang's eyes, he is perceived as possessing a sense of conscience and a modicum of ambition, albeit one he chooses not to outwardly express. To articulate it elegantly, he exhibits admirable restraint regarding his desire for power. The possession of power is akin to wielding a formidable weapon. Thus, those who fail to temper their inner cravings for authority are prone to misfortune. Although Xie Yuanshan may face reassignment due to matters concerning Nankang City, it is certain that his integrity remains intact. If he were indeed at fault, Pang Guan, no matter how thick-skinned, would refrain from assigning another secretary to him. You have remained by my side, capable of serving only this solitary old man. Should you descend into the realm of governance, you may find yourself managing a greater populace. Despite the criticisms stemming from the incident involving Bai Yongnian, I have mitigated them. You are you, and he is he. Your relationship is merely that of colleagues, and there is no need to escalate matters, Pang Guan stated with a calm demeanor. Having just expressed frustration, he now shifted to a tone of reassurance. A moment to rekindle ideals and rejuvenate spirits. He sought to convey words that would resonate deeply within his secretary, encouraging him to look ahead. For though we may sometimes endure prolonged nights, the sun does indeed rise again. Upon hearing these words, Luo Yang let out a bitter laugh and replied, "Leader, you need not elaborate further. Some of what you say, you may not even believe yourself." Peng Guan paused, then playfully tapped Luo Yang's arm with a hint of exasperation, saying, "You mischievous lad, when you immerse yourself in a new environment, adapt to local customs. Do not rush in with your varied inclinations. If you wish to consume, you must first discern who is palatable and who requires a more cautious approach." Luo Yang, upon hearing this, sighed and responded with feigned difficulty, "Leader, I often accompany you on inspections. You are well aware of the situation below. I fear being consumed by them as much as they fear me. While my position as your secretary offers me some reprieve, I worry that in the long run, this protective faade may wear thin, and I may find myself stripped bare and devoured." Peng Guan, having ascended from the grassroots, understood the intricacies of such dynamics. He recognized the validity of Luo Yang's concerns, yet acknowledged that this reality is not something he alone can alter, for this entrenched tradition has persisted for 5 millennia. Unyielding to the efforts of any regime throughout history, one might ponder why such a tradition, seemingly contrary to the welfare of the populace, continues to endure. Although it may not align with the interests of the majority, it resonates with human nature. When this tradition caters to a segment of humanity, it inevitably perpetuates, establishing a chain upheld by vested interests. As the wheels of history turn, this chain grows increasingly taut until the moment it snaps, ushering in a new cadre of individuals. Once again, human nature comes into play, forging a new chain that propels forward, only to ultimately fray once more. No dynasty has been exempt from this cycle throughout the ages. Chapter 91. The Retreat in light of such a tremendous upheaval. It is impossible for no one to bear responsibility. Upon arriving at the scene, Peng Guan found the rescue efforts nearing their conclusion, yet the streets lay in disarray, with the injured already dispatched to hospitals for treatment. However, the hospital in Wuyang County was overwhelmed and could not accommodate the influx of casualties. A portion had to be transferred to neighboring counties and districts. Throughout this ordeal, Peng Guan remained silent. This was neither the time for fury, nor would it serve any purpose. Those accountable would not escape unscathed. In the conference room of the county committee, after taking his seat, Peng Guan awaited the arrival of others. "Where is the head of the Guelu group?" he inquired coldly. At this moment, Xiao Cheng'an sensed an ominous foreboding, yet remained oblivious to the fact that Conjungda had already fled the scene. "The governor is currently assisting with the arrangement of the injured," Xiao Cheng'an began, but Peng Guan interrupted, "Summon him here. With so many people in the streets, does he truly believe he is indispensable? I suspect he wishes to evade responsibility. Bring him here within 10 minutes." Xiao Cheng'an personally stepped out to make the call, only to find Conjungda's phone unreachable, perpetually indicating it could not be connected. His mind began to whirl, and observing his boss anxiously pacing the corridor, his secretary approached him promptly. "Boss," Xiao Cheng'an urged, "seek out Conjungda. If not him, anyone from the Qin family or the Guolu group will suffice. Just find someone and bring them to me." He spoke in a hushed tone, sensing the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to acknowledge that this matter had surpassed his control. If Conjungda had indeed escaped, the burden would fall squarely on the city committee. Given his relationship with Conjungda, he could only imagine that Xie Yuanshun would seize the opportunity to strike. Reflecting on this, he glanced back towards the conference room, where Xie Yuanshun and Peng Guan were engaged in hushed conversation, their words shrouded in secrecy. Regardless of their discussions, the reality remained. Someone had to step forth to assume responsibility, for otherwise, no explanations could be rendered to any party involved. As the secretary of the city committee, he was the primary figure accountable for all matters in Nongong City. Moreover, considering his connection with Xie Yuanshun and the influence the mayor held in municipal affairs, he was suddenly struck by the realization that an excessive grasp of power often entails a heavier burden of responsibility. It appeared he could not evade this trial. Meanwhile, Chen Bo had sought out Lu Hanyan, whose vehicle had been meandering through Wuyang County until she once again spotted Chen Bo busily attending to matters by the roadside. Her cousin promptly beckoned Chen Bo to join her in the car. Seated beside Lu Hanyan, Chen Bo spoke coldly. "Are you satisfied now? Even sitting here, I can sense the hostility emanating from you. Each individual here has a family behind them, and lives have been lost over mere property. Do you not think your actions are somewhat excessive?" Faced with Chen Bo's scornful jibes, Lu Hanyan remained silent, merely gazing at the chaotic scene on the street. She softly remarked, Kang Zhengde has fled. Just over 10 minutes ago, the plane took off bound for Singapore. He has already purchased a residence there and transferred a significant amount of his funds. Thus, the fate of these individuals is of no concern to him. Nor is he troubled by stock prices. In light of such a grave incident, if he does not step up to take responsibility, who will? Now that he has absconded, tell me, who will fill the void he leaves behind? You speak as if this matter does not pertain to you, Chun Bo retorted disdainfully. What connection do I have to it? I am neither a member of the municipal committee nor part of the task force, nor am I in the investigation team. At present, I am not even the officially appointed secretary of the board. How can you expect me to have any influence? If I instruct them to leave, will they heed my words? Lu Hanyan expressed her dissatisfaction with Chun Bo's accusations. Meanwhile, Chiu Cheng'an's secretary scurried about the street like a headless fly. Ultimately locating the dazed deputy secretary of the Wuyang County Committee, Kang Yunsan, crouched in a corner. Secretary Kang, all the leaders are convening at the county committee and have been searching for you. What are you doing here? Zhao Yushi inquired cautiously. Why do they seek me? What do they want? So many have perished. Am I to pay with my life? Kang Yunsan seemed to awaken from his shock, roaring in anger. Lu Hanyan felt an overwhelming surge of elation. This was her chance. Without this turmoil, her opportunities would vanish. Now, she merely awaited Kang Zhengde's call. Simultaneously, she was contemplating another matter. Few are aware of Kang Zhengde's escape. I believe you should contact your superiors to report this. Here is his flight number. Lu Hanyan smiled as she sent a screenshot of her phone to Chun Bo unmoved. Chun Bo remained silent, gazing at the marketplace. He had witnessed death before and had personally dealt with those deserving of their fate. Yet, witnessing such a mass casualty on his homeland soil during these peaceful times unsettled him. He realized that his perceived stoicism was not as unassailable as he had believed. Lu Hanyan followed his gaze, placing her hand on his shoulder. Sometimes, it is like this. We watch helplessly. We are not deities capable of saving those in peril. I cannot even save myself, let alone others. Chun Bo, I truly need your assistance. I can assure you that once I gain control of the Guelu group, I will provide an additional compensation of 1 million to the families of the deceased. Though money is not omnipotent, it is often the sole measure of a person's worth. The leaders were in a meeting, and Zheng Heping, among them, could not locate Chun Bo. After searching the county committee's courtyard, he still found no trace of him, and his heart began to sink. Trampling incidents do not discriminate. If you obstruct the path, you too may be trampled. Zheng Heping dialed Chun Bo's number. Hello, where are you? Are you all right? Zheng Heping observed Chun Bo answering a phone call and let out a sigh of relief. He inquired, Secretary General, is everything all right? I have an extremely important matter to report. Kang Zhengde has fled to Singapore, flight number. Upon hearing this news, Zheng Heping found it hard to believe his ears and raised his voice, prompting Chun Bo to repeat himself. The sudden increase in his volume drew the attention of those around him, leading him to swiftly retreat to the restroom, where he once more asked Chun Bo about the source of this information. I just encountered General Lu on the street, and she stated it directly. I believe it would be prudent for you to verify this with the Border Control Department for confirmation, Chun Bo suggested, leaving himself an exit in case the information proved to be incorrect. Chapter 92. Unfathomable. Zheng Heping entered the conference room with a countenance fraught with distress. Stealthily, he approached Xie Yuanchun from behind and whispered a few words into his ear, leaving Xie Yuanchun visibly shocked. What has transpired? Inquired Pang Goen. Xie Yuanchun glanced at Chiu Cheng'an, who lingered at the door, contemplating that despite a lifetime of making calls, it seemed impossible to reach Kang Zhengde. Has he fled? When did this occur? Pang Goen asked, taken aback. Such a significant matter traced back to Kang Zhengde's issues. Thus, he must emerge to assume responsibility. Only then could the officials of Nankang City and Wuyang County bear a lesser burden of accountability. The individuals in the conference room had hoped that Kang Zhengde would shoulder the blame. At the very least, containing him would provide an explanation to the outside world. Now, with their designated scapegoat having absconded, how would the unfolding drama proceed? Unaware of Kang Zhengde's departure, Chiu Cheng'an remained at the doorway, awaiting his secretary to find someone from the Kang family, or even a random individual from the Guelu group. Have him brought in. By the way, is this news reliable? Pang Goen asked at last. Xie Yuanchun hesitated, fearing a blunder, and thus turned to Secretary General Zheng Heping, who nodded with unwavering certainty, affirming the news was indeed true. From the moment he encountered Xie Yuanchun, Pang Goen had been exceedingly displeased with his demeanor, which lacked the gravitas befitting a mayor. Despite being elevated from vice county head over the years, it seemed his administrative capabilities had not improved in the slightest. Luo Yang, who had been standing behind Pang Goen, observed everything with keen eyes. When Zheng Heping returned to stand beside him, Luo Yang inquired about the source of the information. Upon learning it was reported by Chen Bo, he felt a flicker of surprise and asked, "Has Chen Bo also arrived?" Zhang Heping glanced at Qiu Qing'an, who had just been summoned, and whispered in Luo Yang's ear. He was assigned to the working group, hence he is privy to certain matters. Qiu Qing'an resumed his seat, and when he lifted his gaze to Pang Goen, he noticed the latter's gaze was decidedly unfriendly. Unable to reach him, Pang Goen asked coolly, "Governor, I cannot get in touch for the moment. I have dispatched someone to locate the Guilu group representatives. Whoever it may be, they must send someone to the meeting." "That won't be necessary. You and Xie Yuanshan will accompany me back to the provincial capital shortly. Can Jingda has fled. I have just received word that he has left the country, heading for Singapore. Did you not anticipate he would depart so swiftly?" As Pang Goen concluded his statement, he slammed his palm on the table, plunging the conference room into an oppressive silence where no one dared utter a sound. Pang Goen, known for his amiable temperament, rarely displayed anger, making this outburst a first for many in attendance. Hearing this, Qiu Cheng'an felt his heart plummet, sinking to its nadir, leaving no room for further dissent, and paradoxically, he found himself enveloped in a chilling calm. This matter is of considerable magnitude, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. Now that the rescue efforts have concluded, let us discuss the subsequent issues that require resolution. Come, the two of you shall accompany me to the provincial capital to report to the provincial committee. Contemplate how to articulate this on the way." With that, Pang Goen averted his gaze from the two individuals and departed. The conference room fell into an oppressive silence. All eyes fixated on Qiu Cheng'an and Xie Yuanshan, eager to observe their reactions. After initially grappling with shock, the two gradually rose and followed suit. Particularly, Qiu Qing'an had lost the spirited demeanor he had arrived with, replaced instead by a profound despondency, evident to all that he had crumbled both inside and out. Pang Goen's vehicle was the first to depart, and then an unexpected scene unfolded. Qiu Cheng'an stood before his car, summoned the driver, and took the wheel himself, tailing Pang Goen's vehicle, while the driver assumed the role of a subordinate in the back seat. This was a stroke of luck for the driver, as otherwise Qiu Cheng'an would have driven off alone. I had just inquired, and the source of the information was Chen Bo, a member of the work group stationed in Wuyang County from Nongkong City. Two individuals were notably absent from the scene. One was the deputy secretary of the Wuyang County Committee, Qin Yushan, the eldest son of Qin Zhengda. It is said that Qin Zhengda invested in this real estate project at Wuyang Lake to pave the way for his son's advancement, in hopes of garnering political achievements. Yet the outcome was unforeseen. The other individual, who dared not appear and remains unaccounted for, is the group leader, Vice Mayor He Pengcheng. Luo Yang turned to gauge Pang Goen's expression, cautiously broaching the subject. Pang Goen took the phone from Luo Yang, which contained their chat records. Summarizing the endeavors of the work group in Wuyang County, He Pengcheng's performance during this assignment, and the circumstances leading to the stampede incident. Pang Goen scrutinized the lengthy text on the phone, and after finishing, he removed his glasses and returned the device to Luo Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he pinched the bridge of his nose and remarked, "If you were to come to Wuyang County, would you consider bringing Chen Bo along?" Luo Yang was taken aback and asked, "Leader, do you truly wish for me to rectify this chaotic situation in Wuyang County? Do you genuinely believe I possess such capability?" Pang Goen chuckled softly, resuming his demeanor as a high-ranking official, and replied coolly, "I cannot guarantee much, but I am confident you would perform better than Xie Yuanshan. Have you not noticed that the current Xie Yuanshan is not the same as the one from before?" Pang Goen had previously expressed similar sentiments, implying that Xie Yuanshan, despite his youth and relatively high position, exuded a sense of lethargy. While this could be attributed to his lackluster prospects in Nongkong City, a truly capable individual would find ways to undermine an adversary, even gradually eroding their strength from minor matters. Yet, Xie Yuanshan seemed to have lost his edge. He constantly envisioned that once he regained his vigor, he would confront Qiu Cheng'an decisively. However, time slipped away in this state of anticipation, taking with it his resolve. So significant was the turmoil that Xie Yuanshan had never anticipated leveraging this incident to deliver a severe blow to Qiu Cheng'an. Yet, as the situation spiraled beyond control, as if the entire vessel were ablaze, what could his words or abilities accomplish? The ship was already on the brink of disaster. At that moment, Luo Yang's phone rang. "Hello? Are you certain? When did this occur? Have you dispatched someone to the scene? Luo Yang inquired anxiously. After ending the call, he turned to Pang Goen, who sensed that yet another unpredictable event had transpired. Chapter 93. Outrageous moments ago, Zheng Heping made a call, and they watched in horror as Qiu Chengyan's vehicle careened off the highway, plunging into a river below. The outcome remains uncertain, and rescue personnel are hastily making their way to the scene. Luo Yang reported in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Pang Goen closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat. How could the driver have been so reckless? Outrageous. After taking a moment to collect his emotions, Pang Goen opened his eyes and cursed. Luo Yang continued softly. It appears the driver was not in the car. Qiu Chengyan was behind the wheel himself. The driver was thrown from the vehicle midway, and after exiting, he immediately contacted Zheng Heping. Nevertheless, Qiu Chengyan's car still plunged into the river after they caught up with it. At this, Pang Goen and Luo Yang exchanged glances. Understanding that Qiu Chengyan's actions were likely intentional, otherwise, why would he drive himself? Pang Goen promptly instructed the driver to turn around at the next service area and reported the situation to Provincial Secretary Geng Wenshan. In just a month, a finance bureau director had died in a car accident, and now the mayor of Nangang City's vehicle had plunged into the river, leaving his fate uncertain. It seemed that the tides were indeed turning for Nangang City. What do you think? Pang Goen inquired of Luo Yang. This incident occurred after Kanjingda's escape. Secretary Qiu must be anxious about how to explain this to the provincial government. Moreover, following the tragic stampede in Wuyang County that claimed so many lives, someone must be held accountable. If Qiu Chengyan were to die, Mayor Xia would certainly stand out, Luo Yang replied cautiously. Pang Goen gazed out the window as the scenery whizzed by. After a moment, he turned back, removed his glasses, and remarked, as the mayor of Nangang City, Qiu Chengyan bears an irrefutable responsibility. Consequently, Xia Yuanxuan's accountability is considerably diminished. Given their true situation in the city, the provincial government is well aware of this. Most critically, should an investigation be initiated, public attention will be directed towards the relationship between Qiu Chengyan and Kanjingda. Xia Yuanxuan may manage to evade disaster, but it appears increasingly difficult. Outside the highway barrier, Xia Yuanxuan and Zheng Heping stood, watching the vehicle slowly sink. In merely a few minutes, they were powerless to intervene. The driver had intended to descend and provide aid, but Zheng Heping had called him back. In such circumstances, the conditions in the water were unclear, and given the violent impact, Qiu Chengyan had likely already lost consciousness. Even if they attempted a rescue, they would be unable to pull him to safety. Furthermore, Xia Yuanxuan harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Qiu Chengyan. After years of pent-up frustration with the vehicle's submersion, a sliver of light finally pierced through his gloom. Soon, firefighters from nearby counties arrived at the scene, followed by ambulances. It was evident to all that the ambulance was there to retrieve bodies. Half an hour had passed since the collision, and only then did the firefighters begin their rescue efforts. Qiu Chengyan was no mythical creature. He would not be waiting underwater for assistance. Meanwhile, Kanjingda, newly arrived, was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events in Nangang City. He was utterly shaken and famished. So upon landing, he did not immediately contact anyone back home. Instead, he first sought nourishment at the airport restaurant before leisurely placing a call to Lu Hanyan. He contemplated that during his time abroad, affairs back home must continue to progress. The very reason he had fled was to avoid being manipulated. Had he remained in the country, the incident in Wuyang County would undoubtedly have led to him being scapegoated. Although the matter might eventually be resolved with compensation, he was reluctant to endure such a process. In his youth, Qianjingda had been arrested multiple times, and he understood the implications of being confined. Once imprisoned, one becomes malleable, as if molded by the hands of others, even requiring further softening before being reshaped. Now, situated overseas, he needed someone to act as his puppet back home, yet this puppet role was fraught with difficulty. It was imperative that no member of the Qian family took the lead, for should they do so, the fury of the masses would inevitably be directed at his relatives. After much deliberation, he concluded that Lu Hanyan was the most suitable candidate. Upon arriving in Singapore, he inquired about the situation back home. "How are things?" Qianjingda asked languidly, as he lit a cigarette and settled onto the sofa. "Not well. You must prepare for the long haul. Moreover, I've just received news. Qiu Chengyan has died," Lu Hanyan replied. This revelation struck Qianjingda like a thunderbolt, leaving him utterly stunned. "What did you say? Qiu Chengyan is dead? You must be jesting." How could he die when he was perfectly fine? He rose from his seat, incredulity etched on his face. You abandoned this mess here. Pang Goen has arrived in Nankong City, convened a meeting, and summoned Qiu Cheng'an and Xie Yuanshun to report to the provincial committee. En route, Qiu Cheng'an drove off the highway and plunged into a river. When recovered, he hadn't even fastened his seatbelt, and it appears he died on impact. The driver had been dismissed mid-journey. Would you not say this was a deliberate act? Lu Hanyan's words left Qian Jingde sitting motionless on the sofa. He realized that Qiu Cheng'an's demise was indeed a suicide, not a mere accident. Not hearing any response from the other end, Lu Hanyan scoffed dismissively before hanging up. When Qian Jingde finally regained his composure and attempted to call her back, he found she had already disconnected. I had not finished speaking. Why did you hang up? I tell you, if Qiu Cheng'an is dead, then so be it. His death alleviates many matters. The secrets he bore with our company will be taken to the grave, which is beneficial for us. Now, we must address company issues. Stop right there. Do not speak to me of company matters. I have no desire to meddle in any affairs during this time. As for the position of secretary, I do not intend to take it. Your younger son is available, and your eldest is also capable. They can manage things. At this juncture, the Qian family must step forward. I have no ties to you, and my words will hold no weight. Lu Hanyan seized this opportunity and bluntly rejected Qian Jingde. In a moment of utter speechlessness, Qian Jingde found himself at a loss for words in response to Lu Hanyan's bold declaration. He had never anticipated that she would dare to speak such words at this juncture, nor did he expect her to refuse him. Yet, a flicker of solace washed over him. If Lu Hanyan were to unconditionally accept his commission at this moment, it would truly give him cause for doubt. Sometimes, retreating is the most strategic approach. Lu Hanyan's aspirations extend beyond mere transient power. She seeks dominion over the entire Guolu group. Therefore, it is imperative for her to adopt a commanding stance, compelling Qian Jingde to beseech her, thus securing the upper hand in future negotiations. Chapter 94. The inverted hair listened to me. You are my only reliance now. That scoundrel Qin Yunbua is utterly incompetent and lacks any understanding of company management. Most importantly, we need to liaise with the government, and there are numerous matters requiring your mediation. Who else can I trust if not you? Qian Jingde began to plead in a soft tone. However, Lu Hanyan was not swayed by such tactics. Seizing the opportunity to strike was her true intention. She was acutely aware that, following such a significant incident, the mess would ultimately fall upon the shoulders of the Guolu group. They would either have to pay up or relinquish control of the company. If they chose to pay, it would be straightforward, compensate for the lives lost according to the highest estimates. Yet, if Guolu Group stubbornly refused to acknowledge the gravity of the situation or evaded resolution by shifting the burden onto the government, then they could not blame the government for the ensuing investigations. Tax audits would commence, followed by scrutiny of land acquisitions, until Guolu Group was found insolvent. At that point, a lawsuit would render them under new ownership. She understood the inevitable trajectory of these issues. Qian Jingde had engaged with government officials for half his life and knew precisely how to navigate such challenges. What he sought now was a compliant puppet, one capable of executing tasks criteria that only Lu Hanyan fulfilled. His own son and daughter were inadequate. Though they might be obedient, they lacked the competence necessary. A truth Qian Jingde recognized all too well. After Lu Hanyan ended the call, she discovered that her phone was unreachable when he attempted to call back. Enraged, Qian Jingde nearly smashed his phone, but now was not the time for anger. He couldn't help but recall Lu Hanyan's child, far away in Japan. Though she had not mentioned the child, he decided to bring it up to gauge her reaction. Thus, he called the company, instructing the secretary to contact Lu Hanyan immediately. Look, he is calling again. I've told him I don't wish to involve myself in company matters at this time, yet he persists in his pleas. Isn't that amusing? Lu Hanyan remarked, glancing at Chen Bo, who sat beside her. Isn't this what you desired? If you don't agree now, you might miss this opportunity altogether, Chen Bo inquired. It's not the right time yet. His demands are merely to make me a puppet. What I seek is control over the company. Therefore, I must engage in this tug-of-war. Chen Bo, I sincerely wish to collaborate with you. Considering our history as husband and wife, can you not lend me a hand? Lu Hanyan broached the subject once more. Our affair is long since concluded. Please refrain from dragging it into our current conversations. Can we not discuss something fresh? Chen Bo retorted dismissively. Lu Hanyan observed Chen Bo's profile. Realizing her attempts to entice him had failed, he remained impervious to any of her efforts, no matter how demeaning she became. Yet, in light of the recent trampling incident. She discovered within Chun Bo a quality nearly extinct in contemporary society, a chivalrous spirit. Unsure if her feelings were accurate, she felt compelled to explore this newfound sensation. Because she merely acknowledged that it was she who had sent someone to inform the homeowners to remember to destroy the surrounding cameras, lest they face repercussions later on. Chun Bo unilaterally assumed the responsibility for the stampede. How about this? If you are willing to assist me, I assure you that once I take control of the Guilu group, in addition to the previous compensation of 1 million to the families of the deceased, I promise that this development, even if it means liquidating all of Guilu Group's assets, will be completed and delivered. If you do not believe me, you may transfer to Wuyang County to oversee my efforts in bringing this matter to fruition. What do you say? Lu Hanyan gazed at Chun Bo, speaking each word with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Chun Bo felt a stir within, yet he replied, "What does this have to do with me?" Lu Hanyan smiled and said, "Chun Bo, stop pretending. Although you claim this matter does not concern you, I am well aware of your true nature. Therefore, I can only offer you this promise. Let us not dwell on our past relationship. This condition serves as the foundation for our cooperation. Should you discover that I lack the intention to fulfill it, you are free to leave, and any knowledge you possess about me can be made public." Upon hearing her words, Chun Bo finally turned to face Lu Hanyan. "I have always believed that I cannot help you. Why do you persistently present this condition? What are your intentions?" "It is your prerogative, but my involvement can only bring you more trouble," he inquired. Lu Hanyan shook her head and replied, "You have saved me. I believe you are a person of integrity, worthy of trust. Therefore, I place my faith in you." Chun Bo looked into Lu Hanyan's eyes, and at that moment, he could see her genuine sincerity. Observing the chaotic streets outside, a part of his heart began to soften. "All right, let us leave it at that for now, and we can discuss matters further as they arise," he said with an awkward smile. Lu Hanyan knew she had wagered correctly. What Chun Bo desired was for Guilu Group to assume responsibility for this mess. Although she had not yet fully seized control of Guilu Group, she believed that as the situation developed, Kanjungda would not hold out for long. He would either hand over the company for her to manage or sell it to the government. Surely he understood the weight of his decisions. Lu Hanyan answered the phone, and it was once again Kanjungda calling. "Do you want to die?" He cursed as soon as he spoke. "Mr. Kan, please mind your language. I will be resigning from the company this evening, and I would appreciate your approval at that time. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. You are reluctant to return, so isn't it time for the company to face this reality?" Lu Hanyan retorted disdainfully. Kanjungda, hearing her words, felt beads of sweat steadily accumulating on his forehead. He had never considered that while it takes years for a company to grow from nothing to greatness, its decline could occur in the blink of an eye. "Lu Hanyan, do you wish to challenge me? Do you no longer care for your daughter?" Kanjungda finally unleashed his ultimate weapon, his last resort. The sound of the phone leak allowed Chun Bo to hear Kanjungda's roar distinctly. At that moment, he glanced at Lu Hanyan and clearly observed her trembling hands, compelling her to switch to the other hand in order to grasp the phone. "Speaking of this matter, I must express my gratitude to you. For the past few years, you have prevented me from seeing her. A video cannot fulfill a mother's warmth, nor can it perpetually extend a mother's love. Consequently, my emotional connection to that child has become increasingly distant. Furthermore, I am on the verge of bringing another child into this world, which will inevitably divert my attention and energy towards this new arrival." Upon hearing this, Kanjungda felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 95. Resolute Refusal. Are you implying that you have no intention of taking over the company and engaging in discussions with them? Asked Kanjungda. Lu Hanyan chuckled softly and replied, "When did I ever qualify to take over the company? Besides, you've already arranged for your son to join the board. What purpose would I serve there? Merely to be subjected to his disdain." Her words effectively silenced Kanjungda, and she promptly ended the call, refusing to entertain any further communication from him or the company. In his hotel room in Singapore, Kanjungda paced anxiously, a singular phrase echoing in his mind, a dead end. Once Lu Hanyan hung up, Chun Bo inquired, "Do you think this prolonged suspense might ultimately ruin the opportunity?" "Not at all. Apart from me, he trusts no one. Even if he truly intends for King Yunbo to take over, that inept fool would only hasten the company's demise. As for King Yunshan, he might return to the company, but he is currently the deputy secretary of the county committee in Wuyang. This matter will take time to investigate, and he lacks the energy to manage the company. As for Kan Yunlu, it falls to you," Lu Hanyan stated, her gaze fixed on Chun Bo. Chen Bo had been attentively absorbing her analysis, but when she mentioned Qin Yunlu, she unexpectedly turned to him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Me? What could I possibly contribute? To be frank, I refuse to get involved in this matter. All I can do is ensure your safety, and even that is a challenge. Qin Yunbo constantly seeks to create trouble for you. I cannot be your guardian around the clock, so how can I assist? Chen Bo began to seek an exit strategy. While it was conceivable that Qin Yunlu could return to take control of the company, Qin Jingda was correct. The forthcoming period would be the most challenging for Guolu Group. They would need to negotiate with the government, forge compromises, satisfy the stakeholders, and coordinate compensation issues. This was not a task that a naive girl, devoid of experience, could manage. Chen Bo realized that agreeing to Qin Jingda's terms would merely render him a puppet, a mere echo of Qin Jingda's voice, devoid of any autonomy in the company's decision-making. Thus, it was imperative for Qin Jingda to exhaust all other options before he could finally extend his hand for power. When Pang Goen returned to the provincial capital, it was already past 10 in the evening. Nevertheless, he immediately proceeded to the office of Provincial Secretary Geng Wuxian to report on the situation. Geng Wuxian wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chengyan would choose such a method to end his life, leaving them in a position where they had to publicly announce it as an accidental car crash. The province found itself in a precarious position regarding this incident. Secretary Wuxian, this matter must be resolved swiftly. I plan to return to Nankong tomorrow to finalize the aftermath with Guolu Group. Otherwise, the longer we delay, the more unmanageable it will become. We must act decisively, Pang Goen asserted. It's truly exhausting. Xiao Chengyan has proven to be more of a liability than an asset. He certainly brought this upon himself. Unable to handle this trivial matter, he resorted to such an extreme measure. What was he hoping to achieve? A final escape? Geng Wuxian responded with palpable anger. Pang Goen refrained from interjecting, for it was common knowledge that Xiao Chengyan was aligned with Geng Wuxian. Moreover, Xiao frequently visited the provincial capital, invariably paying his respects at Geng's residence. Such a relationship could hardly be deemed trivial. Living in the same provincial compound, everyone was aware of who visited whom. Therefore, in addressing matters concerning Xiao Chengyan, Pang Goen chose to withhold his opinion, instead directing his focus towards the Guolu Group, suggesting a discussion regarding the aftermath, which could be seen as an act of courtesy towards Geng Wuxian. Goen, this situation has placed a burden upon you. Additionally, with Xiao Chengyan deceased, what is your perspective on the leadership issues in Nansong City? Geng Wuxian inquired. Pang Goen was poised to rise, but, upon hearing the question, settled back into his seat. Such is the reality. As one departs, another readily ascends to take their place. Within the established bureaucratic framework, provided one is not mentally unfit, assuming a leadership role is hardly a challenge. The distinction lies between those leaders who are ambitious and those who remain stagnant. While the former may instigate unnecessary upheaval, the latter risks squandering years without fostering any economic advancement. Pang Goen remarked, indeed, this incident has starkly illuminated significant issues within the leadership of Nansong City. With Xiao Chengyan's passing, his matters can be postponed for now. Xie Yuanchun also bears undeniable responsibility. My recommendation is to relieve him of his duties as mayor and conduct an investigation into his involvement in the Wuyang incident. Following a thorough inquiry, we can judiciously decide on his future appointment. Upon hearing Pang Goen's assertion, Geng Wuxian was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he sought Pang's opinion solely regarding the position of the secretary of the Nansong City Party Committee, never anticipating that Pang would suggest the dismissal of Xie Yuanchun as well. Geng found himself uncertain of Pang's motives, but refrained from further inquiry, merely nodding in agreement. Furthermore, a significant overhaul of the leadership in Wuyang County was necessary. Without addressing a few key individuals, the populace would remain discontent. A satisfactory resolution was imperative, as the citizens' dissatisfaction would be inevitable. In summary, both the leadership of Nansong City and Wuyang County required meticulous scrutiny, particularly concerning their connections to the Wuyang incident. Geng Wuxian could not help but admire Pang Goen's decisiveness and his aversion to wrongdoing. This time, Pang displayed no favoritism towards his own. In truth, Geng had never contemplated the dismissal of Xie Yuanchun. As mayor, Xie possessed a keen understanding of Nansong City. With Xiao Chengyan's demise, the options were either to elevate Xie Yuanchun to the position of secretary or to appoint an outsider. Ultimately, it was vital to retain a familiar leader for Nansong City. However, according to Pang Goen's perspective, that was not the case. Although Pang Goen articulated his views, It merely signified a commitment to addressing the cadre issues in Nansong City. He did not specify who should be appointed in their stead, nor did he offer any opinions or suggestions. After Pang's departure, Geng Wenshan paced his office, contemplating the matters Pang had just discussed. He had already begun to consider potential candidates for the positions of secretary and mayor of Nansong City, while thoughts of Chiu Cheng'an had long been discarded from his mind like refuse. Father, rest assured that I shall handle this matter with utmost elegance, leaving no room for error. You should have entrusted the company to me long ago, for it is through such responsibility that I could learn the art of management. You have often remarked on my lack of understanding in this realm, yet no one is born with such knowledge. Without your guidance, how could I ever gain the opportunity to comprehend? In his father's office, Qin Yunbo luxuriated in the ministrations of his father's secretary while conversing with Kanjongda over the phone. Chapter 96, Murder and Heartbreak, my son. When one finds oneself under the eaves, one must bow one's head. Your father has reached this level through a significant portion of effort spent ingratiating himself with those in power, thus you must learn this lesson well. Father, rest assured, I comprehend your intentions. I have instructed the finance department to prepare 5 million in cash, neatly packed, and awaiting the opportune moment for withdrawal. Having been by your side all these years, I understand these matters. Regardless of who governs Nan Port City, we shall nurture our relationships. There will inevitably come a day when they bear fruit. As Qin Yunbo spoke, he reached out and grasped his secretary's collar, drawing her closer. The secretary cast him a glance, presuming he merely sought to take advantage of the situation. Little did she know, while he conversed with his father, he was simultaneously making advances towards her. Noticing the secretary's bashful demeanor and listening to his father's voice on the phone only heightened Qin Yunbo's excitement. He set the phone aside and began unbuttoning her collar, one by one. In the past, he had often found opportunities to be forward with this secretary in secluded places. Yet he had refrained, aware that she was his father's woman. She had warned him previously, so he had bided his time, until now when his father was away, possibly indefinitely. What he had not anticipated was that he had stumbled upon such a splendid opportunity. Whether it was his elder brother or his sister across the ocean in Britain, they would now have to operate according to his whims. Thus, in such circumstances, could the secretary remain unscathed? It was impossible. He would ensure she understood who held the true power, comparing himself to his father in the most undeniable way. We are willing to finance, but there is one condition. Your elder brother's position as the deputy secretary of the county committee must remain untouched. My child, understand this. Without the protection of power, no matter how much wealth you possess, it merely serves to enrich others, serving no purpose. When they demand payment, we must comply without hesitation. Do you understand? Your brother's position not only must remain stable, but should also be elevated when the opportunity arises. He lacks nothing in terms of money, thus he will not err. Provided the circumstances are favorable and the funds are delivered appropriately, he shall ascend. While I am abroad, you siblings must confer often. Though Kanjongda spoke passionately and earnestly on the other end, Qin Yunbo remained resolute in his own course, beginning to relish the secretary's allure. To be fair, Kanjongda's success was no mere stroke of luck. Whether in his obedience to Chiu Cheng'an or in his control over Lu Hanin, it could be summed up succinctly: having ascended from the lowest rungs of society, he understood human nature far better than most officials and his own sons. In both the realms of politics and commerce, one invariably interacts with individuals. Thus, engaging with humanity becomes paramount. Once one comprehends human nature, the complexities of such interactions diminish significantly. As Qin Yunbo absorbed the earnest counsel of his father, he simultaneously reveled in the attentive service of his father's secretary. Lu Hanyin did not return to Nankong City, but instead ventured to the provincial capital. At this moment, the hotel doorbell chimed, and upon opening the door, she was greeted by her close friend, Shui Shanshan. I just returned as well. I saw on the news the tumultuous events unfolding in Nankong City. Why are you hiding here? Shui Shanshan inquired, her surprise evident. If I had remained in Nankong City, I might have been captured by that scoundrel. Qin Yunbo has taken control of the company and is currently brimming with ambition, leaving no time for me. So I decided to escape, Lu Hanyin replied. What about President Qin? In their discourse, President Qin specifically referred to Kanjongda. He fled to Singapore. As soon as the incident in Wuyang County occurred, he absconded. Isn't that a display of responsibility? A CEO of a publicly listed company, devoid of any willingness to shoulder responsibility. I estimate he will return to the country next week, Lu Hanyin remarked. So, you summoned me here because How is your relationship with Yuan Xiao? Lu Hanyan asked. It's acceptable. We are both preoccupied with our own affairs. Do you think I should reach out to him for something? Shui Shanshan responded. Lu Hanyan nodded but refrained from elaborating. Instead, she approached the sofa, cradling her abdomen with her hand as she slowly sat down. Shui Shanshan, being astute, recalled that it was Lu Hanyan who had introduced her to Kanjungda's bodyguard, Yuan Xiao, with a clear intent. She had previously informed her that her interaction with Yuan Xiao was purposeful, making her aware of the underlying motives. Now, with Lu Hanyan frantically summoning her to the provincial capital, it was evident that there was an intention behind it, or perhaps the moment had come for a confrontation. Yinjia, feel free to speak your mind. I have previously stated that I will follow your lead. Whatever you say goes, Shui Shanshan asserted. Lu Hanyan shook her head, replying, It is not that simple. We are sisters. I have promised to look after you. Now I ask you a straightforward question. Do you have feelings for Yuan Xiao? Yinjia, I wish to hear the truth. If you do not confide in me, we shall both suffer in the end. Speak honestly, and I can gauge whether this matter is still feasible for you, Lu Hanyan insisted. Such declarations reeked of deceit, recognizing the hesitation in the other. She pressed on with her inquiry, which seemed nonsensical. If she genuinely cared for the other's feelings, such words would not have been uttered. The implication was clear: you owe me, and whether or not you confess, you must heed my wishes. Thus, Shui Shanshan felt compelled to voice insincere words. No. How could that be? It has only been a few days at most. It is merely a casual affair. Truthful words? Lu Hanyan, with piercing intent, compelled Shui Shanshan to utter insincere statements once more. Truly, Yinjia, I would never deceive you, Shui Shanshan replied, bursting into laughter, a sound laced with bitterness, reluctance, and resignation. At this juncture, the matter has reached a point of revelation, prompting Lu Hanyan to unveil her trump card. Take this card along with these passports. Upon your return tonight, once you have completed the tasks for me, depart tomorrow. This card contains $1 million. Proceed to the United States. Once I have meticulously resolved the issues here, ensuring that you are entirely uninvolved, you may return. I have every confidence that I will conclude these matters swiftly, Lu Hanyan stated with unwavering assurance. Chapter 97. A relentless assault. Qin Yunbua, the son of Qin Zhengde, held his father's authority, a fact unquestioned and unchallenged within the company. The secretary reported that officials from the province had arrived, seemingly led by the governor himself, to address the issues concerning the Guilu group. What should we do? He inquired. What is there to deliberate? Prepare to transfer the funds I instructed you to gather into the trunk of my car. Be ready at a moment's notice. These individuals are insatiable wolves. While it is prudent to conserve resources at times, now is not one of those moments. We must deploy our financial might decisively against a select few. Surely this will mitigate the situation, transforming significant troubles into mere trifles. Trust me, my dear. I shall require your assistance this evening, and we shall employ a novel strategy. As he spoke, Qin Yunbua playfully pinched the secretary's cheek. Xie Yuanshan, unable to report to the province due to the untimely death of Qiu Qing'an, was tasked with overseeing operations in Nankang City while simultaneously directing the recovery efforts for Qiu Qing'an. Consequently, everything was delayed. The following day, Pang Goen returned to Nankang City. Seated in the conference room of the municipal government, where Xie Yuanshan attended to him with utmost caution. Yet, deep down, he understood that his prospects appeared grim. Qin Zhengde had escaped, but he was not deceased. Have we established contact with him? Pang Goen inquired, his expression impassive. We have been attempting to reach him but have yet to succeed. However, there have been changes within the Guilu group. Qin Zhengde's son, Qin Yunbua, is now at the helm. I have already notified him. He will arrive at the municipal government in 10 minutes. Pang Goen nodded and asked, Yuanshan, do you have any plans for your future? The implication was clear. Your tenure as mayor is over. 2 years have passed, and you have accomplished little. Now, with such a catastrophic incident resulting in over 50 fatalities, a significant safety disaster, combined with the death of the city party secretary in an accident, Nankang City has garnered international notoriety. Unless we hold a few individuals accountable, this situation cannot be satisfactorily resolved. Although he had anticipated this outcome, hearing it articulated by a superior, especially one he had previously served under, sent a chill through him. He yearned to defend himself, to assert that he bore little responsibility for this calamity. Yet, such a defense felt utterly feeble. How could he claim innocence when he held the mayoral position during this crisis? Who would believe him? Leader, I will fully cooperate with the province in managing the aftermath, ensuring that this incident is resolved satisfactorily before considering my future. At my age, I lack the motivation for ambition. Whatever penalties the organization chooses to impose upon me, I shall accept without complaint. After all, so many lives have been lost, lives that could have been spared. I bear responsibility, Xie Yuanchun articulated with careful consideration. Pang Goen glanced at him, recognizing the disingenuousness of his words. Xie Yuanchun felt a sense of injustice, yet the pressures of reality forced him to make such statements. When Qin Yunhua entered the municipal conference room, clad in a freshly tailored suit, his haughty demeanor elicited palpable disdain from both Pang Goen and Xie Yuanchun. "Where is your father?" Pang Goen inquired. "Having gone abroad for medical treatment, I will not return in a short period. Internal adjustments have been made within the company, and from now on, all matters concerning the Gulu Group will be under my command," declared Qin Yunhua with remarkable confidence. In Qin Yunhua's perception, there were no officials who could not be bought. Thus, he regarded the provincial and municipal officials before him with indifference. To him, these individuals bore price tags on their heads, though he could not see the actual figures at present. Once he discerned their worth, he would not hesitate to shower them with money, inevitably turning them into subordinates of the Qin family, akin to Qiu Qing'an. Qiu Qing'an was acutely aware that if apprehended and investigated, he would not withstand the relentless interrogations. He understood that once he spoke, the consequences would be dire, which is why he chose to end his own life by driving his car into a fatal crash. This way, he could at least safeguard his family's wealth and protect those officials connected to him from retaliating against his loved ones. To some extent, Qin Yunhua was following in the footsteps of Qin Zhangde. However, due to the changing times, pursuing such a path now seemed rather lowly, yet the principle remained unchanged. Initially, Qin Zhangde amassed his first fortune through street brawls and violence, subsequently engaging in bribery and forging connections to navigate pathways inaccessible to others. As a white glove for those in power, he reaped abundant rewards while securing the government's endorsement, ultimately establishing the first publicly listed company in Nansong City, with ventures spanning nearly all industries in the region. What my father accomplished, I too can achieve. He had long aspired to join the group company and showcase his talents. But he did not anticipate that his father would consistently suppress him. The successor his father nurtured was his sister, while the guardian of the political realm was his elder brother. He felt like a mere chamber pot, retrieved when needed and cast aside when not. "Now tell me, what do you plan to do about the project in Wuyang County?" Pang Goen, disregarding his own status, cut straight to the point. "As for that project, the group currently lacks funds and can only wait until the company is financially stable to discuss it further. Governor Pang, I understand that everyone is anxious, but urgency is futile. The bank has tightened our loans, and we are equally distressed." Before Qin Yunhua could finish his statement, Pang Goen raised his hand to silence him, saying, "You can either leave this place or call your father. I will personally inquire with him. If his response aligns with yours, we will proceed to the next steps. You may leave now, and we will take action immediately." Qin Yunhua was taken aback by the old man's unreasonable stance. He had already informed him that he was now in charge of the company, the one with authority over the Guilu Group. Why was Pang Goen still seeking his father? "Governor Pang, as I mentioned, my father is abroad for treatment and is undergoing surgery today, so it is impossible to reach him." Pang Goen leaned back in his chair, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he could leave. Qin Yunhua had yet to realize that this was not the municipal committee, and the individual seated across from him was not Qiu Qing'an. Even if his father were present, he would not display such an audacious demeanor, one that could irrefutably provoke the ire of Pang Goen. The Guilu Group's ability to maneuver freely within Nankong City was not due to their substantial contributions or tax revenues, but rather the protection afforded by Qiu Qing'an. "What does this mean? You wish to cease our discussion? Governor Pang, I have a matter I would like to report to you privately. Would it be convenient for us to converse at the Nankong Grand Hotel?" Qin Yunhua rose, placing his hands on the table, and inquired from his elevated position. Chapter 98. Conspiracy. Qin Yunhua was enveloped in profound frustration. Having just mentioned the Southport Grand Hotel, he exited the municipal government's conference room, brimming with pent-up anger that he intended to unleash upon Lu Hanyan. Upon arriving at the hotel, he discovered that Lu Hanyan had been missing for 48 hours and had not returned to the establishment. Her whereabouts remained a mystery, and the hotel staff were unable to reach her. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyan was still in the provincial capital, residing in the same hotel. However, the visitor this time was not Shui Shanshan, but Cui Zhengxin. With a smile, Lu Hanyan welcomed him into her room. Once they were seated, she produced a document, placing it on the coffee table and pushing it towards Cui Jingxin. Mr. Cui, she began. This is the repayment plan I have drafted for your company. Once we reach a consensus on our matters, I will mortgage the Southport Grand Hotel to you as a commitment and a gesture of goodwill regarding the repayment plan. Please review it and let me know if any modifications are necessary. Cui Jingxin eagerly picked up the document and began to scrutinize it. At that moment, Lu Hanyan poured him a cup of coffee. He was thoroughly engaged in his review, feeling a surge of excitement. If this agreement were to be executed as outlined, their substantial advance payments could be fully recovered by the end of the year, especially with the Southport Grand Hotel serving as collateral. To his knowledge, Lu Hanyan had always managed the Southport Grand Hotel. Despite the influx of several foreign brand hotels into the city, the Southport Grand Hotel remained the most luxurious and sought-after establishment in the area, without exception. This hotel embodies my entire dedication, and I hold a 30% stake in it. The remainder belongs to the company. Due to my opposition and steadfast advocacy, the hotel currently possesses net assets, devoid of liabilities or encumbrances, entirely unblemished. If you doubt this, feel free to verify. What I mean is, should any issues arise with this repayment agreement necessitating a delay, you may directly apply for the execution of the hotel's ownership rights, Lu Hanyan stated calmly. The terms were indeed favorable and enticing. However, the underlying question loomed: how could Lu Hanyan, a woman of remarkable acumen, be so generous with herself? Reflecting on their previous encounters, Cui Jingxin's initial excitement began to wane. Thus, he placed the repayment agreement back on the table and inquired, "What is it that I can assist you with?" Lu Hanyan did not directly answer his question. Instead, she disclosed information that left Cui Jingxin momentarily disoriented. Once Qin Yunbui gains full control of the company, do you think your company will be able to reclaim those billions? Given the current state of affairs, not only will you struggle to retrieve that sum, but even if the company had the means, would it prioritize repaying you? She asked. Her words gradually extinguished any flicker of hope within Cui Jingxin. Do not forget, your daughter remains in Shanghai, unable to exit. As of now, Qin Yunbui has yet to recall this. From my observations, Qin Yunbui bears the closest resemblance to his father, Qin Zhengde. Both are vengeful and narrow-minded. Lao Cui, the actions you have previously undertaken will undoubtedly be revisited by Qin Yunbui. In comparison to other material suppliers and construction firms, you are the easiest to manipulate. The Gue Lu Group is no longer concerned with maintaining appearances. In other words, the facade has been shattered. Do you believe you can ensure your safety? Lu Hanyan's inquiries once again pierced the very soul. The essence of Lu Hanyan's message was quite straightforward. Qin Yunbui would certainly employ Cui Jingxin as a means to intimidate others. And when one truly finds themselves ensnared in this predicament, who will come to their aid? It must be acknowledged that Lu Hanyan possesses an astute understanding of human nature, interests, and crises, presenting them all for one to choose from. What do you suggest I should do? Cui Jingxin asked, swallowing hard. I have been preparing for this matter for an extensive period, yet I did not foresee the situation evolving so rapidly. Nor did I anticipate that the current circumstances would prove even more advantageous than I had initially envisioned. Lao Cui, we are now comrades aboard the same vessel. Until we achieve our objectives, I can swear upon my child that I will neither betray you nor sever the bridge behind me. If we succeed in this endeavor, we shall both reap the rewards. You may even conduct business with the Gue Lu Group. I assure you of your benefits, for we both hold each other's lives in our hands. Do you dare to proceed? Lu Hanyan queried. Cui Jingxin had repeatedly contemplated eliminating Qin Yunbui, even eradicating the entire Qin family, yet such thoughts remained confined within his mind. However, Lu Hanyan's proposals now represented tangible actions, which was somewhat daunting. It is important to recognize that Qin Yunbui is not an individual to be trifled with. How could he possibly succeed? Regardless, he was no longer a mere youth, and lacked the strength and vigor to confront a young man who had long navigated the streets. Thus, after much contemplation, he remained unconvinced of his own capabilities. To procure the necessary items, I expended $1 million and arranged for that individual to receive a passport. If you find it agreeable, you may also invest some funds to enlist someone you trust to carry out this task. Ultimately, the more unexpected, the better. The more inconceivable, the better. It is as simple as that, Lu Hanyan stated. At this moment, Lu Hanyan's phone rang. It was a call from the hotel staff, compelled by Qin Yunbui's insistence. Hello, what is it? Lu Hanyan inquired. Nothing, President Lu. Lu Hanyan, where have you vanished? Now that the old man has departed, you choose to hide? You may evade the initial encounter, but can you escape the 15th? I shall inform you to return promptly. I await you at the hotel. If you do not return within 20 hours, I will visit your home and summon your mother to kneel and clean the floor. Damn it, after the old man's departure. I wonder who will dare to protect you now. Before he could finish, Lu Hanyin hung up the phone, yet the other party called again. This continued relentlessly for half an hour, with Lu Hanyin neither answering nor rejecting the calls, maintaining a stalemate. Lu Hanyin gazed at Cui Jingxin and inquired, "Did you see that? This is directed at me. As for you, it will only be when the Wuyang County project commences that you will cross my mind. However, by then, it will not merely concern you alone. Reflect carefully on how to proceed." From the moment Qin Yunbo began making phone calls, a cold sweat had been trickling down Cui Jingxin's back. Now, observing the flushed face of Lu Hanyin, it was evident that her expression stemmed from extreme anger. Thus, at this moment, Cui Jingxin laboriously lifted his cup and took a sip of coffee, stating, "General Manager Lu, I will handle it." Chapter 99. The utmost importance Qin Yunbo's arrogance lasted merely a day. By the following morning, his subordinate companies and relevant departments reported that their accounts and office buildings had been seized, still languishing in the haze of a hangover. With his father's secretary still slumbering, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 10 in the morning. "What do you mean? What on earth happened? Who is responsible?" Qin Yunbo bellowed in fury. "The personnel from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, the Taxation Department, and the court have commenced an investigation, President Kansas. What shall we do? What shall we do? You only come to me with problems. If I knew what to do, why would I need you?" In a fit of rage, Qin Yunbo hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. At that moment, he recalled the cold-faced Pangoan from the municipal government meeting yesterday, who had warned him that he would either need to contact his father or face subsequent actions. It appeared that this was indeed the so-called subsequent action. Damn it, he had only been in office for a day, and his company was already in such disarray. Though he had entrusted the company to his son, Kinjungda had maintained contact with the company's veterans. Upon learning of the events from the previous day, he nearly choked in disbelief. However, his attempts to reach his son by phone were futile, leading him to contact his secretary. At that moment, the secretary was in her hotel room, dressing, and upon seeing Kinjungda's call, her heart raced. If Kinjungda were to discover her involvement with his son, she could only imagine the dire consequences. But could she truly be blamed? "Hello, President Kansas. Where is Qin Yunbo? That scoundrel. I just found President Bo. I'll go fetch him." Kanjingda had no time to ponder the coincidence of his secretary being with his son. He was solely focused on seizing the opportunity to ask his son what he intended to do. Within just a day, his company's doors had been closed. Meanwhile, Lu Hanyin in the provincial capital received the news and felt a surge of joy. She had thought Qin Yunbo could at least last a few more days. But she was surprised by his incompetence. It was clear that her own merits were not the cause of her success. Rather, it was the shortcomings of competitors that elevated her. Yet, she refrained from contacting anyone, patiently awaiting the final news. Although the Guelu Group representatives had traveled to the city seeking an audience with municipal leaders, since those in charge of Guelu Group had already made their stance clear, there was no need for the city to heed the words of these minor players. It was only right for the boss to speak. Qiu Cheng'an had passed away, and in Nangong City, there were many leaders with whom Kinjungda could communicate. However, at this moment, the only leaders who held sway were Xie Yuanshun and his ally Pang Goen. Despite his strong reluctance, Kinjungda mustered the courage to dial Mayor Xie Yuanshun's number. Once, he had never regarded Xie Yuanshun with any seriousness, but the tides had turned, and this year, the fortunes had shifted in Xie's favor. Kongjingda first managed to reach Zheng Heping, hoping to ascertain the city's stance. However, Zheng Heping, no longer the man he once was, bluntly replied, "Mr. Kong, I believe the pressing matter is for you to return and engage in dialogue with the city. Otherwise, the city may not be able to protect you and your company. Today's situation merely reflects the city's current attitude. Tomorrow may tell a different tale. Secretary General, you are well aware of my predicament indeed. Everyone has their challenges, which is understandable. How about this? You should directly call the mayor. I fear that should we delay further, even a phone call may prove ineffective. Regrettably, I cannot offer you any assistance," Zheng Heping stated with indifference. Kongjingda silently cursed Zheng Heping's entire lineage, yet it was futile. He had to devise a solution to the issue. He was still the owner of the Guelu Group and could not afford to be a turtle retreating into its shell. If he continued to hide, the company might face ruin. After taking several deep breaths, he finally dialed Xie Yuanshan's number. Kongjingde, your son mentioned you were undergoing surgery and could not be reached. Has the operation concluded? Xie Yuanshan addressed him directly, a privilege that few could afford in Nansong City. Not even Qiu Qing'an. However, times had changed, and the current situation was markedly different. Whether in business, governance, or life, one must adapt to the prevailing circumstances. When the momentum falters, it signifies the end of one's fortune. What is momentum? A simple and direct explanation would be that when you are hurtling down a slope, you are invincible, propelled by an unstoppable inertia and potential energy. At that moment, anyone who stands in your way will be crushed. Yet, once you reach the valley, that potential energy dissipates, and you find that every endeavor, every business venture, even the simplest act of being human, becomes arduous. Mayor Xie, the child is inexperienced and may have offended you. I implore you, no, he has not offended me. Qiu Qing'an is dead. You are aware of this, I presume? The funeral will be held in a few days. For a prominent figure like you not to return to pay your respects would be unacceptable. Kongjingde, I have been in Nansong City for 2 years. I am somewhat familiar with your affairs. Although he is passed, a deceased person's debts do not vanish. It is prudent to investigate certain matters. Wouldn't you agree? Xie Yuanshan stated plainly. Xie Yuanshan's message was unequivocal. While Qiu Qing'an's death may not be a concern, those connected to him still live, and this matter requires scrutiny. This was a clear signal to Kongjingde. Should he dare to return, he must cooperate with the investigation. The dead may not speak, but the living certainly will. A chill crept up from Kongjingde's feet, gradually enveloping him until it reached his very hair. Mayor Xie, you are indeed correct. Secretary Qiu and I have had some interactions. I am willing to cooperate with any inquiries. However, I believe the immediate priority lies in addressing the matters concerning Wuyang County. Allow me to express that the Guilu Group will steadfastly adhere to the directives of the Municipal Party Committee and government, and will earnestly assist in the aftermath of the Wuyang County incident. Yet, my statement remains unfinished, as I wish to convey my position. But I was interrupted before I could fully articulate my thoughts. Kongjingde, there is no need for you to adopt a lofty tone here. We have no desire to hear such trivialities. Save those words for someone within your company who holds authority. You must either return or find someone capable of executing matters efficiently. Otherwise, the sealing is merely the initial step. You know well what the subsequent actions entail. Thus, consider these few words of advice carefully. With that, Xie Yuanshan ended the call. Kongjingde understood that this was an act of retaliation from Xie Yuanshan. Over the past 2 years, he had scarcely regarded the mayor, and now he found himself ensnared in a predicament. Therefore, determining the next course of action became paramount. What should be done? Chapter 100. The task force in Wuyang County proved to be of little efficacy. Instead, it was the deputy mayor, He Pengcheng, who incited considerable turmoil. Currently, Deputy Mayor He Pengcheng has vanished, reportedly under detention, and the ultimate outcome remains shrouded in uncertainty. Chen Bo has returned to Nangong City, where at least he has a place to reside. Staying in Wuyang County was indeed an option, but Gao Anqi's presence there complicated matters. For reasons unknown, she has yet to return and has been frequently calling Chen Bo these past few days, either to arrange meals or to share tea or coffee. Chen Bo sensed an underlying discord. Thus, after consulting with Zheng Heping, he chose to head back to Nangong City. Upon arriving at Zwenjin's house, he found her just returning from work. Delighted by his visit, she insisted he stay for dinner before departing. Have you heard that Qiu Qing'an has died? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. Such significant news, how could I not know? I visited Qiu Qing'an's home this morning. His children are abroad and have not returned. Only his wife and an elderly lady remain. It's truly unexpected. Not long ago, I went to see your brother after his accident, and he spoke to me in veiled threats. Now, it seems, retribution has indeed come full circle, Zwenjin replied indignantly. Chen Bo, however, remarked, with Qiu Qing'an's demise and Kongjingde in flight, the likelihood of his return seems slim. My brother's case appears to have sunk without a trace, and it seems we are no closer to uncovering the truth. Zwenjin was taken aback by his assessment. She had not considered this angle. In her mind, all these individuals deserve their fates, rendering the truth behind Yi Yushan's case irrelevant. What mattered was their demise. This encapsulates the notion of preferring to wrongfully execute 1,000 rather than let one escape justice. Has Lu Hanyan sought you out recently? Zwenjin inquired, lifting her gaze from the vegetables she was preparing. Indeed, she has. In these chaotic times, she harbors ambitions of seizing opportunities amidst the turmoil. So how could she possibly overlook me? Shinbo chuckled. Do you intend to assist her? I'm uncertain. I currently wield no power or influence to aid her. If it requires me to risk my life, I would certainly refuse. Besides, Kinjungda is out of the country now, and the number of her threats is limited. There is likely no need for my intervention, Shinbo responded. Shinbo was well aware of Lu Hanyan's intentions. While a successful path could lead to immense wealth, failure would spell disaster. The Kan family is not to be trifled with. Should they discover her true motives, the consequences for Lu Hanyan would undoubtedly be dire. In my view, this situation cannot persist. You should find a girlfriend post-haste. By the way, how about I introduce someone to you? Zawinjin suggested. You would introduce me? Given my current circumstances, lacking both a car and a home, anyone you know must be a woman of high caliber. Who would even consider me? Shinbo gently declined. Zawinjin nodded thoughtfully and remarked, You have a point. However, this girl does not seem to fit your description. Typically, young women from affluent families seldom pursue a career in medicine, as it is undeniably arduous. There is a saying that goes, encouraging someone to study medicine is akin to inviting a thunderbolt, first and foremost. It must be acknowledged that a girl studying medicine possesses the resilience to endure hardship, along with ample intelligence and patience. If you were to fall ill, she could certainly assist you. And should any issues arise, she could perform surgery with precision, ensuring that none of the procedures are fatal, right? Shinbo chuckled in response. Well, with your demeanor, one cannot help but question if you are a scoundrel. Sister-in-law, aside from everything else, there is the matter of my marital status. I am already married and have obtained a certificate. How should I navigate this situation? How do I explain this to her? Shinbo contemplated this last escape route, realizing that if he could not persuade Zawinjin, he had truly exhausted his efforts and could only hope for a chance encounter. Before Zawinjin could respond, Shinbo's phone rang. It was a call from Luo Yang. Sister-in-law, this call is quite important. I must take it. Shinbo was aware that Luo Yang had accompanied Governor Pang Goen to Nankong City. Although they had met once and shared a modicum of rapport, the initiative in their relationship lay with Luo Yang. If Shinbo were to overly ingratiate himself, it would likely lead to discomfort on the latter's part. Therefore, although Chunbo had accepted Luo Yang's request to visit Bai Yongnian in prison after some time, he had yet to do so, and it seemed unnecessary to seek closeness with Luo Yang over this matter. Ultimately, Shinbo could not enjoy a meal with Zawinjin, as Luo Yang had summoned him. Sister-in-law, the governor's secretary, Mr. Luo, has some matters to discuss with me. I must see what it entails, Shinbo stated. Oh, that sounds promising. Please go ahead. By the way, I've already arranged a time for you. The girl is truly exceptional. Trust my judgment, she is both charm and beauty. As Chunbo began to descend the stairs, Zawinjin continued to chatter behind him. Really? Such a remarkable prospect should not come my way. Has your director not considered it? Chunbo jested. Nonsense. If the director were to express interest, he would still need to gauge her willingness. Rest assured, I guarantee the girl's character and virtue are beyond reproach. Would I mislead you? Zawinjin reassured him once more. Upon arriving at the designated restaurant, it was evident that Luo Yang was genuinely famished, as he had already begun his meal. Help yourself, the noodles here are quite good. I am absolutely ravenous and couldn't wait for you, Luo Yang said, one hand clutching a clove of garlic while the other wielded chopsticks, noisily devouring his food. With a smile, Shinbo also ordered a bowl of noodles and inquired, Mr. Luo, is this appropriate? No matter how busy one is. The municipal government should not overlook their meals, should they? Alas, I have no appetite for the cafeteria food. So I waited until I could finish my work before venturing out for some noodles. Minutes later, Luo Yang finished his meal and leaned back in satisfaction, one hand picking his teeth while the other held a napkin to his mouth. How are things in Weiyang County? Is there still unrest? Luo Yang asked. Such a significant event has transpired that there is no longer the desire to create a commotion. At the very least, there is a palpable reluctance to congregate. Alas, the lesson learned this time is exceedingly painful, and being present at the scene was indeed unbearable, Chunbo lamented. Today, the city has temporarily sealed off the Guelu group. Kinjungda has fled to Singapore, leaving behind a rather foolish son to manage the family business. This imbecile, during the meeting, exhibited an arrogant demeanor. Rather than cooperating sincerely with the city's efforts to address the issues, he remained haughty. What is even more astonishing is that last night he personally visited Governor Pang's residence, bringing along 5 boxes containing approximately 6 million in cash. Luo Yang's sentiment was quite straightforward. How could Qin Zhengde, a shrewd individual, have produced such an unreliable offspring? Do you have any plans for yourself? Will you stay in the city or venture to the county? Luo Yang inquired, after finishing with his dental floss and casting a glance at Chen Bo.